Some say that traversing into the world of Naruto would be exhilarating, particularly with the charm of a certain character. But I pose a question. What if you find yourself as a powerless battery? What if your combat prowess falls short of the esteemed Kage level? And yet again, what if you are utterly oblivious to the storyline of Naruto? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Let us observe the whimsical daily life of Uzumaki Lawn and her companions. Chapter 1. Not just a buddy, what am I? Tick, tick, tick. In the dimly lit cavern, the sound of dripping water echoed incessantly. There lay a scruffy, blood-stained child with red hair, seemingly lifeless on the ground, though perhaps not quite. With a sharp intake of breath, the red-haired child slowly sat up, a hand pressed firmly against their head, murmuring, "Oh my dear Empress, why does my body ache so?" It appeared the pain surpassed what they could endure, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. The child, somewhat slow to react, clenched their fist and began to explore their body, momentarily ignoring the pain. Utilizing the dim moonlight, they glanced into a nearby puddle. The water's surface was tranquil, reflecting a face that, although marred by blood, revealed a strikingly delicate and fair visage upon closer inspection. The child touched their face and pinched it, feeling a twinge of pain that confirmed their predicament. They had indeed traversed realms. Suddenly, they sat up straight, looked down at their attire, and exclaimed, "Not just a buddy, what am I? If I must cross realms, could I not at least have my gender correct?" After a prolonged silence and an internal struggle, they gradually accepted the harsh reality before them. Amidst confusion and disorientation, they began to sift through the scant fragments of memory that lingered in their mind. As their thoughts began to clarify, they realized that they were named Uzumaki Lawn. What is this? Transplanted into the world of Naruto? I always knew that juggling multiple part-time jobs was unreliable. They reflected on how they had previously perished after an exhausting night shift at a bubble tea shop, lost on their way home. After a brief moment of contemplation, they resigned themselves to their fate. Just before I crossed over, I had only recently begun university, and I hardly watched more than a few episodes of Naruto. I only know a few prominent characters. Naruto, Sasuke. At this point in time, they likely aren't even born yet. According to some random video I stumbled upon, I should be from the same era as Naruto's mother. Oh no, I won't be able to cling to any powerful allies. Fortunately, she had not yet been discovered, but alas, she had also not yet been discovered. The hungry girl listened to her stomach rumble and lamented, "I'm so hungry. I feel as if I might vanish. If only someone could set a banquet before me, or even hand me a villa key and a car. Yet, do I truly want to go to Konoha? It seems like a place filled with lunatics." Just as she wrestled with her inner turmoil and uncertainty, a faint sound of footsteps approached the cave entrance. She cautiously lifted her gaze, spotting 4 figures slowly advancing. All 4 were clad in green vests, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, an unmistakable sign of their origin from the Hidden Leaf Village. The girl mused, at this point in time, the only ones who could reach the Whirlpool Village are likely from Konoha. Observing the girl who appeared like a beggar, the eldest among them spoke. "Hey, you over there, little one. You are a survivor from the Whirlpool Village, correct?" "That's quite evident, Captain. The red hair serves as the best proof," chimed in a shorter female ninja with a hint of disdain. "Oi, little one, do you intend to sit here and await death, or would you prefer to accompany me back to Konoha?" The elder ninja, with his Sharingan eyes wide open, gazed sternly at the child. Though apprehensive about the implications of going to Konoha, Uzumaki Lawn finally resolved, I choose to return with you to Konoha," she whispered nervously. Uzumaki Lawn pondered. While being surrounded by a group of eccentric individuals may be unsettling, it must be better than the alternatives. Were those alternatives, anyway? A freak, a pervert, and someone who ought to be sent to Fukushima and Hiroshima for companionship. With a resigned sigh, she envisioned her future as a mere plaything, tossed into the fray of battle as fodder. Thus, Uzumaki Lawn was saved and brought to the land of Fire's peculiar asylum, the rehabilitation center for the red-eyed affliction of the ninja world, the largest training ground for Pokemon in the ninja realm, and the most deranged human experimentation facility in Konoha headquarters. "Hayashi, I heard that the Uchiha clan brought back a child from the land of Whirlpool." "Danzo, that child is still young. Root is not a suitable place for her." "Hayashi, do you not comprehend the purpose of Root? With this child, many matters would become significantly less complicated." "Danzo, I am a Hokage. Hayashi, you will regret this." With a crash, the Hokage's advisor stormed out. This moment, Uzumaki Lan remained blissfully unaware of her close brush with misfortune, fortunate that these two elders always behaved thus. Currently, Uzumaki Lan was being escorted by other ninjas to her new abode. Due to the prevailing tension in the ninja world, hinting at the potential onset of a second Great Ninja War, the higher-ups dared not intervene or manage Uzumaki Lan's situation. And thus, she naturally found herself residing with the Uzumaki Mito family. Mito-sama. With this call, a figure hurriedly approached Mito, kneeling on one knee and bowing. This is the orphan we rescued. We searched through the wreckage and found only this one child. The speaker was of average height and appearance, entirely unremarkable. Had he not been kneeling before Mito, it is unlikely anyone would have noticed his presence. I understand. Relay to the monkey that I require an explanation regarding this incident. He had better provide a logical account. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to turn hostile. Uzumaki Mito exuded a commanding aura, akin to an irate fox, narrowing her eyes as she spoke. Closing the courtyard door, Uzumaki Mito took Uzumaki Lan's small hand and led her into the inner courtyard. With a gentle demeanor, she addressed Uzumaki Lan. You must be frightened, dear. Fear not. With Mito Obasan here, no one shall dare to bully you anymore. Her gaze was tender and kind, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Uzumaki Lan, gazing at the seemingly youthful face, claiming to be her grandmother, felt a surge of insecurity regarding her future in this alien world. She feared, I don't recall encountering this older sister in the original story. Is she merely a disposable character? Will she not survive beyond a few years? Oh dear, I'm still a child. I require a guardian. Observing the anxious, silent child trembling before her, Mito said nothing but bent down to embrace Uzumaki Lan. Feeling the warmth of the embrace from the older sister before her, Uzumaki Lan momentarily ceased her racing thoughts and slowly returned the hug, as if she had truly endured. Calamity that it was only at this moment that the soul from another realm realized that all prior attempts at composure were mere facades. Before crossing over, they were merely a university student, unaccustomed to such chaos. At this moment, they wished to abandon all trivial thoughts and simply revel in the warmth of the embrace. However, this warmth seems a bit too soft. Chapter 2. Red hair paired with a red ribbon, perhaps? Deep within the hidden leaf village, the old residence of Uzumaki Mito, filled with a faint fragrance of herbs, has become the sole refuge for Uzumaki Lan in this foreign realm. She is a hapless soul misplaced, both in spirit and body. Yet, at least she is spared the discomfort of sleeping in a drafty tent. Grandmother Mito is kind, her gaze gentle, evoking memories of family from another world. Mito has prepared a small room for Lan, adjacent to a tranquil courtyard. Most of the time, Lan remains inside, like a frightened mouse, wishing fervently for this unfamiliar world to drift further away. The awkwardness of being an outsider weighs heavily upon her heart on that afternoon. The sun lazily sprawled across the wooden corridor connecting the courtyard. Lan nestled in the shadow of her door, gazing blankly at the slowly growing moss in the courtyard, striving to clear her mind of the chaotic thoughts swirling within. Little Lan, came Mito's gentle voice from behind, as she lightly knocked on the door before continuing. Would you like to come out for a bit? The sun is pleasantly warm right now. She carried a small plate of freshly steamed, fluffy rice cakes, their sweet aroma wafting towards Lan. After a moment's hesitation, Lan opened the door and moved outside, settling down beside the corridor. The sunlight was warm, yet instinctively, she shrank further into the shadow of the doorframe. Mito placed the rice cakes on the ground beside Lan and sat down with a cup of hot tea, refraining from asking too many questions. This tranquility enveloped Lan like a soft layer of cotton, easing her taut nerves. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the other end of the house. It sounded as if a clay pot had been forcefully shattered on the ground, followed by a girl's voice, tinged with tears, both fierce and aggrieved. Go away. You're all annoying. I'm so fed up. The voice was sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on, brimming with pent-up frustration. Startled, Lan instinctively glanced toward the source of the commotion. Mito remained composed, letting out a gentle sigh as she set down her teacup, her eyes reflecting a mix of understanding and concern. That's Kushina, Mito whispered to Lan, her tone imbued with a familiar tolerance. The poor girl has been feeling down lately due to some matters. She stood up, offering Lan a reassuring smile. I'll go check on her. Little Lan, you stay here and enjoy the rice cakes while they're still warm. Just as Mito moved a couple of steps away, the wooden door of the room opposite them was flung open with a loud bang. A small figure resembling a cannonball burst out, nearly colliding with Mito. It was Uzumaki Kushina. She was about Lan's height, petite, yet her fierce demeanor seemed capable of lifting the roof off. The most striking feature was her thick, vibrant red hair, reminiscent of a blazing flame, an unmistakable mark of the Uzumaki clan. At this moment, her hair was tousled, with several rebellious strands sticking out haphazardly, further accentuating her fiery appearance. Her small face was flushed with anger, her eyes welling with tears, which she stubbornly held back, leaving only a simmering fury and a stubborn sense of injury. "Grandma, I don't want to stay here. I want to find Mom and Dad and be with them," she yelled at Mito, her voice thick with emotion. Before she could finish, her sharp gaze landed on Lon, who was shrinking in the shadow of the corridor. Her words faltered. Those fierce and beautiful eyes instantly locked on Lon like a spotlight, scrutinizing her from head to toe, filled with scrutiny, wariness, and perhaps the embarrassment of being caught in a vulnerable moment by a stranger. "Who is she?" Kushina's accusatory tone swung towards Lon, radiating hostility. "What is she doing in our home?" Lan's heart leapt to her throat. Under Kushina's hostile glare, the feeling of being an outsider surged within her, and she wished she could vanish into thin air. Her throat tightened, rendering her speechless. "Kushina." Mito's voice remained gentle, yet carried an unyielding authority that compelled silence. She lightly patted Kushina's trembling shoulder. "You mustn't be so rude. This is Lon, Uzumaki Lon. From now on, she will also be part of our family, your sister." "Sister?" Kushina exclaimed as if she had heard the most absurd tale, her voice rising an octave in protest. "I don't want a sister." Her gaze, sharp as a knife, again turned to Lon, particularly fixating on her own fiery red hair, which was similar, yet appeared softer and less voluminous than Kushina's. Her eyes reflected a tumult of emotions, a mix of rejection, confusion, and a hint of instinctive alarm upon encountering a kindred spirit, but that was swiftly overshadowed by a more intense sense of territorial instinct. Her hair," she mumbled, the implication clear. "One with Uzumaki red hair, trying to invade her domain. Lon is just like you, both children of the Uzumaki clan, both having endured the pain of losing loved ones." Mito's voice softened, imbued with a soothing strength. She raised her hand, gently smoothing down the unruly strands of Kushina's hair. "From now on, you two should keep each other company. Understand?" Kushina abruptly twisted her neck, evading Mito's touch, turning her back to Lon. Her lips pursed in a manner that suggested she could hang a lantern on them, every fiber of her being screaming, unwilling. She ceased her yelling, but that silent defiance and chilling hostility were even more uncomfortable than her previous outburst. The air froze instantly. The warm sunlight and the serene courtyard could not dissolve the thick ice wall that had formed between the two fiery-haired girls. Lon observed Kushina's stubborn back, her hair blazing like a mass of solidified anger. Lon could sense the profound loneliness and wounded fury emanating from Kushina, a feeling that eerily mirrored the hollow, cold void within her own heart. However, while Kushina donned her anger as armor, wrapping herself tightly in it, Lon only knew how to hide within the shadows. Mito glanced between Lon and Kushina, one silently shrinking in the shadows, the other defiantly facing the world, her eyes filled with compassion. She did not press them further, simply reaching out to grasp Kushina's wrist gently. "Come, sit down. Your hair is a tangled mess. Let Grandma fix it for you." Though Kushina still wore a reluctant expression, her body stiff, she allowed Mito to guide her to sit at the edge of the corridor, her back turned to Lon and Mito. Mito produced a wooden comb from somewhere, first using her warm fingers to gently untangle the knots in Kushina's hair, as if she were threading the finest silk. "Grandma understands that you're hurting, but you can't force things. Both your hair and your heart need to be treated gently." Mito's voice was low, akin to a lullaby, the comb starting at the ends of Kushina's hair, moving patiently upward. "The harder you pull, the tighter the knots become, and your heart aches along with it. You must go slowly, gently, find the stubborn knot, and patiently untangle it." Kushina's shoulders, rigid as stone, gradually softened under Mito's tender touch and soothing words. Inch by inch, she no longer resembled a firecracker ready to explode, merely bowing her head, allowing Mito to tend her hair. Occasionally, her eyes darted towards Lan's direction like a startled fawn, only to retreat immediately. The hostility in her gaze seemed to wane slightly, replaced by a mixture of scrutiny and a hint of confusion that she herself might not fully comprehend. Lon sat quietly beside them, observing that Mito's words brushed against her heart like a soft feather. Granny Mito spoke of hair, yet it seemed she also referred to the knot within Kushina's heart, as well as to the tangled mess that Lon was ensnared in due to her sense of being out of place and utterly alone. To forcibly tug at these knots would only intensify the pain and chaos. Patience is required, perhaps gentleness as well. But where in this unfamiliar land might one find such solace? Lan's gaze inevitably drifted once more to Kushina's vibrant red locks. Granny Mito's deft hands had tamed the unruly flame, which now glimmered warmly under the sun, reminiscent of a sunset ablaze on the horizon. In truth, it was quite beautiful, akin to the most resplendent evening glow. Reflecting on the earlier sight of Kushina's tear-streaked face, fierce and defiant, and now observing her rare, tranquil profile, Lon pondered whether the emotional knot within her was 100 times more intricate than the one in her hair. Could it be that this fiery red hair had led others to perceive her as an outsider, subject to bullying? No wonder she longs for her parents. But will I ever see my parents again? That moment. It appeared that Kushina sensed Lan's gaze. She slightly tilted her head, casting a fleeting glance in Lan's direction. Their eyes met in the air with a brief, electric connection, devoid of the previous ferocity and hostility. In Kushina's eyes lingered a hint of awkwardness, a trace of unrefined vulnerability, and perhaps a tentative search for affirmation. Was it because Lon bore the same fiery hair as she? Immediately, Kushina turned her head away, as if burned, fixating intently on her knees, yet Lon noticed her small ears were slightly flushed. Granny Mito seemed oblivious to this fleeting exchange, continuing to speak in her calming tone. Sometimes, when grappling with knots within oneself, having someone nearby, even if just to pass a thread, might unravel them. In the courtyard. Only the rustling leaves whispered in the breeze, accompanied by the subtle sound of a comb gliding through long hair, and two young girls, both adorned with flaming red hair and harboring their own wounds, shared a heartbeat of anxious silence. The icy wall between them appeared to have cracked open a seam as fine as a hair's breadth. The night was as dark as the bottom of a pot, the house utterly silent, save for the sporadic chirping of crickets outside. Lon lay beneath her bedding, tossing and turning restlessly. The image of Kushina's tearful, fiery-eyed gaze, her disheveled hair like flickering flames, and the inexplicable emotions from that fleeting moment replayed in her mind like a film. Granny Mito's words about passing a thread resonated within Lon, akin to a pebble dropped into a still pond, creating ripples in the stagnant waters of her heart. Passing a thread? How could she? Kushina clearly found her bothersome. And YETAS, she pondered. The wooden door of her room creaked open ever so slightly, emitting a sound akin to a mosquito's whine. A small, shadowy figure, clutching a pillow and moving stealthily as if a thief, entered. It was Kushina. The room was enveloped in darkness. Lon could not discern Kushina's face, but sensed her presence standing rigidly by the edge of her bedding, as if engaged in a silent contest. The stillness was punctuated only by Kushina's soft, tense breaths. After what felt like an eternity, during which Lon feared Kushina might retreat, she suddenly seemed to gather her resolve. In a flash, she lifted a corner of Lan's blanket and slipped in beside her, lying rigidly against the edge, as if maintaining a vast distance. In the dark cocoon of the blanket, they lay side by side, separated by an invisible galaxy. The quiet was palpable, amplifying the weight of their previously suppressed emotions. The sadness of becoming a girl, the disorientation of being in a foreign world, now magnified by the enveloping night. Lan's palms were clammy with tension, desperate to shatter the suffocating silence, but feeling that any words would be superfluous and foolish. Suddenly, a small, solid object, imbued with a hint of roughness, was thrust into Lan's palm. Startled, she squinted in the dim light filtering through the window, revealing a brand new, vividly red hair tie. Here, Kushina's voice broke the stillness, muffled yet tinged with impatience. Carrying an awkwardness she desperately tried to conceal. I ended up with an extra one. The old one. I accidentally broke it during the day. She paused, lowering her voice as if speaking to herself, yet still audible to Lon. In any case, we both have red hair, so you can use the red tie. Right? Lon clutched the small, warm hair tie, still imbued with Kushina's warmth, tightly in her palm. The rough cotton grazed her skin, yet it felt as if a faint current of electricity coursed through it. Was Kushina responding to Granny Mito's earlier words? Or was this an awkward gesture, a tentative reach from one who shared the same fiery mane? A small, exploratory claw. The cold, heavy stone that had long resided in Lan's heart seemed to have been pried open by this simple, warm hair tie, allowing a sliver of unfamiliar warmth to seep in. Lan remained silent, gripping the tiny red hair tie tighter, as if it were the only spark in the enveloping darkness. In the shadows, Kushina's previously rigid form appeared to relax ever so slightly. The night stretched on point. Two small creatures, both bearing the same flame-like red hair and harboring their own wounds, shared a dim corner of the same blanket, awkwardly inching closer to one another for the very first time. That small red hair tie became the first fragile, quivering thread connecting two solitary worlds. As for what lay ahead, only time would tell. For tonight, it seemed, the chill had lessened. Chapter 3. School? I would rather repeatedly ponder whether chakra is sweet or salty. Since that awkward evening with the red hair tie, the relationship between Lan and Kushina has been like a calm soup simmering on the stove, with an undercurrent of warmth bubbling beneath the surface. Although Kushina still snatches the last piece of pickled cucumber from Lan's bowl. What are you looking at? Just checking for poison. At least she no longer glares daggers at Lan. Moreover, when Lan curls up in terror from nightmares in the middle of the night, a distinctly impatient TSK, so noisy, can be heard from next door, followed by a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, as if that irritable older sister is trying to hold her breath and not disturb Lan. Perhaps this is what one might call whirlpool-style affection. For instance, at the breakfast table this morning, hey, that pickled plum is mine. Kushina's chopsticks darted like a gust of wind, zeroing in on the last shiny pickled plum on the plate. However, her movement suddenly faltered mid-air, her violet eyes darted to Lan. And then her chopsticks swerved abruptly to snatch a piece of pickled radish instead. She chewed the radish fiercely, mumbling, "The pickled plum is too sour. Eating it will make you a fool. You should eat it." Fine, fine. Your definition of a fool is truly unique. Lan silently picked up the plum designated for fools. Finding it so sour it nearly knocked her soul out for 3 seconds. Yet, in some corner of her heart, it felt as though this awkward display of affection had softened her a bit. Grandma Mito cradled her teacup, observing this silent display of caring with a smile that she could hardly suppress. Clearing her throat, she put down her cup, and the peculiar tone that heralded bad news emerged, causing both Lan and Kushina's chopsticks to freeze instantly, their alertness heightened. "What splendid weather we have today," Grandma Mito said with a beaming smile, her gaze sweeping over their alarmed faces, as if she were admiring two frisky cats. It was a delightful day, perfect for embarking on a new chapter at the Ninja Academy. Cough, cough. The familiar duet began. Lan nearly spewed her porridge through her nose, while Kushina choked on the pickled radish, her face reddening like a tomato, tears brimming in her eyes. This time, it was definitely from choking. Going to school. Once Kushina regained her composure, her voice cracked as she pointed a trembling finger at Lan, then back at herself. To that noisy place filled with chattering little sparrows. Her expression mirrored the horror of a child being told they were to be sent to Orochimaru as a test subject. Of course, Orochimaru at this time was not yet so unhinged. This is merely a metaphor. Lan's heart quivered in agreement. The Ninja Academy? The training ground for Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura? It sounded thrilling indeed. Yet, as a transmigrator with a soul that naturally critiqued every situation, to study the 108 throwing postures of Kunai alongside a bunch of genuine little tykes? And to strut around like a pair of walking red lanterns? She would rather taste whether chakra is sweet or salty. "Grandma," Lan attempted a final plea, her voice trembling. "I feel my understanding of chakra is still at the philosophical level of whether it is sweet or salty. Wouldn't this level of ignorance tarnish the reputation of the Uzumaki clan? I should stay home and cultivate for another 10 or 8 years." She endeavored to adopt a tragic expression, as if to convey that she was doing it for the sake of the clan's ninjutsu legacy. Yes, yes. Kushina immediately joined in, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, her fierce facade cracking to reveal her cowardly essence. "My ninja tools aren't even maintained. My kunai hasn't even been sharpened. My shuriken are rusted. How can we possibly fight or study? Today is not a day for battle." Flustered, she rummaged through her waist for the small kunai, which was actually polished to a shine, with a white blade, pretending it bore rust, her face flushed with urgency. Grandma Mito watched the two little ones exhaust every ridiculous excuse to avoid leaving home, her smile radiant enough to blind, as if she were enjoying the spectacle of their futile attempts. Chakra is neither sweet nor salty. It is a form of energy, she said slowly, blocking their escape route. Her gaze sweeping over Kushina's kunai that shone brightly enough to serve as a mirror. As for the ninja tools, she hesitated, just as a gentle, cheerful cough echoed from outside the door. Both Lon and Kushina froze, their necks creaking like rusty gears as they turned toward the entrance. At some point, two figures had appeared at the door. The first, clad in a red and white robe, with a distinctive goatee and a smile as warm as spring, was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Beside him stood a slightly nervous young man with round glasses, their teacher, Irika Yumino. Ahem, Lady Mito. It seems the little ones are quite eager about their new school, the third Hokage said, stepping inside, his gentle gaze settling on them, especially on their conspicuous, attention-grabbing red hair. Uzumaki Lon, Uzumaki Kushina, welcome to the Konoha Ninja Academy. Hokage-sama. Kushina immediately stood at attention, the fear and resistance on her face replaced by a mix of awe and the embarrassment of being caught in the act. I too quickly composed myself, attempting to straighten up. No need to be so formal. The third Hokage waved his hand, producing two brand new, standard-sized ninja tool bags from his sleeve as if performing magic. Though they were a bit small, the leather was sturdy, with clearly defined slots. He smiled as he handed them over. Here, a little welcome gift for your enrollment. Inside are standard training kunai and shuriken, along with leg bindings. He deliberately glanced at Kushina, adding, well maintained, no rust. Kushina's face flushed a deep crimson as she quietly accepted the professional-looking tool bag, hastily hiding her rusty one behind her. I am Irika Yumino. The bespectacled teacher adjusted his glasses, his voice slightly nervous, but striving to present the friendliest smile. I will be your homeroom teacher. There are many interesting courses and new friends waiting for you at school. His gaze swept over Lon and Kushina's red hair, filled with pure friendliness and curiosity, devoid of any oddity. The arrival of the third Hokage and teacher Irika acted as a formal decree, rendering any attempts to evade school futile, shattering the last remnants of fantasy for the two girls. Grandma Mito's smile grew even more benevolent. The preparations for their expedition, under Grandma Mito's gentle gaze, the third Hokage's amiable supervision, and teacher Irika's enthusiastic assistance, unfolded with astonishing efficiency. Kushina attempted to conceal her new ninja tool bag beneath her voluminous clothing, only to be thwarted by Grandma Mito's admonition to carry it. She claimed her red hair would reflect sunlight and distract her classmates' vision, to which the third Hokage cheerfully reassured her that the classroom lighting was professionally designed to avoid glare. In the final moments, she pretended her leg bindings had come undone to buy time, only for Irika to eagerly crouch down, saying, "Let me teach you how to tie a ninja knot," causing Kushina to nearly do a backflip in alarm. Lon envisioned inserting her newly acquired unsharpened kunai into her hair as a hairpin, only to have Grandma Mito gently yet firmly retrieve it, saying, "Put it in your bag, dear. Don't poke yourself." She pretended to gather chakra in the air, then feigned weakness against the wall, exclaiming, "Grandma, my chakra is in disarray." To which the third Hokage kindly patted her shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. Once you get to school, your teacher will help you sort it out." She even pretended to trip over her own shadow at the doorway, attempting to feign injury, but Irika was quick to catch her, saying, "Watch your step. The school floor is very level." Ultimately, accompanied by two little red-haired girls who looked as though they were marching to the gallows, their expressions so tragic they could star in a play, one calm elderly lady who seemed to be going on a picnic, one smiling Hokage who resembled a walking good luck charm, and one nervous teacher with palms sweating yet striving to maintain a smile. The two little tomatoes, looking thoroughly battered, slowly approached the gates of the Ninja Academy, which at that moment appeared to be a gaping maw of the abyss. The entrance was eerily empty, and the sound of the preparatory bell for classes seemed to echo faintly in the distance. The doors shimmered in the morning light, exuding an aura that beckoned one to enter the realm of reality. Lon and Kushina felt as if they were rooted to the spot, their hearts pounding like a heavy metal concert within their chests, palms damp enough to nurture tropical fish. A profound sense of unfamiliarity and fear surged over them like a tidal wave. Instinctively, Lon inched a fraction closer to Kushina. Almost simultaneously, she sensed Kushina's elbow subtly nudging towards her, Though her petite face remained set like iron, her eyes defiantly fixated on the door, as if she intended to bore a hole through it with her gaze. Yet, the faint spark of camaraderie shared between them became the sole beacon of solace amidst the overwhelming unknown, a flickering flame infused with an awkward warmth. Mito, the third Hokage, and Teacher Ueno stood a few paces behind them, forming a solid wall of support. Mito observed the two nearly synchronized, rigid figures, a warm smile of encouragement gracing the third Hokage's face, while Ueno anxiously adjusted his glasses that threatened to slide down his nose. "Go ahead, children," Mito finally spoke, her voice flowing like the clear and warm waters of early spring, reaching their ears with clarity. "Grandma is right here." The third Hokage gently added, "Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire of life endures. Go forth, new sprouts await you." Ueno nodded vigorously, his voice slightly tremulous with anxiety. "The classroom is the first door on the left. I'll wait for you inside." Mito gently patted the backs of the two youngsters, a light touch imbued with warmth and steadfast encouragement. Lon and Kushina, as if propelled by that gentle push, the gazes behind them, and the slight reassurance of each other's presence, moved stiffly yet in perfect synchrony towards the gaping maw of the ninja school door, taking heavy steps that felt as leaden as if they were encased in metal. Mito stood rooted, the third Hokage beside her, their silhouettes outlined by the morning light. The third Hokage watched the diminutive figures of the two, both adorned with similarly radiant crimson hair, resembling two stubborn seedlings pushed forth by the spring breeze, anxious, awkward, yet imbued with a resilience of new life that they themselves had yet to recognize. He stroked his little mustache, the mirth in his eyes deepening. Mito's lips curved into a serene and enduring arc. "Ah, the little seedlings are about to face the storms of life. As for whether the soil is rich or rocky, let them root themselves in it." At the very least, they took this step side by side, each providing the other with a touch of awkward support. Whether chakra is sweet or salty, once they enter the school, they shall surely discern its flavor. With a smile, Mito turned to the third Hokage and quipped, "By the way, monkey, you owe me an explanation." The third Hokage immediately broke into a cold sweat, trembling. "Lady Mito, the situation in the ninja world is severe, and there is a possibility of a second great ninja war. Konoha is surrounded by enemies, and we simply cannot spare any manpower to assist the Whirlpool Village." "Humph, you'd better be right." Chapter 4, Unified Combat Team. The door of the ninja school, akin to the gullet of a beast, swallowed Lon and Kushina, the two little red-haired girls, with a resounding gulp. The corridor was eerily vacant, with only the echo of their footsteps resonating, accompanied by the rhythmic drumming of their hearts, and the faint clinking of Kanai and Kushina's ninja tool pouch, reminding them that this was no dream. Teacher Ueno, visibly anxious, led the way, occasionally casting encouraging smiles over his shoulder while adjusting his perpetually slipping round glasses. "Don't be nervous, everyone is quite friendly." His voice echoed in the empty corridor, sounding particularly hollow. Lon and Kushina exchanged glances, each reading the other's apprehension. Kushina scoffed, raising her chin defiantly like a battle-ready chick. Though her grip on the strap of her tool pouch betrayed her tension, her knuckles turning pale. Lon instinctively edged closer to Kushina, seeking safety in the presence of her fiery companion. "We've arrived." Teacher Ueno stopped before a door bearing the sign of Class 1, Year 1. Taking a deep breath as if he were preparing for battle, he pushed the door open with a swift motion. Instantly, dozens of gazes converged upon them like spotlights. The classroom fell silent, save for the irksome chirping of cicadas outside. Lon and Kushina, two walking crimson lanterns, became the focal point of attention. The air was thick with curiosity, scrutiny, and some not-so-friendly whispers. "Wow, such red hair. Like tomatoes. They both have it. What a peculiar color." The fragmented voices pricked at them like tiny needles. Kushina's body tensed up, taut like a drawn bow, her violet eyes igniting with a familiar fury as she shot back a fierce glare, successfully causing a few children in the front row to retract their necks. Lon felt her cheeks flush with heat, instinctively wanting to lower her head, but upon witnessing Kushina's fierce demeanor that seemed to declare, "Anyone who dares to speak again will face my wrath," an inexplicable resolve surged within her, and she straightened her posture, though her legs quivered slightly. "Cough, cough. Silence." Teacher Ueno attempted to maintain a stern facade, with limited success. "Classmates, today we welcome two new students." A scattered applause followed. Yet most gazes remained glued to their fiery locks. Now, please introduce yourselves. Weno looked at them, his eyes brimming with encouragement and a hint of pleading. Please don't start a fight. Kushina stepped forward without hesitation, chin raised, her voice bright and clear. Brimming with determination, I am Kushina, Uzumaki. My dream is to become the first female Hokage of Konoha and to knock out everyone who mocks my hair. She waved her small fist defiantly, her gaze sweeping across the whispering children. A few gasps and suppressed chuckles rippled through the classroom. The pressure suddenly shifted towards Lon. With dozens of eyes fixed upon her, her mind went blank. The spirit of the transmigrator within her screamed, say something cool, like, I'm going to be the pirate king. No, wrong channel. Ninja. What was I supposed to say? I am Lon Uzumaki. Her voice barely rose above a whisper, feeling her cheeks burn as if they could fry an egg. My dream is to live peacefully until the conclusion of this story. Could she even say that? Lon faltered, her gaze instinctively wandering. At that moment, her eyes landed on a boy by the window. He had black hair and dark eyes, wearing a Uchiha crest. His fair skin and well-defined profile were striking as he rested his chin on his hand, languidly gazing out the window. He seemed to sense Lan's stare, casually turning his head. Their eyes met. His gaze was dark, like a deep pool. His expression detached, yet momentarily flickering with surprise before reverting to an air of aloof superiority, as if to say, this group of mortals is so dull. He swiftly turned away, leaving only the elegant curve of his neck in view. Lan's gaze continued to drift, landing on a boy sitting in the front row. He was a radiant golden-haired child, like a little sun, wearing a gentle, somewhat shy smile as he regarded the two newcomers. His smile was pure, standing in stark contrast to the curious or dismissive gazes surrounding him. Minato Namikaze, the illustrious fourth Hokage. Before Lon could fully process this revelation, she felt a sharp jab in her arm from Kushina. Lon snapped back to reality, realizing Kushina was frantically signaling her with her eyes. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and speak. This is so embarrassing. My dream is to figure out whether chakra is sweet or salty. Lon blurted out, the absurdity of her previous home's inside joke tumbling from her lips. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Even teacher Ueno struggled to suppress a smile as he adjusted his glasses, unable to contain his amusement. Kushina, infuriated, stomped on Lan's foot, her small face flushing bright red as she cast a reproachful glance, silently accusing him of being a fool. You've brought disgrace upon us. In the midst of laughter, Lon noticed Minato, also chuckling. His warm smile, with eyes crescent-shaped like a moon, was a stark contrast to Kushina's heightened sensitivity and defensive demeanor, which twisted his kindness into something unrecognizable. Humph, even that foolish blonde is mocking us, Kushina whispered through gritted teeth, her eyes burning with the flames of humiliation. Indeed, they are all a bunch of insufferable fools. Minato, you've been misunderstood. Yet, witnessing Kushina's expression of solidarity against the world, with only this idiot beside her considered a half-ally, I silently swallowed my explanation. Forget it. At least we were now united as a chakra research group and a coalition of red-haired victims. During the break, the anticipated storm arrived. As Lon and Kushina stepped out of the classroom for some fresh air, they were cornered by a group of boys. The leader, a chubby little brat with an insufferable demeanor, stood with hands on hips, mimicking Kushina's self-introduction in a mocking tone. I am Uzumaki Kushina. My dream is to send those who mock my hair flying. Ha ha ha, red-haired monster. His followers joined in the raucous laughter. Red-haired monster. Tomato sprite. Is chakra sweet or salty? Ha ha ha, foolish. Kushina's fury ignited, her small fists cracking as she seethed. You're asking for trouble. The chubby boy, undeterred, grew bolder, reaching out to tug at Kushina's high ponytail. Just as his hand was about to make contact with her fiery locks, a sharp clap echoed. It was Lon who, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, perhaps spurred by the indignation of a comrade and remnants of an adult soul, swiftly slapped away the offending hand and stepped forward, shielding the trembling Kushina behind her. Though Lon was slightly shorter, her fierce demeanor compensated for it. Do not touch her, Lon shouted, her voice trembling with tension yet ringing clear. Her hair is hotter than molten lava. Careful, or you'll burn your piggy hands. The chubby boy was momentarily taken aback by Lon's boldness, then, overcome with embarrassment and anger, retorted, Who do you think you are? Two red-haired freaks. Let us teach them a lesson. He brandished his fists, ready to charge. Kushina, still behind Lon, was momentarily stunned. She glanced at Lan's not-so-broad, even somewhat frail, back and saw her shouting with a flushed neck, and amidst the roiling fury in her eyes. An unfamiliar emotion seemed to mix in, a crack in the ice, revealing a glimmer of incredulity. In the next instant, Kushina burst forth from behind Lan, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, her small face ablaze with combativeness and a fierce protectiveness that declared, "Want to fight? Come on." Just in time to test my new kunai. She feigned reaching for her ninja tool pouch. "What are you doing?" Mr. Hyanika's voice rang out, unexpectedly stern. He squeezed into the crowd, his weary eyes behind round glasses reflecting exhaustion. It was only the first day of school. Back to class. No fighting. The chubby boy and his lackeys retreated, grumbling threats about the red-haired monsters. The hallway was left with just the two girls and Mr. Hyanika. Kushina maintained her battle stance, resembling a puffed-up kitten, while Lan sighed in relief, feeling her back dampen. Mr. Hyanika glanced at both girls, sighed, and said, "Classmates should be friendly." "Well, class is about to start, so off you go." He shook his head and departed. Once the teacher left, the previously tense atmosphere relaxed. Kushina lowered her hand from her pouch and turned to Lan, her gaze somewhat complex. She opened her mouth as if to say something, perhaps to chastise Lan for meddling or to question her heroic stance. But ultimately, she merely huffed, awkwardly declaring, "I guess you're somewhat useful. Just stand behind me next time and don't get in the way." With that, she pivoted and headed back to class. Her steps notably lighter, her fiery red hair bouncing behind her, appearing as if it truly ignited in the sunlight streaming through the corridor windows. Lan stood still, watching her small figure that seemed to bear the weight of the world, then glanced down at her palm. Slightly reddened, but not painful from where she had swatted away the chubby boy's hand. Suddenly, she thought perhaps being a tomato duo wasn't so terrible after all. The nature of chakra, sweet or salty, was still a mystery, but the experience of fighting side by side felt oddly sweet. Even if her comrade's temper was spicier than the hottest pickles, Lan hurriedly jogged a few steps to catch up with her tempestuous commander. The ship of revolutionary friendship seemed to solidify further amidst the storms of mockery and conflict. Chapter 5. Sturdy as iron on water. Flowing like water on trees, life at the ninja school felt like jumping rope in a minefield for Lan and Kushina, exhilarating yet perilous. Especially when the curriculum included basic chakra control practice, which sent their alarms soaring to the highest level. On a sunlit morning in the training grounds, Mr. Hyanika adjusted his iconic round glasses, striving to project an air of authority. "Students, chakra is the foundation of a ninja. Today, we will learn the fundamental control of transformation. Aiming to stabilize chakra at the soles of our feet and attempt to walk vertically up that tree." He pointed toward a stout tree nearby. The students rubbed their hands together in eager anticipation. Lan and Kushina exchanged glances, each seeing the inevitable disaster reflected in the other's eyes. "I'll go first." Kushina, ever the action-oriented one, inhaled deeply, her face turning an alarming shade of red as she channeled chakra to her feet. Boom! A muffled thud echoed. Dust swirled. Kushina didn't ascend. Instead, the ground beneath her cracked like a spider web. She, propelled by a violent reaction, shot upwards like a cannonball, soaring astonishingly high. "Wow!" Gasps filled the air. However, her momentum was too fierce. She couldn't adjust her posture in time, and upon reaching the apex, she plummeted headfirst into the soft flower bed beside the tree with a comical thud, her legs flailing helplessly like two defiant red carrots. "Uffed! Red-haired baboon!" Headfirst, laughter erupted, particularly from the chubby boy, who guffawed the loudest, nearly in tears. "Ha! Were you trying to celebrate the new year? It's not time for fireworks yet." Lan, witnessing Kushina's misfortune, felt speechless. She believed failure was not an option. She was a distinguished student from the 21st century. Her scholarly spirit, albeit somewhat fabricated, ignited within her. "I mustn't force it. Science must prevail." She focused on the tree, her mind racing. According to Newton's third law, the forces must balance. Chakra output needs to align with gravitational vectors, and the pressure distribution at the foot contact must be uniform. "Lan, it's your turn." Mr. Hyanika's voice pulled her back to reality. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously concentrated chakra beneath her feet, striving to visualize the balance as she stepped toward the trunk. Zing! A surge of uncontrollable chakra erupted from her feet. She felt a slip beneath her, and suddenly, her body spun like a hapless top, flinging her away. With a splat, She landed perfectly beside the mud puddle where Kushina had previously cratered, splashing a murky spray of mud. Her hair, electrified by the chaotic chakra, stood on end, resembling a spiky red hedgehog. Uffed. Red-haired baboon number 2. You've made quite the mess. The chubby boy's taunt landed with pinpoint accuracy, amplifying the laughter surrounding them. The double waves of laughter nearly uprooted the training ground. Uzumaki Lawn lay on the ground, her face buried in the mud, wishing desperately to perform a jutsu to disappear into the earth. As she struggled to regain her senses, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the shade at the edge of the training area. Uchiha Rin leaned against a tree, exuding an air of aloofness, as if he alone were sober amidst a revelry. His gaze seemed to linger on Uzumaki Lawn. When she careened out of control, a faint, involuntary twitch crossed his lips, as though he were suppressing an impulse. As she crashed into a mud pit, splattering mud that nearly marred his pristine Uchiha crest, a fleeting expression of conflict flickered in his deep, black eyes, as if he contemplated intervening but ultimately restrained himself. His fingers, resting on his arm, unconsciously curled, as if to form a seal, only to clench into a fist, turning his face away and huffing disdainfully into the air, utterly foolish. The words were softly spoken, yet loud enough for Uzumaki Lawn to hear. Uzumaki Lawn thought, very well, the proud Uchiha has been duly assessed. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated, imbued with a soothing power. Do not be disheartened. Controlling your output is key. A clean, slender hand extended towards Uzumaki Lawn. It was Minato Namikaze, who had effortlessly completed his task and now stood under the tree, his golden hair gleaming in the sunlight, his smile as warm as a little sun. He looked at Uzumaki Lawn with sincerity, devoid of mockery, only encouragement. Take your time. First, feel the flow of chakra. Just like this. He demonstrated by gathering a small amount of chakra at his fingertip, soft and stable. Instinctively, Uzumaki Lawn reached out to grasp that thread of kindness. Smack. Before her hand could touch Minato, it was forcefully swatted away by a muddy little hand. Kushina Uzumaki had somehow emerged from the flower bed, her hair adorned with grass and dirt, resembling a little muddy creature fresh from battle. She furiously positioned herself between Uzumaki Lawn and Minato, her eyes ablaze with fury. Glaring at Minato, remove your hand. You deceitful, golden-haired fox. After showing off, you think you can touch my friend? Not a chance. She was like a protective mother leopard, misinterpreting Minato's goodwill as a victor's flaunting and coveting of her companion. Minato's hand froze in midair, his smile faltering. His blue eyes filled with surprise and a hint of hurt. I'm merely... Humph. Kushina did not allow him the chance to explain, abruptly yanking the still-dazed Uzumaki Lawn from the mud pit and dragging her away. Stay away from him. The rakeage is up to no good this time of year. Her strength was astonishing, and Uzumaki Lawn stumbled along, nearly being dragged. Minato observed their retreating figures, particularly Kushina's demeanor as if the world were her enemy, and sighed helplessly. Yet his gaze held a peculiar, undying warmth. He silently withdrew his hand. As night fell, the courtyard of the Uzumaki ancestral home was serene, only the sound of insects breaking the silence. Uzumaki Lawn and Kushina sat side by side on the edge of the corridor, bared their teeth at the moon, tending to each other's wounds. Uzumaki Lawn had scraped her palm during her fall, the sting sharp and painful. Kushina had a fresh, purplish bump on her forehead. A gift from the flower bed. Easy now. My head ISNTA training ground. Kushina grimaced as she roughly applied an ointment-laden cotton swab to Uzumaki Lawn's palm. Her movements as crude as oiling a kunai. Be gentle. My wound ISNTA sealing array. Uzumaki Lawn gasped in pain, retaliating by pressing a cotton ball soaked in medicinal alcohol against Kushina's bump. Ow! Uzumaki Lawn, are you trying to kill me? Kushina jumped up, clutching her forehead and glaring at her. You started the assault on my palm. Uzumaki Lawn shot back defiantly. Under the moonlight, the two red-haired figures, adorned with colorful bruises, resembled two wild cats that had just finished a skirmish, now forced to lick each other's wounds, wide-eyed in mutual defiance. After a few seconds of staring, Kushina burst into laughter, perhaps finding their predicament utterly ridiculous. Uzumaki Lawn couldn't help but join in, the frustrations and anger from their training ground dissipating in the laughter. Kushina settled back down, this time with a gentler demeanor, carefully applying the ointment to Uzumaki Lawn's palm. She lowered her head, her long red eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. her voice muffled yet tinged with awkward concern. If you dare to hold someone else's hand recklessly again, I'll truly chop your paw off to feed the dogs. The warning was fierce, yet her fingers applied the medicine with utmost care. Got it, got it. I'll only hold yours, all right? Uzumaki-lan replied casually, pulling out a small oil paper bag containing the last few slightly squished candies, her secret stash of strategic supplies. Here, shall I share half? To soothe our wounded hearts and foreheads. She offered the candies. Kushina glanced at the sorry-looking candy, wrinkling her nose in distaste, yet quickly snatched half of it and shoved it into her mouth, chewing fiercely as if it were the laughter of those who mocked them earlier. They sat side by side, munching on the sweet treats while gazing at the moon. The courtyard was filled with the sounds of chewing and insects. After a while, Kushina mumbled, her voice imbued with an unfamiliar, almost solemn seriousness. Hey, stupid Lan. Tomorrow. She swallowed the last morsel of candy, her violet eyes shining remarkably under the moonlight, flickering with fierce determination. If those idiots dare to laugh at you again, I will absolutely smash their heads. Let us make it happen. Uzumaki-lan's heart felt as if it had been gently nudged, warm and a little bittersweet. She understood that behind this fierce declaration was the awkward yet passionate Kushina Uzumaki, who, in her own way, had drawn her into her protective circle. It was a bond sweeter and more substantial than any candy. All right, she nodded vigorously, mimicking Kushina's tone, raising the remaining half of the candy. Let us smash them. The tomato duo will be unstoppable. Kushina paused for a moment, then broke into a grin. A radiant smile mixed with candy crumbs and fierce battle spirit. It's a deal. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two little red-haired girls leaned against each other. Their revolutionary friendship, witnessed by the mud pit and candies, officially upgraded to a steel battleship. By the way, Kushina, shouldn't you return to your own room to sleep? Shut up. Chapter 6, The Bento Battle. The lunch bell at the Konoha ninja school rang, signaling the charge for Uzumaki-lan and Kushina Uzumaki. Two red figures darted through the corridor, swiftly occupying the bench beneath the cherry blossom tree. A crimson stronghold won after 3 days of fending off 6 waves of seat stealers. The dappled shadows of the tree danced, and the indigo Uzumaki-patterned bento bag, crafted by Grandma Mito, glowed warmly in the light. Security cleared. Kushina surveyed the safe zone with her violet eyes, deftly unfurling the wrapping cloth. Lan instinctively turned sideways, her red hair cascading like a screen. The black lacquered food boxes opened simultaneously. Kushina's sweet spicy battlefield. Amber-hued honey chili sauce coated the perfectly fried carriage chicken pieces, the crispy skin revealing an enticing crimson beneath. The umeboshi rice balls were shaped into plump orbs, adorned with nori that winked mischievously. The only display of fiery red chili was a small pile of pickled peppers in the corner, like embers awaiting ignition. Grandma Mito flawlessly balanced her penchant for sweetness with a facade of spiciness. Lan's spring cherry courtyard, tender yellow tamagoyaki stacked into dainty steps, topped with coral pink fish flakes, salmon flakes scattered like falling cherry blossoms upon the snow-white rice, a tomato carved into a round-eared rabbit nestled beside vibrant green peas, its cheeks adorned with 2 lively sesame seeds. In the corner lay a round, rosy daifuku dusted with sakura powder. Grandma Mito is cheating. Kushina jabbed her chopsticks at the tomato rabbit in Lan's bento. Why does your rabbit have complete ears? Shall I trade my firestarter peppers for your peas? Lan tentatively pushed her food box across. Dream on. Kushina scoffed, yet in a flash. She snatched the smallest piece of tamagoyaki from Lan's box and popped it into her mouth. Unpalatable. A meager prize. The sweet and spicy aroma wafted through the air like an invisible flare. The chubby gang, drawn by the scent, clustered around, grinning mischievously as they blocked the bench's exit. Has the blood-red chili taken to sweets? One of the chubby boys pointed at Kushina's lunchbox, chuckling. Could it be that her red hair is dyed with sugar? The lean monkey chimed in sharply. Is the other one a tomato that has come to life? Even the bento needs to be arranged like a rabbit's nest. Kushina snapped the lid shut with a decisive clap, her knuckles taut. Lan pressed down on her tensed wrist, whispering, Teacher Yumino is watching us. As her words faded, a figure loomed over them. Minato Namikaze stood at the threshold of light and shadow, holding a modest, elegant porcelain lunchbox. His meal was as clear as a flowing stream. Emerald asparagus, a golden-hued tamagoyaki drizzled with honey, and snow-white cod. He leaned slightly, his voice gentle. The sunlight is just right. May I? Keep that golden retriever fox away from my lunch. Kushina guarded her food like a protective cub. Minato's fingers moved subtly, concealing an extra honey-drizzled tamagoyaki, Kushina's favorite, beneath the asparagus leaves. The commotion drew whispers from nearby. Nara Shikaku lounged on the bench, his shadow lazily twisting into a braid. Ah, the bento war has begun again. How troublesome. Akimichi Chuji held a giant lunchbox, boasting about his grilled meat. Mumbling, the red bento looks super appetizing. Yamanaka Ino smiled gently, trying to mediate. Our new classmate is quite energetic. But Chuji, don't let the sauce drip into my food. A cold voice pierced the air like a shuriken. Uchiha Ren leaned against a cherry tree 3 meters away, his black lacquered lunchbox appearing like a piece of art in his palm. As he opened it, the tuna sashimi gleamed like glistening rubies, sea urchins resembling molten amber, and the vinegared rice glistened like pearls. He picked up a scallop sushi, but his gaze pierced through to Lon's lunchbox, where a tomato rabbit was missing an ear. His lips curling in disdain, is food sculpted into childish doodles? Even eating must be a self-inflicted numbness? Lon clenched her chopsticks in anger. Shut it, Uchiha. Mind your own business. Rin leisurely swallowed the scallop, his words laced with venom. Of course, I won tea. I'm merely curious. With a flick of his fingers, a piece of tuna sushi unexpectedly flew out of his lunchbox. Splat. The dark red tuna hit the chubby boy squarely in the mouth, which had opened wide in laughter. The vinegared rice stuck to his front teeth, and the sweet and spicy sauce rushed into his nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. He clutched his throat, gagging, tears streaming down his face. Rin cast a cold glance at the flustered provocateur, sneering towards Lon, a slip of the hand. After all, he paused deliberately. Lingering in the same space as the taste-impaired individual, it's inevitable to catch the contagion. The wide sleeves billowed as cherry blossoms fluttered down, burying the broken rabbit in Lan's lunchbox beneath a blanket of petals. The ambush ignited fury. The chubby boy howled, reaching for Kushina's lunchbox, spicy demon. Amber sauce splattered through the air. In the instant he reached, Kushina swiftly raised the edge of her box. The sweet and spicy sauce cascaded down like a molten honey waterfall, drenching his hand, causing him to flail wildly, sauce splattering like stars. My hand. It's glued. His screams pierced the heavens. Serves you right. Kushina stepped onto the bench, her red hair billowing in the wind like a battle flag. Next time you reach out, it'll be your eyes that get drenched. The lean monkey seized the opportunity to grab Lan's Tamagoyaki tower. Let us ruin this pretentious display, shall we? Lan had already spun around, clutching her lunchbox protectively. The Tamagoyaki tower remained unharmed, a reflex honed by Kushina's rigorous survival training shining through in that moment. The chaos concluded under Teacher Yumino's reprimand. The chubby boy, covered in sauce, was dragged away, and the crowd dispersed. Consequently, Kushina earned the nickname Blood Red Chili within the Ninja Academy. On the disheveled bench, Kushina glared at her half-empty lunchbox, having sacrificed all the sauce to her enemies. Then glanced at Lan's intact Tamagoyaki tower, her lips pressing into a stubborn line. Lan gently pushed her lunchbox forward. Feeling sorry for me? Kushina didn't look up. Let us share the spoils equally. Lan smiled, poking the tomato rabbit half hidden by fallen blossoms, and your sweet and spicy waterfall was quite impressive. Kushina's shoulders relaxed almost imperceptibly. As the wind rustled through the cherry branches, snow-like petals fell upon their overlapping garments. Suddenly, she snatched Lan's spoon and dug into the peak of the Tamagoyaki, stuffing it into her mouth. As the sweet, soft egg aroma melted on her tongue, she mumbled, Tomorrow, let Grandma Mito add double honey to my fried chicken. All right. Lan bit into the half-piece of egg roll. Kushina returned, double honey, I bear witness. They quietly shared the remnants of their lunch. Sweetness and lingering spiciness intertwined in the air. Kushina suddenly rummaged through her ninja tool pouch and pulled out an oil paper package. Tearing it open to reveal the last orange candy, which she forcefully shoved into Lan's palm. I bought too many before coming to school. Consider it your lucky day. Lan stared at the round candy in her hand, sunlight filtering through the wrapper to refract tiny rainbows. She unwrapped it, letting the orange-flavored sweetness melt in her mouth. The wind brushed against Kushina's cheek, speckled with rice grains, as she fiercely bit into her share of pickled chili, her ears slightly reddening. Lan gently nudged Kushina's elbow. What? Kushina snapped, turning her head sharply. Nothing. Lan gazed at the red braids swaying by her cheek, the sweetness of the candy spreading warmth in her heart. I just thought that the spiciness doesn't seem so terrifying after all. Cherry blossoms drifted silently, covering the edges of their garments. Not far away, Minato quietly picked up a fallen half of a tomato rabbit ear from the ground, wrapping it gently in his handkerchief. He looked at the red-haired girl sitting side by side amidst the cherry blossom rain, his blue eyes reflecting the fragmented light. Ultimately choosing to quietly put away his untouched lunch. The sweet and spicy alliance took root in silence. Chapter 7. Daily life in the old house. The afternoon vortex of the Whirlpool residence was as tranquil as an ancient painting warmed by sunlight. Sunbeams filtered through the grid windows, lazily sprawled across the tatama mats. Even the floating dust in the air exuded a languid aura. Unfortunately, this tranquility was destined to be short-lived. Kushina, are you sweeping the floor or dreaming with the broom? Kushina's iconic roar, capable of shaking the rafters, exploded from the depths of the cluttered room. She resembled a flame ignited, her long red ponytail slicing through the air, hands on her hips blocking the doorway, glaring at the small figure wrestling with the dust. The frustration in her eyes was palpable. Lawn, dust-covered and disheveled, peeked out from behind a teetering stack of old scrolls. Her dark red hair clinging together in sweaty strands, the signature tuft drooping against her forehead, making her appear woefully pitiful. I'm trying my best, she protested softly, her hands futilely pushing against a cedar box larger than herself, her cheeks flushed with effort, but the box didn't budge. Damn, is this box filled with lead? In my past life, I carried water up 6 flights of stairs. In this life, what's wrong with my little arms and legs becoming a girl? Isn't it normal to be a bit weaker? Yes, very normal. It's not that I can't do it. Kushina dashed in, disdainfully pushing Lon aside. Move out of the way. She took a deep breath, chakra flowing through her limbs, her hands gripping the edge of the box firmly, and with a low shout, lift. The heavy cedar box was surprisingly lifted with ease as she set it down beside her. Humph, did you see that? Kushina dusted off her hands, her chin raised high, her face demanding praise. Lon gazed at her dust-covered figure and her noticeably slender wrists, then at Kushina's triumphant expression. A wave of mixed feelings of defeat and resentment surged within her. Once again, I've been outdone by this brute. Let bygones be bygones. Being a pretty girl now isn't so bad, though beauty is debatable, but this lack of physical strength is too disappointing. How infuriating. She lowered her head despondently, her voice muffled. Kushina is so strong, and I'm too weak. Well, now you know. Kushina habitually threatened, if you slack off in training again, I'll flatten you. But seeing Lon's defeated demeanor, resembling a drenched puppy, her harsh words turned into a circle on her tongue. She awkwardly turned her head, roughly pulling out a small oil paper package from her ninja tool pouch and shoving it into Lan's hand. Here, don't make that silly face. Eat and get back to work. If you dawdle, we want tea finish before it gets dark. A familiar sensation, imbued with Kushina's warmth, coursed through Lan's palm. Her eyes brightened instantly, the momentary despondency swept away by the sweet promise of delight. She hastily unwrapped the wax paper, the glistening orange candy filling her mouth, the rich sweetness exploding on her tongue, causing her to squint in bliss, mumbling, "Thank you, Kushina. You're the best. Enough chatter. Who's been kind to you? I'm just worried you might faint from hunger, and I'd have to drag you out." Kushina's cheeks flushed crimson, as if scalded by the candy wrapper, and she sternly pointed to the corner. "Hurry up. No dust must remain, especially not over there." Bumbling Lon, why are you grinning so foolishly? But perhaps the candy was indeed a worthy purchase? Humph. Who's seeking her praise? With the candy in her mouth, Lon felt an instant surge of energy. Seizing a broom nearly as tall as herself, gallantly charging towards the designated corner to wage war against years of accumulated dust. Her movements retained a clumsy charm, as though her limbs were newly assembled and yet to be fine-tuned. Meanwhile, Kushina swiftly organized the boxes, her motions precise and brisk, stirring up a miniature whirlwind. Dust filled the storage room, punctuated by Kushina's exclamations, "Cough. You idiot. Dust. My new hair tie." And Lan's retorts, "I can't control the broom. It has a mind of its own." Their banter rose and fell. Occasionally, Lon would mutter under her breath, "Even Uchiha Itachi isn't this fussy," which never failed to elicit a scoff from Kushina. As the broom swept through the deepest corner, it conjured a dusty mushroom cloud. When the dust settled, Lon blinked her mesmerized eyes, discovering several forgotten trinkets hidden within the dust pile. Curiosity piqued, she began to sift through them. First, She unearthed a small metal badge. Its edges worn and color faded, yet the distinctive swirling pattern remained intact, identical to the emblem on her forehead protector, though it bore the marks of time. Wow, Kushina. Look, what is this? Lon exclaimed, holding the badge aloft as if she'd discovered treasure. Kushina leaned closer, the irritation on her face dissipating as she focused on the badge, replaced by a nearly tender concentration. She reached out, her fingertips gently tracing the swirl pattern. The Uchiha clan's emblem. This is very old. Lon observed Kushina's engrossed profile, sunlight casting a golden halo around her thick red hair. TSK, this fierce girl can be quite serene. Wait, what am I thinking? Appreciating beauty is a human instinct. It has nothing to do with femininity. Yes, indeed. Have you found something interesting? Came the gentle voice of Grandma Mito from the doorway. Carrying a tray with 2 steaming bowls of sweet soup, the fragrant aroma instantly dispelled the musty scent of dust. She watched the 2 red-haired girls huddled together, her eyes brimming with affection. Grandma Mito. Lon rushed over, excitedly pointing at the badge. Look, we dug this treasure out of the dust. The Uchiha emblem. Mito placed the sweet soup on the newly cleared low table and approached, taking the small badge from Kushina's hand. Sunlight danced on her silver hair and the wisdom-lined contours of her face, her gaze distant as if peering through the fabric of time. Indeed, the Uchiha emblem, she affirmed, her voice steeped in nostalgia. This badge was worn when I first represented the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. The Uzumaki clan. Lon unconsciously repeated the name that had only emerged in fragmented memories and Mito's fleeting words, a homeland she had been born into but had no recollection of. Does Uzumaki village sound like a seaside resort? I wonder if they have beach volleyball there. Focus. This is a moment of tragic history. Girls need to be a bit sentimental. Kushina quietly settled beside Mito, her gaze fixed on the badge as if seeking some lost courage within it. Mito's eyes lingered on the 2 girls' equally radiant red hair as she began to recount. The Uzumaki clan has dwelled for generations in the land beyond the sea. And Uzumaki village is our home. We are renowned for our immense vitality and intricate sealing techniques. As for the Senju clan, she paused, her eyes deepening with thought. The founders of Konoha, Hashirama, and Tobarama are our distant relatives. Images of the colossal statue of the first Hokage, with his watermelon-shaped head and bright smile, sprang to Lon's mind. Oh, is he the legendary god of shinobi? He looks more like a cheerful, sunny boy than the imposing deity I imagined. However, from a girl's perspective, that smile is quite infectious. Kushina instinctively straightened her back, her face radiating unreserved pride. Hashirama was a simple and optimistic man, Mito continued, her tone filled with the warmth of cherished memories, tinged with an almost imperceptible sadness. He possessed the power to alter the chaotic landscape of the world and the capacity to embrace all. He invited the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha, pursuing peace and prosperity together. This badge serves as a testament to that covenant and profound friendship. She gently caressed the worn swirl on the badge, reminiscing about a time when Konoha, like the rising sun, was brimming with infinite possibilities. Hashirama, Tobarama, she recounted, her tone calm and steady, as if stating an objective fact. Though the Uchiha clan, led by Madara, often found themselves at odds, they collectively forged a new era. Upon hearing Madara's name, Kushina's body subtly stiffened, a barely audible huff escaping her nose. Lon perceptively caught this. Oh no, Madara, the ultimate boss in reserve. It seems Kushina's animosity towards the Uchiha clan is well established. But that arrogant Uchiha nickname seems fitting. Wait, that guy doesn't he seem so arrogant? No, all Uchiha are arrogant. This is a matter of principle. Why did Uzumaki village? Lon hesitated to voice her question, her mind flashing with vague yet haunting images, soaring flames, piercing cries, and the tattered Uzumaki flag, remnants of instinctive memories left in this body. Mito fell silent for a moment, the air in the storage room seemingly frozen. Kushina's hands, resting on her knees, had turned pale from gripping too tightly. Mito's voice lowered, imbued with the weight of experience. The dawn of peace is always fleeting. When Konoha itself was engulfed in a tremendous vortex, grappling with internal strife and external threats, far across the sea, the Uzumaki clan, possessing coveted power yet remaining relatively isolated. She trailed off, releasing a long, heavy sigh. This sigh carried an essence of helplessness, regret, and the monumental burden of guardianship. pressing heavily upon the hearts of both girls. Did Konoha fail to protect them? Kushina's voice trembled, laced with suppressed fury, questioning not Mito, but rather the harsh era itself. Mito regarded Kushina, her expression a complex blend of understanding and compassion. Kushina, the situation then was as tangled as a ball of yarn, far from the simplicity it appears. Konoha faced its own predicaments, and decisions could not be swayed by the will of a single person. The first Hokage had long since passed, and the second Hokage, Tobirama, sacrificed his life to safeguard the village's future. Power always has its limits. Protection is not omnipotent. The fall of Uzumaki village epitomizes the countless tragedies birthed from this tumultuous era. She gently placed the historically significant badge in Kushina's open palm. Remember this. Remember the roots of our bloodline and the responsibilities that accompany this power. But also remember, hatred will only blind you and bind your strength. What you must strive for is to become strong enough to protect all that you cherish in this moment, ensuring that such tragedies never repeat. Kushina clutched the cold badge tightly, as if to embed it into her palm. She stubbornly pressed her lips together, offering no rebuttal. Yet the depths of her dark purple eyes flickered with an almost tangible flame of determination to grow stronger. Lon watched Kushina's resolute profile, then glanced at Grandma Mito's serene yet powerful gaze, her own feelings of longing and wandering for a home rippling like stones cast into a lake, resonating profoundly within her. The Mito residence, with its stern yet gentle grandmother, and beside her, the ever-scolding yet secretly sweet-giving Kushina, who now tightly grips the family crest, serves as her anchor in this unfamiliar and perilous world, a home she desperately strives to grasp. The weight of the phrase to protect home and grow stronger feels heavy. Yet, to continue savoring Grandma Mito's sweet soup, to infuriate the arrogant Uchiha, and to witness Kushina's spirited shouts directed at her. Perhaps it's not too much to endeavor a little? Wait, why does the thought of Kushina shouting at me feel somewhat heartwarming? Oh no, this process of becoming more feminine has gone too far. Help, what is wrong with becoming a girl? I can wear beautiful dresses. No, that is not the point. In an effort to dispel the overly somber atmosphere and to mask her own awkward acceptance, Lon continued to rummage through the pile of ashes in the corner. The dust choked her, causing her to sneeze multiple times, her hair standing on end with each fit. Suddenly, her fingertips brushed against something solid and rough-edged, a fragment. As if torn from an ancient scroll, neither paper nor fabric, yet exuding a strangely warm sensation. It bore no writing, only hasty, almost abstract lines painted in dark brown, barely forming the vague outline of a colossal creature, surrounded by chain-like patterns that emanated an indescribable aura of eeriness and oppression. Grandma Mito, look at this. It's so abstract and ugly, Lon exclaimed, holding the fragment with a face full of disdain, attempting to enliven the atmosphere with her remarks. Grandma Mito's gaze fell upon the small piece. Lon swore she saw something freeze in her grandmother's usually gentle and calm eyes. It was as if the tranquil lake under the warm spring sun had suddenly been plunged into eternal ice, and an invisible, suffocating aura of authority spread out. That feeling was tenfold more terrifying than the Shura instructor mode, when they were punished with 500 punches for a 1-second error during training. What the heck? Is that killing intent? No, is it divinity? Or the aura of a sealed great being? Grandma, could you please provide a buffer when switching modes? You scared me. What is this fragment? The Nine Tails? It must be the Nine Tails. The comics say it's within Grandma Mito. Oh no. Am I holding the key to a nuclear bomb? It was merely a useless scrap of paper, likely a doodle left behind by some mischievous child. Grandma Mito's voice was unusually steady, even softer than usual, but beneath that gentleness, Lon discerned an undeniable will that froze everything in its path. Hand it to me, Lon. Such things hold no value and are rather unappealing. Lon reflexively handed over the fragment, yet just before her fingertips touched Grandma Mito's, she felt an almost imperceptible pulse emanating from the fragment, a heartbeat, reminiscent of a colossal heart shackled by heavy chains, struggling for life in the depths of despair. The sensation was cold, ferocious, carrying the breath of ancient chaos, instantly raising every hair on Lon's body. It moved. It's alive. Help. Grandma, save me. I want to go back. I can't go back. All I can do now is cling to Grandma's leg. Grandma Mito's fingers secured the fragment. At the moment of contact, a faint glimmer seemed to flicker at her fingertips. Then, under Lan's terrified, yet oddly excited gaze. Grandma Mito simply pinched it between her thumb and forefinger. With a barely audible whisper, the incredibly resilient, warm-to-the-touch fragment silently disintegrated into finer dust, like a wisp of smoke, cascading through Grandma Mito's fingers and merging into the ground's dust, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. All right, we've rummaged enough through old things. Grandma Mito's tone returned to its usual gentle warmth, as if the preceding moment of frozen authority and the act of crushing the fragment had merely been a figment of Lan's imagination. She pointed to the bowl of soup on the low table, emanating an enticing sweetness. The soup is getting cold. Clean this last bit up, and then come out for a drink and rest. Yes, Grandma Mito. Lan was instantly brought back to reality by the call of the sweet soup, the earlier unsettling feeling instantly cast aside. Sweet soup. Sweet soup is omnipotent. Who cares if it's the 9 tails or the 10 tails? Let us finish this bowl of soup to calm my nerves. Being a girl is great. I can openly love sweet soup. Kushina seemed blissfully unaware of any anomalies, carefully stowing the Whirlpool clan crest into her most secure pocket, then habitually glaring at Lan. Did you hear me? Hurry up. If you dawdle, the soup will cool down. If you don't clean it up, don't think about drinking. I know. Arrogant Kushina, Lan muttered under her breath, picking up the broom and vigorously swinging it. This time, she seemed determined to vent her inner fright and awkward self-acceptance upon the dust, sending the accumulated grime in the corner swirling like a sandstorm. Uzumaki Lan. Kushina's scream pierced through the ceiling. My hair. My clothes. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You're asking for a beating. Furious, she lunged at Lan, aiming directly for the prominently sticking up tuft of hair on Lan's head. Kushina, spare me. I didn't do it on purpose. The dust started it. Lan shrieked, displaying an agility never seen during training, though her form remained clumsy, darting around the massive camphor-wood chest in a game of cat and mouse. Stop. Let me pull that annoying hair out. No, that tuft is my essence. If you pull it out, I'll become dumb. You're already a dummy. The two red-haired girls chased and played amidst the dust-filled storeroom. The heavy shadow of history and the terrifying secret glimpsed earlier seemed to dissipate in the vibrant clamor of life. Grandma Mito stood at the doorway, watching their lively, noisy figures, and the deep-seated worry in her eyes quietly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief that nearly overflowed. She gently closed the storeroom door, temporarily isolating the secret of the erased fragment and the weighty protection of a powerful presence within her from this sunlit, dusty home filled with the sounds of youthful laughter. The sunlight remained warm, and the dust would eventually settle. Deep within the old house, the vibrant chase between the red-haired sisters, Grandma Mito's light-hearted reminder that the soup would indeed cool down, and the air filled with the aroma of sweet soup, together composed the most genuine, warm, and homely melody of the afternoon. The ancient Whirlpool clan crest quietly adhered to Kushina's heart, while the fragment that had been instantaneously erased and the lingering tremors in Lan's heart resembled pebbles dropped into a deep pool, waiting for the next ripple of destiny. As for the chaotic little drama in Lan's mind concerning her adaptation to femininity and the fright from the 9 tails, well, perhaps only the forthcoming bowl of sweet soup could temporarily soothe her heart that was simultaneously awkward yet gradually accepting of reality. Chapter 8. The sweetness of freebies in the afternoon of the Hidden Leaf Village. Sunlight struggled to pierce through the thin clouds, casting mottled shadows on the rather desolate streets. The oppressive atmosphere before the impending war hung like an invisible veil over the village, quickening the pace of passers-by and dulling the vendors' calls. Uzumaki Lan and Uzumaki Kushina walked side by side on their way back to the Mito residence. They had just completed the task assigned by Grandma Mito, delivering a special herbal package to the village medical facility. This moment was a rare leisure time. Lan had a piece of orange-flavored candy that Kushina had just given her in her mouth, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. The dark red of her short hair appeared softer under the light, and her signature tuft bobbed with her steps. She curiously scanned her surroundings. Although she had been in the leaf for some time, her strict upbringing, under Grandma Mito's guidance and Kushina's protective watch, had afforded her few opportunities to roam freely in the village. This is the street of the leaf. It feels a bit too quiet. There are plenty of shops, but it lacks that bustling energy. Still, it's good to get some fresh air. One of the most delightful aspects of transforming into a girl is the unrestrained pleasure of indulging in shopping and revelry. Isn't it? Indeed, it must be so, with her hands comfortably tucked into her pockets. The striking red ponytail of Kushina swayed gracefully as her dark purple eyes vigilantly scanned her surroundings. She resembled a lioness guarding her territory, responding fiercely to any curious or peculiar glances aimed at her, particularly those directed at her crimson locks. Oof, what are you staring at? Although Lon might be a bit foolish, she is not someone you can scrutinize at will. Hey, you silly Lon, have you had enough of looking around? It's time to head back. Grandma Mito is waiting. Kushina urged impatiently, yet her pace remained unhurried. Oh, just a little longer. Look over there, Lon exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards a bustling side street where the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, hinting at the presence of dumpling vendors. Shall we take a peek? Just one glance. She tugged at Kushina's sleeve, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Though Kushina initially intended to decline, the sight of Lan's gleaming eyes and her bouncing tuft of hair rendered her unable to voice her refusal. With a reluctant huff, she conceded, just for a moment. No wandering off. And don't talk to strangers. Got it. You're so uptight, Kushina, Lan cheerfully replied, pulling Kushina down the side street. This path was indeed livelier than the main road, lined with food stalls and shops, the air rich with the aromas of grilled dumplings, oden, and fried delicacies. Lan, like a curious kitten, peered around, while Kushina remained closely at her side, her gaze alert. As they passed a grand building adorned with a sign of fortune, its heavy wooden door was suddenly flung open. A tall, voluptuous figure clad in layered green armor stumbled out, nearly colliding with Lan. Hey, watch where you're going. Kushina reacted swiftly, shielding Lan behind her as she yelled at the figure while cautiously glancing into the interior. The golden-haired woman steadied herself, brushing dust off her clothes, her expression a mix of annoyance and slight inebriation as the scent of alcohol wafted away. Her bright amber eyes, now slightly surprised due to Kushina's outburst, widened. Huh. Little Pepper, your temper has sharpened. Upon recognizing Kushina, her irritation transformed into playful mockery, her gaze sweeping over Kushina before landing on the curious little head of Lan, especially focusing on her dark red hair and tuft, her eyes glinting with interest. Well, Kushina, who is this little redhead you've brought along? Lady Tsunade. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Kushina's tense demeanor softened, yet she still kept Lan protected behind her, her tone slightly indignant. She's not just someone I brought. This is Lan, a new family member under Grandma Mito's care. She vaguely alluded to the details of Lan's adoption. Lan, you say? Lan repeated softly. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the legendary Sannin. Wow, the living Tsunade. The tales from the gambling house are indeed true. She appears younger than I imagined, though she does look a bit disheveled after being thrown out. From within, a burly man's head poked out, looking fierce. Lady Tsunade, I've told you. No more credit today. The shop can't sustain this any longer. Please come back another day. Blah blah. Tsunade dismissed him with a wave of her hand, her impatience evident. I got it. Cheapskate. I'll win it back tenfold next time. Her focus remained entirely on the two red-haired girls, especially Lan. New family member? The little one from Grandma Mito's place? Come here, let me have a look at you. She stepped closer, seemingly itching to pinch Lan's cherubic cheeks. I'm Uzumaki Lan. Lan looked up, responding brightly, her tuft bobbing with her movements. She felt no fear towards this legendary figure. Instead, she sensed a familiarity in Tsunade's gaze reminiscent of Grandma Mito's occasional desire to ruffle her hair. Uzumaki Lan. What a lovely name. Tsunade smiled broadly, appearing genuinely cheerful, completely devoid of the discontent from her recent expulsion from the gambling house. She glanced at the two girls, then caught a whiff of the dumpling aroma. Let us go. Big sister is in a good mood today, so I'll treat you to some dumplings. Consider it a celebration for making new friends. She conveniently ignored the near collision. Really? Is that okay? Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Kushina, brimming with anticipation. Kushina, initially wanting to decline, found herself swayed by Lan's eager gaze, glanced at Tsunade, and caught a whiff of the sweet aroma. With a reluctant acknowledgement, she acquiesced. Haha, then let us go. Tsunade waved her hands exuberantly and led the way to the dumpling shop, her golden ponytail bouncing energetically, contrasting sharply with the oppressive atmosphere of the street. Inside the small dumpling shop, Tsunade ordered an extravagant array of dumplings in various flavors, eating heartily without a care for appearances, while casually asking Lan trivial questions about her life with Grandma Mito, how exhausting her training was, Lon instantly grimaced, exclaiming that taijutsu was hell, and whether Kushina had bullied her, to which Kushina vehemently protested, "I did not." Tsunade's laughter echoed, drawing the attention of other patrons. Lon savored her sweet red bean paste dumpling, while Kushina tried to maintain her composure but was unable to resist the allure of the delicious food. At that moment, the shop's curtain was lifted and a figure entered. The newcomer was tall and lean, dressed in the standard Konoha Jonin vest, with a simple black ninja shirt underneath. Most striking was his silver, spiky hair, coupled with a gentle, almost languid smile on his face, while his eyes sparkled with clarity and underlying sharpness. A traditional short blade hung at his side. As his gaze swept across the shop, landing on Tsunade and the two red-haired girls, he paused momentarily before his smile broadened. And he approached them naturally. "Lady Tsunade, what a coincidence." His voice was warm and melodious, exuding a reassuring charm. He first nodded respectfully to Tsunade, then turned his kind gaze towards Kushina and Lon, his smile sincere. "Miss Kushina, and this young lady whom I meet for the first time." His eyes lingered for a moment on Lon's tuft, radiating kindness. "Shikumo," Tsunade mumbled with her mouth full of dumpling, inviting him to sit. Come, take a seat." "It's on me." She remained as boisterous as ever. Kushina clearly recognized the newcomer, her demeanor turning more respectful. "Jonin Hitaki." She nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lon, however, was utterly bewildered, staring at the gentle smile adorning his handsome face and his distinctive silver hair. "Wait, isn't that Kakashi?" No. Kakashi shouldn't have been born yet, or would still be an infant. So is this Kakashi's father? The legendary White Fang of Konoha, the one renowned for his immense strength. She was so shocked that she forgot to chew her dumpling, staring blankly at him. Hitaki Shikumo sat down effortlessly, joining the peculiar dumpling feast. He spoke little, but whenever he did, his tone was gentle and appropriate. He patiently listened to Tsunade's recounting of the earlier incident, engaging in light conversation with Kushina about recent events. Finally snapping back to reality, Lon couldn't contain her curiosity and whispered to Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, who is this Jonin Hitaki? He seems so impressive." She attempted to adopt the innocent admiration of a child for a strong figure. Tsunade swallowed her dumpling, wearing a teasing smile as she looked at Lon. "Oh, that's Hitaki Shikumo, one of the most formidable Jonin in Konoha, known as the White Fang of Konoha. He has 100% mission success rate, and enemies tremble at the mere mention of his name." However, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. "He is notoriously known for his good temper in the village, especially with children." Hearing Tsunade's introduction, Shikumo chuckled helplessly and turned to Lon with a gentle smile. "Lady Tsunade exaggerates. I merely strive to fulfill my responsibilities." Lon absorbed the information, her eyes widening even further. "He is truly the White Fang, a living legend, far more handsome than in the comics. That smile is so warm. It's completely different from the cold, ruthless image of the legend against enemies." "Wait, my heart is racing. Is this a side effect of becoming feminine? This is undoubtedly an expression of idol worship." She quickly mimicked Kushina's demeanor, sweetly greeting, "Good day, Shobu. I am Lon." "Hello, Lon," Shobu replied with a sincere smile, as if addressing an equal. The atmosphere within the quaint little dumpling shop was relaxed and harmonious. However, this warmth was short-lived. A figure donning an animal mask appeared at the entrance like a shadow, making a discreet and swift gesture towards Hitaki Shobu. The gentle smile on Shobu's face vanished in an instant, as if the sun had been obscured by ice. The languor in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a cold sharpness akin to a drawn blade. He subtly nodded to the operative before apologetically addressing Tsunade and the two girls. "I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade, Kushina, Lon, but there's an urgent mission. I must take my leave." Before the words had fully left his lips, he rose with a fluidity that transformed him into a different person altogether. The gentle Jonin morphed into the fearsome Konoha White Fang, hastily departing, his silhouette swiftly merging with the deepening dusk of the street, leaving behind only a faint, sharp aura. The previously lively table fell into a sudden silence. Tsunade, too, had retracted her smile, gazing towards the direction Shobu had vanished, a trace of seriousness flickering in her amber eyes. She picked up the last skewer of dumplings and took a fierce bite. "Ugh, trouble is brewing again," she muttered, glancing at the startled Lon and Kushina. Before returning to her usual boisterous demeanor, "All right, little ones, the sun is setting. Let me escort you back to Granny Mizuho's." We wouldn't want the old lady to worry. She stood up, naturally taking one girl by the hand. Lan and Kushina exchanged a glance, both seeing a flicker of shock and unease regarding the disruption of their tranquility. As Lan felt Tsunade's warm, strong grip and observed the street bathed in golden sunlight, along with Kushina's similarly gilded red hair, her sense of belonging to her family and village seemed to subtly deepen after this encounter. Yet, the icy gaze of Hataki Shobu, as he departed, was like a stone cast into a still lake, leaving a barely perceptible ripple in the depths of her heart, silently reminding her that beneath the seemingly calm facade of Konoha's daily life, the undercurrents of war had never ceased. Chapter 9. A Day of Rest and the Impulsive One. 1. The sky over the hidden leaf village unfolded a rare expanse of unblemished blue, as if washed clean and wrung out of all gloom. The sunlight poured down warmly, dispelling the subtle tension lingering in the streets. Vortex Lawn pressed her face against the cold window pane, her nose squished flat, her fiery red hair glimmering with dark hues in the sunlight, a stubborn tuft defiantly sticking up, swaying slightly with her silent lament. Special training, she elongated her tone, half-heartedly complaining to the empty room. Why today of all days? From downstairs came Granny Mizuho's gentle yet authoritative voice. Kushina, chakra control is like a flowing stream, not a tempest. Again, followed by Kushina's familiar, somewhat irritable huff, accompanied by the low hum of chakra being forcefully restrained and compressed. Lon pouted. On this rare day of rest, that explosive older sister was being confined at home by Granny Mizuho for advanced chakra control training. This meant that her long-awaited day of freedom, which she had hoped to share with Kushina, was dashed. Nevertheless, at least she was free now. The thought sparked like a pebble tossed into still waters, instantly creating ripples. Lon straightened up, the lazy haze in her eyes dissipating, replaced by a brilliant shine. Freedom. Alone. Without the bothersome gazes and whispers of the academy. She could even envision herself like a gust of wind, sweeping through the sweet aromas of the dumpling shop, diving into the dazzling array of weapons in the equipment store. In that moment, her impulse eclipsed the slow pace of thought. Lon, like a startled rabbit, swiftly tiptoed back to her room, then, like a whirlwind, emerged once more. Before stepping out, she habitually patted the small oil paper pouch at her waist, containing the hard candies Kushina had sternly stuffed into her hands 2 days prior, their sharp edges discernible even through the paper. A smile unconsciously curved her lips as she carefully tucked the pouch into the innermost layer of her ninja gear bag. Pushing open the heavy wooden door of the old house, Lon burst forth like a bird released from its cage, plunging into the rare brightness of Konoha. The streets were indeed livelier than usual, imbued with a cautious pre-war exuberance. Villagers ambled about with baskets, housewives whispered about ration supplies, and occasionally, ninjas adorned with forehead protectors hurried past. Lon had a clear goal. First, the commercial district. She stepped lightly, her fiery red hair dancing among the crowd, that stubborn tuft quivering like an eager compass. As she immersed herself in the imagined aroma of the dumpling shop, turning briskly around a corner piled high with miscellaneous boxes, she was suddenly met with a shout. Move. Get out of the way. A youthful voice, tinged with panic and a cracking pitch, accompanied by a wildly erratic, hurried footfall, collided into her from the side. Lan's mind buzzed, her body's instinctive reaction far outpacing the thought of danger. That eerie spatial awareness, absent from her monotonous throwing drills, activated in an instant. She could almost visualize the trajectory and speed of the oncoming figure, as well as the heap of empty wooden barrels behind her. Her body instinctively twisted to the side, attempting to evade the imminent impact. Yet, it was still too close. Thud! A dull collision echoed. Pain radiated from her shoulder as the force propelled her backward like a kite with a broken string, twisting and turning. In the whirlwind, she barely managed to shield her head and face with her arm before her back slammed heavily against the precariously teetering stack of empty barrels. The crash of the barrels hitting the ground resonated like thunder, jarring in the relative stillness of the alley. Dust and wood shavings erupted, swirling into a golden mist under the sunlight. Ugh! Lon was left dazed and disoriented, stars dancing before her eyes. What tightened her chest was the unmistakable sensation of her ninja gear pouch suddenly loosening at her waist as she lost her balance and flailed her arms. That small, hard oil paper pouch flew out from the bag like a leaf swept away by a storm. My candies! Lan's anguished cry overshadowed the clamor of the barrels rolling. Ignoring the pain in her back, she scrambled to rise, her gaze fixed on the pouch that had soared away. Time seemed to elongate as she watched it trace a desperate arc, landing with a splat in a puddle at the alley's entrance, glistening suspiciously with oil. The oil paper rapidly soaked through, revealing the blurry outlines of the candies within, as murky water eagerly enveloped them. Maintaining a half-crouched, awkward position, Lon stared at the pouch submerged in the puddle, frozen. An indescribable mix of indignation and fury surged within her, compounded by the ache from the collision, igniting a fire from her soles to the tips of her stubborn tuft. That was a gift from Kushina. You idiot. Lan's head snapped up, her fiery red hair bristling as if she had been stepped on, her eyes wide and blazing with anger, directed straight at the culprit responsible for her plight. The perpetrator, too, had taken a hard fall, grimacing as he rubbed his elbow while rising from the ground. He appeared to be around 11. With tousled brown hair and dressed in a dusty navy blue shinobi outfit, a brand new Konoha forehead protector glinting in the sunlight, smudges of dirt streaking across his face, rendering him both comical and disheveled. He was muttering in annoyance as he brushed off the dust. Damn it, I let it slip away again. Ugh, that hurts. All because of this wretched mission. Upon hearing Lan's furious roar, the boy belatedly turned his gaze towards the victim. When he discerned Lan's fiery red hair and eyes that seemed ready to spit flames, he was momentarily taken aback. A glimmer of surprise and curiosity crossing his features as he blurted out, "Red hair? You belong to the Uzumaki clan? What of it? Did my red hair steal your family's rice?" Lon trembled with rage, pointing at the pitiful oil paper bag soaked in filthy water, her voice tinged with a sob. "My candy. The candy Kushina gave me. It fell in the water. You owe me. Don't you watch where you're going." Shungshu followed her finger to the puddle and caught sight of the wretched oil paper, a wave of straightforward embarrassment and guilt washing over his face. "Ah, I'm so sorry." He hurriedly stepped forward, disregarding the dirt, reaching out to retrieve the oil paper bag. "I didn't mean to. I was chasing." He gestured towards the depths of the alley, a wretched cat. It stole the freshly cooked sanma from the old lady down the hill. It ran faster than a rabbit. "Don't touch it." Lon screamed as she dashed forward, swiftly swatting his hand away, her own speed startling even herself. Like a protective hen, she crouched beside the puddle, gingerly pinching a corner of the oil paper bag to lift it from the murky water. The filthy liquid dripped down, the fruit candies inside thoroughly soaked, their colorful wrappers gluing together in a ghastly mess. Gazing at the sticky, sodden remnants in her hand, emanating a suspicious odor, Lon felt a lump rise in her throat, her eyes instantly reddening. Not because of the candy's worth, but because it was the gift from Kushina, that temperamental yet caring older sister, expressing her concern in a rather awkward manner. "It's all your fault." She pouted, her voice muffled with a heavy nasal tone, glaring furiously at the perpetrator before her. Shungshu scratched his messy brown hair, his gaze drawn to Lan's reddened eyes and the pitiful candy, his guilt deepening, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Admitting wrongdoing was his instinct. It truly wasn't intentional. Who would have thought that chasing that dreadful cat would lead him to collide with someone? "I really apologize." Shungshu's voice softened, striving to convey sincerity. "I truly didn't mean to. The task is urgent. The old lady is still waiting for her fish." He attempted to evoke Lan's empathy by mentioning the task and the old lady, his tone infused with the earnestness characteristic of a lower ninja, mixed with a tinge of youthful naivety and an inexplicable confidence in his important mission. "I'll compensate for the candy. I promise. Once the task is complete, I'll treat you to dango. Plenty of three-colored dango. The old lady's sanma is the best. I must catch that cat first." He patted his chest, assuring her of his responsibility. Lon sniffled, remaining silent, her wet, furious eyes stubbornly fixed on him, tightly gripping the drenched oil paper bag. Shungshu felt a twinge of unease under her gaze, particularly as her red hair reminded him of his own older sister Tsunade when she was angry. He quickly began rummaging through his pockets, searching for something to offer as compensation. Unfortunately, aside from a few shuriken and explosive tags, his pockets were as bare as his wallet. Tsunade always took his mission rewards under the pretext of safeguarding them, only to squander them at the gambling den. Though she would lend him money when he asked, he truly had none on him at that moment. "Ah." Shungshu awkwardly spread his hands. "I'll make sure to compensate for the candy later. But we're really out of time." He anxiously glanced deeper into the alley where the sly tabby cat had already vanished, leaving only a faint scent of fish in the air. If they delayed any longer, the cat would devour the entire fish. A bold idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Hey, Shu leaned closer, his eyes shining with an undeniable, friendly enthusiasm as he seized Lan's wrist, the one not holding the candy. You, Uzumaki, join me in catching that cat. Consider it your reward for helping me. You'll earn back the money for your candy. Besides, capturing the villain is a ninja's duty. Let me show you the prowess of Shu. He attempted to entice her with the nobility of the task and a display of his skills, his tone brimming with confidence and a hint of boastfulness. Huh. Lan was utterly bewildered. With her wrist held firmly by his warm hand, she instinctively tried to shake free, but Shu, as a lower ninja, possessed surprising strength. Who would help you catch a cat? Let go of me, you little brat. She struggled fiercely, her other hand still tightly clutching the sticky candy, her movements awkward. What brat? My name is Shu. Shu, and I'm a Konoha lower ninja. Besides, I should be older than you, he retorted, his pride flaring. Particularly sensitive to the term brat, he puffed out his chest, declaring his name with the pride typical of youth, yet he tightened his grip, resolutely dragging Lan down the alley. Don't dawdle. That cat will get away. Hurry up. You wouldn't want the old lady to be upset, would you? Catch the cat, and I'll treat you to dango, compensating for your candy. Plus an extra skewer. No, 2 skewers. I promise I'll keep my word. He emphasized his manly spirit. Who cares who you are? Let go of me. I don't want dango. I want my candy. The same as it was. You owe me the same. Lan yelled furiously, stumbling as he dragged her along, her short legs desperately trying to halt their progress. She felt like a pawn forcibly strapped to a war chariot, anger, grievance, and confusion swirling within her. You unreasonable jerk. Crazy, arrogant brat. She unleashed every vile word she could muster. Enough. The mission comes first. I'll show you the prowess of a lower ninja. Shu, without looking back, confidently focused on the lingering scent of fish in the air, dragging the struggling, cursing red-haired girl behind him, plunging into the labyrinthine alley filled with clutter. Lan's protests echoed in the narrow space, filled with a sense of despair. Her day of freedom had tragically transformed into a forced labor day of cat-catching to repay a debt. Chapter 10. A day off and the clumsy one. 2. Deep in the alley, the light was dim, the air thick with dust, aged rubbish, and a faint scent of fish. The clutter towered like a mountain, consisting of discarded wooden crates, broken pottery, and dusty old furniture, forming a complex maze. Shu, like an experienced hunting dog, at least he believed so, wrinkled his nose, his sharp gaze scanning every possible hiding spot, pausing occasionally to listen intently. His movements imbued with the efficiency and deliberate maturity characteristic of a lower ninja on a mission. Shu. He suddenly halted, lowering his voice, turning back to signal Lan, whom he was half dragging and who appeared reluctant and breathless, with a look that said, "Look at me. Did you hear that? The sound of claws scratching wood. It's right behind that big cabinet over there. This foolish cat can't even hide properly." Lan had been forcibly dragged along, her wrist reddened from his grip. A storm of frustration brewing within her, her back aching slightly. She rolled her eyes in annoyance. So what if I heard it? You go catch it. Let go of me. She yanked her hand, but alas, Shu's grip was like a vice. Ignoring her protests, he tugged her forward, leaning close to her ear and speaking in a hushed tone, adopting a commanding tone akin to that of a leader instructing a comrade. That cat is cunning. I've chased it 3 times. Each time it slips away from unexpected corners. Ordinary methods won't suffice. We need a strategy. He pointed to the dilapidated cabinet leaning against the wall, towering over them. You. Go around to the left, stomp your foot hard, or shout. Drive it to the right. I'll block it here at the entrance. I guarantee it'll be a piece of cake. He patted his ninja tool pouch, exuding confidence. Lan was almost amused by his self-assuredness and incessant chatter. Why should I listen to you? Why would I help you, the jerk who knocked my candy away? She growled in a hushed tone, just because your candy is gone. Just for the sake of Grandma Yamashita. With that thought, Shoju paused, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he unveiled his trump card. If you catch it, I'll treat you to some dumplings. A generous portion, plus a cup of red bean soup. As for whether Grandma Mito's allowance was sufficient for daily dumpling indulgence, he was unsure. But he was certain which dumplings were the largest and sweetest, an exclusive recipe. He endeavored to make his expression enticing, attempting to win over this challenging accomplice with the allure of delectable food. Lan's stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, flushing her cheeks, which only fueled her irritation further. Dumplings. Again with the dumplings. This scoundrel only knew how to tempt her with food. Yet, the candies given by Kushina were indeed due to him. And Grandma Yamashita's mackerel had received praise from Grandma Mito as well. Lon found herself in a tumultuous inner conflict, her small face scrunching up. In that moment of hesitation, a clearer rustling sound emanated from behind the cupboard, as if something was moving swiftly. There was no time to waste. Quick, trust me, Shoju decisively commanded, releasing her hand and giving her a firm shove on the shoulder. He then crouched low like a poised leopard, silently positioning himself at the narrow passage to the right of the cupboard, his hand having inexplicably gripped several shuriken, his gaze frighteningly focused as he instantly entered combat mode. Lon stumbled from the push, nearly falling again. She shot a resentful glare at Shoju's taut and confident back, then glanced at the ominous cupboard. Fine, let it be for Grandma Yamashita's fish. And the red bean soup. She inhaled deeply, crouching low, and stealthily maneuvered around the left side of the cupboard. The space behind the cupboard was cramped, cluttered with several broken baskets and miscellaneous items. As Lon rounded the corner, she spotted a swift figure with mackerel stripes clutching half a shimmering mackerel, skillfully squeezing through a gap in a broken basket. It was that cunning cat. Hey, you filthy cat. Stop right there. Lon abandoned any tactical approach, instinctively shouting as she grabbed an empty ceramic pot from the ground, poised to hurl it. She just wanted to resolve this mess quickly. The startled cat, taken aback by the sudden noise, froze mid-action, fish still in its mouth. It cast a wary glance at Lon, its amber eyes brimming with cunning and disdain, and instead of stopping, it surged forward with a burst of speed, darting towards the right passage where Shoju lay in ambush. Its speed left only an afterimage in its wake. Got it. Watch me. Shoju's heart leaped with joy as he shouted, his wrist flicking, sending 3 shurikens slicing through the air, precisely aimed in a triangular formation towards the ground where the cat would inevitably pass. The angles were cunning, blocking most of its escape route. His technique was swift and precise. However, the cat's agility and speed exceeded Shoju's expectations. It seemed to have anticipated the ninja's attack pattern. At the moment the shuriken were about to embed themselves in the ground, its body twisted in midair in an astonishingly flexible maneuver, slipping effortlessly through the minuscule gap between the shuriken. It even let out a triumphant meow mid-flight, laden with mockery, as if to say, "Is this the best you leaf ninjas can muster? What? Impossible." Shoju's pupils constricted, his confidence evaporating in an instant, replaced by disbelief. He had never anticipated the cat could evade his blockade so effortlessly. Before he could attempt another shot or form a hand seal for a jutsu, it was too late. The mackerel-striped creature was about to vanish into the labyrinthine heap of clutter to the right. Once it entered, capturing it again would be as difficult as climbing a mountain. Just as the situation became dire, a clear, urgent call rang out from above, tinged with an unusual certainty, not from Shoju's direction. It was Lon. She had not seen how the cat evaded the shuriken, nor did she comprehend Shoju's tactical intentions. She merely sensed a strong, instinctual feeling of spatial dislocation as the cat's body twisted in midair, as if it were subtly folding or shifting in space. And its next optimal landing spot, one that required minimal effort and aligned with its momentum, was directly above it, on a precarious wooden frame laden with heavy, old tiles. Her shout was entirely a reflex, instinct triumphing over thought. Upon hearing the shout, Shoju reacted, his battle instincts honed through countless training sessions kicking in, his body moving faster than his thoughts. He had no time to ponder the validity of Lan's warning. He abruptly looked up, his gaze locking onto the rotting support of the rickety wooden frame. With a swift motion, a small but chakra-infused shuriken flew from his hand like lightning. Not aimed at the cat itself, but striking the base of the decayed wood with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! The sound of brittle wood snapping echoed, and the mountain of old tiles lost its only support, collapsing like a mini landslide. A cascade of broken tiles and dust poured down like a waterfall, perfectly covering the cat's predicted landing spot and its escape route. Dust enveloped the area, causing coughs to erupt, shards of tile scattering. Meow! A piercing, terrified cry echoed. Filled with despair, the formerly proud tabby cat, now utterly disoriented by this sudden calamity, dropped the fish it had been clutching, instinctively coming to a screeching halt, scratching the ground in panic, before decisively turning tail and fleeing. Behind it was Lon, who had just been left behind, still holding the empty ceramic pot. As Lon saw the cat barreling towards her in a panic, akin to a frightened dog. She was taken aback, instinctively opening her arms, not to catch it, but to shield herself. She did not wish to be knocked down again. Thud! A warm, furry, trembling mass collided with her, the force causing her to stagger back a step, nearly landing on the ground. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around the struggling creature, which was meowing in distress, scratching at her arms in an attempt to escape, preventing it from bolting. As the dust began to settle and visibility returned, Shouju maintained his throwing posture. Dumbfounded by the scene before him, Lon was frantically clutching the tabby cat, which continued to meow insistently and attempt to claw at her arm. Her face was smeared with dust, and stray pieces of tile adorned her hair, rendering her both disheveled and comical, a bit dazed as well. Did I catch it? Shouju could hardly believe his eyes. He glanced at the scattered debris on the ground, then back at the struggling cat in Lan's arms, finally resting his gaze on her bewildered expression, which conveyed confusion and a hint of innocence, as if she were the greatest victim, merely a passive recipient of a feline projectile. Shouju's lips twitched, and he strode over, his face alight with unfiltered excitement and astonishment. The previous sense of defeat vanishing. Well done, from the Whirlpool clan. I never would have guessed you had this in you. Impressive. He completely forgot the earlier conflict, expertly taking the squirming cat from Lan's grasp, precisely pinching the skin at its nape. In an instant, the cat fell into a state of paralysis, its limbs rigid and a begrudging gurgle emanating from its throat, rendering it completely subdued. Shinshu triumphantly brandished his prize, a confident smile returning to his face that seemed to say, "See? I told you I could catch it." That last moment. How did you know it would leap there? It was nothing short of a miraculous prediction. Shinshu, holding the limp feline, gazed at Lon with bright eyes, his tone brimming with a candid curiosity and appreciation for her impressive maneuver, devoid of any jealousy, only the exhilaration of a newfound discovery. Lon felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, turning her face away and brushing off the dust from her clothes, muttering softly, "I don't know. I just felt it would be there." She herself could not comprehend why she had that instinct. A feeling? Shinshu raised an eyebrow, interest sparkling in his brown eyes. Clearly unconvinced by such a simplistic explanation, yet he did not press further, attributing it to either her extraordinary luck or some peculiar combat intuition. He shook the cat, now devoid of any will to resist, flashed a grin revealing his white teeth, embodying the ease of completing a task and the generosity of fulfilling a promise. Who cares? We caught it. Let us take it and the fish back to Granny down the mountain. Then, he vigorously patted his own, also dust-covered, chest, declaring he would keep his promise. Dumplings. Red bean soup. Extra large. My treat. I always deliver. Upon hearing dumplings and extra large red bean soup, Lan's eyes involuntarily sparkled, and her stomach audibly rumbled in response. Although the ordeal had been quite dreadful, with lingering pain in her shoulders and back and her wrist reddened from his grip, the outcome appeared promising. At least the loss of sugar seemed to be recoverable. Moreover, observing the unfortunate, dejected cat in Shinshu's grasp, a small, vindictive pleasure surged within her. Stealing a glance at the cat and touching her sore spots, she ultimately succumbed to her craving for sweets and the feeling of finally being able to collect a debt. Humph, that's more like it. She lifted her dust-covered, slightly chubby-cheeked face, striving to adopt a haughty expression as if to convey that he had to plead for her cooperation. Though the stubborn tuft of hair still defiantly sticking up and her sparkling eyes betrayed her true feelings, there was food, and it was extra large. After returning the troublesome little creature and the remaining half of the mackerel to a tearful Granny down the mountain, Shinshu indeed kept his word and led Lon straight to the most renowned shop in the commercial street, known for having the largest and sweetest dumplings, Sansakia. Lon wasted no time, ferociously ordering 8 skewers of 3-colored dumplings, along with a steaming cup of fragrant red bean soup, as if to compensate for all the grievances, shocks, and exhaustion she had just endured. She bit into the soft, sweet dumplings, enveloped in thick red bean paste, her cheeks bulging like a satisfied little hamster. Shinshu also ordered a generous portion, enthusiastically regaling Lon with tales of the various thrilling D-rank missions he had undertaken, from helping an elderly lady find her lost dog, which had, amusingly, eloped with the neighbor's dog, to clearing a blocked river, only to be chased 3 streets by a suddenly appearing otter, and finally recounting today's unfortunate cat-catching venture, which he clearly portrayed as a battle of wits against a cunning adversary. His words were imbued with pride over his extensive experience and a fervent passion for his role as a Konoha genin, along with a strong sense of identity. Inevitably, the conversation shifted to his unreliable sister, Tsunade. You have no idea about my sister. Shinshu took a large gulp of tea, wiping his mouth. His tone a mix of affection and frustration, tinged with the rebellious humor typical of a younger brother. She loses every bet. The legendary big cash cow title ISNT, just for show. The gambler's eyes light up when they see her. She always says she'll hold on to my mission rewards to prevent me from squandering them. But what happens? She turns right around and loses it all. He bit into a dumpling with indignation, but when I need money, she'll give it to me. Only for me to have to figure out how to keep it safe again shortly after. Sigh. He sighed. His face a portrait of helplessness regarding his sister's gambling habits and a deep-seated resentment toward his own financial situation. Completely oblivious to the fact that he was also a little rascal relying on his sister's money. Lon, focused on her meal, had no time to spare, occasionally emitting non-committal sounds from her stuffed mouth to indicate she was listening, though her thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. In her mind, she was contemplating something far more significant. Kushina's birthday was approaching. That fiery older sister, who often appeared fierce, would secretly slip her candies and be the first to defend her like a little lion when others mocked her. Lon wanted to give her something special. Dumplings? Too ordinary. And besides, Kushina could buy them herself. Sweets? The treats made by Granny Mito were far superior. Suddenly, she recalled how Kushina would brandish kunai whenever she was mocked during taijutsu class, fiercely threatening the bullies with a glare that promised she would shove the kunai down their throats if they dared to laugh again. Kushina adored kunai and was quite skilled in their use. An idea flickered to life in her mind like a light bulb. She would gift her a new set of kunai. Something special, cool, functional. Let those mockers fall silent at the sight of them. Hey, Lon finally managed to swallow her dumpling, licking the glutinous rice flour and red bean paste from the corners of her mouth, interrupting Shinshu's grand plan of how to escape the casino after losing all his money due to his sister's antics. Which ninja tool shop nearby has the best and most unique items? She blinked her eyes, filled with anticipation. Ninja tool shop? Shinshu, caught up in his own narrative, paused for a moment before his eyes lit up as if he had found a kindred spirit. You want to buy ninja tools? What a coincidence. I was just thinking of checking it out. I'll get something for my sister to defend herself, although she probably doesn't really need it. I know a place. The old-time favorite, Tenyu Ninja Tools. Quality stuff with plenty of variety. The owner has a sharp eye. Let us go. I'll take you. He hastily stuffed the remaining dumplings into his mouth, gulping down a big sip of tea, wiping his mouth with nonchalance, and seized Lan's arm, dragging her along, demonstrating an exuberance of action that left no room for her to refuse, completely forgetting his previous complaints about having no money. Lan stumbled slightly as he pulled her along, still clutching half a skewer of dumplings, helplessly being dragged by this whirlwind of a Senju ninja, once again embarking on a journey she had chosen. However, this time, the destination aligned perfectly with her intentions. The Tenyu Ninja Tools shop, as described by Shinshu, had an unassuming facade, its dark wooden sign polished smooth by the passage of time, exuding a sense of profound heritage. Pushing open the heavy wooden door adorned with copper rings, a unique scent of cold steel, camphor oil, and aged leather wafted over her, instantly dispelling the noise of the outside world. The interior was somewhat dimly lit, enhancing an atmosphere of mystery and professionalism. The walls were adorned with an array of weapon racks, while the glass counters showcased more delicate ninja tools, kunai, shuriken, senbon, locking sickles, scrolls, and armor accessories, each gleaming with a cold light, an array that seemed to silently narrate the artistry of craftsmanship and the art of killing. As soon as Lan entered, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to a set of kunai prominently displayed behind the counter. This set comprised 3 pieces, each distinct from the monotonous standard fare. The handle was meticulously crafted from dark, intricately grained resilient wood, providing a comfortable grip, tightly wrapped with black leather cord for sweat absorption and slip resistance, exuding a sense of stability and strength. Yet, what captivated Lan's attention was that the blades of these kunai featured a uniquely flowing and sharp reverse arc near the guard. This curve resembled the slightly upturned beak of a raptor, and under the dim light, it shimmered with a subdued yet deadly azure sheen, suggesting an extraordinary quality. Next to it, a delicate brass tag bore the inscription, Arc Shadow, evidently a premium piece tailored for users who sought extreme precision and unconventional angles. Lan's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, her breath momentarily suspended. Kushina. This would be perfect for Kushina. The swift and fierce movements of the tempestuous elder sister radiate an undeniable intensity. This kunai, adorned with a curved blade, boasts an unpredictable flight path when thrown. And its unexpected hooks and slashes during close combat can unleash a myriad of cunning techniques that leave opponents defenseless. It is certain to make Kushina shine in her taijutsu class, leaving her mockers utterly astonished. She envisions Kushina's reaction upon receiving the gift, undoubtedly exclaiming, "You fool, Lan. Why waste your money?" Yet, in her beautifully dark purple eyes, a flicker of surprise and joy will shine through as she lovingly polishes her new kunai. Unable to part with it. "Boss, this set of arc shadows. I want it," Lan exclaimed, her voice rising with excitement. Her small hand slapping the smooth counter emphatically as she leaned forward eagerly, pointing at the deadly alluring blue kunai, akin to a small creature that has finally discovered its coveted treasure. Almost simultaneously, another equally loud voice, imbued with urgency and determination, echoed beside her. "Boss, that set of arc shadows. Please wrap it up. I want it now." Lan whipped around, her heart sinking. It was Shoju, also pointing at the very same kunai. His face mirrored her own exhilaration at spotting a prized possession, an expression of absolute determination etched across it. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment. A few other ninjas in the shop, who had been quietly conversing and selecting their tools, paused, their curious gazes drawn toward the counter. Behind the counter, a tall elder sister with long, raven hair and sharp, hawk-like eyes leisurely lifted her head, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses. She observed Lan's flushed face, reminiscent of an agitated little creature, and then glanced at Shoju, who wore a resolute expression in his own shinobi garb. With a tone that held just the right amount of regret, she spoke slowly. "My dear young patrons, it is rather unfortunate. This set of arc shadows is the culmination of Master Fujita's late-life craftsmanship. It is an intricate piece, and this is the last one we have in stock." The phrase "the last one" acted as a spark, instantly igniting the tension that had barely subsided due to the earlier incident involving the dumpling soup. "I saw it first." Lan shot back, glaring fiercely at Shoju, her small fists clenched tightly, knuckles pale. What a joke. This was meant to be a birthday gift for Kushina. How could this cad, who had already disrupted her with that cat-chasing nonsense, now dare to snatch away her prize? "Huh. I clearly stated first that I wanted it." Shoju retorted defiantly, his neck craned, his expression stubborn as if he were on a mission that must be accomplished. "Boss, this is for a mission. Protecting an important individual." He tried to leverage the importance of his mission to gain precedence, deliberately avoiding mentioning his family background, focusing solely on the objective. "My sister often encounters troublesome debt collectors at the casino entrance. While she can easily handle them with a single punch, having something unexpected for defense is prudent. This kunai is perfect for her. I'm buying it." His tone reflected both his protective instincts and the sense of responsibility he felt towards his sister, along with a clear appreciation for the kunai's unexpected attributes. "A mission, you say?" Lan was thoroughly incensed by his reasoning, old grievances surfacing alongside her new rage. The image of Kushina's face, filled with indignation and fury at being mocked, flashed before her eyes. She stepped forward, her petite form radiating an astonishing aura, her fiery red hair almost standing on end. Her voice rang clear and bright, slicing through the shop's silence like a sharp blade, directly targeting the core of Shoju's flawed logic. "Isn't Grandma Yamashita's mackerel important? You were just chasing that cat for Grandma Yamashita, weren't you? Now protecting your sister is crucial, but gifting my sister a birthday present is not." Her small chest heaved with indignation, the flames of defiance igniting in her dark red eyes. "And I said I wanted to buy it first. Boss, business should follow the order of arrival, shouldn't it?" She began to emphasize the rules, attempting to occupy the moral high ground. Shoju was momentarily taken aback by her barrage of sharp retorts, his face flushing as if he were a deflated balloon. Lan's point about Grandma Yamashita's mackerel had struck at the very heart of his mission's motivation, leaving him momentarily speechless. He wanted to assert that his sister was more important, but something felt off, and his straightforward nature faltered under her scrutiny. This is different. My sister." He stammered, trying to defend himself. "What's so different?" Lan pressed on, refusing to give him a moment to gather his thoughts, her voice rising higher. They're all important people, all deserving of protection. Why should your mission take precedence over my gift-giving? Her small universe erupted in defiance. Shoju opened his mouth, his face a flurry of red and white, struggling to articulate his thoughts, finally exclaiming in a mix of embarrassment and youthful defiance, "Regardless, I'm buying it. Boss, stop with the nonsense. How much is it?" He seemed determined to prove his resolve and financial capability, despite knowing he was quite poor. Hastily pulling out his meager wallet, spilling its paltry contents, some sad copper coins and a couple of crumpled bills, onto the smooth counter, producing a pitiful sound. The amount was so scant that not even a single large denomination was present. In a hurry, he rummaged through his ninja tool pouch for the few remaining explosive tags. Slapping them beside the coins, is this enough? His embarrassment and financial struggles were laid bare in the shimmering light of the coins. His movements tinged with an anxious desperation. Lon gazed at the pitiful pile of coins and explosive tags Shoju had laid out, her heart sinking momentarily, only to be replaced by a surge of newfound confidence. She instinctively touched the bulging little pouch in her ninja tool bag, filled with the generous allowance from Grandma Mito. Enough to make an ordinary lower-ranked ninja envious. In that moment, the confidence of the Vortex heiress shone brilliantly. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the anger ignited moments before and the pressure Shoju exerted, striving to make her voice sound calm, resolute, and undeniably authoritative. Unlike Shoju, who had hastily spilled his coins, she approached the situation with a sense of solemnity. Carefully, she retrieved a dark cloth pouch, noticeably thicker and more refined than Shoju's wallet. Unraveling the ties, she delicately revealed a neat stack of paper bills, prominently featuring 200 Ryo notes, and even a few glimmering gold coins that sparkled enticingly. With gentle yet deliberate precision, she arranged them neatly on the smooth counter, right beside Shoju's meager offerings. The sound of the bills being placed on the counter resonated with a heavy, peculiar weight. Under the dim light, they gleamed with an alluring and prestigious luster, forming a dazzling little hill that silently conveyed overwhelming value and purchasing power, far surpassing the paltry collection Shoju had presented. Lon lifted her small face, her gaze fixed firmly on the goat-bearded shopkeeper, her voice soft yet strikingly clear, embodying the composure of the Vortex heiress. "Boss, I will take this set of arc shadows. The money is right here." She didn't spare Shoju another glance, her unwavering focus resting on the shopkeeper's face. Shoju stared at the towering pile of luminous coins on the counter, then at his own meager collection, akin to a beggar's meager change, his eyes widening in disbelief. His mouth agape as if he could fit an entire three-colored dumpling inside. He pointed at the pile of money, incredulously gesturing towards Lon, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, his voice stuttering due to sheer astonishment and the overwhelming sensation of being utterly crushed by the power of wealth. "Why, you mean your allowance is this much?" After struggling for what felt like an eternity, he was unable to find the right words to describe the shocking financial prowess of this affluent woman. Completely forgetting the earlier quarrel and his own frustrations, leaving only pure astonishment at the extent of her riches, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Even the task allowance provided by Orochimaru-sensei could not possibly amount to this. Behind the counter, the proprietor, with her long, dark hair, swiftly scanned the towering coins with her shrewd little eyes, as if a precise scale had instantly assessed their worth. The trace of professional disappointment vanished without a trace, replaced by an exceedingly warm, almost melting smile that seemed to dissolve the chill in the air, her lips stretching nearly to her ears. "All right. This little red-haired guest is truly a delight. Your discerning eye is exceptional. It is a great fortune for this set of canaille to encounter a connoisseur like you." As she spoke her flattery, her movements were remarkably swift. She turned and retrieved an equally exquisite black wooden box, adorned with subtle patterns, from the purple sandalwood shelf behind her. Carefully opening the velvet lining as though handling a rare treasure, she gingerly placed the 3 canaille, glowing with a ghostly blue arc, into the box, sealing it with a deep red ribbon. She then cradled it with both hands and respectfully presented it to the still-dazed Lon. Lon accepted the heavy, warm wooden box, and a weight that had been suspended in her heart finally dropped with a resounding thud. The gift from Kushina had arrived. Unable to contain her joy, she hugged the box close, savoring the profound sentiment and satisfaction it held, a subtle smile of triumph gracing her lips. Seemingly proud of her signature hair tuft that also appeared to sway with delight. Shu watched in awe as the owner's demeanor transformed. Witnessing the kunai he had coveted being ceremoniously placed into a beautiful box and then handed to Lon. He glanced down at his own meager pile of coins and explosive tags, overshadowed by the brilliance of the wealthy woman. His expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions, from shock and disbelief to intense resentment and disappointment, culminating in a tinge of self-deprecation, financially outmatched. He opened his mouth, as if to say something like, "I'll come back to buy when I have money, or can I take a look?" But ultimately, he merely despondently began to gather his coins and explosive tags, his actions tinged with the frustration of a failed mission, with the reasoning of competition failing him, and the monetary comparison leaving him utterly defeated. He felt as though he had been thoroughly trounced. As Lon clutched the wooden box containing the priceless, to her, gift, contentment washed over her. Just as she was about to leave the place that had offered her such a tumultuous experience, she heard Shu's muffled voice behind her, laced with complex emotions. "Hey, Uzumaki." Lon paused, turning back cautiously. What was he up to now? Was he still not satisfied? Shu stood there, scratching his disheveled brown hair, which had become a mess from sweat, dust, and the earlier commotion. His gaze flitted about, avoiding direct eye contact with Lon. His face still tinged with remnants of embarrassment and awkwardness, yet his tone was noticeably more serious than during their earlier confrontation. "Thanks for the candy that knocked you over and for catching my cat." He seemed unaccustomed to expressing gratitude, his words somewhat stammering. Although he had not purchased the kunai, he paused, as if he had resolved to do something, and hastily fished out a small paper packet wrapped in clean oil paper from his equally dusty ninja tool pouch, which radiated warmth and a faint sweet aroma, and without further ado, pressed it into Lon's empty hand. The packet felt warm to the touch, and through the paper, she could sense the soft, sticky texture of the dumplings inside, the familiar sweet scent of Grandma Yamasha's unique delicacies wafting into her nostrils. "Here, this is to compensate you." Shu averted his gaze, his voice muffled, carrying that awkwardness unique to youth. 3 colored dumplings from Grandma Yamashita, the last 3 skewers with interest calculated. He paused again, seemingly trying to find the right words, then straightened his posture as if to assert something, patting his dusty chest with a hint of stubbornness and an instinctive protective urge toward the weak, even though this particular weakling had just overwhelmed him with her financial prowess. "If you ever get bullied again, just let me know. Senju Shu." He habitually paused, as if he intended to invoke a grand family name or the lineage of the first Hokage, but ultimately, he clumsily added with a hint of emphasis, raising his voice slightly, "I am a ninja." Having said that, he seemed to feel an impending awkwardness and, fearing Lon might say something he could not handle, dashed out of the shop like a startled rabbit, his retreating figure suggesting a hasty escape, soon disappearing amidst the bustling street. Lon stood there, cradling the heavy box containing her precious gift, her hand grasping the warm, sweet-smelling oil paper package. The grievances and anger brought about by the earlier stale candies seemed to dissipate in that moment, softened by the warmth of the dumplings and Shu's last clumsy yet earnest declaration of "I am a ninja." She looked down, unwrapping the oil paper to reveal 3 still warm, glutinous rice dumplings coated in thick red bean paste and soybean flour, exuding the delicate scent of sakura leaves characteristic of Grandma Yamashita's treats. She picked up a skewer and gently took a bite. The soft, sweet flavor spread across her palate, bringing with it a comforting warmth. "Humph, ninjas are impressive." Lon gazed in the direction where Shu had vanished, muttering softly, her tone devoid of the earlier anger, now tinged with an unbidden smile. She carefully wrapped the remaining dumplings, holding them together with the kunai box, and stepped out of the shop. The sunlight on the streets of Konoha continued to cast a warm glow upon her, dispelling the dimness of the ninja tool shop. She looked up at the clear blue sky, inhaling deeply the fragrant air filled with sunlight and food aromas, her signature tuft of hair swaying gently in the breeze. The roads of this otherworldly realm stretched long ahead, with troubles and surprises seemingly ever present. Yet today, she had not only procured the perfect gift for Kushina, but had also encountered a somewhat reckless, somewhat foolish, somewhat poor, somewhat prideful, yet seemingly not too bad a fellow. Though the process had been nothing short of chaotic, she tightened her grasp on the wooden box and dumplings, stepping lightly towards the direction of the Mido residence, her heart already beginning to anticipate the splendid expression that would adorn Kushina's fierce little face upon receiving this special gift. That fiery older sister would surely scold her for being a foolish spender, while simultaneously unable to resist fondling the new kunai, her lips secretly curving upward in a smile. Wuntishi? Chapter 12. The unruly kunai, and whispers on a sun-drenched afternoon in the hidden leaf village. Sunlight filtered through the towering trees bordering the ninja school playground, casting dappled, dancing shadows upon the ground. Yet, in one corner of the training field, a low pressure hung in stark contrast to the leisurely afternoon. You're such a fool. Uzumaki lawn. Is your foot made of wood? Move. Shift to the left. That kunai is about to nail itself to your forehead. Kushina, hands on her hips. Her fiery red ponytail swaying with her furious reprimands, glared with burning intensity from her dark purple eyes, filled with an unyielding frustration. Before her, Lon was clumsily dodging several kunai, manipulated by chakra threads, coming at her from various angles. Her little face was flushed, her signature tuft of hair drooping, her movements awkward. I am moving. Gasping for breath, Lon narrowly evaded a kunai that whizzed past her ear. This thing has a mind of its own. Shut up. Focus. Do you think the enemies on the battlefield care about your complaints? Kushina barked, her fingers deftly manipulating the chakra threads, quickening the rhythm of her attacks. If you can't dodge, all the dango will be gone tonight. Lon let out a wail as she realized the kunai was about to strike her lower back from a blind spot behind her. Just as the crisis loomed, a gentle voice interjected, Kushina-san, you might want to adjust the angle of your control slightly. For instance, this kunai could come in from a diagonal above, making it more effective in cutting off Lon-san's instinctive leftward dodge. But remember, it's ultimately about training. Naruto stood at the edge of the training ground, sunlight illuminating his golden hair. He wore a warm smile, his azure eyes clear and focused on the ongoing practice, purely sharing his insights. However, this gentle suggestion ignited a powder keg in Kushina's ears. Mind your own business. How dare you? She whipped around, her expression resembling that of a lion whose tail had been stepped on, her pupils blazing with suspicion and hostility. This is none of your concern. Who knows what ulterior motives you have? Instinctively, she bristled, causing her control over the kunai to falter, giving Lon the chance to awkwardly roll aside. Naruto's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of helplessness and hurt crossing his azure gaze. But he quickly regained his gentle demeanor. Kushina-san, I meant no harm. I just noticed that Lon-san seemed I can take care of myself. No need for your concern. Kushina snapped, stepping in front of the panting Lon, glaring at Naruto. Keep your false concern to yourself. Stay away from us. She was convinced Naruto harbored ulterior motives. Lon, seated on the ground, looked at the fiery Kushina blocking her, then at the distant golden-haired boy, whose gentle smile now contained a hint of resignation. Wasn't he Naruto always quite friendly? He had even wanted to help during the last tree-climbing training, though Kushina had scared him off. Lon found Kushina's animosity towards Naruto perplexing, yet she unconditionally sided with her friend. Mimicking Kushina, she wrinkled her nose in Naruto's direction, attempting to appear fierce. Naruto chuckled helplessly, raising his hands in a harmless gesture. All right, sorry for the interruption. He turned to leave, his golden hair catching the sunlight as he walked away, his posture upright but tinged with solitude. Kushina watched him depart, snorting in disdain, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Humph, at least he knows his place. Silly Lon. Let us continue. She turned back, ready to resume training. However, in the brief moment of distraction caused by her earlier interruption, the chakra threads controlling the kunai became slightly misaligned. One of the kunai, meant to return to Kushina's hand after a spin, veered off course due to the disturbance. This deviation was so minute that Kushina remained oblivious. The round-headed kunai flew on a straighter trajectory than intended, heading directly towards a lower-grade student who was bent over, obliviously picking up a fallen scroll. Hey, watch out. Kushina caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, her pupils constricting in panic as she involuntarily cried out. But it was too late. The kunai was less than 2 meters from the unguarded back of the student's head. Kushina's heart plummeted. The chakra threads controlling the other kunai slipped from her grasp in her fright. In that split second, a golden figure seemed to tear through space. Just moments ago, he had been several meters away, and now he stood behind the unsuspecting student. It was Naruto. He hadn't gone far at all. The gentle smile had vanished from Naruto's face, replaced by an expression of absolute calm and focus. Without any extraneous movement, as he materialized, his right hand shot out like a hawk swooping down on its prey. Snap! A nearly inaudible, yet clear sound echoed. The uncontrolled kunai, still carrying a trace of momentum, was caught firmly in Naruto's long, powerful fingers, just centimeters away from the bewildered student's head. The entire action was swift as a ghost, seamless and devoid of any chaotic energy, as if the kunai had willingly flown into his hand. Precise, efficient, a hair's breadth away from disaster. The training ground fell into a deathly silence. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. Kushina remained frozen in shock, mouth agape, her wide eyes fixed on Naruto and the tranquil kunai resting in his palm. The instantaneous speed that surpassed visual perception, the pinpoint accuracy of his strike. This was far from the insincere, talkative Naruto she had previously dismissed. This was a true ninja, with reflexes and speed that reached astonishing heights. Moreover, he had saved a completely unfamiliar lower-grade student. No hesitation, no theatrics, pure instinctive protection. Lan, too, was stunned, her mouth slightly open, forgetting to breathe. Naruto was incredibly fast, like a bolt of golden lightning. Naruto glanced down at the kunai in his palm, confirming its safety before releasing a breath of relief. He raised his head, his gentle smile returning, though this time it carried a hint of relief. He approached the still-stunned Kushina, offering the kunai back to her. His voice remained gentle, devoid of reproach. Kushina-san, here is your kunai. Stability in chakra threads is crucial during practice, especially when distracted. His words trailed off. Kushina snapped back to reality, looking at the kunai presented before her, then into Naruto's azure eyes, clear and devoid of any deceit. For the first time, a flush of embarrassment and confusion crept across her face. She opened her mouth, but the habitual retorts and hostility lodged in her throat, leaving her speechless. The earlier harrowing moment and his gentle reminder shattered the barriers of prejudice she had built up. Did she truly misjudge him? With some stiffness, she extended her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly as she accepted the kunai. The moment her fingers brushed against Naruto's cool fingertips, she recoiled as if burned. Clutching the kunai tightly in her palm, her head bowed, her thick red bangs concealing her tumultuous emotions. "Thank you." A voice, barely above a whisper, escaped her throat. It was so faint that even Lan nearly missed it. Naruto paused, surprise flashing in his azure eyes before being replaced by a deeper, warmer smile. He nodded, choosing not to say more. "You're welcome. Please continue your practice, and stay safe." With that, he turned and walked away, his golden figure quickly disappearing along the path to the classroom. This time, Kushina did not glare at his retreating back with hostility. Instead, her gaze remained lowered, fixated on the kunai in her palm, still warm from Naruto's touch, lost in thought for a long while. The sensation in her palm seemed to radiate a strange warmth, creeping up to her ears. "Kushina," Lan cautiously approached, tugging at her sleeve. Her curiosity piqued by Kushina's unusual silence and reddening face. "Are you okay? Your face is so red." "Shut up." Kushina snapped back to reality, glaring at Lan like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, trying to mask her inner turmoil with her usual fierceness. "What are you looking at? Keep practicing. No dango tonight." After her gruff words, she refocused her chakra, manipulating the remaining kunai, though her movements were noticeably gentler than before. The angles of her attacks no longer as fierce. From time to time, she cast furtive glances in the direction Naruto had vanished, her expression complex and inscrutable. Lan blinked, glancing between Kushina's blushing ears and the direction Naruto had departed, her mind turning over the implications. It seemed she had stumbled upon something rather significant. The irritable elder sister seems to have grown less disdainful of Senior Watergate. She gently caressed her flat stomach, resolutely deciding to set aside such intricate musings for the time being. After all, there are meatballs to savor tonight. Chapter 13. Observations of Wave Wind Watergate. On a crisp winter morning, the thin mist had yet to fully dissipate, and the air retained a hint of the night's chill. The Hidden Leaf Village was just awakening, and the streets, which had remained silent throughout the night, began to resonate with scattered voices, while Hokage Rock silently overlooked this tranquility. Watergate inhaled deeply, allowing the white mist to momentarily swirl at his lips before it was cast aside. With a powerful push from his feet, he transformed into a fleeting golden light, swiftly and silently gliding over the still sleeping rooftops, heading towards the training grounds on the village's outskirts. This was his unwavering beginning. While most of his peers still struggled in the warmth of their blankets, Watergate was already honing his body flicker technique repeatedly in the open space. Chakra precisely gathered at his feet, each step akin to treading upon an invisible spring. His body explosively unleashed incredible speed over a remarkably short distance, leaving behind faint afterimages. Sweat soaked the stray hairs on his forehead, the golden locks adhering to his smooth brow, yet his azure eyes held only pure concentration. Faster, even faster. The gust created by his rapid movement brushed against his skin, bringing a refreshing chill. The battlefield was ever-changing, and only speed served as the foundation for survival and protection. The sun finally broke free from the horizon's grasp, casting down golden-red rays that dispelled the last remnants of cold. Watergate paused, breathing slightly heavier as he adjusted his breath, which had quickened from the vigorous exercise. Habitually, he raised his eyes, scanning the entrance of the training ground. Deep within, a flicker of faint anticipation stirred, a feeling he hardly comprehended himself, wondering if that vibrant figure with thick, red hair would make an appearance. Alas, there was none. The entrance stood empty. Only the morning breeze stirred a few fallen leaves, twirling them to the ground. Watergate's lips curled into a smile, pure and gentle, imbued with a sense of understanding. He shook his head lightly, as if to dismiss the unwarranted expectation. Kushina and Rana, dubbed the Tomato Duo, a nickname whose origins were lost to time, always appeared just in time for class. He neatly packed his ninja tool pouch, moving with grace. Before turning towards the Ninja Academy, a new day at the Ninja Academy commenced amidst the clamor. The corridors brimmed with students clad in dark training attire, their playful shouts, the sounds of chasing, and the clattering of tool bags merging into a vibrant cacophony of youthful exuberance and inevitable immaturity. Watergate quietly navigated through the crowd, his gentle and serene demeanor seemingly enveloped in an invisible barrier that dulled the surrounding noise. Upon reaching his locker and opening it, familiar raucousness erupted nearby, laced with a palpable malice. "Hey, look, the straggler has arrived," whispered a voice. "TCH, it's them again. But today the fiery red pepper seems to be watching her less closely. An opportunity. We haven't settled the score for yesterday's reprimand from the teacher." Watergate turned his head to glance. Sure enough, it was those troublemakers, stealthily trailing behind Rana, who appeared lost in her thoughts, her gaze distant, while she firmly held her lunchbox, a characteristic tuft of flame-red hair sticking up. Her pace was neither hurried nor slow, moving to a rhythm that seemed to filter out the external noise before it reached her consciousness. Kushina was not far ahead, conversing with another girl, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation behind her. The troublemakers exchanged looks, and one, feigning nonchalance, quickened his pace, colliding forcefully with Rana. The action was subtle, yet impactful. Rana's body swayed slightly from the impact, but her reaction seemed a beat slow. Confusion flickered in her eyes before they focused on her assailant. The lunchbox tilted precariously in her hands. "Idiot!" A voice filled with fury erupted like thunder. Kushina instantly turned, her thick red ponytail seeming to lift in anger, her dark purple pupils igniting with a fierce flame. Like a true bolt of red lightning, she disregarded the distance, spinning around at an astonishing speed, one hand steadying Rana's nearly dropped lunchbox, while the other sliced through the air with incredible swiftness, fingers forming a blade as it aimed sharply at the assailant's shoulder. The assailant barely registered the movement before he felt an excruciating pain in his shoulder blade, letting out a yelp as he staggered backward, colliding into his companions before managing to steady himself, his face draining of color, leaving only terror. Kushina's explosive power and speed perfectly exemplified that her title of fiery red pepper was not unfounded. "Who gave you the audacity?" Kushina thrust the lunchbox back into Rana's hands, stepping forward, her petite frame emanating an astonishing aura of intimidation, her fierce gaze sweeping over the pale-faced troublemakers. "Dare to touch her again, and see if I don't flatten you all." Her voice was not loud, but it resonated with chilling menace and undeniable authority. The troublemakers fell silent, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze, huddling together as they hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, nearly crawling away. The whispers around them vanished instantly, the corridor falling so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, all rendered speechless by Kushina's sudden eruption of fury and strength. Watergate observed the entire scene, a flicker of admiration passing through his azure eyes. Kushina's strength was indeed formidable. The way she protected Rana exuded a primal and powerful sense of guardianship. He instinctively glanced at Rana, who seemed to have only just comprehended the events that had transpired. She slowly adjusted her lunchbox and quietly murmured a thank you to Kushina. Her tone was calm, yet hints of displeasure and frustration flickered in her gaze, vanishing almost as swiftly as they appeared. Kushina huffed, shooting one last glare in the direction of the fleeing troublemakers before turning her head, her eyes meeting Watergate's. This time, her gaze lacked the previous intense hostility, replaced instead with a complex mixture of lingering wariness, a hint of awkwardness from having her protective instincts disrupted, and a subtle embarrassment from Watergate having witnessed the entire episode. She quickly turned away, gruffly urging Rana, "Let's go. Stop daydreaming." Then she grasped Rana's wrist, practically dragging her forward, though her pace slowed slightly, accommodating Rana's rhythm. Watergate remained rooted in place, his gentle smile unwavering. He could distinctly feel the shift in dynamics. The ice of animosity, after that incident, had undoubtedly begun to thaw. Although Kushina still maintained her guarded demeanor, the facade she had worn had silently peeled away. This subtle transformation dispelled the faint sense of helplessness he had felt from being misunderstood, much like morning mist vanishing under the sun's warm embrace. The bell for class rang sharply, momentarily dissipating the tension in the corridor. The physical training class commenced on the playground. The sun blazed brightly, and the air was thick with dust and the scent of youthful sweat. Form groups for combat. Evade shuriken throws. Use practice kunai, and be mindful of your distance. The middle-level teacher's voice boomed, emphasizing safety. Though the practice kunai was sharpened, it had been dulled for training purposes, primarily to develop reflexes and evasion awareness. The students swiftly dispersed. Watergate, as the teacher's unofficial assistant, was tasked with observing from the edge of the field and intervening when necessary. His gaze unconsciously drifted back to one corner of the field. Sure enough, Rana found herself ensnared in yet another familiar predicament. Her movements appeared discordant among her swiftly moving companions, not out of clumsiness, but rather imbued with a peculiar sense of hesitation. As if her body could not keep pace with the thoughts swirling in her mind, or the information she had observed. Her evasions were invariably a beat too slow, her steps laden with indecision, and several times she narrowly avoided colliding with those nearby. A practice shuriken, hurled with force that was neither swift nor negligible, spiraled towards her blind spot, a position made vulnerable by her sluggish footwork. Lon. Kushina's urgent cry pierced the cacophony of practice, almost simultaneously with her shout. That crimson figure surged into action once more. Quick as instinct, Kushina barely turned, simply flicking her wrist, her motion as fluid as breathing. The shuriken in her grasp deftly angled upward and struck. A resounding clash rang out. The shuriken aimed at Lon was effortlessly redirected by Kushina's casual blow, as if swatting away a bothersome fly, spinning away to embed itself in the trunk at the edge of the training area. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, showcasing the prowess of the blood-red pepper and her exquisite mastery over force and angle. Idiot, what are you spacing out for? Kushina finally turned fully, directing her ire at Lon, who was still in a state of delayed processing, her gaze lingering on the shuriken that had been deflected, seemingly unaware of the danger. Her tone was tinged with urgency, yet predominated by anger and an undeniable instinct to protect. She glared fiercely at the student, now pale as a sheet, who had thrown the errant shuriken. Where were you aiming? Do you want to die? Her icy stare was more intimidating than any words could convey. The atmosphere froze momentarily. The middle-ranking ninja instructor swiftly blew the whistle to halt the practice and approached to assess the situation. Upon witnessing Kushina's effortless deflection, a look of approval flickered in his eyes. Minato stood at the sidelines, his heart pounding vigorously in his chest. He observed Kushina's fluid and precise movements, noting how she could easily have averted the crisis, yet chose to react first with concern for Lan's safety and fury towards the one who had erred. Beneath that volatile exterior lay an instinctual, powerful, and efficient form of guardianship. This pure and fervent stance of protection etched itself vividly in Minato's mind once more. At that moment, a cold voice, laced with a unique rhythm, pierced the brief silence. TSK can't even manage basic evasive predictions? Truly pathetic. Uchiha Run had somehow positioned himself a short distance away, arms crossed, his half-squinted eyes scanning Lon before settling on those students now rendered speechless by Kushina's intimidation. A smirk crept onto his lips, tinged with mockery, as he mused on how such useless individuals could only create greater trouble. The sharpness of his words fell like ice water, instantly diverting everyone's attention. The students, still shaken by Kushina's display, felt their faces flush with embarrassment at being labeled as useless scraps. Yet, cowed by Ren's reputation as a genius in their grade and the formidable influence of the Uchiha clan, they lacked the courage to retort, bowing their heads in shame. Lan's gaze finally returned from the tree where the shuriken had lodged, her focus slow to shift to Run, as if only now grasping the sarcasm in his words. She furrowed her brow slightly and shouted in his direction, "Mind your own business." Arrogant Uchiha. Her tone carried a hint of irritation at being interrupted. Rin did not even lift his eyelids, seemingly unfazed by her retort, emitting a near-silent scoff before turning away, leaving behind a haughty silhouette. Only Minato caught the fleeting moment when Rin's eyes inadvertently skimmed over Lan's hand, gripping Kushina's sleeve, confirming that she was indeed unharmed. That glance was as swift as an illusion, but Minato's azure eyes flickered momentarily. Rin's deliberately aloof demeanor, along with those biting remarks, reaffirmed Minato's earlier insight. Beneath the cold, hard exterior of the Uchiha lay a similarly awkward, yet deeply caring concern, expressed in a manner entirely distinct from Kushina's fiery, direct protectiveness. This realization caused the corners of Minato's mouth to curve upward imperceptibly. The bell for lunch brought a brief respite. Minato took a circuitous route to the renowned Sansero in the village center. The shop was suffused with a sweet, enticing aroma, and the warm air was soothing. He purchased 3 servings of the establishment's most popular glutinous rice dumplings, wrapped in clean oil paper. Sweet treats are excellent for alleviating tension and replenishing energy. Minato found them at the corner of the small staircase leading to the rooftop. Kushina and Lan sat side by side on the steps, their petite figures nestled together. Kushina wore a stern expression, her fingers pressing firmly against Lan's forehead, lecturing her in a hushed tone, "If you space out again, I'll tie your hair to the target in the training ground. Did you hear that? It was so dangerous just now." Her tone was fierce, yet her grip was noticeably gentle. Lan covered her forehead with her hand, nodding slowly, her gaze seemingly lost in thought, mumbling, "Oh, I understand." The angle of that shuriken was rather tricky. The tuft of hair atop her head bobbed as she nodded, exuding a hint of frustration at being interrupted and a residual desire to analyze. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the staircase, casting dappled warmth upon their abundant red locks. The air was filled solely with Kushina's low reprimands and Lan's thoughtful responses. "Kushina, Lan," Minato spoke up at an opportune moment, his voice soft and gentle, striving not to disturb them. The 2 red-haired heads turned simultaneously. Kushina's fiery demeanor had not fully dissipated, and while her vigilance remained, it lacked the previous sharp hostility, evolving instead into a habitual scrutiny. Lan blinked, her gaze focusing on Minato before drifting to the oil paper bag in his hand, a flicker of understanding crossing her features. Minato extended the oil paper bag towards them, wearing a non-threatening, gentle smile. "Here, please enjoy this. I hope everything is all right." The speed with which Kushina had reacted was impressive. Kushina scrutinized him, then glanced at the sweet-scented oil paper bag, her brow furrowing instinctively, as if assessing his intentions. Lan's gaze settled calmly on the dumplings, exhibiting a mature, measured interest in the treat. A brief standoff ensued. Ultimately, Kushina swiftly snatched the oil paper bag, her action still bearing a hint of possessiveness, but softened somewhat compared to the past. "Well, at least you're smart," she grunted, then deftly unwrapped it, seizing a skewer of dumplings, not pausing for a moment, and forcefully thrusting the largest one, filled with red bean paste, into Lan's hands. "Here, eat up, replenish your energy. If you space out again, I won't be responsible." Beneath her commanding tone lay an unmistakable concern. Lan accepted the dumpling, politely saying, "Thank you, Minato," before bowing her head and taking a small bite, her movements graceful yet leisurely, savoring each morsel. A bit of sauce lingered at the corner of her mouth, which she gracefully licked away, her demeanor entirely composed, without a trace of clumsiness. "Slow down. Don't choke." Kushina watched Lan's leisurely pace, unable to resist another irritated reminder. Her tone fierce, yet her gaze softened for a fleeting moment. She too grabbed a skewer, taking a hearty bite that showcased a stark contrast to Lan's delicate manner. Minato stood on the slightly elevated step, quietly observing this scene. The afternoon sun cast a slant of light upon his golden hair, enveloping his handsome profile in a warm, gentle glow. In his cerulean eyes, the figures of the red-haired sisters below were vividly reflected. One moved leisurely, exuding a tranquility that seemed to transcend her years, while the other was fiery and spirited, yet inadvertently revealed a delicate concern. An indescribable warmth quietly flowed through his heart, melting away the barriers born from misunderstandings in the face of this ordinary, yet contrasting tenderness. It became clear that the act of guardianship could manifest in such divergent, yet strikingly similar forms. Kushina was a blazing flame, while Rin was the icy edge of a blade. Watergate observed Kushina as she devoured her dumplings, all the while stealing glances at Rin to ensure she wasn't choking, the corners of his lips curving upwards in a gentle and assured smile. He had discovered his own way of silent vigilance, of timely assistance, of a tranquil intent to protect their lively daily antics. As school ended, the setting sun bathed Konoha in a warm tangerine hue. Watergate gathered his belongings and habitually lingered for a moment near the secluded path leading to the Uzumaki residence. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the familiar silhouettes of the two red-haired girls appeared at the edge of his vision. Kushina strode ahead, her steps imbued with the fiery bravado characteristic of a crimson pepper, as if perpetually ready for battle. Rin followed half a step behind, maintaining her trademark leisurely pace, seemingly still clutching a half-eaten string of dumplings, nibbling as she walked, her errant hair swaying gently in the evening breeze. Kushina would occasionally impatiently shout, "Hurry up," or roughly tug at Rin, but whenever Rin stumbled due to her pull, Kushina would immediately slow her pace, subtly adjusting her position to shield Rin from any protruding stones that might trip her. Watergate kept a watchful distance, his figure blending seamlessly into the shadows cast by the trees lining the path, like a silent guardian. His gaze followed them, witnessing Rin nearly trip over her own feet yet again, seemingly lost in thought. With swift reflexes, Kushina grasped the back of her collar to steady her, prompting a slow, "Oh, thank you," from Rin, followed by Kushina's habitual exclamation of, "You're so clumsy." The setting sun stretched their shadows long, vibrant red hues dancing within a golden halo, reminiscent of two lively flames. The calls of "You're so clumsy" and "Hurry up" echoed in the tranquil twilight, oddly infused with warmth. Watergate leaned against a tree trunk, refraining from following further. As dusk enveloped the land, the clouds in the sky blazed like burning brocade. He watched as the two small, bickering figures, eternally intertwined, gradually vanished at the end of the road, merging into the alleyways gently caressed by the sun's fading light. Only when their silhouettes were no longer visible did Watergate slowly withdraw his gaze. He stood alone in the deepening twilight, the evening breeze ruffling his golden bangs. The gentle smile lingering at the corners of his mouth remained, instead settling into a tranquil, deep blue lake in his eyes. The dusk tenderly embraced Konoha, as well as the unspoken affections within the heart of the young boy. Chapter 14. Are Geniuses Born to be Lonely? On a Konoha afternoon, the sunlight was diluted to a pale white by thick clouds. In the training ground, Uchiha Rin had just completed an almost self-destructive bout of taijutsu practice. Sweat drenched his dark training attire, trickling down his taut jawline to the ground, stirring up insignificant dust. His opponent, a clan member 2 years his senior, now grimaced in pain, retreating to the sidelines. Rin's gaze remained calm and undisturbed, as if the tempestuous assault and the merciless precision of his techniques were entirely unrelated to him. He shook his slightly numb wrist, feeling the subtle tremors of his muscles, an echo of depleted strength, a fatigue he deliberately pursued to momentarily dispel a certain emptiness. "Rin, today's training ends here." The supervising jonin, Uchiha Shursui, approached, his voice deep. His eyes held a mixture of admiration for the prodigy and a habitual scrutiny unique to the Uchiha clan. The clan archives require sorting through a batch of old scrolls regarding the tasks in the land of whirlpools. Captain Fugaku has specifically requested you. You have been granted sufficient authority. Rin nodded slightly, betraying no extraneous emotion. Organizing scrolls in the archives represented a different form of training for him, honing his patience and forcing him to confront the blood-stained past sealed away in dust. The Uchiha archives, located deep within the clan's territory, were perpetually dim, the air thick with the scent of old paper, ink, and a hint of mildew. Towering bookshelves loomed like silent giants, casting heavy shadows. Rin navigated the familiar space to the designated area, lifting several heavy scrolls marked with the words "Survivor's Search of the Land of Whirlpools." He settled at a low table in a corner, lighting a dimly glowing oil lamp. As he unfurled the scrolls, the dusty pages revealed cold and brutal text. It detailed a secret mission led by Konoha with a Uchiha team participating. Upon arrival at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, what lay before our eyes were shattered walls and scorched earth, mingled with the lingering scent of blood. The resistance from the Uzumaki clan was exceedingly fierce, yet outnumbered. No signs of large-scale survivors were confirmed. In the southeast of the ruins, a faint chakra response was detected, revealing a weak red-haired girl, approximately 6 years old. Her characteristics aligned with those of an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. The chakra response was weak and unusually calm, inconsistent with the violent and fiery chakra traits documented of the Uzumaki clan. Upon awakening, the girl displayed extreme vigilance and hunger, retaining some language ability but exhibiting confusion regarding her own experiences, initially assessed as a result of immense trauma. During the return journey, we were ambushed by a small, unidentified force intent on seizing the target, which was neutralized. Rin's gaze swept through the lines, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough surface of the paper. The report's descriptions of devastation felt abstract, yet the despair and aura of destruction exuded between the lines seemed to carry a chilling touch, creeping up his fingertips. He recalled the mockery in class when those individuals derided the two red-haired outcasts. Look, it's those two redheads again. How can Konoha have such hair color? Rin's face, perpetually a beat behind, occasionally bore a fleeting expression of confusion and dull pain, as if something had pricked her lightly, quickly overshadowed by a veil of innocence. Kushina's reactions, in stark contrast, resembled an ignited powder keg, furiously shouting, "You're the real outcasts. What is wrong with red hair?" His gaze lingered on the list of mission executors. Team leader, Uchiha Fugaku, then a member of the Special Operations Team. Fugaku, the image of the youthful ninja, always stern-faced and meticulously executing Konoha security tasks, surfaced in Rin's mind. He continued to flip through the pages, encountering an appendix regarding the personality traits of the Uzumaki clan, summarizing the observations of the Uchiha Intelligence Department on their former allies. Uzumaki clan members are generally fierce as fire, with chakra that is violently intense, resilient life force, overt emotions, clear distinctions of love and hate, and a near-obsessive desire to protect their identified family and bonds. Fierce as fire? Violently intense? Overt emotions? Rin's brow furrowed ever so slightly. The description of the red-haired girl brought back by Captain Fugaku seemed a stark contrast to this characterization of Uzumaki Rin. That girl, Rin envisioned, sporting a rebellious tuft of hair, always slow at the training ground, appearing perpetually half awake, lagging behind in taijutsu class, her responses to ridicule delayed, only becoming aware when Kushina erupted in fury. She resembled a lukewarm cup of tea rather than a roaring inferno. Her chakra? Rin recalled meticulously. Aside from that one instance during a conflict when she had instinctively swatted away a hand reaching for Kushina's hair, the movement not particularly swift, yet strangely precise in timing and placement. He had never sensed any of the Uzumaki clan's characteristic violent chakra fluctuations emanating from her. It was calm, even serene. It perfectly aligns with the unusual tranquility described in the file. A contradiction, a profound sense of discord like a tiny thorn, piercing through the logically rigorous mind of Rin. A surviving orphan of a once thriving clan, yet devoid of the most distinct traits of her kin? Has the trauma of genocide utterly obliterated her essence? Or was she inherently different from the start? His gaze lingered on the inscription regarding the profound emotional ties and the almost obsessive desire to protect family bonds. An involuntary image flashed before his eyes. During lunch, the fellow known as Little Fatty had provocatively taunted, and Lon, perpetually a beat behind, seemed to be nudged by an unseen force, her movements still carrying a hint of clumsiness, as she suddenly thrust herself in front of Kushina. Although the outcome resulted in an enraged Kushina shoving her aside and dousing Little Fatty with an entire bowl of sauce, the fleeting instinctual protective stance in Lan's eyes curiously mirrored the description before him. The desire to guard unconsciously tapped against the tabletop with Rin's fingertips. More memories surfaced. Kushina's irate reprimands directed at Lon for slacking during training. Despite Lon cowering under the chastisement, her hands would secretly clutch the candies Kushina adored. On their way home from school, Kushina strode ahead with determination, while Lon sprinted to keep pace, their red hair flickering like two flames in the setting sun. Occasionally, Lon would stumble, prompting Kushina to halt immediately, snappily exclaiming, "Idiot, watch where you're going." while instinctively reaching out to steady her. An exceedingly strange, faint, yet undeniable emotion rippled through Rin's heart, like a stone cast into a deep pool. What was it? Envy? No. Uchiha Rin had no need to covet anyone. He swiftly dismissed that feeble notion. What was it? Confusion? A perplexity regarding such unreserved, even somewhat clumsy interdependence? He set down the file, leaning slightly back, retreating into the deeper shadows cast by the bookshelf. The silence of the archive room magnified infinitely, punctuated only by the faint crackling of the burning wick and the rhythm of his breath, steady to the point of being deliberate. He closed his eyes, attempting to dispel the two glaring shades of red lingering in his mind. The word family fell like a cold stone, heavily sinking into the desolate lake of his heart. His parents, their names etched in a blurred corner of the memorial tablet, had perished shortly after his birth during an ambiguously significant mission. Memories of them had long been deliberately faded within the clan, leaving only two cold tablets in the ancestral hall and the daily sweat and pain of training. He had grown up consuming the clan's rations, under the scrutinizing gaze of the elders and the distant awe of his peers. Accompanying him were the icy touch of shuriken, the flow of chakra during ninjutsu hand seals, and the dull thud of bones and muscles colliding during physical training. He required no tender companionship. That would only serve as a weakness. The strength of the Uchiha stemmed from the Sharingan, from a heart forged in solitude and loss, powerful yet frigid. This was the creed instilled in him from a young age. Yet, why did the sight of those two red-haired sisters sharing sweets and bickering while relying closely on one another create a nearly imperceptible fissure upon the barren expanse of ice in his heart? Why, upon witnessing Lon staring blankly at the wooden training post due to her inadequate performance, her fingers unconsciously clutching the candy wrapper given by Kushina, did he happen to pass by and draw the attention of onlookers with the most cutting words, staring blankly at a wooden post, "It wouldn't pity the laggard"? Why? When Kushina stood before Lon like a lioness protecting her cub, baring her teeth at everyone, did he feel that sight was somewhat blinding, yet infused with an inexplicable, searing warmth? Boredom. Rin suddenly opened his eyes, softly uttering two words, as if to expel some unwarranted weakness. He straightened his posture, grasping the file with a hint of deliberate roughness. His fingertips traced the pages, pausing at the conclusion of the task report. In addition to the cold task records, he noticed a line of smaller, more hastily written notes, presumably added later by a senior reviewer. The annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. Konoha failed to provide timely assistance. This matter may cause friction with Lord Uzumaki, and caution is warranted. If even those bound by generations of intermarriage and intimacy like the Uzumaki can be so easily discarded, how shall our Uchiha clan position itself? There are already murmurs of dissent within the clan. Hawks are rising, while doves fall silent. Ren's gaze lingered on this line for several breaths. The suspicion, vigilance, and a barely perceptible chill emanating from the words weighed heavier than the descriptions of battlefield ruins in the report. He could almost see through the scrawl the stern faces of the Hawk elders during clan meetings, the speechless expressions of the Dove members confronted with the reality of their allies being abandoned. This estrangement and suspicion coiled like a frigid vine, silently entwining itself between the Uchiha and the village, quietly permeating the consciousness of every clan member. When Captain Fugaku brought back that girl, did he also carry the same doubts? He forced himself to refocus on the tedious task of filing the documents, categorizing and labeling the words about the brutality, the survivors, the character conflicts, and the suspicions from the higher-ups, placing them in their designated spots. His movements were precise and efficient, akin to the flawless throw of his shuriken. Yet, the two shades of red continued to haunt him like stubborn phantoms, surfacing in the intervals of his concentration. Lon's dazed expression as she swallowed in front of the dessert shop window, Kushina's furious reaction when Lon was mocked. Resembling an angry little lion, their shared enjoyment of the same skewer of dango, with Lon's lips smeared with red bean paste while Kushina scolded her with a mix of disdain and affection, roughly using the back of her hand to wipe it away. The file stated that the Uzumaki clan had an almost obsessive desire to protect their family. But what about the Uchiha? The cold name on his father's tablet flashed through Ren's mind, as did the wary gazes of his peers during training and the solemn, distant faces of the elders discussing clan glory and village suspicions. The Uchiha's guardianship was a protection of the Sharingan's power, a safeguarding of clan honor. A struggle to maintain existence beneath the shadow of suspicion, a heavy and cold responsibility, starkly contrasting with the warmth of mutual reliance and sharing a piece of candy. A lack of love? This abrupt and piercing term pierced Ren's mind like a poisoned needle, striking without warning. In a daze, he knocked over the shelf holding the files, but quickly picked it up. He tightened his grip on the edge of the document, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Under the dim light, his handsome, yet sharply defined profile seemed to tense even further. A feeling of being offended, of being seen through, ignited a deep-seated anger within his eyes. Absurd. He nearly bit down his teeth, silently uttering the word. How could he lack love? He possessed the Uchiha's proud bloodline potential, unmatched strength among his peers, and the title of clan genius with the accompanying resources. He had no need for such weak, sticky emotions. What he required was power, the kind that could protect the name of the Uchiha, a strength that could secure his foothold in this increasingly estranged environment. He abruptly stood up, his movements carrying a hint of barely concealed urgency. He placed the organized file, including the one detailing the suspicions from the higher-ups, heavily back on the top shelf, producing a dull thud, as if to dispel the untimely ripples of unease and the shadow from the clan's leaders. The flame of the oil lamp flickered violently in the gust created by his movement, casting fluctuating shadows across his face, outlining the tautness of his jaw and the thinness of his lips. He turned and strode towards the heavy wooden door of the archive, his steps maintaining the Uchiha's characteristic briskness and pride. Yet, as he pushed open the door, the cold air outside rushed in, causing him to instinctively halt. Beyond the threshold, the sky over Konoha remained shrouded in gray. The training ground's direction seemed to faintly echo with the shouts of ninjas. However, in the moment, the world appeared muted, as if silenced. Before him, the images that lingered were those of the scorched earth of the land of Whirlpool described in the documents. The bewildered gaze of the red-haired girl with an unusually tranquil chakra, the fierce protective stance of Kushina akin to a blazing flame, and the heavy burden that Captain Fugaku might have carried upon bringing her back. There was also that figure, always a beat slow and somewhat dull-witted, yet occasionally revealing an odd tenacity and sensitivity, alongside the cold, final words in the report regarding suspicion and unrest. She was extraordinary, so much so that she clashed with every record, penetrating his habitual indifference and sharpness, casting a disruptive pebble into the meticulously calibrated lake of his heart. Her existence, along with the annihilation of her clan, seemed to serve as a catalyst for the hawkish faction within his clan, stirring them to action. He let out a somewhat ambiguous scoff, as if mocking his own distraction or attempting to dispel the chill emanating from the depths of the report. Stepping out of the archives, he closed the door behind him, leaving the stale air, chaotic thoughts, and silent suspicions behind. When greeted by the clansmen waiting outside, he averted his gaze and walked straight past them. He needed training, intense training, enough to drain every ounce of excess energy. Only through sweat, pain, and the precise flow of chakra could he rebuild the barriers within, thoroughly crushing the soft, weak thoughts about the red-haired girl, about Candy, and about his protective instincts. Along with the invisible pressure regarding the village and the future, he headed towards the training ground, his posture upright and his steps resolute. Yet, deep within, unbeknownst to him, a small spark ignited by the report, concerning loss and longing, along with the heavy gloom born from the higher-ups' suspicions, had not entirely extinguished. They were merely suppressed, waiting for the opportunity to quietly reignite. That opportunity often related to a certain red-haired figure, somewhat slow on the uptake, adorned with a prominent tuft of hair. Perhaps it would occur the next time she clumsily dodged a shuriken, or the next time Kushina's anger flared on her behalf. Or perhaps after he could not help but use his sharpest words to extricate her from a predicament. Uchiha Ran would never admit it, but the threads of fate had already begun to entwine silently. The obscure resonance stemming from shared grievances, his burgeoning yet undefined attention towards this contradictory entity, and the pressure arising from the deepening estrangement between his clan and the village interwove silently like vines and thorns, clinging to the cold, solid walls of his heart. Chapter 15. The Genius of Sealing Techniques. Note: this chapter may be unfriendly to fans of the original work and those seeking accuracy. If you find it too harsh, feel free to skip to the next chapter. The afternoon sun, imbued with the unique languor of late summer and early autumn, filtered through the paper doors, casting slanted light spots across the expansive tatami room of the Uzumaki household. Dust motes danced in the air, so quiet that one could hear the clear sound of wind brushing through the bamboo pipes in the courtyard. The streets felt notably quieter than in previous years. Even the children's laughter was sparse, imbued with a sense of stifling oppression. Familiar faces among the ninja school instructors, who would typically be on the playground reprimanding students or demonstrating shuriken-throwing techniques, had silently vanished from daily life. The shadow of war seeped into every inch of Konoha. Every breath, like the chill of autumn arriving prematurely. The remnants of the recently extinguished flames in the land of Whirlpool seemed to linger in the air, leaving a bitter aftertaste. Uzumaki Ran sat cross-legged on a cushion, her chin nearly resting on the low practice table. Her eyelids drooped heavily, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Her gaze fixated on the enormous scroll spread out by Granny Mido, where intricate black sealing symbols swam before her eyes like restless tadpoles, making her dizzy. Unconsciously, her fingertips traced a fine wood grain on the edge of the table, her body swaying slightly side to side, her signature flame-red tuft bobbing rhythmically, resembling a sleepy chick. Idiot Ran. Focus. A voice nearby erupted, suppressing its irritation like thunder on a clear day, shattering the tranquility of the room. Ran jolted upright, startled, her lingering drowsiness evaporating in an instant. She blinked in confusion, barely registering the light, but firm chop to the back of her head. Ouch! Ran winced, clutching her head, eyes misty as she turned to her side. Kushina's thick red ponytail seemed to stand on end, her dark purple pupils burning with two little flames as she glared fiercely at Ran, gritting her teeth. You can't even remember the basics of sealing techniques, and you dare to doze off. Next time, it won't just be a chop. Ran pouted, feeling wronged, muttering softly. But all these circles and dots are so hypnotic. Life is like this. You never know if the next moment brings a chop, or... Stop with your strange musings. Get your act together. Kushina interrupted, her cheeks puffing with annoyance. Mido sat gracefully in her seat, observing everything with calm eyes. Time had etched gentle lines on her face, yet her gaze remained clear and profound. She gently set down her teacup, producing a barely audible yet distinct sound as it met the wooden table. This subtle noise seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing the previously fiery Kushina to instantly retract her claws, sitting up straight, though her eyes still defiantly bore into Ran. Mido's gaze settled on Ran, tranquil and unwavering. Ran, her voice remained warm. On the battlefield, there are no second chances. A single careless seal, a moment's delay in your hand signs, could cost you your life or that of your comrades. Her eyes swept over both girls, the weight of her calm demeanor inducing an involuntary breath holding from them. Today, we will learn this. Mido pointed to a relatively simple, yet elegantly smooth-sealed symbol at the center of the scroll. It resembled a flower poised to bloom, or a meticulously woven lock. This foundational four-symbol sealing technique was designed for temporary confinement and isolation of chakra or objects within a limited range. The hand sign sequence is rat, horse, snake, and dragon. The infusion of chakra must be as natural, uniform, and steady as breathing, especially focusing your intent at the center of the symbol when finishing with the dragon sign. As if lighting a lamp, she paused, emphasizing, the power of sealing techniques requires a vessel to solidify. Now, infuse your chakra into the surface of this table, and attempt to guide it to sketch this symbol on the tabletop. As she spoke, she extended her right hand, fingers spread, gently pressing against the smooth wooden surface of the table. A soft blue light of chakra emanated from her palm, flowing steadily and uniformly like a tranquil stream. As her left hand swiftly and accurately formed the hand signs, rat, horse, snake, dragon, the pale blue chakra seemed guided by an invisible chisel, rapidly sketching across the tabletop. The lines flowed seamlessly, the structure perfect, emanating a solid aura as the four-symbol sealing technique took shape in an instant. The blue light danced along the lines of the symbol for a moment before slowly retracting, stabilizing as if etched into the table. Wow! Kushina could not help but exclaim softly, her eyes sparkling. She immediately straightened her back, her expression intensely focused, mimicking Mido's actions. Extending her right hand to press against the table before her. The pale blue chakra glimmered in her palm, somewhat restless and unstable. She held her breath, her left hand clumsily yet earnestly forming the hand signs, rat, horse, snake, dragon, attempting to guide the chakra beneath her palm to depict the symbol on the table. However, the blue light struggled to extend under her fingertips, producing a crooked, uneven symbol with loose structure, the light flickering uncertainly, appearing exceptionally unrefined. After a laborious attempt, the symbol's glow seemed weak and dim, as if it could disperse at any moment. Kushina furrowed her brows, her petite face taut with evident dissatisfaction. The spirit of determination etched plainly upon her features. Lon observed the crooked, dimly glowing runes on Kushina's desk, then glanced at the writhing tadpoles before her. Her eyelids beginning to droop. Stealthily, she stifled a small yawn, her hand feigning nonchalance as it glided toward the spacious pocket of her sleeve. Fingertips brushing against a small bulge wrapped in oiled paper. The fruit candy Kushina had previously gifted her, which she had yet to finish. The sweet temptation swiftly overpowered the tedium of the runes. Lon, Mito's voice rang out. Lon's fingers, reaching for the candy wrapper, froze midair, sheepishly retracting as she lowered her head, fixated on the low table before her. Mimicking Kushina's demeanor, she absent-mindedly placed her right hand on the tabletop, channeling chakra. A faint, nearly transparent blue light flickered to life in her palm. So subtle, it was almost imperceptible. Her left hand casually gestured the sequence of hand seals. Her thoughts still lingering on the newly released dango from the three-color house, her movements languid, akin to swatting an invisible fly. The chakra flowed intermittently, like a flickering candle flame on the verge of extinguishment. However, at the moment her indifferent left hand completed the final symbolic seal, a sudden hum erupted. An unexpected change occurred. The faint, firefly-like chakra in her palm erupted without warning, transforming into a concentrated, pure, and almost dazzling azure light. This luminescence did not disperse outward. Instead, it coalesced like iron filings drawn to a magnet, sinking rapidly into the tabletop. No longer the feeble glow of moments prior, it morphed into a steady, pure stream of light, as if guided by an invisible chisel, rapidly sketching upon the surface of the low table before her. The lines flowed seamlessly, the structure flawless. Imbued with an ancient and arcane rhythm, a rune almost identical to that on the scroll, suddenly etched into the tabletop before Lon. The azure glow pulsed steadily within the rune's contours, exuding a restrained yet potent wave of energy that illuminated the wooden grain around it. Time seemed to freeze. Lon herself was stunned, maintaining her languid posture, mouth slightly agape, eyes wide in astonishment, gazing at the impossibly complete blue rune on her tabletop. As if it had sprouted from the table itself, the peculiar sense of stability beneath her palm lingered, seemingly merging with the low table. Kushina abruptly turned her head, her eyes wider than Lon's, mouth agape, alternating her gaze between the brilliant blue rune on Lon's table and her own crooked, dim creation. A wave of intense frustration and disbelief flushing her cheeks crimson. "This is impossible. I was daydreaming about candy," Kushina exclaimed, pointing at the rune on Lon's table. Her voice tinged with a deep sense of grievance and indignation. How could this lazy, foolish little sister produce something so vastly superior with a mere press? Mito's gaze was fixated on the azure rune, her usually placid eyes stirring with a hint of surprise, soon replaced by a profound, expectant glimmer. The intensity of her gaze seemed capable of piercing through all facades. She looked at Lon, no longer merely regarding a child in need of guidance. "Talent." Mito's voice held an almost imperceptible tremor, low enough to resemble a sigh, yet imbued with immense weight. The Vortex clan possessed an innate affinity for sealing techniques. She lifted her hand, fingertips enveloped in gentle blue chakra, lightly sweeping over the astonishing rune on Lon's table. The rune's glow rippled like water, deepening and becoming more subdued, as if its connection to the table had tightened. The peculiar sensation beneath Lon's palm subtly rippled with Mito's gentle touch. The rune not only remained intact, but seemed to resonate with a newfound harmony, its glow flowing seamlessly as one. Lon was utterly bewildered, her mind a blank slate. Mito's gaze lingered on the complete rune, her surprise gradually settling into a complex emotion steeped in nostalgia. The voice of the Vortex clan softened, akin to a feather falling upon a tranquil lake, yet carrying the weight of countless memories. Our kin once thrived in the embrace of the ocean at Whirlpool Village. Our sealing techniques are not merely techniques. They are manifestations of will, barriers of protection. Her fingertips unconsciously traced the air, following the lingering trajectory of the rune. Whirlpool Village was like a vast pearl nestled by the sea. Our sealing technique was once its strongest shell. She paused, the atmosphere in the room seemingly thickening in tandem. Yet, no shell can forever withstand the greedy waves and sudden storms. When malice surges from all directions and allies fail to extend their hands and timely support, Mito's voice bore no anger. Only a heavy weariness and resignation accumulated over years. Even the strongest seals require a wielder with matching will, strength, and the resolve to endure. Her gaze returned to Lan and Kushina. Power itself is neither good nor evil. The essence lies in what you choose to protect with it. Remember, the tranquility you possess now. She surveyed the sunlit room, brimming with the essence of daily life, is a fragile gift earned through the sacrifices of many. As delicate as morning dew, to safeguard it demands strength, but even more, constant vigilance and unwavering effort. Kushina straightened her small back, her lips pressed together, a flicker of flame igniting within her deep purple eyes. The small hands resting on her knees had unknowingly formed into fists. Lan, somewhat dazed, blinked as fragments of memory concerning the annihilation of Whirlpool Village surfaced. Instinctively seeking support, she leaned slightly towards Kushina, her head grazing Kushina's shoulder. The red-haired girl stiffened, yet did not push her away as usual. Instead, she huffed softly and turned her head, though her ears betrayed a subtle blush. "All right, let us continue practicing." Mito's voice returned to its usual gentle tone, yet carried an undeniable authority. With a swift motion, she rolled up the scroll containing the Vortex Clan's secret techniques, tucking it away. The moment the scroll closed, Lan caught a glimpse of a small, dark, fragmented pattern at its edge, a fleeting image of a grotesque creature seemingly bound by myriad rune chains, silently howling in horror. Lan's heart raced, wanting to observe more closely. But Mito's hand firmly pressed against the scroll, erasing the fragment from view beneath the ancient cover. Her expression remained unchanged. "Today's lesson ends here." Mito stood, her flowing sleeves sweeping gracefully across the low table. She turned towards a nearby cabinet, opening the door to retrieve an exquisite lacquered tray, upon which rested 3 bowls of steaming, aromatic miso soup, accompanied by lightly charred rice balls. "Let us take a break." The aroma of the food instantly dispelled the lingering heaviness in the room. Lan's eyes lit up, the prior thoughts of runes, talent, and burdensome history scattering like leaves in the wind. She practically scrambled to her feet, joyously exclaiming, "Wow, miso soup. You're the best, Granny Mito." Her swift movements created a gust of air. Kushina also exhaled softly, her previously tense shoulders relaxing. However, she did not rush towards the food like Lan. Instead, she paused, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Lan's animated profile, which sparkled with excitement. A fleeting smile flickered at the corner of her tightly pressed lips. "Humph, glutton." Goxn feigned disdain, yet her body betrayed her, as she settled beside the low table and reached for a bowl of soup, gently blowing away the steam. She took a small sip. The warm broth, infused with a savory saltiness, slid down her throat, dispelling the heavy feelings that had momentarily weighed on her heart. Stealing a glance at Lan, who was blissfully devouring rice balls with cheeks puffed out in delight, Goxn hesitated for a moment, then discreetly reached into the innermost pocket of her tool pouch, her fingertips brushing against a familiar oiled paper package containing the last 2 lemon-flavored hard candies she had saved. Seizing the moment while Lan was lost in her meal, Goxn swiftly tucked one of the small candies, wrapped in pale yellow paper, into Lan's voluminous sleeve pocket with the swiftness of lightning. As Lan reveled in the aroma of the rice balls, she suddenly felt a slight weight in her sleeve pocket. Blinking in confusion, she paused her chewing and reached in to explore, pulling out the lemon candy, the yellow wrapping glistening in the sunlight. She lifted her gaze towards Goxn, who immediately turned away, pretending to focus intently on her soup as if a fish had just leaped from it. However, a telltale blush crept swiftly from her ears to her neck. In a gruff voice, she muttered, "What are you staring at? Drink your soup, and if it falls, don't expect me to help you pick it up." Lan glanced at the candy in her hand, then at the crimson-tipped ears of Goxn, and a sudden smile broke across her face, pure and radiant. Cautiously, she tucked the candy away without saying a word, instead picking up the largest piece of fish from her bowl, from the miso soup, and carefully transferring it to Goxn's bowl. "Here, this is for you. The fish is quite tender," she mumbled, her voice muffled. Goxn stared at the unexpected fish in her bowl, momentarily taken aback, and the blush on her face deepened. She glared at Lan with feigned annoyance, Idiot. Who asked you to give it to me? I have my own. Yet, despite her words, she did not return the piece of fish but lowered her head and began to eat it slowly, savoring each bite. Mito silently observed the scene before her. Sunlight streamed through the paper doors, gently illuminating the two girls, nestled together, sharing simple food. The brilliant azure glow of the earlier runes, the heavy whispers of history, and the menacing shadows lurking in the corners of the scrolls seemed temporarily banished by this moment of ordinary warmth shared over food. The complex depths of her gaze softened, leaving only pure tenderness and affection. She extended her hand, moving as gently as if brushing against the most delicate petals, and caressed Lan's flame-red short hair and Zhou Xian's thick, red ponytail. Having rested, it was imperative not to slacken during the afternoon's fundamental physical training. Mito's voice returned to its usual warmth, reminding them that the battlefield offers no second chances. The negligence of daily practice would inevitably extract a toll in life-and-death situations. While Lan relished the savory miso soup, upon hearing this, her expression fell dramatically, and she let out an exaggerated groan. More physical training. She slumped over the low table, weakly murmuring, the fleeting beauty of falling blossoms, while the water flows without care. Physical training is truly tormenting me. Stop spouting nonsense. Zhou Xian immediately erupted like a lit firecracker, slamming her palm on the low table, causing the soup bowl to wobble. She glared at Lan. Get up. If you dare slack off this afternoon, I'll throw you on the training ground as a punching bag with my techniques. I mean it. Lan shrank back at her outburst, looking into Zhou Xian's fiery eyes, and sighed in resignation, slowly rising. Life is full of regrets. Shut up. To the training ground. Zhou Xian seized the back of Lan's collar, dragging her out like an unwilling kitten, her fierce demeanor leaving no room for argument. Mito watched the two girls bickering and shoving each other as they disappeared around the corner, their small shadows elongated by the sunlight. The gentle smile on her face gradually faded, her gaze drifting to the ancient tree swaying in the courtyard's breeze. A gust of wind sent a few prematurely yellow leaves spiraling down. She gathered her sleeves, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing against them, as if she could still feel the remnants of the pure and powerful azure chakra that had erupted from Lan's palm, perfectly merging with the essence of the low table. That brilliance formed a peculiar, silent contrast with the terrifying existence, long sealed away in the depths of her memories. The blood of the Uzumaki clan was ablaze, and a new storm was silently brewing. How long could this hard-won warmth of daily life endure beneath the encroaching shadows of war? She stood quietly at the intersection of light and shadow. Outside the courtyard, above the tall walls, a small figure clad in a deep blue Uchiha clan uniform flickered in the shadows of the branches. Uchiha Rant's gaze, sharp as a kunai, briefly lingered on the two retreating red-haired figures, focusing intently on the one being dragged along, with her distinctive hair bobbing as she moved. Then, he vanished silently into the thick foliage, leaving only the rustling leaves stirred by the wind. Chapter 16. A Surprise Birthday. In July, the Hidden Leaf Village was thick with the sound of cicadas. Uzumaki Lan lay sprawled on the cool floor of the tatami room, her hair sticking up in disarray. Her eyes momentarily drifting over to Zhou Xian, who was struggling with a sealing scroll, revealing a fleeting glimmer of guilt. Zhou Xian's birthday, July 10th, was just around the corner. In Lan's memories from another world, birthday cakes were synonymous with surprise. She yearned for this for Zhou Xian. This thought coiled around her like a vine, filled with secret excitement and immense pressure. She had to keep it from Zhou Xian and everyone else. Lan. Zhou Xian's irritated voice broke through suddenly, tinged with dissatisfaction at being overlooked. What are you daydreaming about? Did you figure out the seals on the scroll? If you keep lagging behind like this, Uchiha Ran is going to mock you in theory class again. Lan slowly acknowledged, rubbing her face against the floor, mumbling. I was thinking about red bean soup. She dared not look at Zhou Xian. Over the past few days, she had been making excuses to sneak out. Though her absences were brief, they were enough for perceptive Zhou Xian to sense something amiss. Zhou Xian narrowed her dark purple eyes suspiciously, fixating on the back of Lan's head. The wayward tuft of hair seemed to reek of guilt. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her tousled red hair. Red bean soup. Red bean soup. Are you some kind of red bean spirit raised by Grandma Mito? All you do is eat. You don't care about training at all. Though she spoke harshly, a small pang of unease tugged at her heart. Had Lan been avoiding her? Was it because she was too fierce? This thought caused her chest to feel tighter than failing to master the sealing technique. The operation began. Lan's allowance was sufficient for her daily visits to the three-colored shop. But to purchase the expensive arc-shaped kunai from the ninja tool shop and gather the peculiar ingredients for the cake, she would have to be thrifty. Reluctantly, she cut back on her visits to the three-colored shop and even declined Jio Xionai's invitation to share a new flavor of dango, which earned her a disbelieving glare and a disgruntled huff from the red-haired girl. An even more formidable task lay ahead, finding a helper. Lan knew well that, given her talent for turning the kitchen into a flower battleground, completing the cake alone was a fanciful dream. The ever-gentle and skillful bluffing Minato, with his radiant blonde hair, became her only option. However, Minato lived in the civilian district, a considerable distance from the Uchiha clan's residence. On her first excursion to find Minato, Lan felt like she was on a covert mission. She concocted an excuse to visit the three-colored shop for a limited edition dango. Dashing out the door under Grandma Mito's knowing yet slightly worried gaze and Jio Xionai's exasperated, "Are you eating again?" With a mix of vague memories and inquiries, the aunt she asked for directions looked quite bewildered at the sight of the serious red-haired girl inquiring how to reach the civilian district. She wound through the streets and finally arrived at the distinctly crowded and modest living area. Minato's small house was among them, clean and tidy, yet it could never compare to the grandeur of the Uzumaki residence. As Lan rang the doorbell, her heart raced like a drum. The door swung open, and Watergate beheld a girl with fiery red hair standing at the threshold. A flicker of surprise danced in her cerulean eyes. "Lan, how did you find this place? Is there something you need?" Lan, her hair slightly wilted from the sun, wore a tense expression as she fished out a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket. It contained a recipe she had jotted down from memory, having surreptitiously glimpsed it outside a dessert shop, the handwriting crooked and the proportions chaotic. "Watergate," she whispered, her voice low and laced with the nervousness of a thief and the determination of one with no retreat. "Help me. I want to bake a cake. For Kushina. A surprise. Absolutely confidential." A few keywords spilled from her lips in a hurried breath. Watergate observed her grave demeanor and then glanced at the recipe, which resembled a ninja tool's instructions. It read, "Flour, a lot. Sugar, an immense amount. Eggs, beat vigorously." A gentle, albeit helpless smile crept onto his lips. He stepped aside and said, "Please, come in." "A surprise, I understand." In the days that followed, Lan's absences became more frequent. She always managed to concoct various excuses, helping Granny Mizuharu search for materials at the bookstore, seeking a special herb on the back mountain, which was actually wild fruit, or claiming an upset stomach and needing to visit the hospital, only to detour to the commoner district. Her excuses were so poorly crafted that even Shinjuro rolled his eyes at them. Meanwhile, Kushina's feelings grew increasingly convoluted. The room felt especially empty and quiet in Lan's absence. She often found herself glancing toward the door while working on scrolls. Where has that foolish Lan gone now? Does she find me too fierce, too bothersome? Does she think that while Uchiha Rin may be abrasive, at least he doesn't yell at people like I do? This unfamiliar, bittersweet sense of loss coiled around her like a vine, leaving her restless, making her falter during training, and her temper flared more easily, like a firecracker ready to explode. Even Granny Mizuharu noticed the change, gently inquiring if she felt unwell, only to receive a stubborn shake of her head in response. When Lan finally returned, covered in dust and perhaps a faint, unfamiliar sweetness not belonging to the Sunju house, Kushina would immediately bristle with suspicion. "You're back." She crossed her arms, chin held high, striving to infuse her voice with mockery rather than vulnerability. "Where did you go this time? Did you eat something bad again? Or were you lost? Dazzled by some obnoxious Uchiha?" She intentionally provoked Lan with Uchiha, hoping to elicit the usual indignant retort. Yet Lan's responses were always delayed, her gaze evasive. Mumbling vague affirmations before retreating to a corner, staring into space or practicing hand seals, which, to Kushina, only indicated guilt. "Foolish Lan, what on earth are you up to?" Kushina could no longer contain herself and erupted after one of Lan's late returns. She stormed towards Lan, her dark purple eyes shining with a mix of grievance and anger, resembling burning amethyst. "Do you hate me now?" The words slipped out, imbued with a vulnerability she had not realized she possessed. Lan stood frozen, taken aback by the misty defiance in Kushina's eyes, her heart twisting painfully. She opened her mouth, almost letting slip the truth that she was preparing a surprise. But at the last moment, the thought of the surprise prevailed. She simply shook her head frantically, awkwardly reaching out to pat Kushina's shoulder. No, no. You're the best. Liars. Kushina swatted her hand away, her eyes reddening, resembling an injured creature, before turning on her heel and retreating to her room. Slamming the door behind her, Lon was left standing there, staring at her reddened knuckles, feeling a tumult of anxiety and urgency. Yet she could only swallow her grievances and explanations. Baking a cake was proving to be far more challenging than dealing with 10 Uchiha-ren. In the small kitchen of Watergate's home, the calamity wrought by Lan's culinary ninja skills unfolded once more. Flour clouds, splattered egg liquid, stubborn lumps of dough. Watergate assumed the role of the most patient mentor and efficient firefighter, repeatedly rescuing Lon from the brink of despair. When the lopsided cake, smeared with frosting reminiscent of the moon's surface, finally emerged from the oven, Lon was nearly moved to tears. The process of whipping cream opened her eyes wide. Watching the liquid transform into fluffy clouds under Watergate's skilled hand left her utterly astonished. Wow, Watergate, you're incredible, Lon exclaimed, her nose dusted with a bit of cream she had sneakily tasted. Watergate merely smiled gently, lifting a dollop of pristine cream with a spatula, his wrist deftly twisting as he attempted to teach Lon how to pipe decorations. However, when Lan's hand trembled, the delicate rose she intended to create turned into a squishy, abstract blob awkwardly perched on the cake's edge. Lon gazed at her creation and then at Watergate's elegantly crafted flower, her head drooping in despair. What if Kushina thinks I've sealed the cake with a jutsu? Watergate chuckled softly, mirth dancing in his azure gaze. No, Lon. The sentiment is what matters most. He gestured toward the strawberries she had brought. We can use fruit to decorate and cover up the more unique aspects. He kindly refrained from mentioning its unattractiveness. In the end, under Lan's insistence, primarily to hide her piping artistry, vibrant red strawberries and verdant kiwi slices adorned the cake's surface, although arranged haphazardly. The colors were bright and vivacious. Lon stared at the adorably awkward cake, then at the flour dusting Watergate's face, silently praying, Kushina, for the sake of the cake, please don't despise it. On the morning of July 10th, the sun shone particularly bright. The warm aroma of red bean soup wafted through the traditional room of the Mizuharu residence, mingling with a barely perceptible sweetness belonging to the cake. Lon anxiously rubbed her hands together, glancing toward the door from time to time. The cake was nestled in a large food box, hidden in the corner. Beside it lay a deep blue velvet box containing the kunai of the arc shadow, glimmering faintly in the morning light. Tsunade yawned as she entered, carrying sake, followed closely by Shinjiro, whose hair was tousled and eyes still half closed. Granny Mizuharu smiled as she served the red bean soup. And then, the guest of honor, Kushina, appeared, clad in her usual training attire, her hair hastily tied up. Her expression was devoid of emotion, even tinged with deliberate indifference. When her gaze swept over Lon, it quickly darted away, lips pressed tightly together. Deep within her dark purple eyes lay a hint of unnoticeable anticipation and anxiety. Would foolish Lon finally settle down today? Would it be like before? Hey kid, happy birthday. Tsunade boisterously ruffled Kushina's red hair, casually handing her a small box. Here, the latest hair ties. Don't keep using that old one. Shinjiro scratched his head and gruffly added, Happy birthday, tomato head. Here, this is for you. He presented her with a warm, oiled paper package containing 2 freshly made honey-glazed fish from the mountain's secret grilled fish tavern. Kushina accepted the gifts with a quiet thank you. But her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Lon. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning all her courage, Lon suddenly stood up, her movements swift enough to stir the air. Kushina, happy birthday. Lan's voice quivered with nerves. She hurried to the corner, carefully presenting the large food box, then reached for the deep blue velvet box. Kushina froze. A food box? And that seemingly expensive box? Was foolish Lan's recent secrecy all for this? Lon placed the food box in the center of the table and took a deep breath before lifting the lid. The air seemed to still for a moment. A rather unique cake emerged before everyone. The round cake was relatively intact, but the frosting was unevenly applied, as if ravaged by a miniature wind jutsu. It was densely adorned with bright strawberries and sliced kiwis, nearly obscuring the cream beneath, resembling an overly lush fruit jungle. Amidst the fruits, a few oddly shaped dollops of cream, or cream clumps, bravely emerged, one even attempting to spell out a character, but the strokes were interrupted. rendering it both pitiable and amusing. The first to break composure was Shoju, pointing at the most distorted cream flower atop the cake. Is this a new type of spirit beast? Tsunade's hand trembled slightly as she held her wine glass, her golden eyes sparkling with barely suppressed laughter. Even Granny Mito's gentle face bore a hint of a smile. Kushina's expression, however, became utterly rigid. She gazed at the oddly charming cake, exuding an enticing sweetness, then shifted her glance to Lan, who was so nervous she appeared to be nearly fumbling, and finally to the opulent deep blue box that was clearly of great value. Shock, bewilderment, and disbelief surged within her dark violet eyes, culminating in an indescribable sense of bittersweetness that instantly shattered the wall of grievances and awkwardness she had built over the past few days. Unaware of the tempest of emotions brewing in Kushina's eyes, Lan hastily opened the velvet box, revealing 3 elegantly curved, glimmering shuriken. And this, a birthday gift, she exclaimed, presenting it to Kushina like a prized treasure. The owner of the Daily Ninja Tool shop said they were particularly suited to your throwing style. Kushina's gaze fell upon the shuriken before snapping back to Lan. Her lips quivered as if she wished to speak, but her throat felt constricted, producing only a short, breathless sound. She extended her hand, her fingertips trembling almost imperceptibly as they brushed against the cold blade of the shuriken, only to retract swiftly as if fearing it would burn her. You. Kushina's voice was hoarse and dry, laden with nasal tones. Did you do all this just for me? Her gaze returned to the ugly cake. Flour, eggs, sugar. Foolish Lan had clumsily toiled in the kitchen, misunderstood and chastised by herself, yet remaining silent. A wave of guilt and warmth enveloped her, overwhelming her senses. Her nose burned, and her vision blurred rapidly. She suddenly lowered her head, not wanting anyone to witness her discomposure, but the scalding tears fell uncontrollably onto the tatami floor, creating dark, spreading stains. Her shoulders trembled violently, and muffled sobs escaped from her tightly pressed lips. The laughter in the room ceased abruptly. Shoju and Tsunade exchanged glances, while Granny Mito's eyes reflected deep concern. Lan's heart twisted painfully. She looked at Kushina's trembling figure, and all the accumulated grievances, anxiety, and the relief of finally presenting a surprise converged into a surging wave of empathy. Instinctively, she rushed forward, unhesitatingly wrapping her arms around Kushina from behind in a tight embrace. Kushina's body stiffened abruptly, as if struck by electricity. She instinctively attempted to break free, but Lan's arms held her firmly, radiating an undeniable warmth and awkward determination. Lan gently rested her chin on Kushina's shoulder, turning her face slightly to whisper in her ear. In a voice only the two could hear, clumsy yet urgent, "Don't cry, Kushina. I'm so sorry for making you sad. I didn't mean to hide from you. It was meant to be a surprise." She fumbled through her explanation, tightening her embrace. "Look, the cake has curves." Although the cake was rather homely, Lan's embrace and her rambling reassurance dissipated the last vestiges of Kushina's stubbornness. Her tense body gradually softened, no longer attempting to escape. Instead, she leaned back slightly into Lan's warmth. The suppressed sobs transformed into clearer, plaintive whimpers, like a small beast finally finding solace. She grasped Lan's arm around her waist tightly, as if it were her only lifeline. Now was the moment. Lan's heart raced within her chest. As she gently patted Kushina's back, she suddenly lifted her head, calling out towards the entrance with a voice tinged with tears yet remarkably clear. "Minato, come in." Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the figure of a blonde youth at the door. Namikaze Minato stood there, his golden hair shimmering in the morning light, a gentle smile gracing his face, along with a few remnants of flour not entirely wiped away. He held a small box, carefully wrapped in plain paper. Minato strolled in with a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Kushina nestled in Lan's embrace, or perhaps tactfully choosing not to acknowledge it. He gently placed the small box on the table before Kushina, right beside the deep blue box containing the shuriken. His voice warm and clear. "Kushina, happy birthday." Kushina's head, nestled in Lan's neck, stirred slightly. She did not immediately raise her gaze, but her sobs had notably quieted, though her shoulders still trembled lightly. Granny Mito cleared her throat gently, enveloping the room in tender warmth. "All right, children, today is a day of joy. Come, let us sit down. Lan, give Kushina some space. Minato, you too, take a seat." She began to slice the oddly endearing cake, placing the largest piece, adorned with the most fruit, in front of Kushina. The atmosphere cautiously rekindled with life. Tsunade poured drinks for Shoju and herself, while Shoju eagerly scooped a hefty spoonful of cake into his mouth, exclaiming through a mouthful, delicious, much better than military rations. Granny Mito distributed the cake slices to everyone. Lon gently released Kushina but remained seated close beside her, watching with concern. Finally, Kushina slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were red like a rabbit's. Her nose was also flushed, and traces of tears lingered on her face, her hair slightly disheveled. She quickly wiped her face with the back of her hand, avoiding Lan's gaze, though her eyes instinctively darted to the noticeable flour smudges on Minato's face. Then to the substantial piece of cake before her, her lips pressed tightly together. Silently, she picked up her spoon, scooping a small piece of cake into her mouth. Chewing vigorously, the sweetness mingled with the creaminess and the refreshing fruit burst in her mouth, an unexpectedly delightful taste. She kept her head down, taking small bites, with tiny tears still clinging to her long eyelashes. Seeing Kushina finally eat brought a long sigh of relief from Lon. She too took a large bite, immediately squinting her eyes at the overwhelming sweetness. It's truly delicious. Minato, you're amazing. She unabashedly praised, emphasizing the true hero. I told you. It's all thanks to Minato. He sifted the flour. He cracked the eggs. He whipped the cream. He even cut the fruit. I just contributed to the chaos and ate the failed attempts. As she spoke, she sneaked glances at Kushina's reaction. Kushina's chewing paused momentarily, her head bowing lower, her ears turning a deep crimson. Dinner unfolded in a warm, cozy atmosphere, filled with a subtle, unspoken sentiment of relief. Shoju and Tsunade shared amusing tales of their missions, while Granny Mito gently inquired about Minato's recent happenings. Lon diligently savored her cake, occasionally adding fruit to Kushina's plate, who, despite her continued silence, consumed it all. After the meal, as Granny Mito reminisced about the past, Shoju animatedly recounted how he frightened a ninja cat using the shadow snake hand technique. Suddenly, Kushina set down her spoon. She bowed her head, her body slightly turned toward Minato, who sat quietly beside her, enjoying his cake. Her fingers unconsciously tugged at the fabric of her kimono, gripping it tightly. Lon held her breath, watching anxiously. Kushina's lips barely moved, as if summoning an immense resolve. In a swift motion, she tugged on Minato's sleeve hanging by his side. Minato paused, his azure eyes turning gently towards her. Kushina still did not lift her gaze, her eyes fixed intently on the half-empty cake plate before her. Her voice was barely above a whisper, low and almost drowned out by the surrounding chatter. Yet it reached the ears of Minato and the attentive Lon with clarity. Namikaze Minato. I'm sorry. I was wrong to say you were insincere. With those 3 brief sentences, she seemed to expend all her strength, abruptly retracting her hand and grabbing her spoon once more, forcefully scooping a large piece of cake into her mouth. Cheeks bulging as if to stifle all the swirling emotions, her ears burning fiercely. Watergate gazed at the red-haired girl beside him, who resembled a boiled shrimp, desperately attempting to mask her embarrassment with food. The last vestige of an invisible barrier in her azure eyes melted away like snow, revealing a warm and pure smile. He did not utter the words "it's all right," but merely nodded gently, responding in a similarly soft voice. The cake is delicious, Kushina. I appreciate your heartfelt gesture. He skillfully sidestepped direct forgiveness while conveying the utmost kindness and understanding. Kushina's chewing abruptly halted, followed by her lowering her head, chewing more vigorously. Yet the fullness of her cheeks seemed to relax slightly. Lon observed this scene, her previously anxious heart finally settling, a wave of warmth flooding her chest. The sweetness melted on her tongue, warmth spreading down her esophagus, enveloping her entire being. She surveyed the small tatami room, the gentle smile of Granny Mito, Tsunade's boisterous drinking posture, Shoju boasting about his task efficiency to his sister, Watergate quietly enjoying his cake with a gentle face dusted with flour, and the red-haired girl beside her, awkwardly apologizing while devouring her food. The cold, lonely memories belonging to another world were, in this moment, entirely overshadowed, fused with and replaced by the vivid, bustling scene before her, filled with the aromas of food, tears, and laughter. Suddenly, she set down her spoon, turned to the side, and reached out, not to tug at a sleeve, but with an undeniable intimacy, gently grasping Kushina's slightly chilly hand resting on her knee. Kushina's body stiffened momentarily. Yet instead of pulling away as usual, She allowed Lan to hold her hand, her cake eating slowing down. A serene clarity washed over Lan's heart. She leaned closer to Kushina and spoke in a voice only they could hear, clear and earnest, no longer slow, filled with a sense of settled ease and joy. Kushina, do you know? Before I met you, I was probably just someone who would always get lost. Her gaze swept over everyone before finally resting on Kushina's profile. Her voice, though soft, was imbued with strength. Here, there is your sweetness, Watergate's cake, Granny Mito's red bean soup, Tsunade's dumplings, and Shoju's honey-glazed fish. She paused, took a deep breath, and finally voiced the words that had lingered in her heart for so long. Words she had firmly come to accept, with an undeniable conviction. This is my home. Kushina's hand, held by Lan, curled its fingertips slightly, then, very slowly, turned over to gently clasp Lan's fingers in return. She did not turn her head, still focused on her food, yet the corners of her tightly pressed lips seemed to struggle to form a minuscule but utterly genuine arc upwards. Watergate observed their intertwined hands, a gentle understanding reflected in the curve of his lips. Granny Mito's eyes glistened with emotion. Tsunade raised her cup once more, declaring, "To the birthday of the little tomato brat, and this exceptionally meaningful cake, cheers." Cheers. Shoju hurriedly grabbed his cup. The tatami room resonated with warm laughter and the enticing aromas of food. Sunlight streamed through the paper doors, warmly enveloping each person present. Lan unwrapped a piece of fruit candy brought by Watergate, the orange-yellow candy sparkling. She popped it into her mouth, and the sweet and sour flavor burst forth, filling her senses. With a satisfied shake of her head, the tuft of hair atop her head joyfully swayed along, carefree and untroubled. Chapter 17. A cliched scenario of heroes saving beauties in the deep autumn of Konoha. The air was tinged early with a cutting chill. The path leading to the ninja academy felt more desolate than usual, fallen leaves swirling in the wind, creating a rustling sound resembling countless tiny footsteps racing by. A few crows perched on the bare branches, croaking hoarsely, adding a touch of somberness. The looming clouds of war cast a heavy shadow over the village, enveloping what should have been the lively annual practical assessment at the ninja school in a tense gray hue. Lan shrank her neck, attempting to bury most of her face in her collar, revealing only a pair of lackluster eyes. Beside her, Kushina resembled an agitated little lion, her red ponytail nearly standing on end, dark violet pupils warily scanning the curious, disdainful, or purely amused gazes of her peers. "What are you staring at?" Kushina suddenly stomped her foot, her voice ringing clear with unabashed anger. "Keep staring, and I'll use your eyeballs as shuriken targets." The crowd fell silent for a moment, with a few nearby instinctively taking half a step back. Lan, a beat behind, tugged at Kushina's sleeve, her voice muffled from her collar. "Come on, Kushina. The assessment is about to start." She truly did not want to waste chakra on a quarrel before the fight began. "Humph." Kushina huffed, yet she tightly gripped Lan's wrist, pulling her behind like a protective hen. "Just hold on, you silly Lan. If anyone dares to challenge you, let them taste the four-symbol seal." Feeling the steadfast strength and warmth of Kushina's grip on her wrist, a tiny shard of the chill invoked by the environment melted away in Lan's heart. She softly affirmed without rebuttal that the four-symbol seal was not something one could just use at will. The assessment area was divided into sections, the atmosphere among the higher-grade students heavily laden with tension, while the lower-grade area where Lan and Kushina stood was a mixture of anxiety and an uncontrollable eagerness to prove themselves. The chief examiner, Amino Koji, flatly announced the rules. "In the match when the point is made, no lethal ninja tools. Now, the first group, Uzumaki Lan versus Ishikawa Ken." The summoned Ishikawa Ken was a boy noticeably sturdier than his peers, sporting a buzz cut and wearing an unmistakable, unrestrained grin that suggested he was looking at an easy target. He flexed his wrists and ankles, producing crackling sounds, striding confidently into the center of the arena, provocatively beckoning to Lan. "TCH." Kushina clicked her tongue in displeasure, pushing Lan forward. "Go. Flatten that idiot." Lan took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the arena, coming to a halt. Her fiery red hair swayed gently in the cool breeze, the iconic tuft on her head drooping, and combined with her still youthful, round face, she exuded an air that invited bullying. "Hey, red-haired loser," Ishikawa Ken whispered, audible only to Lan. "I bet the taste of being at the bottom of the physical training class isn't pleasant, huh? Don't worry, I'll be gentle when I knock you down." Before his words fell silent, Ishikawa-kin charged at her like a raging bull. There was no flair or technique, purely reliant on brute strength and speed. His large hand reached for Lan's shoulder, intending to slam her to the ground. A few light chuckles and jeers erupted from the sidelines. Lan's reactions always seemed to beat behind. Just as Ishikawa-kin's hand, rushing with the force of the wind, nearly touched her clothing, she finally seemed to awaken, performing an exceedingly awkward roll to the side, narrowly evading his grasp. The rough ground grazed her arm, sending a sharp sting through her. That was quite the clumsy escape. A cool, venomous voice drifted from the spectator seats, neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone present to hear. Lan knew without looking that it was that arrogant Uchiha. She rolled to her feet, not even pausing to brush off the dust on her clothes. As Ishikawa-kin's second punch, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, swung toward her face. The wind from his punch stung her cheeks. Can't take it head on. This thought echoed in Lan's mind. Almost instinctively, with a peculiar spatial awareness, she twisted her body in a somewhat awkward manner, her center of gravity nearly unsteady. As the punch grazed past her nose, the force of the wind left her breathless. So clumsy. It was too embarrassing. The laughter from the sidelines grew more pronounced. Kushina's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms, gritting her teeth towards Uzumaki Lan. You idiot Lan. Use the sealing technique. As Ishikawa-kin missed 2 strikes, his face lost composure. He shouted angrily. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. He transformed his fists into claws, exerting force beneath his feet, and lunged forward with ferocity once more. This time, his speed was even swifter, and the area he encompassed was broader, nearly sealing off Lan's options for evasion. Now was the moment. A flicker of intense focus momentarily illuminated Lan's eyes, which had always appeared sluggish and lacking in vitality. No longer did she attempt to evade entirely. Instead, she sank her body slightly, and, with hands clasped before her chest, swiftly formed intricate hand seals with a stability and speed that belied her youth. The ever-silent Minato Namikaze narrowed his azure eyes, catching a glimpse of the fleeting chakra glimmer at Lan's fingertips. That movement was not the body flicker technique. A trick. Ishikawa-kin dismissed the slow-moving redhead's hand seals with a mocking grin, swiping down with his claws. Yet at the moment Lan completed her seals, her hands did not point towards him. Instead, they slammed fiercely against the ground beneath her feet. A localized version of the light array formation. A low shout escaped her lips. Buzz. A subtle, vibrating sound akin to a taut string resonated forth. Centered on the point where Lan struck the ground, several faint, golden lines of chakra shot forth, shimmering with light. They did not form a complete array covering the center, but rather, like serpents infused with life. They raced with astonishing speed, precisely coiling around Ishikawa-kin's 2 ankles, the very supports of his balance. What on earth? Ishikawa-kin felt a sudden tightness at his ankles, a cold and unyielding sense of restraint, as if invisible vines had ensnared him. His fierce forward momentum abruptly halted, and he stumbled forward, his center of gravity instantly thrown into chaos. The audience gasped. What had once been laughter and jeers transformed into incredulous exclamations and sharp intakes of breath. Sealing technique. How could she possibly know sealing techniques? What is that technique? So fast, concealed beneath her lackluster physical prowess with such a skill? Is it a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan? Even the chief examiner, Kai Ueno, displayed evident astonishment. Ishikawa-kin, both shocked and enraged, desperately struggled to break free from the seemingly delicate chakra chains around his ankles. Yet the faint golden lines were extraordinarily resilient, deeply embedded in the ground, pinning him firmly in place, immovable. The more he fought against it, the stronger the sensation of restraint became, even imparting a sense of sluggishness as if his chakra were being hindered and sealed. His face flushed crimson, resembling a beast ensnared by invisible ropes. A mere trifle. In the spectators' area, Uchiha-run, arms crossed, remained aloof and haughty, a smirk playing on his lips. His voice rang out clearly, a basic binding technique, utterly rudimentary. Her chakra control is coarse and wasteful. Resorting to sealing techniques against such a foe, she truly is at the bottom of the ranks. His sharp black eyes scanned Lan's slightly pale face, his tone rife with unmasked disdain. Lan maintained her stance, sweat beading on her forehead. To precisely compress the binding range of the light array around her opponent's ankles without affecting herself was an immense burden for her as a novice. It felt as though a significant portion of her chakra had been instantaneously drained, leaving her dizzy and hollow. She gasped for breath, utterly unable to counter Rin's biting remarks. Victory is decided. Uzumaki Lan wins. The chief examiner announced loudly, stepping forward to signal Ishikawa-kin to cease his futile struggles. As the binding was lifted, Ishikawa-kin's legs weakened, almost causing him to collapse. He glared at Lan, his eyes filled with shame, anger, and above all, trepidation towards that bizarre binding. Lan slowly rose, her steps somewhat unsteady. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she exhaled deeply. It's done. Though dismissed as worthless by that arrogant Uchiha, she had nonetheless triumphed. She instinctively glanced towards Kushina. Kushina's face flushed with excitement, her fists pumping as she jumped up and down, shouting, "Well done, Lan. Amazing." Her enthusiasm was as if she herself had won 10 matches. Lan couldn't help but smile, warmth spreading through her heart. Yet before her smile could fully blossom, a wave of intense dizziness struck her, stars dancing before her eyes as her body swayed uncontrollably. She had exhausted her chakra and shook her head, striving to remain conscious. The subsequent assessments transformed into a showcase for the prodigies. Minato Namake's form moved across the field like a golden flash. His body flicker technique was astonishingly swift. One moment he stood still, and the next he appeared at his opponent's side or behind them, his movements fluid and rhythmical. His opponent's attacks consistently fell short, while his elusive golden flash and the accompanying empty body technique struck with an unpredictability that left them defenseless. When opponents committed fully to blocking or dodging the first visible kunai, a second or even third would often arrive silently from an inconceivable angle, landing mere inches from their vital points, declaring victory. His combat style was clean and decisive, always accompanied by a gentle yet undeniable smile of confidence. Each victory elicited genuine admiration and applause. Uchiha Rin's style, on the other hand, embodied the Uchiha clan's sharpness and elegance. The entire process was swift, precise, and ruthless, showcasing a chilling efficiency. He concluded battles even faster than Minato, merely casting a disinterested glance at the defeated opponents. As if brushing away a speck of dust from his sleeve, an air of pride and strength emanating from his bloodline that silenced the younger students observing. Among the spectators, a boy with a spiky haircut and bright eyes, Sarutobi Shino, waved his small fists in excitement. He had just concluded his own assessment. Emerging victorious from a rather challenging duel, his face still flushed with the thrill of triumph and marked by a few shallow scratches. Like the others, he was utterly captivated by Rin's battle. His taijutsu is incredible. Shino couldn't help but exclaim softly, his eyes sparkling with unmasked admiration, so fast and precise. It was like art. He clenched his fists, as if envisioning himself performing such fierce techniques. Uchiha Rin victorious. Minato Namake's victorious. Without a doubt, Uchiha Rin claimed the top spot in this lower-grade practical assessment with an overwhelming record of victories. When the chief examiner announced the final rankings, Rin merely lifted his chin slightly, displaying no joy, as though it were a matter of course. Truly a genius of the Uchiha clan. So formidable. His movements are indistinguishable. Minato is impressive as well, but it seems Rin is just a bit faster. Praise flowed towards Rin like a tide. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had arrived at the edge of the arena, donning his Hokage robe, his expression calm as he observed the proceedings. When his gaze passed over Rin, he subtly nodded, an expression of appreciation for the talents of the younger generation glimmering in his eyes. He soon found his son, Sarutobi Shino, amidst the excited students, who immediately straightened up, pride and anticipation radiating from his face. When Rin's name was called as the first, he could no longer contain himself, waving vigorously towards Rin and exclaiming, "Rin, so cool. First place is well-deserved. Your taijutsu is unprecedentedly strong. I hope to learn from you in the future." His shout encapsulated the yearning and camaraderie of his peers towards a strong individual. Hearing the call, Uchiha Rin cast a cold glance in his direction. Upon recognizing Shino and the third Hokage nearby, he paused imperceptibly. He did not respond to Shino's enthusiasm, merely nodding slightly, offering a flawless yet distant gesture of acknowledgement towards the third Hokage. Then he averted his gaze, as if the earlier shout had merely been a fleeting breeze passing by his ear. Shinonisuke's fervor did not elicit the anticipated response, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head. Yet, the admiration and desire for companionship in his eyes remained undiminished. From amidst the crowd, Sanda smiled gently at his son, lightly patting his own shoulder, as if offering silent encouragement. This simple gesture not only affirmed the father's approval, but subtly hinted at the future role that this son of the Hokage might play within the village. At last, the bell signaling the conclusion of the assessment rang, releasing the tense atmosphere. Most students dispersed in small groups, bearing expressions of excitement, disappointment, or fatigue. Lan felt as though her feet were treading on cotton, a wave of exhaustion from depleted chakra washing over her. All she wished for was to find a place to sit down, preferably accompanied by a plate of dango to replenish her energy. "Hey, laggard." A cold voice pierced the air beside her. Lan jolted, turning to see Uchiha Run, who had somehow appeared next to her, his signature arrogant expression intact. "Something to say?" Lan retorted curtly, making an effort to steady herself, unwilling to appear intimidated in his presence. Ren's obsidian-like eyes lingered on her pale face for a fleeting moment before he diverted his gaze, his tone devoid of emotion. As if stating an unrelated fact, "The clan has sent word. Starting this weekend, I will be joining the Konoha Guard for an apprenticeship." Lan paused, taken aback. The Konoha Guard? That was the division overseen by the Uchiha clan. Images flashed through her mind of the Uchiha members in their deep blue uniforms, adorned with the fan emblem, patrolling the village with an air of aloofness. To have someone as talented as Ren undertake an apprenticeship sounded like the clan intended to nurture him. She smirked, scoffing. "Oh, congratulations, future Lord of the Guard. So what? Are you bragging?" Ren seemed momentarily taken aback by her reaction, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow, his voice growing colder. "Idiot. I'm merely informing you to prevent you, the slow-witted laggard, from causing unnecessary trouble for others." With that, he appeared to consider the conversation concluded, turning to leave. Just then, a sudden crisis erupted. "Watch out." A sharp cry rang from nearby. Instinctively, Lan turned her gaze towards the sound. At the edge of a recently concluded arena, a defeated boy, his face flushed with shame and anger, seized the moment as his opponent, a petite girl, turned to leave unguarded. With a fierce determination, he hurled a training kunai, wooden yet sharp, directly at her back. "Ah!" The girl, hearing the warning, turned just in time to see a shadow rushing towards her, panic gripping her as she failed to react in time. The distance was too close, the incident too sudden. Even Kaya Shuka couldn't intervene. Lan's mind buzzed. Her body instinctively reacted faster than her thoughts. Drawing upon the last remnants of her chakra, she launched herself forward like an arrow, not towards the kunai, but to the stunned girl. "Get down," she shouted with all her might. Thud! A dull thump echoed. Lan tackled the girl to the ground, the two tumbling in a heap. The girl screamed in shock. However, the anticipated dull ache from the wooden kunai striking her body never came. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Lan looked up in astonishment to see a tall, deep blue figure, like a specter, materialize between her and the assailant. Moving faster than anyone could perceive, it was none other than Uchiha Ren, back from his departure. Ren extended his right hand, effortlessly pinching the end of the wooden kunai with his index and middle fingers. The sharp tip was merely inches from his throat, perfectly still. He hadn't even activated his Sharingan. He relied solely on his terrifying reflexes and dynamic vision. The assailant gazed into Ren's icy, lifeless eyes, and at the kunai so close, his face drained of color. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, trembling, unable to utter a word. Without sparing a glance at the attacker, Ren flicked his wrist, causing the kunai to spin gracefully in his grasp. Only then did he slowly turn his gaze to Lan, who was still sprawled on the ground, disheveled. The golden rays of the setting sun outlined his delicate profile and fell upon his deep blue clan attire. He lowered his eyelids slightly, observing Lan's amber eyes, which were clouded with fear and fatigue. With a habitual smirk, he spoke in his usual acerbic tone. "Uchiha's leftovers," he remarked, shaking the kunai in his fingers, his voice laced with a barely perceptible mockery, "are far more worthy of remembrance than such a cowardly ambush." With that, he flicked his wrist again, sending the kunai flying with precision, embedding it firmly in the ground between the attacker's legs, sending the boy into another fit of panicked cries, nearly wetting himself. Ren disregarded the fool entirely, redirecting his attention back to Lan, his tone dripping with disdain. "And you, laggard, If your chakra is depleted, just stay put. What else with this foolish heroics? Ridiculous. Yet, despite his words, he extended a hand towards Lan, his fingers long and clean. Lan's heart raced in her chest, a cocktail of fear, exhaustion, and an indescribable emotion stirring within her. She looked at Ren's outstretched hand, then up into his seemingly cold yet enigmatic black eyes. The sun's rays illuminated him, casting a warm golden edge along the deep blue of his clan attire. Slowly, hesitantly, she placed her hand in his palm. Ren's grip was dry and firm, gently pulling her up from the ground. The motion was neither tender nor particularly gentle, yet it was steady enough. "Thank you," Lan murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as she steadied herself, her head bowed. A warmth spread across her cheeks. Unsure if it was from the earlier rush of adrenaline or something else entirely. She despised this arrogant Uchiha, yet she couldn't deny that in that moment. He had moved with a ghostly swiftness and had indeed saved her. Ren seemed to let out a slight huff, quickly releasing her hand as if it had touched something unclean. He turned his gaze towards the distant streetlights flickering to life, his tone reverting to its customary aloofness. "Starting this weekend, the guard apprenticeship. Stay out of trouble, laggard." With that, he departed, merging into the dispersing crowd, his deep blue silhouette vanishing around the corner into the encroaching dusk. Kayashuka sternly dealt with the assailant. Kushina rushed over like a whirlwind, grabbing Lan by the shoulders and scrutinizing her from all angles. "Lan, are you all right? That bastard. I'm going to kill him." Her eyes were ablaze with fury. "I'm fine, Kushina, really." Lan quickly reassured the agitated Kushina, her heart still racing as she touched the spot on her back where the kunai had nearly struck. Did Ren actually intervene? Once Kushina confirmed that Lan was indeed unhurt, she visibly relaxed but then recalled something, her expression turning incredulous as she gazed in the direction Ren had vanished. Humph. At least he has some conscience. Lan chose not to respond. She gazed at the corner where Ren had disappeared, the last remnants of sunlight painting the sky in warm oranges and reds. Slowly, she rummaged through her pocket, feeling a familiar, warm, oiled paper package. It was the fruit candy that Kushina had given her, one she had saved until now. She pulled it out, the small package glowing warmly in her palm, tinted by the sunset. "Hey, arrogant Uchiha!" Lan suddenly shouted with all her might towards the empty street corner. Of course, there was no reply, only the rustling sound of the wind through the bare branches. Lan remained unperturbed as she lowered her head, carefully placing the oiled paper package on a clean wooden stump at the edge of the training ground, securing one corner with a small stone to prevent it from being swept away by the wind. Once she had completed this task, she took the hand of the still aggrieved Kushina. "Let's go." "Kushina." Lan's voice returned to its usual slow cadence, infused with a hint of fatigue, yet curiously lighthearted. "I'm hungry. Shall we go have some dango? My treat." Kushina's attention was instantly diverted. "Really? That's wonderful. I want 10 skewers." She promptly forgot her earlier annoyance, gripping Lan's hand tightly as she eagerly dragged her towards the dango shop, already listing the dishes she wanted, including red bean soup. Extra sugar. As the sun fully dipped below the horizon, lights flickered to life along the streets. The two small figures with red hair, hand in hand, melded into the throngs of returning home, racing towards the warm shop that wafted sweet aromas. The earlier thrill and chill seemed to dissolve quietly into the deepening twilight, replaced by the warmth of sweets resting on the stump and the comforting grasp of a friend's hand. In the shadow of the street corner, a figure cloaked in deep blue emerged silently. Uchiha Ren watched the two distant, bounding red dots before glancing down at the small oiled paper package resting on the stump. He extended his hand, his slender fingers pinching the package, feeling the characteristic, slightly resilient texture of the fruit candies and a faint, undetectable sweetness. He stood in silence for a moment, the dusky light outlining his tall, yet somewhat solitary silhouette. Ultimately, he simply tucked the candy package into the inner pocket of his clan attire, his motion imbued with an unrecognized tenderness. Then he turned, his figure vanishing completely into the autumn night of Konoha. Chapter 18. Graduation Assessment in the largest training ground of the ninja school. The air felt laden as if filled with invisible lead, pressing heavily upon everyone's chest. Outside, the sky was a dull gray, thick clouds reluctantly permitting only a few rays of pale light to filter through, which not only failed to bring warmth, but also accentuated the chill within the room. A silent tension permeated the atmosphere, mingled with the sense of sweat and sawdust, reminiscent of the suffocating oppression that accompanied the approach of war. On the old locust tree by the side of the field, 3 deep gashes from blades had been added, silently recounting the passage of 3 years and the looming specter of battle. Vortex Lawn stood before a row of heavy wooden training dummies, her fiery bangs drooping against her forehead, her hair, having grown considerably over the past 3 years, lazily cascading down her back, and her signature silly hair strand drooping dismally. She took a deep breath, attempting to expel the heavy chill that filled her lungs, yet the air she inhaled remained tinged with tension. The cold, hard darkwood floor beneath her feet served as a stark reminder of the daunting test she was about to face, one in which she was least adept. Next, Vortex Lawn, physical skill assessment. A gentle yet somewhat resigned voice rang out. It was their instructor, Kushina, a young chunin known for his easygoing nature, who wore a wry smile at this moment. Holding a record sheet, his gaze towards Lawn bore the familiarity of someone who had seen this scenario many times before. Lan's toes curled uneasily within her ninja shoes. She raised her gaze, peering past Instructor Sho to the edge of the training ground. There stood Kushina, her thick red ponytail taut and her dark purple eyes fixed intently on her, like 2 burning coals. Kushina's lips moved silently, and Lawn could almost hear her roaring, "Idiot Lawn! Put some strength into it. Break it." Nearby, Uchiha Rin crossed his arms, his expression impassive, though the slight downturn of his lips betrayed his habitual disdain for those trailing behind. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato cast a gentle, encouraging glance toward her, nodding slightly. Lawn withdrew her gaze, steadied herself, and focused on the wooden target before her. "I'll give it my all," she declared, inhaling sharply, clenching her small fists, summoning every ounce of strength within her. With a fierce cry, she propelled her right foot toward the dummy's sturdy waist with a sense of tragic determination. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The force was considerable, causing a few wood chips to tremble. However, the dummy merely swayed as if nudged gently, lazily rocking back and forth with a pitifully small amplitude before returning to its original position in a lackadaisical manner. Not only did she fail to shatter it, but she didn't even leave a discernible dent. Lan's face flushed instantly, a mix of frustration and embarrassment. The gazes from all directions made her skin feel as if it were on fire. Instructor Sho sighed helplessly, his pen swiftly marking a cold circle on the record sheet next to the clearly indicated number. 0. Unstable center of gravity, incorrect point of force application. Subsequent connection action, 0. Physical skill assessment, unsatisfactory. A glaring, bright red 0 loomed like a brand upon her report card. Lan's head drooped even lower, her silly hair completely wilted. A buzzing filled her ears as she struggled to hear the subsequent scores announced by Instructor Sho, as if they were coming through a thick curtain of water, indistinct and muffled. Chakra control test, satisfactory. Transformation technique assessment, excellent. Shuriken throwing, excellent. Ninjutsu sealing technique potential evaluation, S rank. Only the final remark, S rank, pierced through the fog of despondency enveloping her, prompting her to lift her head in bewilderment. S rank. Sealing technique? The bell signaling the end of the assessment rang like a reprieve. Lawn, like a frostbitten blade of grass, trudged back to the waiting area, drooping and dispirited. Kushina immediately whirled to her side like a whirlwind of red, her agitated voice laced with suppressed anger and concern. "You fool. Didn't you eat enough this morning? You can't even kick a wooden dummy." The rest of her words faltered as she caught sight of Lan's pale and dejected face. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her red hair before finally giving Lan's head a rough, yet unconsciously gentle, rub. "Forget it. It's just that lousy physical skill. A 0 is a 0. Your sealing technique is impressive. S rank. Do you understand, S rank?" Her words seemed more an attempt to convince Lan than to reassure herself. Uchiha Rin had also wandered nearby, emitting a clear, disdainful huff. Humph. Perhaps a few more years of practice would do well for that physical skill. The tone remained sharp. Namikaze Minato approached with a gentle smile. "Lan, your transformation technique is truly commendable, and your chakra control has met the standards. Take your time with the physical skill." Lan managed to force a smile, one that looked more like a grimace. That glaring red 0 felt like a massive, frigid stone, weighing heavily over all her scores. Normal graduation? The thought was too daunting to entertain. A soft knock echoed on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice emerged, tinged with weary gravel. Kushina entered, clutching the freshly compiled report card, and walked directly to the Hokage's desk. The air was thick with the bitter scent of cheap tobacco and the musty aroma of piled documents. "Hokage-sama, here are the comprehensive evaluation results for this year's graduates." He placed the report on the desk, deliberately pointing to Vortex Land's name. "This child's situation is rather unique." Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the border intelligence scroll in his hand, massaging his bloodshot brow before taking a deep drag from his pipe. Amidst the swirling smoke, his sharp gaze scanned the report. "Oh, the little girl from the Vortex clan? I remember her. During each practical assessment, she employed a series of sealing techniques, correct? Immobilizing both herself and her opponents." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Kaya Sho affirmed, his tone carrying a hint of the weariness of a homeroom teacher and an unspoken acknowledgement of the obvious. "Though it is merely a basic sealing technique. The completeness of the technique and the efficiency of chakra manipulation are indeed impressive for a child who can execute it at the age of 7. Nearly perfectly every time thereafter. However, in this assessment, her physical skills, he pointed to the glaring 0, were truly disheartening, with strength, coordination, and technique all falling far below the graduation standard, to the extent that one could almost say there was no improvement at all. As the homeroom teacher, he was acutely aware of Land's deficiencies in physical techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze lingered on the score of 0 in physical skills, his brow furrowing in silence. However, Kei Shuka shifted the conversation, her finger pointing downward. Her assessments in the three-body technique, whether in the tangible essence of the substitution technique, the even distribution of chakra in the clone technique, or the meticulous details maintained in the transformation technique, were rated as exceptional, showcasing an outstanding completion rate, placing her among the elite of her peers. Her shuriken throwing had even reached S-rank precision, nearly instinctual in nature. He paused, his tone turning evaluative. Regarding her potential in sealing techniques, considering her performance in practical combat, and the occasional mentions by Lord Mito, we unanimously deemed it reasonable to classify her potential as S-rank. This child seems to possess an innate intuition and affinity for sealing techniques. A brief silence enveloped the office, punctuated only by the soft crackling of tobacco burning in Hiruzen's pipe. "S-rank potential in sealing techniques," he murmured, his gaze deepening. Memories of Mito's rare surprise and expectation when she mentioned the young girl resurfaced. The legacy of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques is a precious asset in the present day. "Indeed, Hokage-sama," Kei Shuka replied respectfully. "Her shortcoming lies in physical techniques, that is a fact. Yet her strengths in sealing techniques and the stability of her three-body technique are remarkably prominent. Particularly, her talent in sealing techniques may be what the village requires in the future." Hiruzen remained silent, his eyes once again fixed on the report card. The 0 in physical skills felt like a glaring scar. Yet, amidst the looming shadows of war and the village's urgent need for specialized talents, beside that scar shone the brilliance of S-rank potential in sealing techniques and excellence in the three-body technique. He exhaled a long plume of smoke, the white tendrils swirling in the heavy air before dissipating. "Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures." Hiruzen's voice was low yet imbued with undeniable resolve. He picked up the brush from the table, dipped it in dark ink, and steadily inscribed 2 words beside Uzumaki Land's name. Adjacent to the glaring score of 0 in physical skills, approved. Lifting the brush, the ink remained wet, carrying a weighty significance. Her deficiency in physical skills would require subsequent improvement. Nevertheless, her aptitude in sealing techniques and the stability of her three-body technique, Hiruzen set down the brush, his gaze fierce, could potentially play an unforeseen role on future battlefields. Include her in the list. The village needs various talents. "Yes, Hokage-sama," Kei Shuka replied earnestly, feeling relief for Lon in her heart. He carefully tucked away the report card imbued with special significance. At that moment, the office door was silently pushed open, and a figure clad in an animal mask appeared, kneeling on one knee. "Hokage-sama, the captain has completed the S-rank reconnaissance mission and has returned to report. Bring him in," Hiruzen commanded in a low voice. Moments later, a figure silently emerged at the doorway, with silver hair tousled and dust lingering on his deep blue umbu uniform. It was Kakashi Hitaki. He removed his mask, revealing a fatigued yet sharp visage, shadows beneath his eyes revealing the toll of a long journey. "The mission briefing has been submitted to the intelligence department." Kakashi's voice was slightly hoarse, yet he stood tall. "Thank you for your hard work, Kakashi." Hiruzen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the report card again. The timing of his return was fortuitous. Rest for a day. Starting tomorrow, you will lead a newly graduated genin squad on a mission to hone their practical skills. Kakashi's gaze fell upon the report card, lingering momentarily on Uzumaki-land's name before he responded solemnly, understood. He did not inquire further, turning to leave and handle subsequent matters. At that moment, an explosion of raucous noise erupted from outside the window, abruptly shattering the office's tense atmosphere. Hey, sis, look, I'm wearing it. Isn't it cool? Senju Tobarama's form, now elongated, appeared on the street, brimming with the impetuous vitality of youth, excitedly pointing to a shiny object around his neck while calling back to Tsunade. This is the one you gave me. I'll take good care of it. Following this was Tsunade's thunderous, roof-raising roar, laced with fury and a hint of barely concealed concern. Senju Tobarama, you little brat. Who told you to wear it now? Put it away. If you lose it, see if I don't flatten you. Can't you be a bit more discreet? It was merely a simple metallic pendant bearing the Senju clan's insignia, a token Tsunade had specially given him. Not so much a symbol as it was an expression of her concern for Tobarama. A cacophony of playful scuffles and exaggerated cries from Tobarama swiftly passed through the street below, gradually fading away. The youthful exuberance intertwined with the heavy shadow of battle created a bizarre and unsettling contrast. Hiruzen and Kei Shuka silently gazed out the window. The streets felt unusually quiet. Pedestrians hurried with solemn expressions. The presence of the Konoha guard patrols had noticeably increased, silent and vigilant. In the distance, a long queue formed outside the daily ninja tools shop, a faint clamor for resources ringing out. The ominous sounds of war had begun to clearly knock on Konoha's doors. Go. Hiruzen withdrew his gaze, his voice imbued with a heavy fatigue and unwavering determination, announcing the verdict. Prepare these children well. In the oppressive training ground, the air felt as though it had solidified into lead. Kei Shuka stood before all the students once more, the thin list in her hand now carrying the weight of 1,000 burdens. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her voice. The list of this year's graduates, after comprehensive evaluation, is as follows: Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Ron, Uzumaki Kushina. Each name uttered sparked a wave of suppressed commotion and envious whispers. Kushina clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white, complex emotions flickering in her dark purple eyes. Kei shook his gaze, tinged with intricate emotions, swept across the corner, landing on the almost curled-up figure of the red-haired girl. She paused, clearly enunciating the final name, Uzumaki Lan. Buzz. Lan's mind felt as though it had been struck by something with tremendous force, plunging her into a blank void. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with pure, disbelieving bewilderment. The tuft of hair on her head shot up straight. Her? The one with a score of 0 in physical skills? Approved? Did she really pass? Kushina's reaction was 100 times swifter than Lan's. Before Kei Shuka's words had fully settled, she had dashed over like a lit red firecracker, fiercely pulling the still-dazed Lan into her embrace. That's fantastic. Lan, we want to be separated. I knew it. I knew you could do it. Kushina's voice trembled violently, filled with excitement, elation, and a sudden release of long-held anxiety. She hugged Lan so tightly it felt as if she might crush her. Cough, cough. I can't breathe. Lan's face turned crimson as she flailed helplessly. The overwhelming impact left her in a daze, only able to parrot. I passed. 0 points and still passed? Idiot. Kushina finally loosened her grip a bit, but still held Lan's shoulders tightly, her dark purple eyes shining brightly. You passed. Do you understand? Your sealing technique is S-rank. S-rank. She shook Lan vigorously, as if trying to rattle the monumental news directly into her somewhat slow-witted mind. Uchiha Ren had unknowingly stepped a few paces away, arms crossed. When Lan's name was called, he subtly raised an eyebrow. At that moment, seeing Lan being shaken into a daze by Kushina, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips, almost imperceptibly. He quickly turned his face away, mumbling to the air in a low voice. TSK. The dangers of being a ninja. How could someone trailing behind understand? Namikaze Minato approached, a gentle and sincere smile adorning his face. Congratulations on your graduation, Lan. His voice was clear and melodious, and your three-body technique is truly remarkable. Lan finally emerged from the clutches of Kushina and the overwhelming impact she had felt. A belated, immense, and surreal sense of joy surged from the depths of her heart, akin to warm spring water slowly bubbling to the surface. However, this nascent warmth was abruptly doused by an icy torrent of sound that erupted from outside the training ground. The mournful, prolonged sound echoed with a chilling metallic quality, piercing through the walls like a death knell, shattering the last remnants of hope lingering within the campus. It was the urgent assembly horn from the direction of the Konoha gate. In recent days, the situation at the front lines had grown increasingly tense, hinting at the onset of war. The training field fell into an eerie silence. The children, who had just been immersed in the joys or sorrows of graduation, froze. Their expressions set in stark disbelief, replaced by a blankness filled with cold dread. Kushina's grip on Lan's shoulder tightened suddenly, her knuckles turning white. The excitement and joy on her face vanished in an instant, supplanted by vigilance, gravity, and a barely perceptible tremor. Instinctively, she pulled Lan behind her. Uchiha Rin maintained his stance, arms crossed, but his obsidian eyes narrowed sharply, piercing through the window, his jawline taut. The usual air of aloof arrogance that surrounded him was instantly replaced by a palpable sense of battle readiness. Minato's gentle smile faded, a flicker of gravity passing through his azure eyes. He slightly adjusted his stance, his footsteps silent. Vortex Lan stood in a daze, allowing Kushina to shield her. The horn's penetrating sound pierced her eardrums like a cold dagger, brutally embedding itself into her heart, which had just been filled with joy. The staggering contrast left her feeling chilled to the bone. They had graduated, but ahead lay not a bright path to the future, but a heavy shroud of war, torn asunder by the blaring horn. Chapter 19. A bad feeling. The air in the Hokage's office felt stagnant, as if frozen in time. The gray light outside seeped through the slats of the blinds, casting cold, hard shadows on the floor. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind a large desk, the smoke curling from his pipe obscuring the deep creases on his forehead, yet failing to mask the weight of exhaustion he bore. Before him stood several young faces, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy. Minato stood tall, his golden hair still shining in the dim light. Uchiha Rin had his hands shoved in his pockets, chin slightly raised, his gaze fixed upon the enormous scroll of the kanji for ninja hanging on the opposite wall, his profile marked by the Uchiha clan's signature sharp lines. Vortex Lan, meanwhile, seemed lost in thought, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with a fruit candy wrapped in oil paper, the crinkling sound barely audible. Kushina stood beside Lan, her vibrant red ponytail taut, reminiscent of a fuse ready to ignite. Now, we shall proceed with the team assignments for this year's graduates. The third Hokage's voice, thick with the scent of smoke, was deep and hoarse. Vortex Kushina, Namikaze Minato, Oil Girl Shirwei, led by Jiraiya. Upon hearing her name, Shirwei, who lingered in the shadows of the corner, nodded silently, her sunglasses concealing most of her face, revealing only the hard lines of her jaw. Her oversized coat collar turned up, creating an aura of detached coldness around her. Kushina seemed unperturbed by her taciturn teammate. But when the third's gaze shifted to the next group, he announced, Uchiha Rin, Vortex Lan, Sarutobi Shino, under the guidance of Hitaki Tsukumo. Boom. The taut string in Kushina's mind snapped instantly. Intense crimson chakra erupted from her small frame like an uncontrollable flame, a few strands of hair flying upwards. Her dark violet eyes ablaze with pure shock and fury. What? Her sharp voice nearly pierced the ceiling tiles as she stepped forward, her small fist crashing down on the heavy desk, causing ash from the third's pipe to scatter. Third Hokage, how can you let Lan follow that white fang? And that arrogant Uchiha. He should stay away from Lan. She pointed at Uchiha Rin, her fingertips trembling with rage. Rin's brow furrowed slightly, fingers curled in his pockets. Yet his expression remained coolly aloof, as if Kushina's fury had nothing to do with him. Kushina. The third's voice suddenly turned stern, the weight of a ninja's authority flooding the room, making the air feel heavier. Watch your words. This is an order. Tsukumo's abilities are beyond question. He is the most suitable person to protect and guide you at this time. But there is no but. The third interrupted her, his gaze sweeping over Lan, who had been startled out of her stupor by Kushina's outburst and now looked somewhat flustered. Lan, do you have an objection? Lan instinctively shrank back under the weight of his deep, weary gaze, her fingers pressing against the hard edges of the candy in her pocket. She cast a quick glance at Kushina, who resembled a small, agitated creature, then furtively glanced at Uchiha Rin, who stood a few steps away with a demeanor of indifference. Parting ways? being separated from Kushina, having to embark on missions with this sharp-tongued Uchiha, whose gaze sometimes unsettled her. A wave of intense anxiety wound around her heart like a chilling snake, constricting her thoughts. Aye. She opened her mouth, her throat tightening. The words "can I stay with Kushina?" swirling on her tongue, but ultimately swallowed back in the face of the Hokage's undeniable authority. She lowered her head, gripping the candy tightly, the wrapper crinkling in protest, and finally murmured, "I have no objections." "Very well." The third nodded, seemingly relieved, his tone softening. Tsukumo has just completed a challenging border-clearing mission and is currently resting. He will meet you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at training ground number 3. As for Jiraiya's team, his gaze shifted to Minato, Shirui, and the still fuming Kushina. Jiraiya is currently on a classified mission outside the village with an uncertain return date. Until then, I will personally instruct you in basic tactics and chakra control. Same time, training ground number 1. With the orders given, the dust settled. Kushina shot a fierce glare at Run, then cast a worried glance at the downcast Lon, who felt like a small lion forcibly caged, brimming with reluctance, yet helplessly being tugged along by Minato out of the office. Shirui followed silently like a ghost, before Rin turned to leave. His gaze seemed to flicker momentarily over Lon's tightly clenched hand, the faint sound of the candy wrapper brushing against her fingers echoing in his ears. He smirked slightly, casually tossing out a nonchalant remark, devoid of emotion. "Don't hold us back, the stragglers." With that, he strode out with purpose, his black hair slicing through the air behind him like a sharp arc. The office was suddenly empty, leaving only the third's heavy sigh and the curling remnants of smoke. Slowly, Lon shuffled to the door, her fingers absent-mindedly stirring the candy in her pocket, feeling an emptiness within her, as if a part of her had been hollowed out. As she stepped outside the Hokage building, the blinding sunlight made her squint, and a strong hand suddenly clapped onto her shoulder, nearly causing her to stumble. "Hey, Vortex clan member, why the long face?" Being assigned to Lord Tsukumo is a tremendous blessing. A loud, vibrant voice rang out above her. Lon rubbed her sore shoulder and looked up to see Senju Tobarama standing before her, hands on his hips, his signature spiky hair standing tall, and a bright, exuberant smile lighting up his face. He wore a slightly faded standard ninja uniform, the forehead protector of Konoha perfectly positioned, radiating an aura of youthful strength and importance. At 14, he was beginning to grow taller, shedding some of his childhood roundness, his form beginning to take on the sharpness of adolescence. "Tobarama?" Lon blinked in surprise. "Haha, that's right, it's me." Rope Tree broke into a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "I heard you graduated? Quite impressive. But compared to me, you're still far behind." He puffed out his chest. "I'm about to embark on a truly significant mission. The front lines. Do you understand? The most perilous place that truly tests a ninja's worth." The mention of the front lines made Lan's heart skip a beat. In her fragmented recollections of the original story, this term was invariably associated with cold weapons, the acrid stench of gunpowder, and the sorrowful gaze of Grandma Mito when she occasionally spoke of sacrifice. The vague yet weighty understanding that war is dangerous and can lead to death instinctively unsettled her. She observed Rope Tree's face, brimming with excitement and anticipation, utterly devoid of shadow, and felt her throat grow dry. Indeed, Rope Tree remained oblivious to the sudden shift in Lan's expression, still immersed in his own grand aspirations, his voice booming with the unique fervor of youth and the desire to achieve greatness. "This isn't just some trivial cat-catching escapade. It's the real battlefield. A crucial mission to safeguard the border of our village. Personally approved by the third Hokage." He slapped his bulging ninja tool pouch at his waist, the sound of metal clinking within. "Did you see? The newly supplied explosive tags and kunai. Although my sister loves to nag, she was quite generous with this equipment." He paused, a fleeting hint of guilt passing over his features, perhaps recalling the substantial allowance he had squandered, yet he was soon overwhelmed by an even greater exhilaration. "When I return triumphant from the front lines, let us see who dares to call me a mere leaf genin. You little brat. I am Senju Rope Tree, a man destined to become Hokage." He waved his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as if he could already envision his triumphant return, receiving the cheers and adulation of the entire village. That unreserved enthusiasm and almost naive confidence shone like the midday sun, blinding Lon and stirring a sense of unease deep within her. War is not a game, she thought, the weight of this notion pressing down on her. "Rope Tree, I have a bad feeling about this. Lan's voice came out hoarse, her fingers instinctively reaching into her pocket, brushing against a few fruit candies carefully wrapped in oil paper. These were given to her by Kushina, imbued with the sweet taste of orange. She hesitated for a moment, then pulled one out and offered it to him. The oil paper glimmered faintly in the sunlight. Rope Tree was momentarily taken aback, looking at the small candy being offered, then at Lan's youthful face, which carried traces of concern and unarticulated emotions. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, ruffling her short, dark red hair. "Ha! You from the Uzumaki clan still look like a child." But he accepted the candy without hesitation, swiftly unwrapping it and popping the orange-hued treat into his mouth, his cheeks instantly bulging. "Don't worry. Your big brother Rope Tree is quite strong. When I return from the front lines, I'll bring you specialty goods from the land of rain. You can bet they're things you've never seen before." With candy in his mouth and a fearless smile gracing his face. That very smile filled Lan with an indescribable worry. "I must go? I still need to find Orochimaru-sensei for the final mission briefing." Rope Tree waved goodbye and strode confidently into the throng of pedestrians, his figure quickly becoming blurred against the gray backdrop of the crowd. Save for his distinctive spiky hair bouncing in the sunlight, gradually fading from view around the corner. Lan stood rooted to the spot, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the remaining candies in her pocket, the faint rustle of the wrappers nearly inaudible amid the bustling street sounds. Rope Tree's vibrant declaration echoed in her ears, like pebbles thrown into a deep pond, sending ripples of uncertainty and unease about the unknown front lines. She could save no one, just as she could not change the reality of her impending separation from Kushina, nor her daily interactions with that sharp-tongued Uchiha. The following morning, at the training ground number 3, the rising sun dispelled some of the morning mist, and the dew on the grass reflected fragmented golden light. Hatake Tsukumo leaned against a sturdy wooden post, his silvery short hair fluttering in the morning breeze. He had exchanged the dark, tight-fitting combat attire and mask of the Umbu for a simple, deep blue outfit, yet the air around him remained heavy and tense, infused with the sharpness of a blade that had seen countless life-and-death battles. Upon closer inspection, dark circles under his eyes betrayed the fatigue of long journeys and intensive missions, the dust of travel still clinging to the edges of his attire. He wore a gentle smile, yet his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, sweeping slowly over the 3 children standing before him. Uchiha Rin stood tall, his hands naturally at his sides, his black eyes calm and unwavering as they met Tsukumo's, though the slight tension in his jawline hinted at his seriousness. Sarutobi Shino, the eldest son of the 3rd Hokage, with his brown spiky hair and bright, youthful smile, appeared somewhat eager, brimming with excitement. Uzumaki Lan stood at the edge, striving to maintain a straight posture, yet her gaze wandered, her fingers instinctively brushing over the candies in her pocket. She thought of Kushina, currently being personally guided by the Hokage at another training ground, and felt a wave of emptiness wash over her. "Relax," Tsukumo's voice was low, imbued with a peculiar calming power, like a clear mountain spring easing invisible pressure. "I am Hatake Tsukumo, and for the time being, I shall be your guiding jonin. On the battlefield, I will do my utmost to bring you back alive. Now, let me see your potential. The rules are simple. Use any means at your disposal to touch me." The moment he finished speaking, the gentle aura around Tsukumo abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling, pure emptiness that sent shivers down one's spine. He stood there, yet it felt as though he had melded with the surrounding air, light, and even the grass beneath his feet, becoming an elusive point that was impossible to capture. Rin reacted the fastest. Almost the instant Tsukumo's words echoed in the air, his hands transformed into a blur. Swish, swish, swish. For shuriken sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, not aimed directly at Tsukumo, but astutely sealing off his escape routes to the left, right, and above. The precision of the angles and the ferocity of the timing perfectly encapsulated the essence of the Uchiha's throwing technique. At that same moment, Ren's figure also blurred. Body flicker technique. He did not charge in a straight line, but instead, using the cover of the shuriken, moved in an unpredictable zigzag pattern, like a shadow skimming the ground, darting toward the apparent gap exposed by the shuriken's blockade on Tsukumo's right side. How swift! Shino marveled internally. Yet he did not lag behind. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wave. He slammed his palms onto the ground. Boom! The earth beneath Tsukumo erupted violently, softening and collapsing, forming a thick, gooey trap in an attempt to hinder Tsukumo's movements. The synergy between the two was akin to lightning striking the ground. One sealed off escape routes while creating an illusion to distract. The other instantly altered the terrain to restrict movement, both aimed directly at Tsukumo's standing point. This exemplified the mindset of a top student in the Ninja Academy, precise, efficient, and focused on maximizing tactical cooperation. A flicker of faint appreciation passed through Tsukumo's eyes, yet his body moved faster than the eye could perceive. Just as Ren's kunai was about to pierce through the gap, and Shino's earth flow wave was on the verge of completely engulfing his feet, he made his move. No hand seals, no exaggerated gestures. He merely tapped the tip of his left foot against the surging mud, as delicately as a dragonfly touching water, and his body felt as though it had lost all weight, gliding effortlessly backward for several meters, propelled by the faint breeze generated by the shuriken. The motion was fluid and unencumbered, leaving Rin's determined thrust and Shino's earth trap to land in empty space. Rin's pupils contracted in shock. Instantly, he altered his approach, flicking his wrist to launch 3 more shuriken in a triangular formation, targeting the spot where Tsukumo had just evaded, while simultaneously forcing his body to twist in an attempt to close the distance once more. Shino also let out a low growl, forming hand seals to initiate a change. Too slow. Shwomo's calm voice echoed as if it were resonating in her ear. Lien felt a flash before his eyes, as Shwomo's figure unexpectedly accelerated once more in a trajectory that evaded his second blockade, targeting the seemingly distracted vortex. Lan. Lien's warning burst forth, tinged with a sense of urgency he himself did not recognize. In truth, Lan had not entirely lost her focus. The moment Shwomo's chilling aura locked onto her like a tangible blade, a peculiar instinct born from the depths of a traveler's soul alerted her to the looming danger, causing her hair to stand on end. It was not a matter of thought, but pure instinct. As Shwomo's shadow approached her, a mere foot away, his elongated fingers poised to touch her collar, Lan moved. It was not an evasion, but an offensive strike. In her eyes, which often appear to beat behind, every subtle movement of Shwomo was now clearly reflected, as if the entire world had slowed down and been meticulously dissected. Her right hand shot upward in a manner that defied the conventions of martial arts, appearing somewhat clumsy, yet it swiftly grasped 3 cold, heavy shurikens that had somehow nestled between her fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 shurikens were not launched simultaneously, but rather in a staggered sequence, each with mere millimeters apart. The first shot directly toward Shwomo's outstretched wrist, compelling him to either block or retract. The second aimed at the vulnerable joint of his left knee. The most lethal third, with an almost premonitory arc, targeted the vital throat area along the path Shwomo might take to retreat or sidestep to avoid the first 2. The angles were astute, and the precision of their landing transcended that of a mere academy student, resembling instead the finesse of a seasoned assassin. This sudden and shockingly precise counterattack caused the warmth in Shwomo's eyes to vanish entirely, replaced by a fleeting glimmer of sharpness. His hand, which had been reaching for Lan, transformed into a claw-like palm in the blink of an eye, fingers splayed and moving with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Clang, clang. The crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out almost simultaneously. The 2 shurikens aimed at his wrist and knee were deftly deflected by his fingertips at the last possible moment. As for the 3rd shuriken, Shwomo leaned back at an astonishingly small angle, narrowly evading the icy blade. The shuriken whistled past, slicing through the air before embedding itself deeply into a tree trunk several meters behind him. Just as Shwomo had narrowly escaped a fatal blow, a dark figure surged forth like a long-awaited viper. It was Uchiha Lien, seizing the rare opportunity created by Lan's brilliant distraction. He propelled himself forward with a speed that nearly skimmed the ground, his kunai glinting with cold light as it aimed straight for Shwomo's back. The timing, angle, and velocity were nothing short of flawless. Shwomo didn't even need to fully reorient himself, relying on the terrifying instincts honed from countless brushes with death. He twisted his waist in an unnatural manner, his right hand darting backward with lightning speed. Snap! A light sound echoed. Lien's swift and fierce thrust came to an abrupt halt. Shwomo's fingers, like iron pincers, securely clamped down on the tip of Lien's kunai. No matter how much force Lien applied, the kunai could not advance another inch. For the first time, Lien's eyes reflected disbelief and shock. At that moment, Schwalmo's left index finger gently tapped Lan's forehead. The touch was cool. Time seemed to freeze. Shinizuke remained in a pose of forming seals, utterly astonished. Lien remained suspended in her stance, frozen in place. Lan blinked, still processing the implications of the swift and life-threatening confrontation. Schwalmo slowly withdrew his finger, releasing the grip on Lien's kunai. He stood upright again, the icy aura receding like a tide, his face returning to its gentle smile, though a trace of unspoken gravity and curiosity lingered in his eyes. Good reaction, he remarked, gazing at Lan, his eyes pausing on her somewhat dazed expression, particularly her unusually clear, yet somewhat naive eyes. Was that spatial awareness innate? Lan instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. I don't know. It just feels like I can see. Schwalmo did not press further, instead turning to Lien, whose face had paled, eyes still reflecting shock. You grasped the timing well. It was incisive, but your strength and anticipation of force still require refinement. Finally, he looked at Shinizuke. Your timing with the earth release was commendable, but the range of the technique and subsequent transitions were too slow. His critiques were succinct and direct, prompting the three children to fall into deep contemplation. All right, the preliminary understanding is concluded. Schwalmo clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Next, we shall commence basic training. Uchiha Lien, your throwing technique is precise. Yet pursuing extreme angles sacrifices some power and subsequent adaptability. Utilize the most fundamental forehand straight throws, targeting a moving bullseye 1,000 times. I wish to hear every kunai piercing the target sound identical. Lien pursed her lips, wordlessly walking towards the distant target range. Sarutobi Shinizuke. Chakra control is fundamental to earth release. Stand on the water surface, maintaining ripples not exceeding 3 circles for an hour. Yes, Schwalmo-sensei. Shinizuke promptly replied, sprinting towards a nearby pond. Lastly, Schwalmo's gaze fell upon Lan, Vortex Lan. Lan jolted, standing straight, nervously meeting his eyes. Your martial arts, Schwalmo paused, seemingly weighing his words, possess considerable potential for improvement. Lan's face immediately fell, her shoulders slumping. However, Schwalmo continued, gesturing towards a chaotic area at the edge of the training ground, littered with stones and broken wood. Go there. Close your eyes and remain still. I will attack you with fragments of stone and wood from various directions and speeds, which will not cause real harm. The moment you can evade or block 70% of them purely by feel, we will conclude. Lan's face scrunched up. The thought of closing her eyes and dodging stones sounded infinitely more terrifying than Lien's 1,000 throws. Do you have a problem? Schwalmo asked gently, though his gaze allowed for no dissent. No. Lan resignedly trudged toward the grim training ground, observing Lan's resolute yet tragic back as she faced the daunting task. A faint smile flickered in Schwalmo's eyes, soon replaced by deep contemplation. He crossed his arms, directing his gaze towards another training area in the distance, as if he could pierce through the distance to see Kushina, who was currently receiving guidance from the Hokage. At that moment, an unusually intense surge of chakra erupted from the direction of Training Ground 1 like a tempest, bright red, ferocious, imbued with an unmistakable searing heat, akin to an enraged fire beast roaring. Even from such a distance, it was unmistakably conveyed. It was Kushina. Immediately after, a clear yet urgent voice pierced the air. Lien. Stay away from Lan. The voice carried an undeniable protective intent. It was indeed Kushina. Schwalmo paused in surprise, then understood. It seemed the Hokage's training had simulated a scenario where Uchiha Lien posed a threat to Lan. The depth of her protectiveness over that vortex girl was truly moving. He withdrew his gaze, looking back at the stone-laden area. He noticed Lan visibly stiffen upon hearing Kushina's distant shout. In that fleeting moment of distraction, whoosh. A pebble the size of a thumb, propelled by Schwalmo's force, accurately shot towards the back of Lan's knee. Ow! Lan cried out, clutching the struck area and hopping on one foot, gritting her teeth. Concentrate. Schwalmo's calm voice resonated. Rubbing the spot that had been struck, Lan pouted, then closed her eyes once more, striving to sense the subtle shifts in the surrounding air and the sounds of breaking wind. The roar of Kushina still echoes in her ears, imbued with a familiar fury and unreserved concern, acting as an intangible barrier that temporarily dispels the unease of facing Shikamaru and Rin alone, allowing a corner of her heart to settle quietly. Taking a deep breath, she strives to immerse herself in the dark realm that demands reliance on pure instinct. At the other end of the training ground, Uchiha Ren monotonously repeats the tedious motion of linear throwing. Shurikens slice through the air, thudding into the target with a repetitive and droning sound. When Kushina's warning shout reverberates across the distance, Ren's hand momentarily falters in its throw. The shuriken, originally aimed for the center of the target, veers slightly downward, embedding itself at the edge of the red circle. Ren's brow furrows instantly, his gaze chilling. He swiftly adjusts his breathing, forcing himself to disregard the distracting voice and the intense emotions it carries, raising his arm once more with steady resolve, releasing the shuriken. The next shuriken, accompanied by a sharper sound, strikes the bullseye with a resounding impact. The sun gradually ascends, elongating the shadows of the three figures on the training ground. Sweat trickles down Ren's austere visage, while Shin is precariously balancing on the water's surface, his body swaying slightly as ripples expand around his feet. Amidst the chaos of scattered stones, Lon closes her eyes, resembling a clumsy yet determined little beast, sometimes narrowly evading, other times yelping in pain from stones flicked by Shikamaru. In the quiet morning of Konoha, the time slips away amidst this monotonous, painful yet resilient training. The shadows of war loom in the distance, while the youth stagger forward on their individual paths. Chapter 20. Basic training. The air in Konoha feels as dense as lead, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. The echoes of the war's call seem to linger over the village, dispelling the remnants of past merriment. The streets are sparsely populated, with hurried passers-by cloaked in an inescapable gloom. Long lines have formed at the supply points, where fully equipped ninjas traverse with sharp gazes. The air thick with a silent anxiety and a rust-like chill. Winding lawn trails behind Shikamaru, her steps sluggish as if mired in clay. Beside her, Uchiha Rin walks with unwavering focus, his lips pressed tightly together and jaw slightly clenched, betraying a calmness that belies his inner turmoil. Sarutobi Shin appears somewhat anxious, sneaking glances at Shikamaru's back before quickly lowering his gaze. Their destination is training ground number 3, once a place of relatively relaxed training, now transformed by Shikamaru into a miniature battlefield. Hey, are you daydreaming? Step half a foot forward, and you'll trip over the wire I set yesterday, Ren's voice, laced with his characteristic sharpness, pierces through Lan's muddled thoughts like a cold needle. Lan mutters an acknowledgement, realizing her left foot was perilously close to a nearly invisible wire blending seamlessly with the dried leaves. She slowly retracts her foot, her mind still lingering on the taste of the last rice ball that Granny Mito had given her. Under the shadow of war, even the sweets from the three-color shop are in limited supply, making rice balls a cherished comfort. Thanks for the reminder, you arrogant Uchiha, Lan grumbles, her response delayed. Rin scoffs quietly, choosing not to engage further, though the tension in his jaw appears to ease ever so slightly. Shikamaru halts, turning around, clad in his signature umbu vest. His face devoid of extraneous expression, his silver hair glistens with a cold sheen under the faint morning light. His eyes, which can be gentle like a neighborly older brother, now resemble deep pools, reflecting the overcast sky. Today's agenda: trap detection and dismantling, outdoor tracking and marking, and relay of coded information. His voice, though not loud, cuts through the oppressive atmosphere of the training ground with clarity. Objective: before sunset, locate and safely retrieve the scroll of information I have placed at the center of this area. Rules: you three must cooperate. Along the way, you will encounter obstacles and simulated enemy attacks I have set up. Failure or being declared killed means additional training until dawn. With no further ado, the training commences, tedious, harsh, and imbued with the scent of real gunpowder. Lan strives to concentrate. The exercise of closing her eyes and relying on instinct in a simulated combat scenario proves exceptionally challenging. The soft earth beneath her feet, the scent of decaying leaves in the air, and the distant rustling of wine through the treetops all become distractions. She feels like an awkward fledgling navigating through dense fog, narrowly avoiding cleverly concealed tripwires, relying on Ren's timely and ungracious warnings. Left, you fool, and Shin's hastily erected earthen barriers to shield against incoming shuriken, though thin enough to almost be penetrated. Your instincts are sharp when still, yet in chaotic motion. They resemble rusted gears. Shikamaru's voice materializes beside Lan, a finger lightly tapping her slightly askew forehead protector, the cold touch jolting her senses, making her aware not of the wind, but the very disturbance of space around her. Close your eyes and listen with your body. Lan attempts to shut her eyes once more, forcing herself to disregard Rin's cold snorts and Shin's heavy breathing. She strives to hear the sharp trajectory of the air disrupted by shuriken, the subtle vibrations of the ground as her feet strike. Even the unusual heat that gathers just before Rin's fire release technique. The rusty gears seem to grind together as she narrowly dodges 3 shuriken launched from an unexpected angle with an awkward yet effective maneuver. Luck. Rin's voice resonates from nearby, having just decimated a simulated ambush point with a series of swift fireballs and shuriken. Shin, panting, wipes the sweat from his brow, having attempted to block another wave of attacks with a water barrier, only for his chakra control to falter, leading to a preemptive collapse of the water wall and nearly drenching him, resulting in a poison status. Shin, chakra control is your lifeline on the battlefield. One mistake is a death sentence. Shikamaru's tone remains steady, yet carries an undeniable weight. Rin, your fire technique is flashy and powerful, but excessively draining. Consider cost-effectiveness in prolonged and encounter battles. Lan, he turns his attention to the girl still struggling to regain her breath. Your spatial awareness is a gift, yet your taijutsu is your coffin nail. Between tasks, perform basic taijutsu movements, 1,000 repetitions. Lan's shoulders slump, as if her bones have been extracted. The mere thought of 1,000 repetitions sends a wave of fatigue through her. Just then, a boisterous and unmistakably irate shout erupts from the adjacent training ground. Akin to thunderclaps, stay away from Lan, Uchiha Rin. If I catch you pulling any tricks on her again, I'll shove your shuriken up your nose and turn you into tomato sauce. Do you hear me? It is Kushina. Instinctively, Lan turns towards the voice. Through the sparse trees, she glimpses Kushina's fiery red hair, a banner of fury billowing in the wind. Hands on her hips, she gestures emphatically towards them, more specifically, towards Rin, flanked by the somewhat exasperated Minato, who attempts to placate her, and the silent, stoic Shio. Rin's expression darkens instantly, veins seeming to throb at his temples. Who has time for that crazy woman? He turns away, disdain evident in his voice, yet a faint blush suspiciously colors his ears. Lan cannot help but chuckle, the fatigue and frustration from earlier training dissipating under the warmth of Kushina's familiar, protective threats. Though slightly embarrassing, it brings a comforting warmth to her heart. She even imagines Kushina's expression at this moment, likely baring her teeth, her dark purple eyes ablaze with maternal ferocity. She raises her hand awkwardly towards Kushina, clumsily giving a thumbs up. Idiot Lan, focus on your training. Kushina observed her gesture and let out a fierce growl in response. Yet the taut lines on her face softened slightly, even revealing a hint of barely perceptible pride. Minato smiled gently, nodding apologetically towards Shoma. Shoma offered no response, simply uttering, "Continue." This minor interlude was akin to a stone cast into a stagnant pond, though the ripples were small. They strangely alleviated a portion of the unease that had settled in Lan's heart due to the shadows of separation and war. The tomato duo, even when apart, remained connected at heart. Chapter 21. Team mission. Once the gears of war begin to turn, they do not halt for anyone. The first official mission of Shuma's team was announced amidst a stifling atmosphere, to escort a crucial shipment of medical supplies to the logistical outpost at Aoi Hill, near the border of the Land of Wind. While not at the front lines, it was a place where the scent of smoke was palpable. The gates of Konoha creaked open slowly, the heavy sound of the hinges echoing like a drumbeat in each heart. Bidding farewell to Granny Mito's worried gaze and Kushina's roar of come back in one piece, accompanied by an oil paper bag forcefully stuffed into Lan's pocket, containing precious orange-flavored hard candies. The four-member team, led by Hitaki Shoma, merged into the desolate and grim world outside. The journey was silent, filled only with the sound of footsteps, the whisper of the wind, and the distant, indistinct cawing of crows. The forest had lost its former vitality, permeated by an odd scent of ash and rust. Rin maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, though his Sharingan was not activated. His keen gaze continually swept the shadows flanking the road. Shinnosuke gripped his kunai tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Lan was striving to engage her rusted gears, sensing the subtle shifts in the surrounding space while mechanically moving her heavy legs, the aftermath of intense physical training beginning to manifest as muscle soreness. "Stop!" Shuma's voice rang out unexpectedly, low and clear. Almost as soon as he spoke, chaos erupted from the seemingly innocuous bushes on either side of the road. A flurry of dark figures burst forth. Kunai and shuriken, like bloodthirsty wasps, screeched through the air, targeting the transport cart and the escorting ninjas. Enemy attack. Protect yourselves. Shuma's voice remained calm, yet his form had vanished like a specter. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Rin reacted swiftly, completing the hand seals almost simultaneously with the enemy's appearance. Dozens of blazing fireballs surged forth, colliding in midair with the incoming projectiles, erupting in a brilliant explosion, creating a temporary curtain of flames that successfully intercepted most of the assault. A flicker of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he deftly maneuvered his wrist, sending several shuriken at precise angles through the gaps in the fire curtain, targeting the enemy's exposed vital points. Earth style, earth flow wall. Shin no-suk hurriedly formed seals as a wall of earth rose before the cart, blocking the stray attacks. However, just as the wall emerged, a sinister glint of a blade silently lunged towards his side. Shin no-suk's pupils dilated, chakra unable to respond in time. In that fleeting moment, substitution technique. Thud. The struck Shin no-suk transformed into a wooden substitute. Meanwhile, Lan had somehow utilized the chaos and terrain to position herself behind a tree, adjacent to the attackers. She chose not to confront them head-on, but held her breath, two kunai pinched between her fingers, her gaze focused to the point of near emptiness. Under the pressure of life and death, her gears seemed to be forcibly lubricated. Swish, swish. The two kunai were not aimed directly at the enemy, but were instead precisely lodged into the ground beneath them and the trunk of a nearby sapling. Positioned at an incredible angle, the assailants' momentum was abruptly halted by the unexpected obstacles, causing them to lose balance. While the cord attached to the kunai snagged their wielding arm. Gasp! The attacker stumbled, their assault completely interrupted. Well done, Lan, Shin no-suk exclaimed, seizing the moment to counterattack, driving his kunai into the opponent's shoulder. On the other side, Ren's barrage drew the attention of the majority of the adversaries. His movements were nimble, executing the Uchiha clan's throwing techniques to perfection, the shuriken tracing dazzling trajectories in the air, coupled with his body flicker technique, forcing two enemies into a desperate retreat. However, a third assailant seemed to have zeroed in on the minuscule gap in Ren's chakra flow. Grinning as they hurled a kunai tied with an explosive tag, aimed straight at Ren's back. Ren focused all his energy on the foes ahead, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Lan's spatial awareness caught the trajectory of the explosive kunai. Almost instinctively, she raised her hand to form seals. Her movements unpracticed and slightly unsteady. Sealing technique, lantern array. Buzz. Pale golden chakra runes erupted from her, expanding to form a small light array with a diameter of less than 2 meters, just as it enveloped the enemy who had thrown the explosive tag. The instant the array appeared, the assailants' movements froze, as if ensnared in an invisible mire, causing their kunai's trajectory to shift ever so slightly. It was this minuscule deviation and fleeting pause. A flash of silver. Shuma's figure appeared at the assailant's side as if teleporting, his short blade slicing through the air silently, precisely grazing the enemy's throat. Simultaneously, his other hand casually flicked, sending a shuriken that struck the misdirected kunai, sending it hurtling away from the supply cart and into the open ground. Boom. The explosive tag detonated in the distance, sending dirt flying. After Shuma's intervention, the battle concluded almost instantaneously. The remaining foes were either slain or fled in panic into the dense forest. Shoma did not pursue. He sheathed his blade, his movements as fluid as breathing. The training ground was left with only the sounds of heavy breathing and the scent of smoke. Shuma's gaze swept over the three. Rin panted slightly, a flush of battle lingering on his face, yet his eyes remained sharp. Shin no-suk's complexion had paled, still haunted by the peril he had just escaped. Lan leaned against a tree trunk, her small face ashen. The exertion of her sealing technique had drained her already limited chakra, her chest rising and falling rapidly, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her legs trembling like noodles. Rin, your strength is commendable, with formidable suppressive capabilities, but your chakra consumption was excessive. In situations where enemy threats are unclear and mission objectives take precedence, you must learn to calculate the value of every unit of chakra. Shuma's voice echoed calmly as he assessed the situation. Shin no-suk, chakra control is your greatest weakness. Your earth flow wall, if sufficiently solid, could have withstood the earlier attack instead of becoming your own vulnerability. In real combat, there are no second chances to adjust. His gaze finally settled on Lon, the tranquil depths of his eyes rippling slightly. Lon, your intuition and spatial awareness are more valuable amidst chaos than in stillness. Your throwing techniques were precise and effective, creating critical opportunities for your teammates. He paused, observing the girl's pale face. However, your timing in using the sealing technique was flawed, and the target selection was poor. The enemy was clearly stronger than you, and your chakra control was unstable, leading to a short control time and a waste of significant chakra. As for your taijutsu, I need not elaborate. Upon reaching the outpost, during rest time, you shall practice the basic taijutsu movements 500 times. Lan's shoulders sagged completely, nearly devoid of the strength to respond. At Aoi Hill, the outpost was suffused with the acrid scent of smoke, disinfectant, and blood. The makeshift tents dotted the earth like scars, the groans of the wounded and the distant. Muffled sounds of explosions forming an eternal backdrop. After completing the supply transfer, Shoma proceeded to brief the outpost commander. Rin leaned against a charred log, arms crossed, closing his eyes to rest, yet the narrow slits of his open Sharingan vigilantly scanned the uneasy surroundings. Shin Nosuk silently assisted in moving the recently delivered medical boxes into the tent. Lon leaned against a cold wooden post, attempting to alleviate the soreness in her legs and the heaviness brought on by her chakra depletion. The orange candy nestled in her pocket exuded a faint, sweet fragrance, a talisman bestowed upon her by Kushina. After a moment's hesitation, she could not bring herself to consume it, instead mindlessly stroking the oiled paper wrapping with her fingers. At that moment, a fragment of a tense conversation, laden with anxiety, drifted into her ears on the wind. The front line in the land of rain is precarious. Our puppet forces in Sunagakure are also proving troublesome with the poisonous fog. Several squads have become bogged down, suffering considerable losses. It seems that the Senju's rope tree might also be involved in the land of rain. A wave of dread washed over Lon. Although the news did not explicitly state that rope tree had encountered misfortune, the grave tone and the mention of significant losses pierced through the fleeting relief she had felt upon completing her initial mission, like a cold needle. The image of rope tree, chest puffed out, declaring with fervor, "I am Senju Rope Tree. I am a ninja," flashed before her eyes. An ominous premonition, akin to a chilling mist, quietly enveloped her heart. She felt a shiver ascend her spine, her fingers instinctively tightening around the orange candy, slightly altering its shape. Her gaze wandered vacantly over the bustling figures within the base and the distant sky, now tainted a leaden gray by smoke, her complexion paling. "Hey!" A voice broke through her reverie. It was Run, his tone lacking its usual sharpness, tinged with an imperceptible stiffness. Lon sluggishly turned her head. Rin frowned. Observing her distracted demeanor, he seemed on the verge of uttering something cutting, yet the words faltered on his lips. He shifted his gaze to the charred earth in the distance, his voice awkwardly stiff. The situation on the battlefield in the land of rain is complex. Disarray in intelligence is the norm. That fool rope tree isn't so easily finished. He paused, as if realizing this was the closest he could come to offering comfort, and added stiffly, "Instead of daydreaming here, why not think about how to improve your lamentable taijutsu? Don't drag the team down on the next mission." Having said this, he turned away, as if the few words he had spoken had exhausted his entire reserve of kindness. Lon inhaled the cold air, imbued with the scent of smoke and blood. She regarded Ron, who feigned indifference yet remained by her side, recalling his timely reminders on the training field. The fireball he had accurately intercepted just moments ago, and how, despite his harshness, he had interrupted her descent into despair. This guy, a thought flickered through her muddled mind. Though his words were as unpleasant as spoiled pickles, perhaps he wasn't so bad. At least it was better than watching someone else crumble. At that moment, her fingers unconsciously brushed against the individually wrapped mint-flavored candy in her pocket. This was something she typically prepared to share with friends other than Kushina, such as Rope Tree, Minato, or Ren. An indistinct, almost instinctual impulse surged within her. Without uttering a word, she slowly raised the hand clutching the mint candy. The oiled paper wrapping had become slightly sticky from the warmth and sweat of her palm. She gently placed it on a relatively clean wooden stump nearby. This gesture, rather than a mere expression of gratitude, was a release of complex emotions and a silent acknowledgement, a response to Ren's awkward yet caring interruption of her panic, a message that she had not been entirely rendered speechless by fear. It was an attempt to combat the bloodshed and smoke saturating her senses with a harmless, mundane symbol. Deep down, she perhaps sought to ascertain whether this sharp-tongued, awkward fellow truly cared as little as he portrayed. Would he, as before, casually pocket this candy? Having completed this act, Lon did not even glance at Ren's reaction. She dragged her still aching legs to the edge of the base, disregarding Shin's concerned gaze, and began to mechanically practice the fundamental taijutsu movements demanded by Shikaku. Deep squats, punches, and kicks. Each motion was executed with utmost seriousness and weight, as if she aimed to expel all her anxiety and fear along with her sweat. She needed to do something to steady her still racing heart. Ren's gaze scanned the solitary mint candy on the wooden stump. In the sunlight, the slightly sticky oiled paper reflected a faint glimmer. He stood silently in place, his expression still radiating an aloof, prideful indifference. After a few seconds, he seemingly strolled over casually, his fingers darting with lightning speed. The small candy vanished into the depths of his wide sleeve. He turned and walked in another direction, on guard, as if nothing had occurred. Yet, the tightness of his lips appeared to have relaxed just a fraction, barely perceptible. The atmosphere on the return journey felt even more oppressive than when they had set out. The snippets of conversation from the base weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, like a stone pressing down, even silencing the usually talkative Shin. The shadow of war was no longer a distant horn, but had been indelibly etched into the youthful eyes. A stark reality through the sight of the rudimentary base. As the familiar gates of Konoha finally came into view, the setting sun painted the doors in warm shades of gold and crimson. Upon completing the handover, Shikaku briefly summarized the mission, confirming its completion while reiterating their shortcomings, and distributed a meager stack of seemingly insufficient currency as compensation. Dismissed, Shikaku announced. Shin, as if granted a reprieve, rubbed his sore arms and swiftly headed homeward. Ren cast a glance at Lon, who seemed lost in thought, scoffed lightly, and turned towards the Uchiha compound, his figure quickly vanishing into the shadows of the street. Lon clutched the stack of warm currency in her hand. The lightness of the bills offered her a fleeting sense of reality. She did not return home immediately. The scent of smoke from the initial skirmish lingered in her nostrils, and the oppressive atmosphere of the base, along with the vague news from the land of rain, swirled in her mind, reminding her of the day's chaos. She needed a moment, a space to recover from the tautness that had enveloped her. Subconsciously, she ambled towards the center of the village. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself near the Sansai shop. Unfortunately, as night descended, the shop had long since closed, its sign hanging quietly in the dim light. Lon lingered at the entrance, gazing at the firmly shut door, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger mixed with an indescribable emptiness. She rummaged through her pocket for some coins, deciding to try her luck at a nearby dumpling shop that stayed open later. As night deepened, the lights in the Uzumaki residence remained aglow, the meticulously prepared meal on the table having long lost its warmth. Uzumaki Mito sat at the table, holding a scroll, her gaze frequently drifting toward the door, betraying a hint of worry. Kushina paced restlessly in the room. Having already completed her squad's mission, a relatively easy patrol within the village, and waiting for Lan's return. By the usual time frame, Shikaku's squad should have been back long ago. What was that white-haired man doing? And that arrogant Uchiha run? Could he be deliberately making things difficult for Lon, causing her to have extra training? Mito, why hasn't Lon returned yet? What time is it? Kushina finally burst into the living room, her voice filled with anxiety and frustration. I'll check training ground 3. That Shikaku must be tormenting her again. Kushina, please remain calm, Mito replied gently, her voice soothing yet firm. Shikaku is diligent in his approach, and Lon may simply be delayed with her teammates. Yet, her brow slightly furrowed, revealing her own underlying concern. Teammates? That Uchiha-ren, Kushina exclaimed, as if her tail had been stepped on. What could he possibly be delaying Lon for? No, I must go find her. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she dashed out of the courtyard like a gust of wind, her crimson hair billowing in the night breeze. Kushina was the first to arrive at Training Ground 3. The empty field appeared somewhat desolate under the moonlight, devoid of any figures. She sprinted to the vicinity of the Hokage building, yet still found no one. Anxiety coiled around her heart like a vine, tightening with each passing moment. At that moment, a group of ninjas clad in Uchiha insignia vests and bearing security armbands was patrolling the streets. Leading them was a tall figure with black hair and eyes. His demeanor cold and unwavering. Uchiha-ren. Uchiha-ren. Kushina, spotting him like a beacon of hope, or rather, her only source of clues, rushed towards him, nearly colliding with his form. Without hesitation, she blurted out, "Where's Lon? Has your team returned already? Why hasn't she come home? Did you do something to her?" Rin, taken aback by her sudden and fervent inquiry, furrowed his brow. He halted his stride, and the patrol behind him followed suit, the atmosphere becoming momentarily tense. He regarded Kushina, who resembled a spooked creature, with a cold glare, his tone laced with habitual impatience and a hint of irritation at the disturbance. "Madwoman, what nonsense are you spouting? The mission ended, and we disbanded upon returning to the village. That laggard hasn't come home. What concern is that of mine?" "Disbanded?" Kushina's voice rose sharply, incredulity lacing her words. "Then where is she? It's so late. Where could she be? Is it your fault? I told you after disbanding." She walked towards the village center. Rin interrupted her, his tone resolute, his eyes reflecting a flicker of irritation at her unfounded accusations. "Who knows what that slowpoke is dawdling about, or which corner she's wandered into?" He paused, as if deeming his explanation sufficient, and waved her off impatiently. "We are conducting a patrol. We have no time to help you look for someone." With that, he turned away, disregarding the pallor of Kushina's face and her desire for further inquiry, leading his patrol team onward along their predetermined route, his indifferent silhouette swiftly merging with the night. Yet, at the moment of turning, an imperceptible crease formed upon Ren's brow. Had that laggard truly not returned? Kushina stood frozen, Ren's words dousing her with cold dread. Lon had not returned home alone at this late hour? A wave of intense unease gripped her, far surpassing any previous concerns about Lan's tardiness. Though Lon could sometimes be absent-minded, she would never remain out so late without reason, especially on a night shrouded in the ominous shadows of war. "Lon," Kushina murmured, her dark violet eyes constricting sharply in the night, a chill coursing from her toes to the crown of her head. She abruptly pivoted and raced towards the village center like an arrow released from a bow, her voice rising in anxious cries. "Lon, Lon, where are you? Answer me, Lon." The girl's frantic calls shattered the stillness of Konoha's night, resonating with a disquieting panic that echoed through the empty streets, yet yielded no response. Only the cold night breeze stirred, sweeping up a few fallen leaves in a silent dance. Chapter 22. Survival after the storm. The night enveloped Konoha like thick ink, saturating its essence. Kushina's cries, filled with desperation, echoed futilely across the frigid streets, ultimately consumed by the boundless silence. Panic coiled around her heart like a frigid serpent, tightening relentlessly. Lon was missing on this night rife with the specter of war and rampant espionage. She flitted about the village center like a headless fly, inquiring of late returning villagers and the scattered patrolling ninjas, only to be met with blank shakes of the head. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a thought flashed through her mind. Uchiha Ren. He last saw Lon heading towards the village center. In a frenzy, Kushina dashed towards the Konoha guard's direction, but midway collided with Ron, who was concluding his patrol and preparing to return to the office for a shift change. "Uchiha Ren." Kushina's voice, hoarse and teetering on the brink of collapse, pierced the night, her dark violet eyes ablaze like burning amethyst. "Where's Lon? What have you done with her? If something happens to her..." Rin was momentarily taken aback by her distressed state, his brow furrowing deeply. He had just returned from patrol and was unaware of any developments, yet Kushina's frenzied demeanor was anything but ordinary. "Madwoman, calm down," I said after disbanding. She walked towards the center. "What has happened? Explain clearly." His voice bore a commanding calmness, attempting to suppress her unraveling. "She's missing. I can't find her anywhere. She's never done this before at such a late hour. Something must have happened." The accusations tumbled from Kushina's lips, a chaotic blend of fear and fury. "Enough." Ren's low rebuke cut through her disjointed rants. In an instant, his Sharingan flared to life, the three spiraling tomo glinting ominously in the night. He forced himself into a state of absolute calm. The scene at disbandment replayed rapidly in his mind. Lon, clutching a meager pouch of coins, appeared dazed and fatigued, slowly making her way towards the Sanjuro. There was nothing amiss, only sheer exhaustion. "The last time I saw her was near Sanjuro. She was very tired." His voice was remarkably clear, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Immediately inform Lord Hokage and the Umbu. Seal off all exits. Focus on the village center, especially the obscure alleys and abandoned buildings. She may have encountered..." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "An attack or an accident?" "An attack." Kushina was momentarily stilled by the decisive tone and the word itself. her cries choking in her throat, a deeper chill rising within her. Her condition was not suited for wandering at such an hour, eliminating the possibility of her being lost. The greatest risk lay in her being targeted while in a state of fatigue. Ren's words flowed rapidly, his logic precise. I will search for clues at the last place I saw her. You must immediately notify the Hokage and Umbu. They require personnel and intelligence. The Sharingan is more effective at tracking in the night. He granted Kushina no opportunity to retort, his form blurred as he activated the body flicker technique. Seamlessly blending into the night like a panther, racing towards Sanjuro, leaving Kushina, anxious yet compelled to concede the efficacy of his actions. Cold, damp, and infused with the heavy scent of earth and mildew. This was the first sensation that greeted Lan as she regained consciousness. A sharp pain radiated from the back of her neck, a grim reminder of the assault she had endured. Blurred visions revealed her confinement within a jostling, exceedingly narrow darkness. Her limbs bound tightly by rugged ropes, expertly tied to inflict pain, and a filthy rag, exuding the stench of sweat and earth, stuffed into her mouth. Each jolt sent her crashing against the frigid wooden walls, amplifying her torment. Fear engulfed her like icy tides, drowning her senses. She recalled the metallic scent of blood and the agonized moans of the wounded from the Aoi Hill base, the losses suffered on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The potential dangers facing Shoju, the stark brutality of war suddenly crystallizing into a terrifying clarity, constricting her throat. This was not a simulation on the training ground, nor a minor skirmish during a mission, but a real, malevolent attack and abduction. The shadow of death had never loomed so closely, chilling to the bone. Would she die? Like Shoju? Like the villagers of Yuzu? Like those who could no longer stand within the base? Despairing thoughts sprouted like venomous vines. She struggled fiercely, but the coarse ropes remained unyielding, digging deeper into her pale skin and igniting a fiery pain. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the dirt smudging her face. She recalled the warmth of Obasan's fingers while combing her hair, the tempestuous yet comforting embrace of Kushina, and the orange candy she and T had the chance to eat. She did not want to die. She did not want to lose the home she had just discovered. She had yet to become strong enough to protect Kushina. At that moment, muffled voices drifted from outside, deliberately hushed yet tinged with a peculiar accent and harsh intonation. Target confirmed. Red-haired chakra unusually calm, matching description. Must expedite transfer out of the Land of Fire. Avoid patrols. Take the old route. Be cautious. Kidnapping. The target was her red hair and tranquil chakra. They intended to remove her from the Land of Fire. Lana's heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. In the chilling grip of despair, a fierce instinct for survival ignited within her like a raging wildfire. She could not succumb to inactivity. She must leave a trace. The memory of the candy in her pocket struck her, those orange candies given to her by Kushina. They were the only items on her person that might inadvertently leave a mark. The primal urge to survive eclipsed her fear. Holding her breath, she painstakingly maneuvered her bound hands to the pocket of her trousers. Her fingertips grazed the cold coins and the small, wax paper-wrapped object. Cautiously, she pinched the wax paper with 2 fingers, exerting every ounce of strength to gently, yet persistently, rub and press the candy through the paper. The wax paper was resilient, but under the continuous, delicate friction, the hard candy finally emitted the faintest sound of cracking. A surge of joy filled her heart, and she redoubled her efforts. She felt the tiny, hard fragments of candy beginning to seep through the crevices of the wax paper, ever so slowly. Adjusting her position to orient the pocket opening downward, she aligned it with the gaps in the wooden planks beneath her, allowing the minuscule, orange-scented crumbs to silently scatter with each jolt of the vehicle. Each bump and friction meant a few more fragments might fall. This was her only means of voiceless distress signal, faint, yet imbued with the entirety of her hope in dire straits. Ren's figure flitted like a specter between the rooftops and shadows of Konoha, his Sharingan whirred into action, stripping the world of color, leaving only clear lines and the faint trails of chakra. He first returned to the vicinity of the Sanseki house. The Sharingan acted as a powerful microscope, meticulously scanning the ground where Lan last stood. Found it, on the ground near the entrance of a secluded alley. The Sharingan detected an exceedingly faint residue of Lan's tranquil chakra and several chaotic drag marks. The traces led deep into the alley and abruptly ceased at a certain point. There were clear signs of deliberate wiping, executed with great professionalism. Ren's heart sank. An ambush, and a season one at that. He crouched down, his fingertips brushing the barely perceptible edges of the drag marks, and the Sharingan caught a nearly dissipated, unfamiliar chakra fluctuation that did not belong to Lon, exuding a cold, repressed aura. He followed this nearly imperceptible trace, akin to the keenest of hounds. The trail was intermittent, ultimately leading to an abandoned warehouse area on the outskirts of the village. Yet here, the traces grew fainter. Rin did not relent. The Sharingan scanned every inch of soil and each fallen leaf. Suddenly, his sharp gaze caught sight of a hidden path on the outskirts of the warehouse area. Leading towards the forest behind the village, among the damp soil and leaves lay several minuscule, translucent orange crystal fragments, almost unnoticeable. Ren's pupils constricted. He quickly crouched down, carefully pinching a fragment between his fingers, bringing it closer to his nose. An exceedingly faint yet unmistakably familiar scent of orange candy filled his nostrils. It was Lon. She had left a clue. She had carried the orange candy that Kushina gave her. Ren's heartbeat quickened. He followed this path, the Sharingan scanning intently. Indeed, at the muddy edge of the forest, he discovered once more the faint drag marks, along with scattered orange candy fragments. They were like fireflies in the night, though dim, steadfastly guiding his way. The captors, bearing a hostage, could not be moving too swiftly. Moreover, they had chosen to avoid the main roads, traversing the secluded paths of the forest. Those pulling the cart have some wits, Rin muttered to himself, a flicker of unperceived admiration and deeper urgency flashing through his crimson Sharingan. He no longer hesitated, pushing his speed to the utmost, darting like a black lightning bolt into the dark forest. The night wind howled past his ears, carrying the forest's unique damp chill and the distant sound of a stream. Deep within the forest, far from the village's lights, the moonlight was fragmented by the thick canopy, casting dappled shadows. A dilapidated cart, disguised as a hay transport, struggled along the rugged forest path, emitting creaks of distress. 3 figures, clad in dark, coarse clothing that concealed their ninja traits, pulled the cart, 2 in front, with 1 warily trailing behind. Their skin appeared darker in the dim light, agile and vigilant in their movements. Beneath the rudimentary hay pile of the cart lay a cramped compartment. Lon curled within, each jolt causing her pain. Gritting her teeth, she continued to exert her utmost effort to rub the candy bag in her pocket, ensuring the precious fragments kept falling. The voices from outside resumed. How much further? Almost there, just round the bend, and we'll be safe. Stay alert for Konoha's white fang. I've heard he's formidable. Just then, fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Several shurikens enveloped in searing flames, like crimson meteors, tore through the darkness without warning, hurtling towards the 2 figures pulling the cart and the critical connection of the cart. The angle was cunning, unavoidable. An ambush. The ninja trailing the cart reacted swiftly, issuing a sharp warning while drawing his blade to block. The shurikens were deflected or dodged. Yet the heat wave and explosive force left the 2 pulling the cart in disarray, nearly toppling the cart. Who goes there? The ninja behind the cart bellowed, his gaze scanning the dark canopy for the source of the attack. No response. A figure shot forth from the shadows opposite the direction of the attack, moving with such speed that it left a faint afterimage in the moonlight. The target was the cart. It was Ren. He had drawn all attention with the fire technique. But the real strike was his own assault. Stop him. The ninja behind the cart swung his blade to intercept, the edge of his weapon gleaming menacingly. Ren's Sharingan whirred rapidly, the crimson tomo locking onto every subtle movement of his opponent. He did not engage directly. At the moment of blade meeting body, he executed an astonishing twist, narrowly evading the strike, simultaneously activating the body flicker technique to appear beside the cart. His target was the one attempting to lift the hay to check the hostage. Get away. Ren's voice was as cold as a death sentence. The short blade was drawn, a glint of cold light flashing, aimed at the opponent's wrist. Thud. Ah! The cart puller yelped, clutching his bleeding wrist as he staggered back. The remaining puller and the ninja behind the cart, filled with rage and alarm, lunged towards Ren. One brandished a kunai, thrusting directly, while the other quickly formed hand seals, lightning release. Before the sealing ninja could complete his jutsu, Ren's Sharingan had already predicted his actions. He kicked the edge of the cart with force, causing the heavy cart to shift and slam into the sealing ninja, interrupting his technique. Simultaneously, Ren flicked his wrist, sending several shurikens, as if guided by instinct, towards the kunai-wielding ninja, forcing him to defend. The battle erupted in a flash. The narrow forest clearing instantly filled with the clash of blades, bursts of fire, and waves of chakra. Rin faced 3 opponents, yet through the inside of the Sharingan, the swift and vicious Uchiha martial arts, and his unparalleled throwing technique, he managed to suppress them. He flitted like a butterfly among the moments of attack, each strike carrying a lethal threat. The crimson Sharingan burned in the darkness, imbued with a cold malice and a resolute intent to protect the target. The ninja behind the cart, seemingly the leader, barked, attempting to circumvent Rin and rush towards the cart. Not on my watch. The light in Ren's eyes flared. He braced himself against a heavy punch from the side, stifling a grunt as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Unleashing the body flicker technique to be the first to block the cart, the short blade sliced through the air with a piercing scream, aimed directly at the leader. The leader raised his blade to block. Clang! The clash of metal rang out. Sparks flew. The immense force left the leader's arm numb. A jolt of fear coursing through him. This Uchiha youth's strength far surpassed his expectations. At the moment of their stalemate, the Sharingan of Rin detected a slight flaw. With a sudden withdrawal of strength, his body twisted in an eerie manner as if devoid of bones, the short blade striking at an exceptionally sharp angle, akin to a venomous serpent aimed at the underbelly of the leader. The leader's pupils constricted sharply as he desperately twisted to evade. Swish! The blade sliced through his side, leaving a trail of blood. Although it was not a fatal wound, the excruciating pain rendered him momentarily immobile. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Rin delivered a powerful kick to the cart, causing it to topple over under the immense force. Debris scattered in all directions. Lan emitted a short cry of pain from within the confines. As the debris cleared, it revealed the disheveled Lan, bound and in a pitiful state. Upon seeing her chaotic red hair, pale face, terrified eyes, and the glaring bruises on her arms, an unprecedented, chilling rage erupted in Ren's chest like a volcanic explosion. The bond born in darkness, the desire to protect, transformed at that moment into a murderous intent that sought to annihilate everything. You shall not live. Ren's voice echoed like a cold wind from the abyss, imbued with a chilling severity. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly, almost merging into one. He held nothing back, his speed, power, and technique reaching their utmost peak. The ensuing battle devolved into a one-sided slaughter. Ren's figure flitted like a phantom, each flicker accompanied by the glint of the blade and the screams of his foes. The Sharingan anticipated every move, the Uchiha ninjutsu unleashed to its fullest, swift as lightning. Brutal and precise, devoid of any flourish, solely aimed at the swiftest demise of his enemies. The remaining 2 spies from the Cloud Village fell like lambs to the slaughter before the wrath of the Uchiha genius, collapsing into a pool of blood within mere breaths. Filled with horror and unwillingness, the battle concluded. Silence enveloped the forest once more, leaving only Ren's rapid breaths and the pungent scent of blood. The Sharingan remained a deep crimson. Without sparing a glance at the fallen adversaries, Ren swiftly dashed to the side of the overturned cart. Kneeling with one knee on the ground, efficiently severing the ropes that bound Lan and carefully removing the rag from her mouth. His movements were precise and effective, his face devoid of visible anger, only an almost indifferent calmness, as if the recent brutal slaughter had merely been the removal of an unsightly stone. With her bindings released, the deep red marks on her fair skin were striking. She gazed at Rin, whose blood-stained visage bore an unusual tranquility. The once chilling crimson eyes now restored to a profound black, devoid of any turmoil. The accumulated fear, despair, and awareness of the war's cruelty surged forth like a flood. Shattering her defenses, tears streamed down her face in torrents. She extended her trembling, scarred hands, not to embrace him, but as a drowning person clutches a piece of driftwood. Gripping Ren's arm tightly, her body quaked violently, her small face buried low, her muffled cries resonating distinctly in the stillness of the forest. Ren's body, for a fleeting moment, stiffened imperceptibly. Lan's cold, scarred fingers clung to his arm, her unreserved dependence and fragility piercing through the hardened shell of his heart, which had long convinced itself it did not need any bonds. He looked at the girl before him, usually lazy and slow-witted, now sobbing like a shattered doll, her arms marred by glaring wounds. Instead of the expected outrage, he felt an unfamiliar heaviness settle in his heart, a palpable sensation of being needed, so real and urgent. After a brief hesitation, His movements became almost mechanical as he lifted his other hand, gently yet firmly placing it on the trembling back of her head, soaked with tears and dirt. No words of comfort were uttered, merely a simple gesture that signified a barrier against the outside world. The subtle tremors beneath his fingertips made him acutely aware of the weight of this need. "Do not cry." His voice remained flat, devoid of discernible emotion, yet tinged with less harshness than usual. "It is all right." This declarative reassurance felt more like a confirmation of a fact. In that moment, Uchiha Rin came to a clear realization. This bond, tightly grasped by the girl who often lagged behind, was something he deeply yearned for. This recognition surfaced calmly, as if water had settled over stones, needing no turbulent emotions as validation. As Rin assisted the weak, staggering Lon, draped in the dark cloak he had hastily removed. Out of the forest's edge, the outside world was already ablaze with light. The Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a grave expression, akin to cold iron. Alongside Kakashi Hatake and a multitude of Umbu ninja, with Kushina Uzumaki rushing forward like a flame of anxiety and joy. "Lon." Kushina's heart-wrenching cry tore through the air as she fiercely pulled Lon from Ren's side into her embrace, incoherently expressing her fear, reluctance, and euphoric relief. "You fool. You scared me to death. Do not leave again. I am terrified of losing you." Lon, returning the embrace while sobbing, offered her apologies. Hiruzen had Shikaku investigate the scene, confirming the identities of the Cloud spies. He then approached Ron, observing his calm demeanor, the bloodstains on him, and the cloak draped over Lon. His gaze deep and thoughtful as he firmly patted Ren's shoulder, speaking in a low voice. "Well done, Ron. Remarkable work." Ren nodded slightly. Avoiding Shikaku's approving gaze and the eyes of the surrounding Umbu, his expression remaining cool and detached. He quietly stepped back, watching as Kushina half-embraced, half-supported Lon, hurrying away under the protection of the Umbu towards the Uzumaki residence. As Lan's figure vanished at the road's end, Ren finally withdrew his gaze, silently turning to head towards the Uchiha guard station. The night breeze brushed against his blood-stained clothing, bringing a hint of chill. In the Uchiha guard station's break room, the cold moonlight streamed through the high windows, casting its glow on the empty floor. Ren sat alone on a bench against the wall, unconsciously rubbing the recently cleaned short blade in his hand. The blade reflected the moonlight, shimmering with a ghostly cold gleam. His expression remained calm, even somewhat indifferent, as if the life-and-death struggle in the forest had merely been a training exercise. Yet he alone knew that something within him had changed. The sensation of Lan's cold, trembling touch on the back of her head lingered on his fingertips, along with the weight of her desperate grip on his arm. That feeling was remarkably clear, inescapable. At the edge of the forest, Ren's fingers grazed the cold blade. He recalled Lan's usual lazy demeanor, her 0 points in the physical assessment, her always delayed reactions, and her clever attempt to leave behind sugar crumbs in dire straits. He remembered her eyes, filled with pure, impending despair and trust, as she clutched his arm. An unfamiliar tranquility enveloped him. There were no intense emotional fluctuations, only a clear understanding. When that girl, usually trailing behind, instinctively clung to him in absolute darkness and fear, a long vacant part of his heart, named bond, was quietly filled. This bond had nothing to do with the pride of the Uchiha, nor any calculations. It solely stemmed from that moment of being needed. He required this bond as a blade requires its sheath. From that moment forth, protecting this girl's safety would become an intrinsic part of Ren's existence, as natural as breathing. He sheathed the short blade and rose to his feet. "Well, a touch of color in this mundane life wouldn't be so bad," he murmured. The moonlight cast an elongated shadow behind him. With his usual aloof expression, he left the break room, his steps seemingly steadier than before. At the Uzumaki residence, warm lights dispelled the night's chill, and the air was filled with the soothing scent of herbs and the warmth of miso soup. Lon lay like a fragile porcelain doll, wrapped in a soft blanket, curled up on the warm tatami mat. Grandma Mito knelt beside her, her movements delicate as if handling a rare treasure. With a warm, damp cloth, she gently wiped away the deep crimson marks and bruises on her arm, caused by the ropes, before applying a cooling, analgesic green ointment. The soothing sensation of the ointment allowed Lan's taut nerves to relax slightly. Kushina remained steadfastly by her side, sitting cross-legged and leaning slightly forward, her dark purple eyes fixed on Lon as if she would vanish with the slightest distraction. Her lips were pressed tightly together, remnants of tears and residual panic still evident on her face, yet her gaze had regained its characteristic sharpness and focus, akin to that of a protector watching over her young. Does it still hurt? Grandma Mito's voice was gentle, like a breeze brushing over flower petals. Her fingertips warm as they lightly caressed the edges of the ointment-covered wounds. Lan shook her head, then nodded slightly, her voice raspy and weary. Carrying the weight of survival. Much better, Grandma Mito. She instinctively curled her body, as if still feeling the chill and jostle of the cart's confines. Kushina reached out, not to touch the wounds, but to firmly grasp Lan's uninjured hand, her grip tight and warm. You foolish girl, she said, her tone subdued and nasal, devoid of the earlier cries, transformed into a solemn promise. There won't be a next time. I swear it. If anyone dares to harm you again. The unspoken words hung in the air, but the fierce glint in her eyes spoke volumes. As Lan felt the almost scorching heat and strength radiating from Kushina's palm, a genuine warmth surged within her icy heart. She reciprocated the grip, drawing strength from this newfound sense of safety. While the physical pain eased, the emotional turmoil and chilling fear lingered, gnawing at her spirit. The cold prison, the sensation of death, the serene yet fiercely protective crimson eyes from the forest, and that hand resting on her head, exuding an odd sense of stability, all echoed in her mind. The chilling truth that it was either to kill or be killed carved itself into her soul with the precision of a cold chisel. The perilous encounter with the rope tree and the brutal survival laws of the Naruto world shattered any remnants of complacency she might have harbored. She looked down at her arm, still smeared with ointment and tinged with pain, then at the hand held tightly by Kushina. Her gaze gradually hardened, akin to tempered steel. She resolved to grow stronger, no matter the cost. To protect the home that had given her warmth and belonging. To ensure that the profound fear never again clouded Kushina's eyes. To possess the power to guard herself and others when darkness loomed once more. This determination to protect was solidified on this brutal night, nourished by blood, tears, and unforeseen bonds. Chapter 23. I want to be the one who protects them. The pale sunlight of early spring struggled to filter through the window frames of the Mito residence, casting feeble patches of light upon the tatami mats. The air was thick with the bitter scent of herbs, mingled with the metallic tang of disinfectant. Lan leaned against a pile of bedding, resembling a porcelain doll hastily reassembled, her neck and arms wrapped in glaringly white bandages. She looked down at her outstretched, still somewhat feeble palm, the knuckles pale from clenching tightly. I'm weak. I am still too weak. I cannot accomplish anything. Fragments of that night in the forest, the viscous darkness, the rusty scent of blood, the warmth of blood droplets falling from her kunai, and the excruciating pain as her body was violently dragged, replayed in her mind. Each recollection sending chills through her. The enemy would not wait for her to deliver it, nor would the kunai. She needed strength, not a sluggish throwing technique, but a power potent enough to tear through darkness and securely shield those she cherished. Grandma, her voice emerged hoarse from disuse yet resolute. Her eyes locked onto the entrance as Mito stepped in. Teach me a new sealing technique. A stronger one. The steam wafting from the medicinal bowl in Mito's hands enveloped her serene visage. She did not respond immediately, gently placing the bowl on the low table before kneeling. Her gaze, warm as jade, meticulously traced Lan's pale face and the wounds hidden beneath the bandages. Your injuries have not yet healed, Lan. The chakra pathways are more delicate than bones. Her tone was gentle yet firm. If your foundation is unstable, even the mightiest technique is but a castle built on sand, destined to collapse. I cannot wait. Lan's voice rose sharply, tinged with an unrecognized tremor, fear manifesting as urgency. Kushina was outside training relentlessly, and that man's gaze was growing increasingly terrifying. If she faltered again, her nails nearly digging into her palms. I don't want to be the one who needs protection anymore. Not at all. The room fell into a brief silence, save for the silent rise of steam from the bowl's edge. Mito's eyes fell upon Lan's wrist, wrapped in bandages, where incredible sealing power had once erupted, yet now bore a calmness starkly different from all other Uzumaki clan members. An anomaly. You cannot rush, Mito finally spoke, her voice lowering. But utilizing it is also a form of foundation. She extended her finger, a minuscule yet concentrated chakra gathering at its tip, lightly touching Lan's forehead. A chill spread, oddly soothing the turmoil within her. Your chakra is quite special. It flows deep like still waters, unlike the fiery fervor characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. Yet it possesses an absolute order and separation. Mito withdrew her finger, a flicker of complexity in her gaze. The sealing technique of evil suppression may suit you. In the days that followed, Lan's world became saturated with the ancient scrolls filled with tadpole-like sealing symbols. Mito's teachings were rigorous and precise, every gesture's initiation and transition. The timing and intensity of chakra infusion demanded absolute accuracy. Lan abandoned all lethargy, fueled by the fiery determination ignited by her kidnapping, even overshadowing the lingering pain from her injuries. She stumbled like a toddler learning to walk through the labyrinth of chakra pathways, repeatedly practicing transforming that tranquil chakra into a special energy flow with sealing efficacy. Failure became the norm. The slightest instability in chakra output extinguished the faint light gathering at her fingertips like a flickering candle in the wind. Errors in constructing the symbol's structure led to immediate backlash, numbing her arms and causing her chest to tighten. Sweat drenched her brow, trickling down her pale cheeks, splattering onto the ancient scroll and creating darkened splotches. She bit her lip, silent, wiping away the sweat, refocusing, and channeling her chakra. Mito observed silently, only intervening with a precise chakra nudge when Lan's chakra path veered dangerously off course. Watching the near-burning focus in Lan's eyes, Mito's vague worries about teaching her the sealing techniques were temporarily subdued. When Lan finally managed to stabilize a small, weak yet structurally sound sphere of evil suppression energy at her fingertips, Mito produced a thick stack of specially prepared blank sealing paper. The paper was slightly yellowed, possessing the resilience of plant fibers, with a faint glow swirling within. Give it a try, Mito encouraged, as she infused the evil suppression energy into the paper, framing it with the four-symbol seal. This was not merely a sealing scroll, but an imposition of the rules of confinement onto this sheet of paper. This presented yet another challenge. The paper was fragile, far less robust than the scroll's medium. With the slightest misstep, the infused chakra could tear the paper apart. Lan held her breath as the tiny sphere of evil suppression energy cautiously approached the paper's edge. Her chakra became the most precise of carving tools, weaving through the paper's fibers to construct an invisible cage. Failure resulted in the paper disintegrating into ash. Another attempt resulted in the paper charring and curling. Finally, just as her spirit felt on the verge of exhaustion, a single sheet of sealing paper lay quietly in her palm. Upon the paper, an exceedingly minute, vortex-like mark, formed naturally from her own chakra, was faintly visible, emanating a subtle yet distinct sealing fluctuation. Is it done? Lan's voice bore an incredulous rasp, tinged with profound exhaustion. Mito picked up the talisman, carefully sensing the stable sealing power within. A flicker of true astonishment crossed her eyes. It was faint, yet the pattern was established. She turned to Lan, her tone grave as she attempted to activate it, targeting the bowl of water. Lan took a deep breath, injecting a thread of the most basic chakra into the talisman. The vortex mark on the talisman instantly glowed with a soft light. She flicked her wrist, and the talisman gently adhered to the wall of the bowl, filled with clear water. There was no earth-shattering sound, yet the water, which had been gently rippling due to the chakra infusion, suddenly froze in place. As if encased in absolute zero, not a single ripple could arise. The bowl's wall isolated the chakra, rendering the water within entirely inert, transforming it into a bowl of stagnant water. Lan's eyes widened in shock. A wave of immense joy and accomplishment washed over her weary body. The sealing power, combined with the isolation and positioning characteristics of the four-symbol seal. Mito's voice rang out with insightful wisdom. The rule you have imbued is a lock. It binds the flow of chakra within the target, preventing the execution of any ninjutsu. She paused, her tone turning solemn. Upon realizing that your chakra possesses exceptionally unique traits, I conceived of this construction method. This talisman requires no expertise in sealing from the user. It merely needs chakra to activate, taking effect upon application. Lan, you have created a tool capable of altering many circumstances. Lan gazed at the bowl of lifeless water and then at the thick stack of blank talismans in her hand. A newfound sense of power stirred within her chest. She named this small talisman the Demon Sealing Talisman. Grandma, Lan's voice trembled with excitement. Can I make more? For Kushina, for Minato, and even for that brat, though he is quite arrogant. Mito observed the rekindled spark in her eyes that belonged to her age, her worries seemingly dissipating. She smiled and nodded, very well. But remember, power itself is neither good nor evil. It is the heart of the wielder that matters. Rest now. One cannot overextend themselves. Chapter 24. The emergence of Stinky Mud. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the Mito residents in a heavy veil. The fatigue forcibly suppressed during the day surged back like a relentless tide, nearly overwhelming Lan entirely. Pain seeped through her bones, and the chakra pathways throbbed with a dull emptiness. She dragged her leaden legs, groggily pushing open the door to her room, longing only to collapse onto the tatami and fall into a deep slumber. In that moment, a peculiar sensation, akin to a cold serpent, silently entwined around her perception. The feeling was exceedingly faint, yet it carried an indescribable allure, like a dying traveler in a desert catching a whiff of elusive moisture, or a despondent soul in darkness glimpsing a distant flicker of starlight. It emanated from the depths of the residence, an area rarely trodden even by Grandma Mito, a place sealed away in her memory, depicting the horrific fragments of the Nine Tails. Chilling, profound, it exuded an ancient aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It strangely radiated an attractive essence of sustenance. It wafted through the air, beckoning her own dormant and anomalous chakra. The weakness induced by fatigue amplified this deadly allure. The chakra deficit from her rigorous daytime training instinctively drove her body to crave any form of energy replenishment. Reason screamed of danger. Yet the fatigue of her body and the temptation of that scent created an overwhelming force. Lan's gaze became somewhat vacant, as if in a trance. Her feet moved uncontrollably toward the source of the scent. She traversed the silent corridors, circumventing the storeroom piled high with ancient scrolls, ultimately halting before a heavy, dust-laden wooden door at the residence's deepest point. The chilling, enticing aura seeped from the crack beneath the door. A faded talisman adorned the door, its vermilion symbols dull and lifeless, the edges slightly curled and charred. Lan's fingertips unconsciously brushed against the talisman, and her tranquil chakra seemed to resonate weakly with it. So hungry, a voice echoed deep within Lan's mind. Cold, slick, imbued with an unearthly hollowness and a greed that originated from the depths of her soul. It was not heard through her ears, but rather imprinted directly onto her consciousness. Lan shuddered, a flicker of clarity struggling to regain hold, but it was too late. Her hand, as if drawn by an invisible force, uncontrollably pressed against the tattered talisman. The chakra at her fingertips surged instinctively, not to reinforce, but as if a key had been inserted into a rusted lock. Buzz. The tattered talisman erupted in blinding black light, instantly disintegrating like burnt paper. An indescribably chilling, viscous, malevolent wave of chakra erupted from within the door, akin to a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage. It disregarded physical barriers, transforming into countless tendrils of sticky, tar-like substance, shimmering with ominous violet light, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of countless wailing souls, instantly engulfing Lan at the threshold. Lan barely managed a startled cry before her entire being was enveloped by the cold, slick material. It surged madly, infiltrating her mouth, nose, ears, and skin pores. The extreme chill instantaneously froze her blood, and searing pain threatened to tear her very soul apart, while an instinctual, overwhelming sense of satiation bizarrely arose as it ravenously devoured the massive chakra of her clan, akin to parched earth drinking in the rain. Food, pure food. That cold voice echoed wildly in her consciousness, filled with primal greed and satisfaction. Lan's awareness drifted between excruciating pain and an eerie sense of fullness. Her vision flooded with writhing, nauseating shades of dark violet. Just as she felt herself on the brink of being completely consumed and assimilated, the serene chakra within her, as if provoked by the fiercest challenge, suddenly boiled over. No longer a tranquil sea, but a dormant volcano erupting with fury. An invisible wave, radiating absolute order and isolation, violently spread from the depths of her soul. Hiss! The viscous substance invading her body froze momentarily, emitting a sharp shriek akin to being splashed with boiling oil. That pure, untainted serene chakra exerted a powerful suppression and rejection against its chaotic, malevolent essence. Its greedy consumption was forcibly interrupted, and its violent intentions were staunchly resisted by this force. Will you perish, or shall I? The struggle for dominance erupted within Lan's being. Roar. The malevolent will let out an unwilling roar. its immense power instinctively seeking to crush this feeble resistance. However, Lan's tranquil chakra exhibited remarkable resilience, akin to the most robust dam, tightly securing the core of her soul and forcibly binding and suppressing the malevolent force. A brutal tug-of-war erupted within every inch of Lan's flesh and every chakra channel. Ultimately, under the sustained suppression of her serene chakra, the malevolent will was forcibly restrained, its chaotic nature shackled. It ceased its frantic consumption, reluctantly halting its struggle. Like a tamed beast lying in wait, the dark violet viscous substance no longer sought to penetrate her internals, instead rapidly enveloping her exterior, conforming like a second skin, hardening into a thin yet resilient layer of dark violet armor with a cold metallic sheen. This armor formed smooth, arched protrusions at her shoulders, elbows, and knees, exuding an uncanny, non-human sense of strength. The agonizing pain receded like a tide, replaced by an ineffable sense of power. Lan abruptly opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of pale violet light flashing deep within her pupils. The world appeared utterly transformed in her gaze. The flow of air has ceased to be an indistinct sensation. It has transformed into visible, delicate trails. A spider's minute crawling in the corner. The faint vibrations of earthworms writhing beneath the soil in the courtyard outside the paper door. And even the almost imperceptible rustling of crickets on the distant street. All these once overlooked subtleties surged into her mind like a tidal wave, clear enough to send shivers down her spine. Her unknown perception, her unfamiliar sense of space, expanded exponentially in an instant, achieving a level of precision that was unfathomable. She could see every movement of the insects dancing in the air and hear the long, steady breaths of the elderly woman next door. This was not merely an enhancement of perception. It was akin to a direct reading of the foundational information of the world. Simultaneously, an unprecedented lightness and sense of power filled her limbs. Instinctively, she moved her fingers, quickly, astonishingly fast. Actions that once required immense effort were now accomplished with mere thought, her body synchronously responding. She felt as though she could easily crush stones and leap across the courtyard in a single bound. The clumsiness that had plagued her during physical training seemed entirely dispelled by this newfound shell. Yet, before the ecstasy could rise, a wave of intense fatigue, rooted deep within her soul, surged forth. A profound emptiness echoed from within her being. She instinctively attempted to summon her chakra, only to discover that what had once been a vast lake of energy was now merely a shallow puddle. That parasitic shell acted like a bottomless pit, continuously siphoning her chakra, and merely maintaining this minimal existence felt like an overwhelming burden. She had no doubt that attempting to unleash even a single sequence of her light array now would likely deplete her remaining strength. Just then, a voice filled with irritation and extreme displeasure roared through the courtyard like thunder, piercing through the paper door and directly into the room where she was. "Hey, you obnoxious Uchiha. What do you think you're doing, sneaking around on my wall? Are you looking for trouble? Who gave you permission to spy on Lan while she bathes? Get down here." It was Kushina. She was back. Lan's body jolted. The dark purple shell enveloping her seemed startled, retreating like a receding tide, vanishing beneath her skin without a trace, leaving only a faint, nearly imperceptible chill on the surface. It was as if that terrifying and powerful transformation had merely been an absurd nightmare. The emptiness of her chakra and her still alarmingly keen senses silently attested to the reality of the situation. She instinctively looked down at her palm. It remained fair, yet her fingertips seemed to retain a lingering chill that refused to dissipate. The clamor outside persisted, with Kushina's furious shouts intertwining with the cold, restrained retorts of Ren. Leaning against the cold doorframe, Lan slowly sank to the ground, cold sweat soaking through her thin clothing, her body trembling uncontrollably. Power had descended upon her in a manner she had never imagined, accompanied by shackles and a cold, hungry tenant. She raised her hand, watching her slightly trembling fingertips. Beneath them, something lay in slumber, waiting. Chapter 25. Have I become an armored warrior? As the morning light crept in, a cool breeze slipped through the half-open paper door of the tatami room, brushing against Lan's somewhat disheveled red hair. Sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat, her fingers absently picked at the edge of the cushion beneath her, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the serene figure of the Whirlpool Water household across from her. A hint of unspoken agitation flickering in her eyes. "Grandma," Lan finally blurted out, unable to contain herself about that thing from last night. Water Household set down her teacup, the bottom clinking softly against the low table, the sound ringing clearly in the quiet room. She lifted her gaze, her eyes, steeped in the passage of countless years, remained calm and unperturbed, yet seemed capable of piercing through flesh to gaze into the depths of the soul. How do you feel? Lon instinctively touched her lower abdomen, where a lingering chill seemed to remain. It's inside me, like a thin layer of ice clinging to my skin, or like a new stomach that craves nourishment. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. It consumes my chakra, a significant amount. I don't feel as much pain in my body now, but my chakra feels hollow, as though it has been thoroughly emptied. And, she paused, a hint of fear and something peculiar glimmering in her eyes. I feel like I can see farther, hear more clearly, and my body feels lighter. As if taijutsu is no longer so daunting? Water Household nodded slightly, her expression devoid of surprise, yet a trace of hidden gravity lingered. Come here. Lon obediently crawled closer. Water Household extended her hands, palms facing each other, suspended about an inch above Lan's head and chest, without direct contact. Closing her eyes and concentrating, a gentle, vast yet indescribably penetrating wave of chakra enveloped Lon like an invisible tide. In an instant, Lon felt as though she had been immersed in a warm and utterly transparent liquid. Water Household's chakra was astonishingly delicate, akin to countless invisible threads gently brushing against every inch of her skin, probing into her meridians, untangling every strand of her chakra while cautiously touching the cold presence lurking just beneath her surface. That entity seemed to sense the external probing, instinctively stirring, radiating a chill malice akin to a venomous snake rousing from slumber. Yet in the next moment, the tranquil chakra within Lon rose like the most steadfast dam, silently rippling to suppress the agitation. Coldness and calmness formed a delicate, oppositional balance within her. Water Household's brow furrowed ever so slightly before gradually easing. The examination continued for a full quarter of an hour before the soothing chakra receded like a retreating tide. It's a fascinating symbiotic state, Water Household remarked, her eyes opening, the weight of concern still apparent, yet somewhat alleviated. It craves your chakra. It is its sustenance and the foundation of your symbiosis. However, simultaneously, the extraordinary calm chakra from the depths of your soul acts as both a sturdy prison and a potent tranquilizer, firmly restraining its chaotic and malevolent nature, thus forcing it into a relatively stable parasitic relationship with you. It needs you alive to supply chakra, so it also passively enhances your perception, heals your wounds, and even bestows greater strength and defense upon your body. Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. Symbiosis? Like Samahata and the watermelon mountain pufferfish? She recalled Kisame's peculiar sword. Similar, yet not entirely the same. Water Household shook her head. Samahata is a living ninja tool, possessing its own will, more akin to a weapon. The entity within you resembles a prisoner whose nature has been forcibly suppressed, a dangerous tenant. Its enhancement of you is more like a rent it must pay for its existence. Remember, Lon, this balance is fragile. Your will and calmness are the only keys to restrain it. Should your spirit experience violent fluctuations, or if your chakra is severely depleted, leading to a weakening of its suppression. Water Household left the warning unspoken, yet the caution in her gaze was unmistakable. Lon held her breath. In the Warring States period, and even earlier, there existed ancient beings within the ninja world that were not tailed beasts yet possessed immense powers, difficult to comprehend. Water Household's voice turned grave and solemn. They took on various forms, their sources of power as varied as their shapes. The tenet within you, its core fragment, is one of those sealed at great cost by our Uzumaki ancestors. It is not a purely biological entity, but rather a conceptual creation, a condensation of vast negative emotions and chaotic chakra. The ancestors referred to it as the shadow of the Wraith. Wraith? Lon felt a chill run down her spine at the very name. Indeed, Water Household nodded. It is formless and intangible, yet it can erode the human heart, magnifying fears and malevolent thoughts, even consuming and assimilating the chakra and souls of living beings, thereby augmenting itself. Its essence is chaos and devouring. The ancestors were unable to completely eradicate it. They could only shatter its core fragments and seal them away with the most potent sealing techniques, burying them deep in desolate lands far from human habitation. My clan, the Uzumaki, has guarded these sealed locations for generations. However, When I departed from the Whirlpool Village to join Konoha, driven by some inexplicable intuition, I took with me one of the most crucial and perilous sealing scrolls, keeping it hidden deep within my residence. Mito's gaze fell upon Lon, laden with a complex expression that was difficult to articulate. What you touched last night was indeed that very seal. Over the years, compounded by the somber emotions wrought by the looming specter of war, the seal itself has begun to loosen, its escaping essence enticing the weakened and unusually chakra-depleted you. It has broken free from its constraints, instinctively searching for a new host and sustenance. Fortunately, Mito's tone grew more serious. Your chakra's quality, that absolute order and separation, happens to be the natural nemesis of its chaotic nature. This has resulted in the current state of suppressed coexistence, rather than complete consumption. A chill ran down Lan's spine as she realized that the tenant within her was such an ancient, malevolent entity. Instinctively, she swallowed hard, feeling a cold presence beneath her skin. Would it continue to consume her like this? At present, my chakra reserves are insufficient even to unleash a full series of light formations. It will not. Mito's tone was more assured. Initially, it requires a substantial amount of chakra to mend the damage inflicted upon itself from breaking free of the seal and to adapt to its new host environment, leading to considerable consumption. However, over time, this consumption will gradually diminish. Once it fully acclimatizes to your body and you continue to nourish it with your chakra, its demands will stabilize at a relatively lower level, approximately 1/10 of your base chakra. This is the minimum expenditure necessary for it to maintain existence and enhance its basic symbiotic capabilities. Of course, Mito's tone shifted. If you can provide additional sustenance, such as allowing it to devour the chakra of enemies during combat, this adaptation process will be significantly accelerated, even hastening its transition into a low-consumption state. And simultaneously? Lon inquired eagerly. Simultaneously, when you consciously and proactively direct your chakra to nourish it, your control over it will increase. The power it returns to you will also become more concentrated and purposeful. Mito's gaze deepened. For instance, you could attempt to guide it to form a more resilient and expansive defensive shell on your surface when needed, or to simulate a weapon shape that you require, extending like an extension of your own limbs. Naturally, this demands an exceptionally high level of control and synergy. It is not an achievement that can be attained overnight. Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A defensive shell, mimetic weapons. This could very well be the solution to her deficiencies in physical combat and close-range engagement. Although the cost is a temporary reduction in chakra, it is worth it. Moreover, Mito added with a serious tone, the enhancement it grants you, that unique ability following an extraordinary perception, is both singular and formidable. You call it the heart web? Indeed. Lon nodded vigorously, her face finally brightening, as if an invisible net had unfurled in her heart, capable of capturing all movements around her. Previously, it was merely a vague sensation, but now it is strikingly clear. Heartweb is an apt term. A flicker of approval shone in Mito's eyes. Make good use of it. This may very well be one of your greatest assets at present. As for the tenant within you, she regarded Lon, give it a name. One that you can remember, a name that will constantly remind you of its essence. Lon tilted her head, furrowing her brow as she endeavored to recall the icy, slippery sensation from last night, akin to being enveloped in a living sludge, revolting in its touch, and the insatiable hunger that surged through her mind. She scrunched her nose in distaste and blurted out, "Stinky sludge. A foul and ravenous muck." Mito, seasoned as she was, found herself momentarily choked by this overly innocent and blunt nomenclature. The once feared entity, now dubbed Stinky Sludge? She observed Lon's earnest expression of distaste, ultimately shaking her head in resignation, a faint smile curving her lips. Very well. Remember, the existence of Stinky Sludge is both your greatest trump card and your most significant peril. Until you can fully control it, exercise caution in front of trustworthy companions. Do not reveal it lightly unless in the direst of circumstances. Lon patted her chest in assurance. Understood. It's a trump card. I get it. The afternoon sun bathed the courtyard in warmth. The bandages on Lan's body had been mostly removed, with only a few key joints still wrapped in thin layers. Under the powerful passive recovery abilities of Stinky Sludge, injuries severe enough to keep an ordinary person bedridden for months had nearly healed. At that moment, she sat cross-legged beneath the corridor, surrounded by a collection of blank specialized talismans and a small dish of red ink. carefully channeling chakra through her fingertips, completely absorbed in drawing a sealing charm. The sunlight cast a gentle halo on her focused profile, and her fiery red hair seemed to glisten even more vibrantly as her wounds healed. Suddenly, the edge of her heart web quivered slightly, detecting a familiar, somewhat hesitant footfall lingering at the courtyard entrance. The owner of the footsteps appeared to hesitate, pausing for several seconds. A sly smile crept across Lan's lips as she kept her head down, deliberately elongating her tone and adopting a languid, yet teasing manner. "Oh, is that not our top student, the prodigy of taijutsu, the future Hokage, Uchiha Rin? What wind has blown you, O esteemed one, into the humble abode of this trailing tale? Did you take a wrong turn? Or is the Hokage building next door?" The figure at the entrance stiffened noticeably. Uchiha Rin, dressed in a deep blue Uchiha clan outfit, with his hands shoved into his pockets, exhibited a fleeting moment of embarrassment on his otherwise stoic face. He awkwardly stepped into the courtyard, coming to a halt a few paces away from Lan, his gaze swiftly scanning her arms, which were now mostly free of bandages, and her noticeably improved complexion, before quickly shifting to the blooming hydrangea nearby. "Do not flatter yourself, trailing tail." Rin's voice retained its habitual sharpness, but upon closer inspection, it lacked its usual chill, revealing a hint of uncertainty. "I merely passed by to check if a certain laggard was still lying half dead, delaying the progress of our entire team's mission." He paused, seemingly feeling the inadequacy of his argument, and added stiffly, "Teacher Shimo sent me to relay a message. The new training plan. It will commence once you're well. I just do not wish for a certain fool's slow recovery to force me to adapt to even worse temporary teammates." Lan finally lifted her head, her amber eyes sparkling as they met Ren's, brimming with unabashed mirth and mischief, causing his ears to redden. "Oh," Lan stretched her tone, setting aside her talisman brush, cradling her chin in her hands, leaning slightly forward with a dazzling smile that was almost blinding. "So it turns out that the genius Uchiha Rin is concerned that I, your foolish teammate, am absent, leaving no one to highlight your brilliance and serve as your personal target practice?" She blinked, assuring him, "Do not worry. I am nearly recovered. I will soon rejoin the team and continue to lag behind you, allowing you to relish the joy of dragging a trailing tail. Who is worried about you, you idiot?" Rin reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, his fair cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson, even his neck tinged with a faint pink. He abruptly turned away, leaving Lan with a flushed, tense profile and a defiant back. "I simply do not wish for the mission rating to be lowered. And I certainly do not want to be assigned to an even worse group because of a certain fool's sluggish recovery. That is all. Do not think too much of it." That flustered demeanor, paired with his bright red ears, was far more convincing than any overt expression of concern. Lan, observing his awkward yet endearing display of care, felt the shadow cast by stinky sludge and her chakra depletion dissipate, replaced by a warm sensation of joy derived from being regarded by her foolish teammate. She burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped, like a little fox that had just stolen a treat. Understood. The genius is merely afraid of failing the task and losing face." Lan smiled playfully, waving her hand dismissively, with an expression that conveyed understanding. "Rest assured, in order to maintain your esteemed task rating, I, the straggler, will diligently recover and strive to return to the team as soon as possible, continuing to be your most radiant backdrop." "Humph." Lien snorted heavily through his nose. As a response, he stood frozen for a few seconds, seemingly attempting to calm the suspicious warmth on his face, before adopting a nearly rigid posture and retrieving a small paper bag from his pocket, tossing it in Lan's direction without sparing a glance. "I bought this on the way. It's utterly tasteless. Here you go." The paper bag arced gracefully, landing precisely among Lan's spread-out talisman papers. Curiously, Lan picked it up and opened it, revealing several delicately packaged, sweet-smelling tricolored dumplings. Lan was momentarily taken aback and looked up at Lien, who had already turned sharply and was striding towards the courtyard exit, his tall figure exuding the unique pride of the Uchiha clan. However, the faintly flushed tips of his ears and his somewhat hurried footsteps betrayed him completely. "Hey, arrogant Uchiha." Lan called out to his retreating figure, "Thanks. Though your words are truly foul." Lien's footsteps seemed to falter for a moment before he quickened his pace, swiftly disappearing beyond the courtyard gate. Lan pinched a soft, glutinous dumpling and popped it into her mouth, the sweet aroma of red bean paste melting on her tongue. She gazed in the direction Lien had vanished, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. This proud and sharp-tongued fellow is actually quite endearing. At the same time, on the other side of the village, from the direction of training ground number 3, resonant sounds of explosive force echoed. Boom, bang, sizzle. Uzumaki Kushina moved across the field like a blazing flame, her red hair tied high, sweat soaking her temples, cheeks flushed, while her dark purple eyes sparkled with focused excitement. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Several orange-red fireballs erupted forth, hurtling towards the swiftly moving oil woman Shimi. Almost simultaneously, a golden figure appeared as if teleporting to the side front. Namake's Minato's azure eyes glimmered sharply, his hands moving with lightning speed, as several specially made shurikens struck the support points of the target with precision. Poo. Oil woman Shimi was besieged from both sides. The Phoenix fireballs whistled in, striking true at the center. Boom. The flames erupted. The insect clones scattered in an instant. Perfect cooperation. Well done, Kushina. Minato landed steadily, a warm smile of admiration on his face, giving her a thumbs up. Kushina wiped away sweat, panting yet beaming. Of course. Minato, your timing was impeccable. Hey, the parasites are alive too. You two rascals. Oil woman Shimi scolded the duo for their somewhat cat-and-mouse antics. Prejudice had long since melted away. During this period of intense training, she couldn't deny that Minato's strength was astonishingly formidable, and his awareness was frighteningly sharp. There was an indescribable sense of smoothness in their partnership. The rejection of mutual admiration between the strong was being gradually replaced by an increasing tacit understanding. Occasionally, catching sight of his focused profile and warm smile made her heart race a little faster. Taking a break, Minato offered her a water bottle. Not a chance. Kushina boldly downed water and wiped her mouth, ready for more. Let us try a combo technique. This time, please don't charge in while shouting that embarrassing name of your skill. All right. Minato felt a bit disheartened as he prepared to continue training. The two resumed their stances, chakras surging, their gazes meeting in a silent exchange of strategy. Just then, a booming, hearty laughter resonated from the edge of the training ground. Wahaha! Excellent. Truly excellent. This camaraderie, this youthful bond, this is the disciple I have been looking forward to. A robust, imposing man suddenly stood at the edge of the field. His white hair wild like a lion's mane, tied back in a ponytail, with a forehead protector emblazoned with the kanji for oil. His signature red outer robe flared open, revealing strong pectoral muscles, and he wore wooden sandals. His face bore a carefree, hearty smile, eyes bright as lightning, arms crossed as he keenly observed the harmonious duo in the arena. It was none other than the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei? Minato exclaimed in surprise, filled with reverence. Teacher. Kushina was somewhat taken aback, her eyes widening. She had heard of this legendary Sannin and knew he was the guiding jonin of her team. But this was their first official encounter. Jiraiya laughed heartily as he approached, his steps firm and powerful, radiating a heroic aura. Not bad at all. Minato, your body flicker and shuriken techniques have improved greatly. And Kushina-chan, he turned his gaze toward the red-haired girl, his smile bright. That fiery chakra and exuberant spirit are truly commendable. Excellent. No wonder Lord Tsunade and Mito hold you in such high regard. Kushina felt her cheeks warm at his straightforward compliment, but found no offense in Jiraiya's unpretentious and approving demeanor, merely letting out an awkward hum. I've heard quite a bit about you during my time away. Jiraiya stepped closer to them, his gaze sweeping over them, acknowledging Minato's genius, Kushina's fiery spirit, and their previous skirmishes now replaced by camaraderie. He grinned broadly, revealing a row of white teeth. It seems that even in my absence, you two haven't been idle. This growth is worthy of commendation. Minato respectfully bowed. I am honored by your praise, sensei. Kushina also slightly lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. All right, enough with the pleasantries. Jiraiya waved his hand grandly, exuding authority. Since I have returned, from this day forth, your good days. No, your hellish special training officially begins. Wahaha. Are you ready to ignite your youth, kids? He exaggeratedly spread his arms, as if to embrace the entire training ground. Kushina looked at Jiraiya's grandiose and somewhat eccentric demeanor. The various unreliable rumors surrounding the Sannin flooded her mind, causing her mouth to twitch involuntarily. Minato maintained a gentle smile, his eyes filled with determination for the upcoming special training. On the edge of the training ground, Lon, who had been waiting for Kushina, vaguely sensed the immense, fiery, and slightly irreverent chakra source, along with Jiraiya's signature booming voice. She bit into the tricolor dumpling that Lien had sent her, the sweet, glutinous texture spreading across her tongue. The stinky mud within her was unusually calm. She looked down at the ink-stained sealing talisman in her palm. With newfound sources and costs of power, alongside a proud, foolish teammate, a vibrant, spirited elder sister, an unfathomably powerful new teacher, and a steadfast grandmother. This home she found amidst the cruel ninja world, she would protect with all her might. Chapter 26. I also want to be the one who protects you in the early morning light. The sun's rays streamed through the paper doors of the Uzumaki household, casting warm patches of light on the tatama mats. The air was fragrant with maple syrup and the enticing sound of pancakes sizzling on the iron grill. Uzumaki lawn lazily sank into the soft cushions, resembling a cat melted by the sun. She half closed her eyes, watching across the table as Uzumaki Kushina, with her fiery, thick red hair almost dipping into her bowl, fiercely devoured a mountain of pancakes drenched in glistening maple syrup. Slow down, Kushina, came the gentle voice of Granny Mito, who elegantly picked up a small piece of pancake with her chopsticks, moving leisurely, assuring her that no one was vying for her food. Kushina mumbled an incoherent response. Yet her pace remained unabated, her cheeks puffed out, and her dark purple eyes gleaming with satisfaction. With a swift motion, she accurately tossed a piece of pancake into Lan's bowl. Here, silly Lan, what are you daydreaming about? If you don't eat soon, it'll get cold. Lan leisurely picked up the chopsticks, delicately grasping a piece of pancake, and took a slow, measured bite. The sweet, syrupy maple melted on her tongue, offering a warm, comforting embrace. This languorous sensation, enveloped by the aromas of food and family, was the solace she yearned for most after the cold, brutal ordeal of her abduction. She instinctively touched her chest, as if she could still feel the suffocating grip of being roughly dragged and shoved into the dark corner of a cart that night, along with the chilling crimson glare of Uchiha Ren's Sharingan that had abruptly torn through the darkness, bringing forth a tremor of survival. At that moment, a few restrained knocks echoed from outside the small courtyard. The sound was soft yet possessed an undeniable penetrating quality, striking against her taut nerves. Grandma Mito set down her chopsticks, a trace of her gentle smile fading slightly as she rose to answer the door. Kushina paused mid-chew, her movements halting, her head instinctively lifting in alertness, her mouth stuffed full. Lan also set down her chopsticks, a vague premonition fluttering through her mind, akin to dark clouds quietly gathering at the horizon. The door creaked open slightly. Shikaku stood tall outside, clad in the standard dark green vest of Konoha, the morning's cool dew still lingering on his shoulders. His striking silver hair glimmered with a cold sheen in the morning light, replacing his usual neighborly warmth with an almost chilling intensity of focus. He did not step inside but calmly nodded to Mito, a silent greeting. Apologies for the intrusion, Mito Dano. Shikaku's voice was low, clear, and steady. Urgent mission. Uzumaki Lawn. Assemble at training ground number 3 in 1 hour. Destination, the border of the Land of Rain. The mere mention of the border of the Land of Rain felt like cold stones dropped into the tranquil surface of a lake. Kushina immediately swallowed her food. Springing to her feet and knocking over her bowl of miso soup, the dark liquid splattering across the tatami, creating a small, deep stain. She flung the door wide open, her eyes fixed intently on Shikaku before whipping around to Lan, her voice rising an octave. What? It's her again? How long has it been since she recovered? Wasn't he the last incident at Aoi Hill enough? The border of the Land of Rain? Do you have any idea how perilous it is there? Lan's heart constricted, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The Land of Rain, ruled by the so-called demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, was a chaotic realm of relentless warfare and poisonous mists. An unease coiled around her spine like a cold vine. Yet she remained silent, her hands unconsciously tightening the fabric of her clothing on her knees. Shikaku's gaze remained calm and unwavering, seemingly unperturbed by Kushina's vehement response. This is an order. Mission rank B, escort a vital supply to the border outpost. His eyes turned to Lan, a scrutinizing quality evident. Your abilities are invaluable in responding to potential ambushes and navigating complex terrains. Be prepared. With that, he inclined his head slightly and turned away, his figure swiftly vanishing into the misty path of the courtyard. The door closed gently, sealing off the external chill. Yet the air within the room felt as if it had solidified. Grandma, Kushina abruptly turned to Mito, her voice trembling with agitation. Did you hear that? The land of rain. Do you remember how Lan was when she returned from the last mission? She was covered in wounds, nearly unable to stand from chakra exhaustion. It's only been a few days. How could they? Mito sighed softly, moving to Kushina's side, wiping the soup stains from the tatami with a clean cloth. Her actions remained calm, yet a heaviness settled in her gaze. Kushina, her voice was gentle yet undeniably firm. Ninja from Konoha have always grown through their missions. Since Shikaku has made this arrangement, he must have his reasons. Lan's abilities are indeed irreplaceable in such unique circumstances. Abilities? Just because she has a bit of talent in sealing techniques and can throw shuriken accurately? Kushina's voice escalated sharply, laced with biting sarcasm and uncontrollable panic. If it weren't for Ren, she faltered, the image of Lan being rescued that night, pale as a ghost and drenched in blood, resurfacing vividly in her mind, flooding her with fear like a chilling tide. She abruptly turned, her gaze searing into Lan as if it were a burning iron. You are not going. Do you hear me? I will go find the third Hokage. I will seek out Jiraiya-sensei. They cannot do this. Lan kept her head lowered, her gaze fixed on her fingers clutching the fabric of her clothing, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Mito's words and Kushina's cries felt like two opposing forces tearing at her mind. The fear was palpable. The notorious reputation of the land of rain instinctively urged her to retreat. Yet a stronger emotion surged within her. A wild growth born from the darkness of that night when she was shoved into the bottom of the cart, the pain of rough wood against her skin, the acrid scent of sweat and blood from her captors, and the flicker of light she grasped at the brink of death that had sustained her. Enough. Lan suddenly lifted her head, her voice quiet yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve that swiftly overshadowed Kushina's agitation. Her eyes gleamed with an intensity previously unseen, no longer bearing the usual languor or softness, but rather ignited by a near-obsessive flame. I will go. She locked eyes with Kushina, enunciating each word. I must go. Kushina appeared as though struck by a bolt of lightning, her entire being frozen in disbelief as she stared at Lan. What did you say? I said I will go. Lan rose to her feet, her petite frame standing straight, akin to a sapling braving a tempest. She met Kushina's shocked and furious gaze, her chest heaving, as the words long suppressed finally burst forth. I've had enough. Kushina, I'm tired of being the one who is always protected. I'm tired of hiding behind you or waiting for someone else to save me. It was like that at Aoi Hill, and even more so during the abduction. I could only watch you shield me, watch Ren burst in, bloodied. What about me? What can I do besides tremble and hold you back? Her voice quivered with emotion, yet rang clear, slicing through the facade of calm with a sharpness that was undeniable. Kushina's complexion instantly paled, her lips trembling. Are you blaming me? Blaming me for protecting you? Blaming me for making you feel useless? No. Lan shook her head vigorously, her red hair whipping about, her eyes stubborn to the point of anguish. I am not blaming you. I am blaming myself. Blaming myself for not being strong enough, for always being the burden that requires you to risk your life to protect me. Kushina, I don't want to live like this anymore. I truly don't. She inhaled sharply, her voice catching in her throat. I want to grow stronger. Strong enough to protect you. Strong enough to stand beside you, rather than always being behind you. Strong enough that next time, it's my turn to protect you. I don't want to see anyone get hurt for my sake anymore. Especially you. The last word struck Kushina's heart like a heavy hammer. She beheld the blazing determination and anguish in Lan's eyes, watched as her shoulders trembled with emotion, and an overwhelming sense of panic and helplessness seized her. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed forward, gripping Lan's slender arms tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Her voice cracking with sobs. But you almost died. Foolish Lan. If that happens again. She choked on her words, unable to finish, her grip on Lan tightening as if afraid that if she let go, the very person before her would slip away like sand. The pain from the pressure on her arms made Lan wince, yet she did not struggle, allowing Kushina to hold her, acutely aware of the trembling and the almost crushing fear emanating from her. She gazed into Kushina's reddened eyes, feeling a profound ache swell within her heart, a tide of bittersweet emotions washing over her. She parted her lips, wishing to offer words of comfort, to assure her that she would be cautious, that she would return safely. Yet ultimately, all words lodged in her throat. She understood Kushina too well at that moment. Any promise in the face of harsh reality would seem utterly powerless. The determination to grow stronger and to protect. Intertwined with Kushina's profound desire for safeguarding and her underlying fears, stood as two insurmountable walls, separating them. Silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by Kushina's stifled gasps and the wordless sigh of Granny Mito. Lon closed her eyes and, upon reopening them, found only an almost icy calm within her gaze. Slowly yet resolutely, she pried open Kushina's fingers that were tightly gripping her arm. The motion was deliberate, imbued with an unyielding resolve. One by one, Kushina's fingers were released, ultimately falling limply to her side. She stared vacantly at her empty palm, then lifted her gaze to Lon, her expression a mix of confusion and hurt, as if abandoned by the world itself. Lon did not look back. She merely bowed deeply to Granny Mito, her voice hoarse yet clear. "Granny, I will prepare." With that, she turned decisively and walked towards her room. Her slender yet upright silhouette vanished behind the sliding door, leaving a profound silence in its wake. "Lon," Kushina called out, as if awakening from a dream, her voice tinged with a panicked sob. She instinctively sought to pursue her, yet her feet felt leaden, weighed down by an unseen burden. The entrance was desolate, save for the space where Lon had just stood, now an invisible, frigid void. Kushina remained rooted, gazing at the tightly shut sliding door, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of panic, not from worry over Lan's potential peril, but from the realization that the very person she fought to protect had, with an almost cruel demeanor, stepped out of her protective sphere. For the first time, she acutely felt that her clumsy younger sister, who always lagged behind and required her fierce guardianship, was forcefully breaking free from her wings in a manner she could neither comprehend nor prevent. Staggering, as if all her strength had been drained, she turned away, heedless of Granny Mito's concerned calls, and stumbled out of the house. Chapter 27. The first glimpse of Tomato and Egg. The continuation of the previous chapter. The streets of Konoha gradually awakened amidst the morning mist. Yet the air remained thick with the oppressive atmosphere unique to the eve of war. Shops were open, yet pedestrians hurried by, their faces seldom adorned with smiles. Kushina ran aimlessly, her crimson hair flailing behind her like an uncontrollable blaze. Tears blurred her vision, replaying the image of Lon resolutely prying apart her fingers and the sight of her cold, turning back. Fear, grievance, anger, and a hint of absurdity from feeling abandoned churned tumultuously within her chest, nearly ready to erupt. Why could they not understand? She struck a sturdy tree trunk beside the path with her fist, the rough bark scraping her knuckles, drawing forth blood, yet she felt no pain at all. Foolish Lon, utterly foolish. Kushina, a gentle, clear voice, tinged with subtle concern, emerged from behind her. Kushina whirled around, her tear-stained, dark purple eyes reflecting the figure of Minato Namikaze. He had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, his golden hair dancing in the morning light, his azure eyes filled with care. He had evidently just come from the training grounds. A light sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Get away," Kushina snapped, like a cat with its tail stepped on, her voice sharp and nasal. "I don't want to see you." She hastily wiped her face, turning to flee, wishing to hide her disheveled appearance from anyone, especially this person who had once been profoundly misunderstood by her, but now complicated her emotions further. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Minato did not retreat at her harsh words. He shifted his form, seamlessly merging with the wind like a golden streak of light, and instantly positioned himself in front of Kushina. His movements so swift they nearly eluded perception. He did not reach out to stop her. He merely stood there quietly, like an impenetrable wall. Kushina, his voice remained gentle, yet bore an unusual penetrating quality, resonating clearly in her chaotic mind. "It's about Lon, isn't it?" Those sapphire-like eyes locked onto hers, seemingly able to see through her facade and the turbulent emotions within. Kushina wanted to continue shouting at him, to push him away, but as she met those pure, untainted eyes and witnessed the genuine concern on his face, a wave of immense fatigue and helplessness washed over her. The facade she had maintained crumbled in an instant, and the suppressed panic and grievance surged forth like a flood released from a dam. "I need to go to the border of the land of rain." Kushina's voice broke into a sob, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. "I just recovered. Last time, I almost didn't come back. I'm so foolish. My taijutsu is so poor. My reflexes are so slow. Who do I think I am? Just because of a few shabby talismans and precisely thrown shurikens? Lord Shomo and the others are on a mission. Who has the time to watch over me?" What if? She could say no more. biting down hard on her lower lip, her body trembling slightly from the effort to suppress her tears, like a leaf quivering in the cold wind. Minato listened quietly, not interrupting nor offering immediate hollow reassurances. Once Kushina's lamentations subsided into muffled sobs, he gently spoke, his tone deep and resonant. Kushina, do you remember the first D-rank mission we undertook as a team? Clearing the river. Kushina stared at him, her red-rimmed eyes bewildered, unsure why he suddenly brought this up. Back then, to protect a child nearly struck by a log swept down from upstream, you didn't hesitate to rush forward and push him away, only to be swept away by the torrent, crashing against the riverbed rocks, your body bruised and battered. Minato's voice carried the weight of reminiscence. When I found you, you were soaked, pale, and covered in injuries, yet you clutched that terrified child tightly, glaring at me and demanding to know what I was looking at, urging me to get him up. Kushina froze, that memory somewhat hazy, yet she recalled the reckless impulse to charge forward, the fiery pain in her body, the suffocating chill of the water, and afterward, the warm towel Minato had silently offered, along with the complexity in his eyes that she had mistakenly believed was mockery. Did you ever think about whether your taijutsu was good enough or if your reflexes were quick enough? Minato asked, gazing at her with eyes as profound as the sea. You didn't. You merely saw someone in need of protection and rushed in, instinctively and without hesitation, because that was something you wanted to safeguard, worthy of your all, even at the risk of injury. His words acted as a key, gently unlocking a tightly sealed corner within Kushina's heart. She stared at Minato, witnessing the depth of his understanding and a resonance in his gaze. Lana's feelings right now are likely akin to what you felt back then. Minato's voice was soft, yet struck forcefully within Kushina's heart. She sees your strength, but she also sees your pain. She witnessed the blood you shed to save her. She no longer wishes to hide behind you, watching you place yourself in danger time and again to protect her. She yearns to grow strong enough to share the burden, to guard, to stand beside you rather than remain sheltered behind you. Do you truly not understand this desire to protect those who matter to you, Kushina? Kushina felt as if struck by lightning, her entire being frozen in place. Minato's words, each syllable a sharp chisel, precisely unveiled the deepest fears within her, fears she had never fully acknowledged. She was terrified of losing Lan, afraid to the core, so much so that she had erected walls of anger and rigidity, attempting to keep Lan forever locked within what she deemed a secure embrace. She had never truly considered that this impenetrable protection might, for Lan, who longed to grow stronger and to guard, be a heavy shackle and a form of denial. She had always believed she was safeguarding Lan, yet had never realized that Lan, too, was clumsily yet unwaveringly striving to protect her in her own way. The immense impact left Kushina's mind blank, tears silently rolling down her cheeks, no longer born of anger and grievance. She gazed at Minato, his gentle and tolerant blue eyes clearly reflecting her disheveled appearance, alongside a profound understanding and unwavering support. A strange amalgamation of sorrow and relief began to permeate her heart. She opened her mouth, wishing to articulate something, but found her throat constricted. Minato remained silent, standing before her like a silent yet dependable mountain, absorbing her despair and confusion without a word. The morning breeze rustled through his golden hair, drying the tears on Kushina's face, leaving behind a chilling clarity. After a long moment, Kushina managed to nod slightly, the motion so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, as if it consumed all her strength. She turned away, no longer running, but instead trudging heavily, step by step, in the direction of home, her silhouette imbued with a weary desolation, yet hinting at a fragile insight struggling to emerge. Minato stood still, watching the fiery red hair vanish around the corner, and deep within his azure depths, something settled, growing more resolute. Chapter 28. I am helpless. The brief respite brought by the interlude was swiftly devoured by the unique chill and dampness of the land of Rain's border. The sky transformed from the arid blue of the desert to a heavy leaden gray, as fine, cold raindrops fell silently, saturating everything in a slick, clammy embrace. The air was thick with the earthy scent of soil and the oppressive aroma of decaying vegetation. The Hataki squad cautiously advanced along a muddy forest path, flanked by towering, dense, primordial rainforests, their canopy blocking out the sun. Gnarled roots sprawled across the ground, slick moss-covered rocks and decaying wood, while visibility was severely constricted by the thick foliage and misty vapor. Cold raindrops trickled down Lan's forehead, seeping into her collar and sending shivers down her spine. Unlike the dry heat of the desert, the omnipresent dampness of the land of rain rendered the chakra creature known as Stinky Mud possibly a rare entity, but currently only serving as a symbiotic being into a peculiar state. It seemed comfortable, yet this comfort was accompanied by an unsettling restlessness. Lan could feel it gently writhing beneath her skin, stretching as if greedily absorbing the moisture in the air. An indescribable energy, a blend of slight fullness and inexplicable agitation, slowly blossomed within her, tightening her senses to an almost allergic degree. The sound of raindrops pattering on leaves and the distant cries of unknown birds all seemed amplified, striking at her nerves. What a cursed place, Nishinari muttered quietly, wiping rainwater from his face, his feet sinking unevenly into the muddy ground. Shut up and stay vigilant. Ren's voice came from ahead, colder than the rain. His Sharingan glowed like two smoldering crimson embers in the dim light, scanning every suspicious shadow hidden within the curtain of rain. The drenched dark green vest clung to his muscular frame, accentuating his athletic form. Behind Shikamaru, the silver-haired figure, soaked and disheveled, had eyes sharp as a drawn blade, meticulously slicing through every inch of the rainforest that might conceal danger. The sound of rain could mask many movements, enhancing perception. His low voice pierced through the rain, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Just as the squad was about to cross a low-lying area cloaked by massive ferns and hanging vines, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The piercing sound of slicing air erupted from all directions, simultaneously bursting forth from the dense treetops and slick rock crevices. Shadows, cold as the rain, darted forth like snakes lurking within the downpour. Their angles were so precise that they almost sealed off all escape routes for the squad. The targets were directly aimed at Ren at the forefront and Nishinari on the flank. Enemy attack. Rain Shinobi. Ren's thunderous shout echoed. The crimson glow of his Sharingan surged to its peak. He leaned back at an impossible angle, almost gliding along the ground. Several slender, needle-like projectiles, glistening with an eerie blue sheen, whizzed past his nose and chest, embedding themselves deep into the wet trunk behind him, producing a dull thud. Simultaneously, another more insidious shadow, like a parasite, inexplicably penetrated the hastily conjured, incomplete earthen wall, earthen wall, that Nishinari had summoned, piercing through the air with a shriek. Aimed straight at his throat. It was a shuriken with tiny barbs on its tail. This is the end. Nishinari's pupils constricted, the chill of death freezing his blood. In a split second, buzz, a nearly imperceptible sound of slicing wind grazed past Nishinari's ear. Its speed was not great, yet its trajectory was calculated with utmost precision. Clang. A sharp, piercing sound rang out. An unassuming kunai, as if endowed with life, arrived just in time, precisely striking the center of the deadly shuriken's rotation. Though its power was minimal, it disrupted the shuriken's rotational balance and flight path. The shuriken veered wildly, embedding itself deeply into the soft mud beside Nishinari, its tail still trembling. Nishinari could even smell the cold metallic scent of the kunai and the sweet, toxic aroma of the shuriken. He whirled around to see Lan slowly lowering her throwing arm, her face appearing even paler and more translucent under the rain's assault, her chest heaving as she evidently bore the burden of that near-perfect throw on her taut nerves and restless energy. Yet her gaze pierced through the rain like a sharp arrow, unwaveringly fixed on the direction of the incoming attack. Thanks, Nishinari exclaimed, relief flooding him. But his gratitude was abruptly interrupted by a more intense barrage. More slicing sounds rained down like a torrential storm. From the treetops, from behind rocks, and even from beneath the muddy ground, countless poisoned shurikens, kunai, and flying needles surged towards the squad like a deadly swarm. Simultaneously, several figures clad in dark rain cloaks, their faces masked like phantoms of the rainforest, emerged silently from the slick trunks and dense ferns. Their movements were swift and uncanny, blending seamlessly with the downpour. There were many of them. Exercise caution and coordinate. Ren's Sharingan whirled rapidly, capturing every enemy's position and trajectory, his hands forming seals faster than shadows. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Several blazing orange fireballs shot forth, tracing brilliant arcs against the cold rain, precisely intercepting some of the airborne projectiles. Sizzle. The fireballs collided with the icy raindrops and hidden weapons, erupting into blinding bursts of fire and billowing steam, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. However, the rain's suppression greatly diminished the power and range of the fireballs. More attacks, like sharks sensing blood, menacingly targeted Lon, who was clearly in a precarious state. Becoming the weak link. Watch your back. Shikamaru's low warning resonated like thunder. His figure blurred and vanished instantaneously, reappearing to shield Lon from behind. His gleaming short blade carving a cold arc. Clang, clang, clang. Numerous poison needles and kunai aimed at Lon's back and neck were deftly deflected. Sparks flying from the clash of blades and projectiles, vanishing in the rain. Yet, the coordination of the rain shinobi was terrifyingly seamless. Just as Shikamaru blocked the lethal attacks aimed at Lon, two rain shinobi, like well-coordinated predators, lunged out from either side of the slick, giant tree. One wielded a peculiar scythe with a forked blade, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the rain, sweeping towards Lan's lower body. The other pressed both hands to the muddy ground. Water release. Water prison technique. The ground instantly softened, becoming muddy, producing a powerful suction akin to quicksand. Attempting to ensnare Lon's feet. The foul sludge within Lan's body surged violently under the icy rain and sudden stimuli. A sensation that melded cold slickness with ferocious strength clashed within her limbs and bones. She fought against the bizarre discomfort and dizziness, attempting to leap sideways to evade the scythe. Yet, the ground beneath her feet suddenly transformed into a quagmire, pulling her down with an overwhelming force, causing her movements to falter and her balance to waver. It was over. The rain ninja wielding the scythe flashed a cruel excitement in his eyes as the bifurcated blade glinted ominously, striking towards Lan's ankle. In that fleeting moment, a blazing fire technique erupted, the Great Fire Dragon technique. A colossal fire dragon, seething with rage and intent on incinerating all, tore through the cold rain. Sweeping in from the diagonal front, the searing wave of heat instantly vaporized the surrounding rain into thick, white mist. The rain ninja, charging towards Lon, changed countenance, compelled to interrupt his assault and hurriedly raised his scythe in defense. Boom! The ferocious fire dragon collided with the rain ninja, engulfing him in a violent explosion of flames. His agonized screams echoed through the rainforest. The terrifying shockwave forced another rain ninja, who was executing a water technique, to retreat repeatedly, disrupting his jutsu. After unleashing the fire dragon, Lien appeared at Lan's side in an instant, his Sharingan coldly surveying her predicament as she struggled in the mire and her pale, panicked face. His tone remained as acerbic as ever. Fool, can't you even stand steady? Or has the rain ruined your abilities? Though his words were merciless, his actions were swift as lightning. He seized Lan's arm and forcefully yanked her from the mire's grasp. The sheer strength of his pull left her arm aching. Lan stumbled, freed from the mud's hold. But the violent agitation of the foul sludge within her and the sudden shift in power nearly sent her tumbling into Lien's embrace. She looked up, meeting his eyes, which appeared even more crimson amidst the rain, reflecting her disheveled state and a hint of repressed anxiety. Before she could ponder further, Lien had already pushed her towards a relatively dry expanse of a massive rock, commanding, "Take cover. Stay out of the way." More rain ninjas emerged from the depths of the rainforest like phantoms, plunging the battle into a fervent frenzy. Poisonous projectiles tore through the rain, and the brilliance of ninjutsu erupted amidst the dim forest. The sounds of kunai clashing, jutsu detonating, and the muffled groans of the injured intertwined. Earth release, earth pillar. Naozuki roared, slamming his hands onto the muddy ground. Multiple sharp stone pillars erupted from the muck with a deafening crack, aimed directly at the approaching rain ninjas. Lightning release, lightning strike. Shikomo's short blade crackled with dazzling blue lightning as he slashed down towards the ground. The wild current spread like a blue web across the soaked earth and waterlogged depressions. Zzz. Several frontline rain ninjas, caught off guard, were paralyzed by the electric shock. Collapsing with anguished cries, Lien moved like a wraith amongst the enemy ranks, his crimson Sharingan anticipating each assault, as shuriken, like venomous fangs, were launched at the joints and vital points of his foes. Despite the damp environment diminishing his fire technique strength, each exhalation still carried the resolve to incinerate all, illuminating brief moments of brightness and heat amidst the rain. Lon leaned against the cold, slick rock, breathing heavily, as icy raindrops trickled down her hair. The foul sludge within her stirred with increasing intensity due to the fierce battle and environmental stimuli, akin to countless cold tendrils writhing in her veins, engendering a bizarre sensation of potent energy intertwined with mental anguish. She gazed upon the chaotic and brutal battlefield, witnessing Captain Shikumo's blade flash with bloodshed, Naozuki gritting his teeth as he struggled to defend in the mire, and Lien darting through the rain and shadows of the enemies, each of his movements exuding lethal efficiency. A sense of helplessness and an overwhelming, suppressed impulse from the symbiotic entity within her clashed violently. Trembling, she reached for the sealing talisman in her ninja tool pouch. It was futile. The enemy was too dispersed, moving too swiftly, and hastily employing it could lead to failure and collateral damage. Just then, a piercing whistle, akin to the call of some monstrous bird, resonated from deep within the rainforest. At the battlefield's edge, atop the gnarled branches of a colossal ancient tree, an elite rain ninja, adorned in a more elaborate rain cloak and smeared with eerie pale paint, observed coldly, fingers forming a complex and sinister seal. Ninjutsu, corrosive rain mist. A thick, nauseatingly acrid green mist erupted from his mouth, as if alive, rapidly expanding and enveloping a significant portion of the battlefield. Wherever the mist spread, the ferns and moss on the ground visibly blackened, withered, and dissolved. The air was thick with a repugnant, acidic stench. Hold your breath. Stay away from the mist. Shikumo's urgent shout pierced through the acrid fog, laden with an unprecedented gravity. Lien and Naozuki immediately held their breaths, attempting to retreat. Yet, the vile green mist appeared to possess an adhesive quality, infiltrating every crevice. Naozuki, slightly slower in his movements, inhaled a whiff, feeling his throat and nasal passages searing as if branded by a hot iron. The intense pain and burning sensation blurred his vision, overwhelming him with dizziness and suffocation, rendering his movements stiff and sluggish. Ugh! He clutched his throat in agony, coughing violently, nearly unable to maintain his hand seals. Naozuki, Lien, closer to him, caught sight of his suffering through his crimson Sharingan and instinctively sought to rush to his aid. However, from the depths of the acidic mist, two figures entwined with pitch-black chains lunged forth, akin to specters lurking in the poisonous haze, targeting Lien instead of the struggling Naozuki. Clang! Clang! Two chains tipped with heavy metallic spikes, glimmering with a chilling chakra sheen, slithered forth like venomous pythons, accurately entwining Lien's arms and waist. The timing was impeccable. Seizing the moment when Lien's attention was drawn to Naozuki's plight, caught between past exhaustion and new urgency, the chakra engulfing the chains exuded a frigid aura of confinement and paralysis. Lien's Sharingan instantly perceived the impending threat, his pupils constricted, muscles tensed to their utmost, ready to execute an evasive maneuver that surpassed all limits. Yet, the pervasive acidic mist and Naozuki's precarious situation held him back. The shadow of the chains loomed larger in his crimson gaze, the chill of death enveloping him entirely. Lien's terrified scream rent through the acrid mist. Fear. A tremendous, drowning fear, akin to icy seawater crashing over her, engulfed Lan in an instant. The image of the chains wrapping around Lien echoed her memories of the cold iron chains that had once abducted her. She envisioned Lien, bloodied and fierce, charging into the fray to save her. No, she could not bear to see anyone else harmed because of her, especially not him, this insufferable Uchiha, who always hid his concern behind harsh words and repeatedly pulled her from danger in critical moments. Get away! A primal roar, emanating from the depths of her soul, erupted within her consciousness. It was not her will, but rather an endless chaos, a consuming force of pure malice. It was as if a dormant beast had been ignited by the fervor of her protective conviction. Buzz, a thick, cold, viscous dark purple chakra, seemingly born from the depths of the abyss, erupted from Lan's body with no warning, engulfing her entirely. Her once pale skin was shrouded in a flowing substance, a blend of the deepest shadows and viscous sludge, forming a grotesque, primal armor radiating a strange metallic sheen. Her fingertips elongated into razor-sharp, dark purple claws, while her drenched red hair danced wildly, its tips darkening to deep purple as if soaked in ink. What is most terrifying is that her scara has been completely consumed by pure darkness, leaving behind only two cold, chaotic, and utterly emotionless deep purple vertical pupils. A chilling aura, imbued with ancient savagery, frigid silence, and sheer malevolence, surged forth like a tangible shockwave. Even the swirling acidic fog was violently stirred by this presence, as if recoiling in fear. In that moment, she was no longer merely Lawn, but rather an ancient nightmare driven by despair and the monstrous entity within her, capable of rending flesh. A shrill, inhuman screech erupted from Lan's throat, akin to metal scraping against glass. Before the horrified gazes of all, that figure clad in menacing dark purple armor tore through the curtain of rain and acidic mist like a bolt of violet lightning. Moving with a terrifying speed that transcended human comprehension, recklessly charging into the toxic green haze. The target, the two deadly black chains poised to ensnare the body of the alchemist. The figure cloaked in menacing dark purple armor shattered the barrier of rain and mist, leaving behind only a fleeting purple afterimage. The air was violently compressed and torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. The two chains, armed with lethal spikes and ready to wrap around the alchemist's body, loomed larger in the vision of her deep purple pupils, slowing down infinitely. The cold metallic sheen and the paralyzing chakra clinging to the chains were as palpable as a viper's flicking tongue. A terrifying howl pierced the air. The claws, adorned with flowing dark purple armor, slashed forth with a shriek that rent the very fabric of space. There was no finesse, no ninjutsu. Only the most primal and feral surge of power unleashed. The sound of metal rending echoed through the rainforest. The chains, resilient enough to bind a jonin, snapped like brittle wood under the savage grip of the dark purple claws. The broken chains fell like a dying serpent, accompanied by a sharp, grating sound. Crashing into the mud, the paralyzing chakra that clung to them was instantly overwhelmed and devoured by a more ferocious dark purple energy. On the other end of the chains, the two rain ninjas, who had coordinated so seamlessly, were frozen in a moment of cruel excitement, instantly replaced by sheer terror. They had infused chakra into their proud, binding chains, only to witness them torn apart by bare hands. How was this possible? What manner of monster was this? The crimson gaze of the alchemist's Sharingan captured this surreal scene with clarity. The figure clad in inhuman armor, the savage claws that had shredded the chains, and the chaotic, cold, deep purple pupils delivered a colossal shock to his understanding. He even forgot to breathe, lost in the perilous situation, as his blood seemed to freeze in an instant. Was that Lawn? However, the tearing of the chains was merely the beginning. The dark purple figure, after shattering the chains, did not pause for a moment. The deep purple pupils locked onto the rain ninja to the left, who stood paralyzed by the shock of the chain's rupture. A primal, instinctual thirst for blood surged forth, locking onto him as if it were a tangible force. Another metallic screech echoed. The dark purple figure appeared before the rain ninja, as if teleporting. The speed was such that even the alchemist's Sharingan could barely track its trajectory. The armored fist, imbued with devastating power, struck without embellishment toward the rain ninja's chest. The ninja barely had time to cross the remnant handle of the chain in front of him, his expression still frozen in horror. A thunderous impact reverberated. The chain's handle crumpled like paper. The dark purple fist continued its relentless course, crashing solidly into the rain ninja's chest. A bone-chilling crack echoed. The rain ninja could not even scream. His body hit as though by a speeding, battering ram, spewing blood mixed with internal organs. Contorting like an overcooked shrimp as he was propelled backward at bullet speed, he collided violently with a tree trunk the size of a bowl, crashing heavily into the muddy ground. Rolling several times before coming to a complete stop, his chest caved in at an unnatural angle. Instant kill. Pure, overwhelming violence that obliterated. The other rain ninja, witnessing his companion's gruesome demise, was struck with terror, letting out a shriek and turning to flee into the depths of the acidic mist. But the deep purple pupils had already locked onto him. It was the cold gaze of a beast whose territory had been violated. The dark purple figure surged forward once more. The muddy ground beneath her feet was crushed into a deep pit, mud and water splattering everywhere. She was like a violet lightning bolt, instantly pursuing the terrified rain ninja. With claws coated in a viscous dark purple substance raised high, fingers splayed, she aimed to sink them into the rain ninja's heart. After eliminating all the rain ninjas, her gaze turned to the gravely injured Sarutobi Shino. Stop, Lawn. A thunderous roar erupted, carrying a soul-piercing pressure and an undeniable command. A silver streak, faster than lightning, tore through the toxic green fog and the cold curtain of rain. Propelled by a resolute will to sever all. The target was not the rain ninja, but rather the dark purple claws aiming at his heart. Clang! The deafening clash of metal reverberated, almost rupturing eardrums. Sparks flew wildly in the rain. The gleaming blade struck precisely at the wrist of the dark purple claws. A torrent of overwhelming power, mingled with furious lightning chakra, surged down the blade, crashing into the dark purple armor. Zzz. The violent blue arcs instantly spread across the dark purple armory. The viscous, flowing substance seemed to meet its nemesis, violently roiling and wavering, producing a sharp, sizzling sound. Akin to a red-hot iron plunged into cold water. A strange, burnt smell wafted through the air. The dark purple figure's movement faltered. In those deep purple pupils, the pure chaos and savagery appeared to be momentarily pierced by the sudden pain and the numbing effect of the lightning. A fleeting glimmer of confusion and pain belonging to Lon flickered briefly within those inhuman vertical pupils. Kakashi Hitaki's figure appeared like a specter at the side of the dark purple figure. He gripped his short blade tightly, lightning crackling around the blade. His gaze sharp as a knife, locking onto this uncontrollable beast before him. That last strike had been delivered with enough force to heavily injure a Jonin. Yet it had merely stalled the creature's movements. Its defensive capabilities exceeded his expectations. Subdue her. Uchiha Rin. Kakashi's voice boomed with an irrefutable command, simultaneously twisting his blade. Unleashing a fierce arc of lightning aimed at the joint of the dark purple figure's shoulder, attempting to incapacitate her. Rin was jolted awake by Kakashi's shout. The immense shock was swiftly suppressed, his Sharingan spinning madly, capturing the subtle fluctuations and momentary stasis in the dark purple armor under the impact of the lightning. An opportunity, just a fleeting moment. Without a hint of hesitation, his body surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The aim was not to attack, but to bind. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ren's hands formed seals with blinding speed. A ball of highly compressed, intensely restrained dark red flames did not blast at the enemy, but rather enveloped his hands in an instant. This flame did not radiate high temperatures outward, yet it contained a terrifying capacity to bind and incinerate chakra. In the instant the dark purple figure was immobilized by the lightning's paralysis, Ren's hands, ablaze with dark red flames, lunged forward like heated iron pincers, resolutely grasping the wrist of those claws that had just torn apart chains and lives. Sizzle. The moment the viscous dark purple substance made contact with the searing binding flames, it emitted a spine-tingling sound of intense burning. Thick, foul-smelling purple smoke billowed upward. The dark violet substance writhed madly, attempting to erode the flames, yet it was firmly suppressed by the powerful binding force contained within the fire. A guttural roar, mingled with anguish, fury, and chaos, erupted from the throat of the dark violet figure. No longer a mere beast's growl. It was faintly interwoven with a distorted scream belonging to Lon, twisted by suffering. The deep purple vertical pupils trembled violently, chaos and pain intertwining furiously. Instinctively, she sought to shake off the restraints of Lien, and in a moment, a surge of wild power erupted. Lien grunted, feeling as if he were grasping not a wrist, but two steel pythons thrashing desperately. The immense force nearly tore his arms apart. The muddy ground beneath him erupted into two deep craters. The dark red binding flames fluctuated violently, as if they might be overwhelmed by that frenzied dark violet power at any moment. Gritting his teeth, his Sharingan glowed a vivid crimson, pouring chakra furiously into the flames of his hands, suppressing it with reckless abandon. The muscles in his arms groaned under the tremendous strain. Now, Captain Shumo. Lien's voice cracked with hoarseness. Shumo's eyes sparkled with determination. In the moment Lien seized Lan's wrist, and both powers engaged in a terrifying struggle, he moved. His figure melded with the lightning, moving faster than the limits of perception could capture. He did not wield a blade. Instead, he appeared instantaneously behind the dark violet figure. His left hand coiled like a venomous serpent, precisely striking at the concealed acupuncture point beneath Lan's neck, where the spine meets the skull. The fingertip condensed with highly compressed lightning chakra, capable of paralyzing an elite ninja in an instant. With a soft sound akin to a punctured water sack, the dark violet armor covering her neck was penetrated by Shumo's finger, honed from a lifetime of assassination expertise, as if it had met its nemesis. The violent lightning chakra contained within his fingertip surged like countless fine lightning rods, accurately piercing that crucial acupuncture point and rapidly coursing up the spinal nerves. The dark violet figure's struggles abruptly froze. The flowing armor enveloping her body seemed to freeze in an instant. Within the deep purple pupils, the rampant chaos receded like a tide, replaced by a void of bewilderment. The deep purple in her eyes faded rapidly, revealing Lan's own, unfocused black pupils. Dulled by extreme pain and weakness, the imposing dark violet armor collapsed like unsupported clay, disintegrating and flowing into a viscous dark violet liquid, swiftly retracting into Lan's body, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a few swiftly fading peculiar purple marks on her skin. Her wildly dancing, deep purple hair regained its original fiery red hue, damply clinging to her pale cheeks. Lan's gaze struggled to focus for a moment, dazedly glancing at Lien, whose complexion was as pale as parchment, his hands still retaining embers of dark red flames. She seemed to want to turn and look at Shumo behind her, yet all her strength appeared to drain away in an instant. Her body became like a marionette with severed strings, softly collapsing backward. Lien instinctively extended his arms, catching the limp body that felt as light as a feather. The cold rain pelted her nearly translucent face, her long eyelashes resembling fragile butterfly wings, veiling her tightly shut eyes. The previously earth-shattering aura vanished without a trace, leaving behind an extremely weakened and unconscious girl. Lien held the fainted Lan, his arms somewhat stiff. He looked down at her bloodless face, feeling the barely perceptible breath, the crimson glow in his Sharingan flickering violently for a moment before gradually extinguishing, returning to a profound black. A complex, indescribable emotion churned within his cold heart, ultimately transforming into a heavy silence. He stood silently, allowing the cold rain to wash over them both. Cough, cough, cough. On the other side, Zinzasuk knelt in the mud, clutching his throat in pain, coughing violently, each bout expelling blood-tinged bile, his complexion as pale as gold leaf, clearly suffering from severe poisoning. Shumo slowly retracted his fingers, gazing at the faint residual lightning on his fingertips, then turning to the unconscious Lan in Lien's arms, his expression grave. That single strike contained enough lightning chakra to severely injure or even kill a Jonin, yet it merely subdued the violent power within her temporarily. The secrets and dangers surrounding this vortex, Lan, exceeded his imagination. His gaze sharpened, sweeping towards the massive ancient tree where the rain-hidden elite ninja had previously concealed himself. The gnarled branches of the tree were now devoid of any presence. Only the sickly green acidic mist lingered in the rain, slowly and stubbornly dissipating. That elite ninja from the rain-hidden, upon witnessing Lan's terrifying power, had unhesitatingly chosen to retreat. The crisis was temporarily averted, yet it left behind deeper mysteries, grievous injuries, and a devastated battlefield. The relentless rain washed away the mud, bloodstains, and remnants of battle, cleansing the heavy shadows that loomed over each heart. Chapter 30. The King of Social Death receives bad news. Consciousness struggled to surface from the cold, viscous depths of the sea. Excruciating pain was the first signal to return. Not a sharp sting, but a pervasive, heavy, dull ache seeping from deep within her limbs, as if every bone had been brutally disassembled and hastily reassembled. Following closely was an all-encompassing weakness, as if every ounce of strength had been drained, making even the slightest movement of her fingertips a luxury. Vortex Lan laboriously lifted her heavy eyelids. Her vision blurred for some time before barely focusing. What came into view was an unfamiliar, rough, deep brown waterproof tent top. A dimly lit, kerosene-powered portable lamp hung from the central support, casting a soft and steady glow. The air was thick with the scent of herbs, the sharp odor of disinfectant, and the unmistakable damp, earthy smell of the rainforest. Beneath her was a hard military mattress, uncomfortable against her body. She attempted to turn her stiff neck, directing her gaze downward. This glance nearly caused her already chaotic mind to completely short-circuit. Her body was tightly wrapped in white bandages, resembling a poorly crafted mummy freshly excavated from a pyramid. From her shoulders to her chest, and down to her abdomen, layers upon layers, sealed without any breathability. Only her arms and calves were exposed, revealing large patches of abrasions coated with deep brown ointment, and a few deeper wounds that had been meticulously stitched, with the threads clearly visible. The bandages were not wrapped too tightly, but enough to make her feel like a package ready for transport. She attempted to shift her body, inadvertently pulling at an unknown injury, causing her to gasp sharply as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Fragments of memory surged back like a tide, the bone-chilling rain, the deadly green acidic mist, the cunningly poisoned projectiles, the menacing chains lunging towards her, and the final moment when something within her seemed to explode, cold brutality consuming everything, leading to an abyss of darkness. Lien, Shumo-sensei, Zinzasuk, what happened to them? Lan abruptly turned her head, eager to discern her surroundings. This movement caused her gaze to sweep past the edge of the bed, and her actions and thoughts froze in an instant. Right beside her military bed, adjacent to the edge, lay a person, wet, slightly disheveled black hair, clad in the distinctive Uchiha clan garb, overlaid with a dark ninja vest speckled with mud and dark red stains. Whether blood or dirt was uncertain. His face was turned to the side, resting on his arm, revealing half of his face, with hard lines even in slumber, his brows slightly furrowed, exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Uchiha Lien. Lan's mind buzzed, blanking out completely. Immediately, a chilling thought, sending shivers down her spine and curling her toes, ignited like wildfire across all her nerve endings. It was him. He was the one who brought her back from that hellish place. Was it he who wrapped her in these bandages, resembling a zongzi? Boom. It felt as if 1,000 explosive talismans detonated simultaneously within Lan's mind. It was as though an entire cauldron of scalding maple syrup was poured over her head. An indescribable sense of shame and social death surged over her like a tsunami, drowning all her reason and pain in an instant. Her cheeks, ears, and neck flushed with visible speed, becoming fiery hot. Above her head, one could almost see the rising, tangible white steam. Ah! A silent scream echoed wildly within her heart. It's over. All is lost. She, Vortex Lan, a proud time traveler, though originally male, the self-proclaimed hope of the Vortex clan, and the foolish little sister of Kushina, universally acknowledged, had been exposed in her entirety by that arrogant, sharp-tongued Uchiha Ren, whose eyes seemed to rest atop his head. I am tainted. I am tainted. Lan's gaze became vacant. Her lips moved unconsciously, emitting fragmented murmurs akin to a mosquito's hum. It was as if her soul had left her body, and being seen through by that proud spirit would surely lead to ridicule. Her life felt utterly bleak, and she could even imagine Run wrapping her in bandages while deriding her with cruel remarks like, "TSK, there's really nothing to see here. Does this meager physique even dare to appear as a ninja?" The tremendous mental shock even momentarily suppressed her physical agony. Lan lay frozen on the bed, akin to a desiccated salted fish, her eyes rolling aimlessly, filled with a despairing light that spoke of a life devoid of hope. Perhaps it was Lan's intensely strong desire for solitude, especially from Uchiha Run, that created a tangible psychic shockwave, or perhaps it was the conspicuous steam above her head. Uchiha Run, leaning against the edge of the bed, slightly furrowed his brows, his thick lashes fluttering before he slowly opened his eyes. His crimson Sharingan glowed like two dimly burning ghostly flames in the dimly lit tent, bearing a hint of confusion and alertness as it instantly locked onto the figure on the bed. Rene's gaze focused on Lan's face. At this moment, Vortex Lan appeared as a freshly cooked, steaming tomato. Her entire visage, along with her neck and exposed ears, glowed bright red, the steam rising above her head barely noticeable. Her eyes vacant and unfocused, her lips moving unconsciously in a mutter, resembling someone on the verge of a devastating mental breakdown. Ren, in his scarlet pupils, Lan's ridiculous, bubble-brained expression was vividly reflected. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The tent was filled only with Lan's barely audible, tear-choked murmurs. The bean sprout has been exposed. The proud spirit's life has come to an end. Then, remarkably and uncontrollably, the corners of Uchiha Ren's lips turned upward ever so slightly. The arc was so minuscule it was nearly imperceptible, akin to ripples caused by a stone thrown onto a frozen lake, fading almost instantly. Yet that fleeting smile seemed to pierce through layers of frost, momentarily softening the usual cold lines of his face, even causing his crimson eyes to gleam for a brief moment. An emotion, one of absurdity, helplessness, and a hint of inexplicable amusement, flitted across his mind, one that he had not even been aware of. What nonsense does this foolish girl think about all day? However, this nearly negligible smile, seen by Lan, who was engulfed in extreme shame and fury, served to ignite the final powder keg. "What are you laughing at?" Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Lon shot up from her despondent state. The overwhelming sense of shame transformed into a raging inferno of anger, scorching her reason into oblivion. She completely forgot the excruciating pain in her body, as well as the fact that she was still wrapped like a zongzi. In a furious motion, she seized the hard, hay-stuffed cloth bundle that served as a pillow and hurled it with all her might at Rene's face, which she perceived to be filled with mockery and arrogance. "Pervert. Weirdo." The voyeur of the Uchiha clan, Lon's voice, tinged with excitement and indignation, reached a pitch that nearly broke, laden with tears. "You're so proud of seeing the bean sprout, aren't you? Get out. Right now? Disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I'll use a sealing talisman to turn you into a mere mortal for 100 years. No loopholes here." The hard pillow, propelled by Lon's furious energy, hurtled through the air. The fleeting smile in Ren's eyes vanished in an instant, returning to his usual icy demeanor. His Sharingan flickered, and without rising, he casually lifted a hand and effortlessly caught the incoming projectile with remarkable precision. His movements were fluid, as if rehearsed 1,000 times before. Holding the hay pillow, he gazed at the red-haired girl on the bed, who winced in pain from her wound due to her vigorous actions, yet continued to glare at him with fire in her eyes. His brows furrowed once more, though this time, there seemed to be a hint of unnoticeable exasperation mixed in. "Enough noise, you absolute bottom feeder." Ren's voice, still raspy from sleep, bore the usual chill that could freeze one to their core. "What value is there in gazing at that meager, flat physique of yours, which resembles a washboard?" Lon trembled with rage, her fingers shaking as she pointed at Ren. You said it. You really looked." "You shut up." Ren interrupted her impatiently, tossing the hay pillow back onto the bed, striking her abdomen with just the right amount of force to elicit a pained yelp, temporarily silencing her. "The medical team at the camp, led by female ninja Reiko Yamashiro, is the one who cleaned your wounds, applied medicine, and wrapped the bandages." His words were deliberate, each syllable clear as ice. "I merely carried you back, you troublesome brat." He paused, seemingly feeling that too much explanation would tarnish his aloof image, finally spitting out two cold words, "Just watch." Time seemed to hit the pause button at that moment. The fiery flush of shame and anger on Lon's face, hot enough to fry an egg, quickly receded like a tide, transforming into a ghastly pallor in the blink of an eye. The fire in her wide eyes extinguished instantly, leaving only a vast, consuming void of confusion and stupor. The female ninja Reiko Yamashiro, the bandages were applied by her Uchiha Rin, was merely an observer. Perhaps even the one who carried her back those hysterical accusations she had just thrown at him. Pervert, weirdo, voyeur, the exposure of the bean sprout, and the pillow thrown in anger. Boom. A sense of social death, tenfold more intense than before, surged through her entire being like a nuclear explosion. This time, it wasn't just steam rising from her head. She felt as if she might vaporize, ascend, and dissolve into cosmic dust. The temperature of her cheeks plummeted from scalding to freezing point, then soared once more to a level that could melt chakra metal. She could even hear the sound of the string of reason within her mind snapping completely. With a rigid demeanor, she lowered her head inch by inch, her vacant gaze fixated on the tightly wrapped white bandages around her body. Then, stiffly, she raised her hand, touching her face that was hot enough to fry an egg. And finally, that dazed gaze slowly shifted to the figure standing by the bed, arms crossed, with a look of utter indifference that seemed to say, "Are you an idiot?" The tent fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of her heart, pounding like a drum, echoed in her ears, shaking her eardrums painfully. She felt her toes, beneath the thin blanket, digging into the fabric as if they were forming a fully furnished 3-bedroom apartment with an independent bathroom and a viewing balcony. Lon opened her mouth, but her throat felt as though it had been sanded down, dry to the point of being unable to produce a coherent sound. She wished to find a crack in the ground to disappear into immediately, or have the stinky mud come forth and swallow her whole. Anything would be preferable to facing this damned Uchiha Run, who had witnessed her entire social demise. Just as Lon was on the brink of spontaneous combustion from embarrassment, desperately wishing to suffocate herself with the bandages, the tent flap was suddenly flung open. "Ren, is Lon awake?" As the spirited Shino rushed in, his voice boomed, carrying the weight of his lingering anxiety and fatigue. His ninja vest was caked in mud, his arms wrapped in bandages, and though his complexion had improved somewhat, it still bore the pallor of lingering illness, a testament to the poison of the acidic mist that had yet to dissipate. The moment he burst through the entrance, he collided with the bizarre atmosphere enveloping the tent. Lan lay rigid on the bed, her face a tumult of red and white, her gaze vacant as if her soul had momentarily departed. Uchiha Rin stood by the bed, his expression impassive, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away, particularly fools. The air between them had solidified, as if encased in ice. Shino's voice faltered, the latter part of his statement caught in his throat. He glanced at the petrified Lan, then at the chilling presence of Ron, and instinctively sensed he had intruded upon a perilous domain, one that could erupt into violence at any moment. He subconsciously drew back, his feet frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat. Rin's icy gaze swept over him, a silent command for him to leave. Shino swallowed hard, gathering his courage. His voice lowered and laden with caution. It's good that Lan has awakened. I came to convey an urgent report from the front lines. He hesitated, weighing his words, but ultimately managed to utter the painful truth, each syllable drenched in the chill of despair. Our team was ambushed. Senior Rope Tree, he has perished. Time seemed to freeze once more. The suffocating awkwardness and the palpable tension within the tent shattered like glass, replaced by a heavier, more oppressive silence that suffocated all present. The last vestige of color drained from Lan's face, leaving her as pale as the bandages beneath her. The bewilderment and indignation in her eyes were swiftly replaced by an overwhelming void of disbelief. She stared blankly at Shino, her lips parting slightly as if to confirm whether she had misheard him. What? Lan's voice was dry and trembling, as fragile as a whisper. Shino averted his gaze from Lan, lowering his head, his voice even more hoarse and somber, laced with profound sorrow and helplessness. Just last evening, the joint forces of the Rain and Sand Shinobi launched a large-scale surprise attack. The outpost where Senior Rope Tree was stationed was breached. He stayed behind to cover his comrades' retreat, but by the time reinforcements arrived, it was already too late. The words hung heavily in the air, and he shook his head in anguish, unable to continue. Lan's mind buzzed, utterly disoriented. The image of Rope Tree, radiant, brash, confident, the one who would clap her on the shoulder and call her little rich girl, boldly declaring his intentions to become Hokage, was shattered. Just yesterday evening, they had encountered an ambush in the rainforest, hadn't they? A cold, sharp pain surged through her, not from a physical wound but erupting from the depths of her heart, spreading like wildfire through her limbs. It was clearer and more brutal than any pain she had ever experienced. She could vividly recall Rope Tree's exuberance as he proclaimed, "I am quite formidable." His face wore a proud expression, and she could picture him waving his arms, exclaiming that he would bring back rare treasures from the land of rain. That image now felt like a dull, searing blade, repeatedly slicing through her heart. No, it can't be, Lan murmured, shaking her head in disbelief, her voice fragmented. He was so incredibly strong. He was destined to become Hokage. Her words tumbled forth, desperately grasping for something to negate this dreadful news, yet every attempt to articulate her denial fell flat, powerless against the truth. Rin stood silently by the bed, his crimson Sharingan activated, coldly observing Lan as she grappled with the devastating shock, casting a glance at the grieving Shino. He remained silent, an even heavier chill emanating from him, and a complex shadow flickered in the depths of his gaze. Had Rope Tree, despite his reckless foolishness, truly fallen? The merciless grinder of war, indeed, spared no one. Lady Tsunade, Shino's voice caught in his throat, taking a sharp breath as if to suppress the tumult of emotions. She received the news and rushed over. She is currently beneath that large tree to the east of the camp. The mention of her name struck Lan like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through her chaotic thoughts. Rope Tree's sister, the notorious gambler, known as the legendary Big Fat Sheep, who always laughed heartily, despite her perpetual losses, was now a wealthy woman. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan threw off her thin blankets, disregarding her bandaged body and the pain coursing through her. Without a glance back at Rin or Shino, she bolted towards the tent's exit, her movements a blur of red. "Hey, slow down." Rin furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching out to stop her, but she was already a gust of wind, leaving only the fluttering curtain in her wake. Rin's hand lingered in the air, his scarlet eyes fixed on the swaying curtain, turmoil swirling within him. After a moment of silence, he finally stepped outside, followed closely by Shino. The relentless rain continued to pour, saturating the temporary camp in a mire of cold mud. The air was thick with the stench of blood, medicinal scents, and an overwhelming sense of despair. The faces of the passing shinobi were shrouded in heavy gloom, their hurried steps betraying exhaustion and numbness. The brutality of war was laid bare at this moment. Barefoot, Lon splashed through the bone-chilling mud, heedless of the pain, racing towards the eastern edge of the camp. The rain soaked her frail hospital garb and bandages, clinging to her skin and chilling her to the bone, yet she felt none of it. Her mind was singularly focused. Find Tsunade. Before long, she spotted the tree. It was a colossal ancient tree at the camp's edge, its gnarled branches creating a canopy, casting a deep shadow amid the gray, rainy backdrop. Beneath it sat a small figure, hunched in the mud. It was not the vibrant, boisterous Tsunade, who would laugh heartily even after losing at the gambling table. Instead, it was a figure clad in a mud-soaked dark green jounin vest, turned away from the world, curled up at the roots of the tree. Her once radiant golden hair, now dull and drenched, clung to her pale cheeks and neck, speckled with mud. Tsunade hugged her knees, burying her face in her arms, her body curled in a defensive posture, trembling uncontrollably. The lines of her shoulders were taut, as if bearing the weight of the world, ready to crumble at any moment. The rain relentlessly washed over her, coursing down her golden locks, her cheeks, her arms, pooling in the mud beneath her. She resembled a forgotten clay statue, abandoned in a torrential downpour, devoid of all spirit, motionless. The once mighty force capable of moving mountains now seemed to lack even the strength to support her own body. The pride and brilliance belonging to the legendary Sannin appeared utterly extinguished, crushed under the weight of this cold deluge, leaving only an unfathomable void of suffocating silence and darkness. Lan's steps faltered, her feet seemingly glued to the mud, 10 meters away from the great tree. The icy rain cascaded down her hair and face, dripping into her mouth with a bitter, salty taste. She gazed at the trembling figure, stripped of all vitality and spirit, and her heart felt as if it were gripped by a frigid hand, rendering her breathless. Rope Tree was dead, the one who would clap her shoulder, laughing as he proclaimed, "I will surely become Hokage." The radiant, sun-like Rope Tree was gone, and his sister, the indomitable Tsunade, whom she had always known as fiercely resilient, was now being crushed beneath the weight of this unbearable loss, drowned in the cold mire. The brutality of war has been laid bare, tearing through the masks of tenderness with an unrelenting ferocity, piercing the depths of Lan's soul with its cold, despairing fangs. Chapter 31. Will we also die? The frigid rain fell like countless slender silver needles, mercilessly penetrating her skin and reaching into her very bones. Lan stood barefoot in the mud, her flimsy hospital gown soaked through, clinging tightly to her form, outlining the trembling contours of a girl yet to fully mature. Her drenched red hair clung to her pale cheeks and neck, dripping with murky water. She resembled a statue forgotten in a tempest, motionless, with only her unfocused black pupils fixated on a massive ancient tree ahead, locked onto the golden figure curled in the mud beneath it, as if abandoned by the entire world. Tsunade-sama. The name stirred waves of despair in the chaotic, cold lake of Lan's heart. The once grand figure of exuberance in the casinos, who laughed heartily and spent lavishly, the formidable presence that split mountains and commanded storms on the battlefield, now overlapped cruelly with the frail silhouette before her, stooped, trembling, utterly crushed by boundless suffering. Rope Tree is dead. That radiant smile, the declaration of wanting to become Hokage, the insistence that no one would underestimate him again. Rope Tree is dead. The fangs of war have bitten down with unprecedented clarity and brutality upon those she cherished most, shattering the last vestiges of her hope to survive and return. Cold, bone-chilling cold, it spread from her feet to her heart, freezing her blood and dulling her capacity for thought. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. The wounds, soaked in the icy rain, throbbed with a numbing pain, but it paled in comparison to the suffocating sensation of her heart being gripped and kneaded by an invisible hand. She felt almost as if she were no longer alive, her soul being gradually stripped away by the relentless rain and despair, just as her consciousness teetered on the brink of being engulfed by the endless cold and darkness. A warm, irresistible arm suddenly encircled her stiff waist. Lan's body froze, her unfocused pupils constricted sharply. In the next instant, a powerful force lifted her from the frigid mud. Her feet left the ground. In the dizzying whirl, She collided into a hard yet unexpectedly warm chest. The familiar, yet strange scent enveloped her, mingling the metallic tang of rain, the weight of earth, and a crisp, clean aroma reminiscent of snow cedar that belonged to Uchiha Rin. Through her soaked clothing, she felt the solid, vigorous heartbeat radiating from his chest. Thump, 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 steady and strong, like a war drum piercing through the cold rain and the desolate despair, resonating heavily against her frozen heart. It was Ren. This realization surged through her numb nerves like electricity. She even forgot to struggle, to feel embarrassed, instinctively. Before her body succumbed to the cold, she curled deeper into his embrace, seeking solace in the warmth of his heartbeat and body, as a fledgling bird seeking refuge. Pressing her icy cheeks and forehead tightly against his warm chest, her damp red hair brushed against his equally wet dark green vest, leaving deep, dark water stains. A profound sense of dependence, born from the depths of her soul, surged like wild vines, entangling her nearly shattered spirit. The sensation of clinging to his clothing for dear life when she was on the brink of death under the cart flooded back, but this time it was clearer, stronger, and tinged with a hint of shameful comfort. Ren's body seemed to momentarily stiffen at their sudden closeness. He looked down, his crimson Sharingan glimmering like two faintly burning ghostly lights in the dim rain, sweeping over the girl nestled in his arms, her tightly shut eyes. Her face pale as a ghost, and her quivering form reminiscent of a frightened little beast. Rainwater trickled down his sharp jawline, falling onto Lan's drenched hair. He said nothing, merely tightening his arm around her waist, as if to crush the biting cold and despair that enveloped her. He held her close and turned, striding forward. His steps were steady and swift, splashing in the mud with a soft squelch, each footfall unwavering. The cold rain battered his face and body, yet he seemed oblivious, using his broad shoulders and back to shield her from part of the biting wind and rain. Shin Nosuke held an umbrella, stumbling behind, watching Rin carry Lan away with long strides, casting a worried glance at the golden figure still engulfed in boundless pain beneath the tree, ultimately sighing heavily before silently following. The muddy trails of the camp appeared especially long and twisted in the rain. Rin, cradling Lan, silently passed through tent after tent, each exuding a medicinal scent and a stifling atmosphere. Occasionally, patrolling ninjas cast looks of surprise, understanding, or numbness, but Rin paid them no mind, his Sharingan solely focused ahead, his pace unwavering. Lan curled up in Ren's embrace, her cheek pressed against his warm chest, listening to the steady, powerful heartbeat. Her cold body seemed to regain a flicker of warmth, yet the weight and confusion in her heart felt like lead, growing heavier. Tsunade's desperate silhouette, Rope Tree's radiant smile, the splattered blood on the battlefield, the poisoned shurikens, the menacing chains, and the icy brutality erupting within her. Fragments of chaotic images swirled madly in her mind. A whisper, barely audible above the rain, escaped Lan's lips, trembling with the remnants of survival and a deep-rooted confusion and fear. Ren's steps did not falter, as if he had not heard, but Lan knew he had. She felt his arms around her tighten ever so slightly. Will we also die? Lan's voice became a bit clearer, yet still fractured, like a candle flickering in the wind, like Rope Tree collapsing into the cold mud without warning, never to return home. She paused, flashes of rain ninjas consumed by fire, corpses charred by lightning, enemies silenced by Captain Shikumo's blade, and the chains and chest torn apart by her uncontrollable, inhuman power echoed in her mind. Like the rain ninjas we killed? Like every fallen soul on the battlefield? Lan lifted her head, her damp bangs clinging to her forehead, revealing her dark eyes filled with profound fear and confusion, gazing intently at Ren's stark jawline. If we die, then there will be nothing left, right? Just like water disappearing into water, leaving not a trace behind. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with a weighty despair that pierced the soul. Each word was like a cold blade, slicing through the oppressive silence of the rain. This was the first time she had confronted the fear of death so directly and clearly, not as an observer, but as a participant, as a ninja who could become the next Rope Tree at any moment. Finally, Ren's steps came to a halt. He paused at the entrance of a relatively secluded medical tent. The raindrops pattered against the tent's waterproof cover, creating a dull sound. Shin Nosuke stepped forward silently, lifting the door flap. Ren did not enter immediately. He lowered his head slightly, his crimson Sharingan scanning Lan's eyes, filled with fear, fragility, and a desperate search for answers. Rainwater dripped from his dark hair onto Lan's pale face, the cold sensation causing her to shiver slightly. The dim yellow light from inside the tent filtered through the parted flap, casting shadows on Ren's stern profile and illuminating the depths of his crimson gaze with inscrutable light. Time seemed to stretch and freeze in that moment. Lan could distinctly sense the steady and powerful heartbeat beneath his chest, the undeniable strength emanating from the arm encircling her waist, accompanied by an indescribable tension. Silence spread through the cold rain, punctuated only by the monotonous sound of raindrops beating against the tent, akin to the countdown to death. Just when Lan thought Lien would, as usual, evade this heavy, unanswerable question with biting sarcasm or frosty silence, his thin lips moved ever so slightly. His voice, no longer the customary frigid tone that could freeze a soul, resonated deeply, like a rock worn smooth by centuries of rain, carrying a strange, almost promise-like penetrating power, clearly reaching Lan's ears and striking heavily at her heart. As long as my Sharingan can still reflect your image, you shall not perish in solitude as they did. He locked gaze with her, staring into the unfathomable depths of her fear, his crimson pupils seemingly harboring a dark flame quietly burning within. Boom. It was as if a silent thunderclap detonated deep within Lan's soul. The icy blood within her surged back towards her limbs, ultimately converging upon her heart, pounding violently against her chest. She widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Lien's face so close to her. In those crimson orbs, the usual derision and aloofness had vanished, replaced by a profound darkness that seemed capable of swallowing a person whole. That statement, encased in a cold and hard exterior yet burning with fervent promise, pierced through the frozen surface of her heart like a red-hot key. He would not allow her to die alone, as long as he could still see her. The immense impact left Lan breathless for an instant. An indescribable pang of bitterness and warmth surged up to her nose, flooding her eyes. Tears, more tumultuous and uncontrollable than those shed before Lady Tsunade, mingled with the cold rain, bursting forth without warning. Large droplets cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, crashing heavily onto Lien's equally drenched clothing, staining it with dark marks. She even forgot the sound of her crying, biting down hard on her lip, her body trembling violently from the suppressed sobs, as tears flowed silently, surging like a breached dam. All her fears, confusion, and despair seemed to find a temporary outlet at that moment, yet they were also firmly blocked by his weighty, yet succinct, words. A complex mix of reassurance, grievance, shock, and an indescribable stir of emotions collided wildly within her cold chest. Lien appeared momentarily taken aback by her silent, torrential tears. His crimson pupils involuntarily contracted for an instant before he swiftly averted his gaze, the hard lines of his jaw appearing even tenser. He no longer lingered. Striding into the warmth of the tent, cradling the still silently weeping yet less rigid Lan, and gently placed her on the army bed covered with clean, dry bedding. Shin Nosuk silently lowered the tent flap, isolating them from the raging wind and rain outside. He cast a glance at Lan, curled up and still trembling slightly, and then at Lien, who stood beside the bed, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He discreetly murmured, "I'll see if I can find some hot soup." With that, he quietly exited the tent, leaving space for the two of them. Inside the tent, a brief silence enveloped them. Only the sound of Lan's suppressed, subtle sobs and the continuous rain outside persisted. Lien turned his back to the army bed, deliberately avoiding looking at Lan. His wet clothes clung to his muscular frame, accentuating the powerful contours of his physique, droplets cascading from his black hair and clothing, pooling on the dry ground. He seemed to be gazing at the flickering shadows cast by the dim light on the tent wall, yet it appeared he was not truly observing anything. Only the slightly tensed lines of his shoulders betrayed his calm facade, cocooned in the warm and dry bedding. Lan gradually regained sensation in her cold body, accompanied by a sharp sting as her wounds awakened to the warmth. Yet at that moment, even that pain felt distant. She slowly stifled her silent cries, though her eyes remained reddened, and her nose was still tinged pink. Stealing a glance at the silent figure that loomed like an iceberg before her, she pondered whether that earlier statement, the one that had made her heart race and tears flow, was true. Would this arrogant, sharp-tongued Uchiha Lien truly protect her? Would he ensure she did not die in solitude? An odd blend of gratitude, dependence, and a faint flicker of courage emerged within her heart. like tender shoots sprouting after the rain, quietly unfurling in the soil washed by her tears. She recalled the ambush at Aoyama Hill, where his precise fire dragon had repelled their foes, the acrid mist in the rainforest, where he had offered his unwavering assistance beneath biting words. The moment she was ensnared in chains, marked by the fleeting horror in his crimson gaze, and most importantly, the solid warmth of his embrace amidst the downpour, coupled with that earth-shattering promise. Perhaps, just perhaps, this proud spirit was not as insufferable as he seemed. Perhaps becoming stronger was not solely her endeavor. An idea flickered like a dim spark in the dark recesses of her heart. Sniffling, her voice was laden with the remnants of tears. Slightly hoarse yet imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and fragile hope, Lien's silhouette seemed to stiffen momentarily, but he did not turn around. Clutching the warm bedding beneath her, her fingertips turned pale from the pressure. Summoning all her courage, she voiced the thought that had been swirling in her mind. Her tone soft yet remarkably clear. Let us become stronger together? Once more, the tent fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the soft crackling of the burning wick. Lien gradually turned, exceedingly slowly. The dim light illuminated the sharp angles of his face, rain-soaked black hair clinging untidily to his forehead. His characteristic crimson sharingan had faded, reverting to its profound blackness, now gazing down at her with a scrutinizing expression, as if seeing her for the first time. His brow furrowed slightly, thin lips pressed into a firm line. Lon felt a flutter of anxiety under his penetrating gaze, instinctively drawing her neck in, almost burying her face into the bedding. Oh no, oh no, had she spoken out of turn again? Surely, he would mock her for her audacity, labeling her a fool, a nuisance, or worse. Just as she was on the verge of regretting her words, Lien's lips quirked upward, almost imperceptibly. That slight curve was fleeting, so quick it felt like an illusion. Then, his customary tone, laced with cool sarcasm, broke the silence, akin to ice striking the ground. Humph, the Thailander finally shows some semblance of awareness. He turned his face away, his gaze seemingly wandering to the shadows in the tent's corners, his tone still dripping with arrogance, albeit tinged with a hint of late realization. Yet Lon caught it. In that moment he turned away, illuminated by the dim light. She distinctly spotted a faint, unnatural blush rising along the edge of his usually concealed ear. It was not an illusion. Absolutely not. A wave of exhilaration surged through Lon, washing away the last remnants of her apprehension. She even overlooked his earlier remarks about being a Thailander and a bit dim. This proud spirit. He had accepted her. He was actually shy. Lon's lips involuntarily curled upward, her swollen eyes shaping into crescent moons. A sense of relief and subtle joy, akin to light breaking through after a storm, washed over her, momentarily lifting the heavy shadow cast by the death of Shoju. She even boldly ventured to ask, with a hint of playful trepidation, "Then tomorrow morning? After the rain stops?" Ren abruptly turned his head, his deep black eyes once again fixed on Lon, containing a hint of embarrassment and a warning. Silence. Sleep. If you keep babbling, I shall use my shuriken to style your hair. His tone was fierce, yet beneath the deliberately maintained coldness, there seemed to linger a subtle awkwardness. Lon immediately recognized the cue and closed her mouth, even exaggeratedly mimicking a zip-up motion, before quickly curling herself into the warmth of the blanket, revealing only her pair of crescent-shaped eyes, sparkling with a mischievous glimmer, which remained fixed on Ren without blinking. Ren felt a wave of discomfort wash over him under her gaze, a suspicious flush seemingly creeping toward his neck. He huffed heavily, ignoring Lon, and turned to the opposite corner of the tent, seeking a relatively dry spot. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to refine his chakra for recovery. However, the slight tightening of his lips and his somewhat rigid posture betrayed a turbulence within that belied his outward calm. The tent fell silent once more, the dim light softly illuminating the space. Outside, the sound of rain appeared to lessen, falling in a gentle patter akin to a lullaby. Snuggled in the warm, dry bedding, Lon felt the clarity of her physical pain and the weight of her sorrow, yet a strange, faint warmth quietly flowed through her heart. She gazed at the figure in the corner, sitting in silence like a steadfast rock, and her eyelids grew heavy. Just before her consciousness sank into darkness, a clear thought imprinted itself in her heart, to grow stronger, to stand alongside this awkward yet dependable proud spirit, strong enough to protect all that she wished to keep, strong enough to ensure that no one would die alone. Chapter 32. We must all live while the training ground at the front lines of the land of rain resembled not so much a training field as a mire trodden repeatedly into a muddy swamp. The incessant cold rain provided an eternal background score, the air perpetually saturated with the earthy scent of damp soil, a faint trace of blood, and the complex aroma of herbs mingled with sweat. The ground was soaked, each step sinking into the mud with a squelching sound that was grating to the ears. Uzumaki lawn, your reactions are slower than a snail climbing a tree in the land of rain. Rin Uchiha's voice sliced through the sound of the rain. As cold and harsh as ever, piercing like a poisoned icicle. He did not lean casually against a tree as he did in Konoha, but stood directly in the muck. The hem of his black high-collared combat uniform splattered with mud. His crimson Sharingan shone brilliantly through the rain, like two ominous will-o'-the-wisps. Locking onto the figure in the center of the field, who was clumsily dodging. Lan's breathing was heavy, akin to a winded bellows. Each inhalation filled her lungs with the icy rainwater and heavy humidity, causing sharp pain. Her training attire was thoroughly soaked, clinging heavily to her slender form. Sweat mingled with rainwater continuously rolled down her forehead, tracing her tense cheeks. The white bandage wrapped around her right arm was now saturated with mud and sweat, faintly revealing a dark red hue, remnants of the scars left from a previous mission gone awry, still not fully healed. Ren's attacks were even more ruthless than during their time in Konoha, devoid of mercy. No longer were they wooden shuriken used for training. They were real, glinting with a deadly shine. Several specially crafted kunai, heavier and with sharper edges, were expertly flung, tearing through the rain and whistling sharply as they angled toward Lan from various directions. The angles, speed, and force were imbued with the intent to kill, forcing Lan to push her spatial awareness to the utmost limit. She had to anticipate the kunai slicing through the air, ripping apart the rain, and mustered the fastest speed and the most precise evasive maneuvers in the mud. A kunai brushed past her left arm, tugging at her drenched fabric and severing a few strands of her red hair, the cold metallic touch sending shivers across her skin. Is your right shoulder wide open, waiting to be pierced? Ren's sharp tongue taunted as if it were a shadow trailing her. Lan suddenly twisted her body, her balance nearly lost on the slippery ground. She staggered, forcing herself to sidestep just in time to narrowly evade a second kunai that whizzed past her neck. The chilling pressure from the blade's edge stung her side. With unsteady footing, she fell to one knee in the mud with a splat, sending a wave of murky water flying, the pain from her arm's injury tearing through her, causing her to let out a muffled groan. Stop! Ren's voice rang out coldly. Lan nearly crumpled into the mud, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. The cold water soaking through the fabric at her knees, chilling her to the bone. She raised a hand to wipe the rain and sweat from her face. Her vision blurred as she glanced in Ren's direction. He stood there, rain cascading down his silver hair and the sharp angles of his face, his crimson Sharingan slightly shifting, scrutinizing her disheveled state, devoid of mockery, only a near-harsh, clinical calmness. I'll grant you a quarter-hour of rest. Ren's voice remained devoid of inflection, announcing a brief respite before he closed his eyes, attuning to the wind-style shuriken. Lan lacked even the strength to roll her eyes, struggling to rise from the mud. Just as she braced herself against the wet ground, her peripheral vision caught sight of something near the edge of the training field, close to the medical area. Beneath the eaves of a rain-soaked medical tent, a golden, unusually silent figure curled in the shadows. Rainwater dripped along the waterproof fabric's edge, pooling at her feet. She hugged her knees, her chin resting upon them, her golden hair plastered to her cheeks and neck, stripped of all luster. The figure seemed drained of all spirit, akin to a stone abandoned in the storm, exuding an overwhelming and inescapable air of despair. It was Lady Tsunade. Lan's heart felt as if gripped by a cold hand. The news of Shosuke's death loomed like dark clouds, pressing heavily upon the entire front camp, and Lady Tsunade was undoubtedly the darkest and most oppressive part of this storm. Once one of the legendary Sannin, exuding vigor and laughter, she now appeared merely as a shell hollowed out by grief. Lan gazed at that heavy shadow, then looked down at her own mud-stained hands, trembling slightly from exhaustion. Clenching her teeth, she pushed through the pain, dragging her mud-caked legs, stepping cautiously toward the shadow. The mud squelched beneath her feet, a vexing sound in the stillness. As she drew closer, the silent, heavy aura of sorrow became increasingly palpable, nearly suffocating. Tsunade seemed completely unaware of her approach, her her gaze vacant, staring at the muddy ground, her eyes unfocused as if penetrating the rain and camp, landing somewhere unreachable. A void filled solely with anguish. Lan halted a few steps away, not daring to draw nearer. Cold rainwater dripped from her hair, splattering against the mud. She opened her mouth, but her throat felt constricted, rendering all comforting words painfully inadequate. From the direction of the training ground, Ren's gaze seemed to flicker toward this scene. Imbued with a hint of inquiry, yet she paid it no mind. She merely stood there, allowing the rain to wash over her, observing Tsunade's silhouette shrouded in despair. After a long moment, Lan took a deep breath of the cold, rain-scented air and spoke softly, as if afraid to disturb the heavy silence. Yet her voice carried a peculiar clarity. "Lady Tsunade." She paused, her voice soft yet distinct, before Shosuke-senpai embarked on his final mission. "He encountered me at the village gates." Lan's words caused Tsunade's body, which had remained as still as stone, to tremble ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. He was so excited. Truly excited. Lan endeavored to infuse her voice with a touch of Shosuke's characteristic candor and unrestrained spirit, imitating his tone and demeanor from that day as he patted his chest and declared, "Lan, just watch. Upon returning from this mission, I am certain I will earn my elder sister's admiration." Lan paused for a moment, the straightforward mimicry in her voice fading away, leaving behind a heavy, almost reverent reiteration. He said, "I am destined to become a ninja powerful enough to protect my sister." The last phrase, Lan articulated with remarkable clarity, each word resonating with the heartbeat and warmth of the last tree, striking heavily upon Tsunade's heart. At that very moment, Tsunade's shoulders, which had remained taut like a drawn bowstring, suddenly slumped. A silent tremor swept over her like a flood breaking its dam. She still kept her head bowed, burying her face between her knees, but Lan could clearly see large, scalding tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string, crashing onto her arms that embraced her knees, leaving dark imprints that were swiftly diluted and carried away by the cold rain. The suppressed whimpers, akin to a wounded beast, leaked from her tightly clenched lips, only to be drowned out by the torrential rain. The profound sorrow, nearly suffocating, made Lan's nose sting sharply. Silently, she rummaged through a small compartment in her soaked ninja tool pouch, carefully wrapped in simple waterproof paper. Her fingertips brushed against a small, hard object. She cautiously peeled away the damp, softened paper, revealing a translucent, mint-green hard candy, resembling a crystallized mint leaf. It was the last remaining piece of the mint candies that Kushina had secretly tucked into her bag before she left Konoha. She had kept it like a treasure, reluctant to consume it. Lan extended her hand, her movements imbued with an almost reverent clumsiness and hesitation, gently placing the small candy, still retaining a hint of her warmth, into Tsunade's tightly clenched palm, the knuckles white from the strain. The icy candy met Tsunade's feverish, trembling skin, soaked by the rain and tears. "He has always wanted to protect you." Lan's voice was soft, yet resonated like a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples of clarity. "He always has." With that, Lan did not linger or await a response. She took a deep, silent look at the figure weeping silently in the rain, completely overwhelmed by sorrow, then turned away, dragging her still aching, muddy body step by step back to the muddy training grounds. The only thing she could convey was that inconsequential candy and the last fervent wish of that young man. The rest, she could only entrust to time and the cold rain. Upon returning to the training ground, Lien remained standing still, the rain trickling down his forehead protector. His crimson gaze swept across Lan's face, where the rainwater had yet to dry, perhaps mixed with something else, then settled on the newly stained dark red at her arm bandage. His brow furrowed imperceptibly, yet when he spoke, it was still in that chilling tone, a whimpering fool wasting time. "The break is over. Close your eyes and feel the wind cut through the shuriken's path." His voice paused, his sharp gaze piercing into the wound on her arm. "If you get another scratch, just roll back to the medical unit and lie there until you're moldy." Lan took a deep breath. The cold air filled with the scent of mud flooding her lungs, alleviating the heaviness in her heart. She closed her eyes, directing all her focus into the invisible web of her mind, striving to capture every subtle fluctuation in the air. The sounds of rain, the wind, the distant groans of the injured, all distractions were forcibly filtered, leaving only the impending lethal sound of Lien. Days later, the night was profound, as if steeped in impenetrable ink. The rain showed no signs of abating, Instead, it grew more rampant, the icy droplets lashing against every tent in the camp like a whip, producing a dull, oppressive sound. The air was thick with the nauseating mingling of dampness, blood, and decaying foliage. The figure of Hitaki Tsukumo emerged like a ghost, silently appearing at the entrance of the rudimentary tent assigned for the team's rest. His silver hair glimmered with a cold sheen under the dim light of the windproof lantern. His voice lowered to a near whisper, yet piercing through the rain with undeniable ironclad intent. A mission has been assigned to our squad. Target confirmed, Gray Moth Lookout. 3 kilometers away. For personnel stationed, Chunin. Task: silently eliminate, destroy all records. Depart immediately. The icy command fell like a shard of ice into still waters. A C-rank mission might be commonplace in times of peace, but in the present stormy turmoil, where the enemy lurked in the shadows, each strike could lead to a one-way ticket to hell. The last uncontrolled encounter in the rainforest, and Lien's soul-piercing vow flashed through Lan's mind, sending a sharp tremor through her. She remained silent, merely checking her ninja tool pouch, carefully securing several specially weighted shuriken designed to penetrate the rain curtain at her waist for easy access. Her fingertips grazed the cold metal, bringing an odd sense of calm. The dull ache in her arm transformed into a form of alertness. Lien had already positioned himself silently behind Tsukumo, his crimson Sharingan glowing like 2 faint ghostly flames in the darkness, scanning Lan's pale face and the bandage on her arm with a keen, knife-like gaze. Shinji swallowed nervously, unconsciously rubbing the grip of his kunai. There were no unnecessary pep talks, just a simple gesture from Tsukumo. The 4 of them melted into the shadows of the rain-soaked night, silently slipping into the boundless darkness and the chilling downpour. The dense forest at the border of the land of rain, under the cover of night and relentless rain, resembled a colossal beast poised to devour. Towering ancient trees twisted their branches, appearing like claws of phantoms in the brief flashes of lightning. The mud beneath their feet reached their ankles, each step accompanied by an anxious, squelching sound. The frigid rain seeped through every crevice, soaking their clothes, sapping their body heat, and narrowing their vision to the extreme, forcing them to rely on chakra perception and Lien's Sharingan, which saw clearly in the dark, to navigate forward. Tsukumo led the way, his stride steady as if he had measured the earth, each step precisely avoiding any dry twigs or loose stones that might produce noise. Lien followed closely behind, his crimson eyes constantly scanning the darkness for any fluctuations in chakra, functioning like the most precise radar. Shinji struggled to keep up, his breath quickening due to tension and the damp chill. Lan positioned herself towards the back of the group, fully extending her mind's web, her intangible perception spreading like a spider's silk, striving to penetrate the interference of the rain and darkness, capturing the outlines of the lookout ahead, the potential patrol routes of the enemy, and the faint triggering points of traps hidden in the muddy ground. Stop! Tsukumo's voice, though barely a whisper, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The team froze instantly, merging with the surrounding darkness and the sound of rain. Tsukumo made a discreet gesture towards a makeshift wooden lookout, barely visible in the rain, built against a massive rock formation, his thumb curled and 4 fingers pressed down. Target locked. Lien's Sharingan flickered momentarily, the crimson light vanishing in the dark, silently nodding in acknowledgement to Tsukumo. Tsukumo's hand signal shifted again, swift as lightning. Lien, move in from the left flank. Shinji, provide support from the right. Lan, engage in long-range sniping. Eliminate the lookout. I will breach from the front. The moment the orders were given, Lien's figure vanished as if swallowed by the darkness. Shinji quickly formed hand seals, crouching low, ready to prepare for a Doton defense. Lan inhaled deeply, the cold, earthy air filling her lungs, her right hand silently reaching for her waist. 2 specially weighted shuriken were nestled between her cold fingertips, the metal's chill igniting her nerves. She slightly squinted, focusing her spirit to the utmost, her mind's web honing in on the lookout's crude observation point, elevated above others, reminiscent of a monstrous single eye amidst the rain-soaked night. Tsukumo's silhouette shot forth like an arrow, enveloped in a chilling intent to kill, silently lunging towards the lookout's entrance. Time seemed to freeze in the torrential downpour for a moment. Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted from the left side of the rainforest, accompanied by a muffled roar. It was the use of fire release that triggered the outer perimeter's vigilance trap, an enemy assault. Alarmed cries instantly erupted from the sentry, tinged with a distorted accent from the land of rain. Almost simultaneously, two indistinct silhouettes abruptly emerged from the dark watchtower. The cold glimmer of shuriken flashed briefly in the darkness. Now was the moment. Lan's taut nerves were akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. Her heart's perception swiftly locked onto the two rain ninjas peering halfway out. Their movements appeared in her heightened awareness, as clear as a slow-motion film. Instinctively, her body leaned and twisted in the muddy terrain. Her arm lashed out like a whip. In an instant, all her strength and chakra surged into her fingertips. Swoosh, swoosh. Two faint sounds, nearly drowned out by the torrential rain. Two heavy shuriken tore through the cold curtain of rain, akin to venomous fangs in the dark, carving two, almost straight, vacuum-like trajectories that defied the storm. Thud, thud. Two exceedingly soft sounds, reminiscent of ripe fruit falling to the ground. The two rain ninjas, who had barely emerged and were about to throw shuriken towards the flickering light below, suddenly froze. A small hole blossomed in each of their throats, swiftly overtaken by a flood of hot blood and cold rainwater, diluting the life from their eyes. Their expressions of horror solidified. Their bodies fell forward like marionettes with severed strings, half of them dangling over the edge of the watchtower, silent. A lethal strike to the throat, precise and merciless, akin to the call of death. The figure of Lien materialized like a burning crimson specter, suddenly appearing amid the intertwining light and rain on the left. Several shuriken, trailing with fiery arcs, were accurately aimed at a potential small door on the side of the sentry, sealing off the route for reinforcements. On the right, Shinjiro commanded, "Earth release, earth flow wall." A modest yet sufficiently thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking the shooting angle from the right, mud splattering everywhere. In front, a blinding, white blade of light, as if capable of cleaving through the night, erupted like thunder, accompanied by a brief, choked scream, the last rain ninja guarding the entrance. Along with the kunai he had just raised, was utterly shredded by that unmatched white glare. The battle commenced abruptly and concluded even more swiftly. From the detonation of the trap to the downfall of the last target, merely 7 or 8 seconds had elapsed. Shumo's figure flashed into the sentry like a phantom. Moments later, muffled thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground and the faint sound of paper being swiftly torn could be heard from within. Soon, he reappeared at the entrance, signaling outside with a succinct gesture, "Clearance complete." The relentless rainwater ruthlessly washed over the sentry's crude wooden walls, also diluting the dark red liquid that rapidly spread at the entrance. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the earthy smell of rain, suffocatingly potent. Lan remained rooted in place, maintaining her posture from the throw, her fingertips still tinged with the cold metallic touch and a slight numbness from the exertion. Rainwater dripped from her chin, coursing down her collar, bringing a bone-chilling coldness. She gazed at the peculiar color of the mud at the entrance, washed by the rain, her stomach churning violently. Each time, that icy sensation of having taken a life with her own hands coiled around her like a venomous serpent, instilling a profound chill and emptiness deep within her bones. Lien's figure silently appeared beside her, his crimson Sharingan sweeping over her slightly pale, tightly pursed lips, then landing on the marks on her knuckles, which had turned white from excessive force. He spoke not a word, merely casting his gaze toward Shumo and Shinjiro, who were vigilantly surveying their surroundings, his eyes sharp as ever. The mission was complete. A tangible silence enveloped the returning team, broken only by the monotonous sound of rain and the heavy footfalls sinking into the mud. The cold rain seemed to penetrate deeper, allowing fatigue to seep from their very bones. When the familiar outlines of the frontline camp, illuminated by the dim yellow windbreak lamps, finally emerged at the end of the rain curtain, Lan nearly exhausted her last ounce of strength to remain upright. She longed to retreat into the humble tent that could temporarily shield her from the storm, to curl up and grant her weary body and taut nerves a moment's respite. However, as she trudged through the mud towards the team's resting area, an unexpected figure stood like a statue at the entrance to her and Lien's tent. It was Kushina. She had evidently just rushed back from another support point on the front line, her uniform speckled with mud, bearing several singe marks and tears. Her red hair, dampened by the rain, clung messily to her cheeks and neck, with a few strands sticking to her forehead. She clutched a long, tightly wrapped object in waterproof oilcloth, as if it were a rare treasure. Her dark purple eyes, bloodshot under the dim light, anxiously scanned the returning team members, and upon finally spotting Lon, the overwhelming emotions of worry, fear, and immense relief at seeing Lon unharmed nearly burst forth. Lon, Kushina's voice, hoarse from the long journey, trembled uncontrollably as she dashed forward, splashing mud beneath her feet. Ignoring Shumo and Lien standing nearby, she completely disregarded Lan's drenched and bedraggled appearance, seizing Lan's arms with a grip so fierce it felt as though her bones might crack. "How are you? Are you hurt? Was the mission dangerous?" That thing. Her words rushed out in a frantic, incoherent stream, her gaze fixed intensely on Lan's face, as if seeking any hint of injury or pain. Her eyes frantically scanned Lan's arms, shoulders, and abdomen, eventually settling on the bandage on her arm, which had turned pale from the rain and mud, its edges stained with dark red blood. A sharp pain shot through Lan's wound from Kushina's grip, causing her to involuntarily gasp. Kushina, as if burned, suddenly loosened her hold slightly, but her hands remained tightly grasped around Lan's arms, her gaze filled with worry that threatened to overflow. "You're hurt. How serious is it? Let me see," she insisted, reaching to pull up Lan's sleeve. "It's nothing, Kushina. Really, it's nothing. I just pulled an old injury during training." Lan hurriedly pressed down on her hand, forcing a reassuring smile, though it appeared pale and weak beneath the fatigue and rain. The mission went smoothly, truly. She wished to shield Kushina from the gruesome scene at the sentry, seeing Kushina's tense form visibly relax. Yet the deep-seated fear in her eyes lingered. She exhaled a long breath, filled with tremors, as if shedding an immense burden, yet accompanied by a slight sense of exhaustion from narrowly escaping disaster. She continued to hold Lan's arms, as if letting go would cause Lan to vanish into the endless rain night. "You idiot, Lan." Kushina's voice suddenly thickened with emotion, and she abruptly lowered her head, her other hand quickly thrusting the tightly wrapped object into Lan's arms with a fierce determination. "Next time, if you dare to put yourself in danger like this again." Kushina's voice trembled with suppressed sobs, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "I'll use this," she declared, forcefully tearing off a red hair tie that had once been a gift from Lan on her birthday, the very one that had been wrapped around the handle of her kunai. The red string stretched taut between her fingers, glowing like a flame under the dim light. "I'll use this to tie you up, to the thickest post in the camp. Let everyone watch. Let us see if you dare to run around again. Dare to get hurt again. Do you hear me?" She threatened fiercely, her voice quivering uncontrollably, her eyes reddened and glistening with stubborn tears that refused to fall. The cold raindrops cascaded down Lan's cheeks, seeping into her collar, yet she felt an intense warmth erupt from her heart, instantly dispelling all fatigue, chill, and the lingering scent of blood from the battlefield. Before her stood the mud-streaked, travel-worn figure of her elder sister, who had rushed to her side despite just returning from the front lines, uttering words filled with fear of losing her. The item wrapped in an oilcloth within her embrace felt heavy, imbued with Kushina's warmth and traces of their arduous journey. Lan refrained from immediately inspecting its contents. Suddenly, she smiled, not a weary facade, but a genuine expression of warmth and relief that blossomed from within. With one hand free, she did not reach for the red string, but instead delved into the depths of her soaked ninja tool pouch, where a small compartment was safeguarded by layers of oil paper and intricate sealing techniques. Her nimble fingers peeled away the protective layers, revealing a small, slightly warm hard candy meticulously wrapped in orange oil paper, which appeared in her muddy palm. The rich fragrance of orange defiantly pierced through the cold rain and the murky air of the camp. "Open your mouth, Kushina," Lan's voice, laced with mirth and a hint of raspiness, beckoned. Kushina, momentarily taken aback, still enveloped in the shock of her earlier fierce threats having faltered and with tears barely contained, instinctively parted her lips. In the next instant, the candy, infused with Lan's warmth and the vibrant scent of oranges, was unceremoniously thrust into her mouth. Kushina's eyes widened, and the familiar, comforting sweetness exploded in her mouth, forcefully dispelling the chill of the rain, the earthy scent of mud, the bitterness of gunpowder, and the persistent fear that clung to her heart. Lan watched as Kushina, cheeks bulging with candy, wore a bewildered yet slightly embarrassed expression, her eyes still tinged with red. The brilliance of Lan's smile intensified, akin to a small sun suddenly blooming in the rain-soaked night. She extended her muddy hand, tightly clutching the orange candy wrapper, and firmly grasped Kushina's hand, still holding onto the red string. The cold rain streamed down their entwined hands, yet it could not extinguish the warmth conveyed through their palms. Foolish Kushina, Lan's voice rang clear and vibrant, infused with the exuberance of youth and unwavering determination. It's so boring just to tie things up. She paused, meeting Kushina's bewildered gaze, glistening with moisture under the light, her eyes shining astonishingly, as if reflecting the camp's dim glow and their intertwined silhouettes. Next time danger arises, we face it together. No matter what, we'll drive our kunai right down those bastards' throats. What do you say? We fight side by side, never yielding. The relentless rain battered the tents of the temporary camp on the front lines of the Land of Rain, producing a dull, monotonous sound, and an unshakable chill pervaded the air. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of wet earth, rust, and a faint trace of blood, making each breath feel heavy. The campfire flickered dimly, struggling to pierce through the oppressive darkness. Lan curled up in the corner of the somewhat cramped tent assigned to the Shimoka team, her damp red hair clinging to her cheeks and neck, bringing an icy sensation. The bandages wrapped around her joints throbbed faintly, remnants of the assassination mission from the previous night, and a searing mark left by the creature known as Stinky Mud stirred within her body. Her fingers unconsciously brushed against the almost imperceptible, dark purple layer of skin beneath her clothing, which pulsated as if alive, greedily siphoning her already limited chakra. Each breath was accompanied by a creeping sense of weakness, as well as a latent fury buried deep within her that threatened to burst through the dam of her reason. She exhaled a cloud of mist, attempting to dispel the gloom from her heart, her gaze settling on the unassuming oilcloth package in the center of the tent. It was the item Kushina had forcibly thrust into her arms, drenched in worry and rain. The package, though small, felt heavy, as if it bore the weight and hopes of their home. With stiff movements, she shifted closer to the package, carefully untying the tight waterproof knot. Layer after layer of oilcloth was peeled back, revealing a neatly stacked array of ninja tool scrolls adorned with the signature whirlpool pattern of the Uzumaki clan, an unmistakable mark of Grandma Mido. Beside them lay several thick, weighty academic scrolls, their dark brown surfaces inscribed with ancient texts such as essentials of sealing techniques and analysis and suppression of chakra flow, their edges worn from frequent handling, exuding an air of antiquity and solemnity. At the very bottom of the stack rested a simple, unadorned envelope. Lan's heart inexplicably quickened. She picked up the envelope, feeling its cool, resilient texture between her fingers. Unfolding the letter, the familiar and gentle handwriting of Grandma Mido greeted her, radiating a stabilizing power that transcended the ravages of war. Dear Lan and Kushina, I hope this letter finds you well. The front lines are harsh and cold. Please ensure your safety. I have heard of the unusual conditions within Lan and am quite concerned. I've recalled something. In the old wooden chest at home, I found a record from our clan's secretary, which details the sealing techniques used by our ancestors to bind demons and quell raging chakra. Grandma believes we can try this technique to suppress the restless, stinky mud inside you. Once you return, I will personally teach you how to use our clan's diamond seal. Remember, power is a double-edged sword. A moment's carelessness can lead to backlash, so do not let it consume your true self. The battlefield is fraught with danger, with many threats hiding in unexpected places. Approach every suspicious element with caution. The tools and scrolls are a small token from Grandma, which should help address most challenges you face on the front lines. Do not worry about us at home. Both I and the village are well. I only wish for my two silly girls to return safely. With love, Grandma Mido. The final words, return safely soon, were penned with particular force, the ink slightly smudged, as if conveying countless unspoken sentiments distilled into the simplest of wishes, to return alive. Lan's fingers tightened around the letter, the paper producing a soft rustling sound. A surge of indescribable warmth mingled with a heavy sense of responsibility and concern for the creature within her, flooding her eyes and causing her nose to tingle. Grandma Mido's care felt like a warm spring, temporarily dispelling the bone-chilling cold of the rainy night and the unsettling discomfort brought by stinky mud. The diamond seal, a technique mastered by Grandma Mido and a core strength of the Uzumaki clan against tailed beasts. Could it truly suppress the parasitic shadow within her? A glimmer of faint hope flickered in her heart, like a candle struggling against the wind. Just then, the heavy entrance flap of the tent was abruptly thrust open with a forceful gust, carrying both fire and wind. Foolish Lan, you dare hide here like a mushroom after getting injured? Do you have a death wish? Uzumaki Kushina stormed in like a blazing flame. Swirling in the cold wind and dampness from outside, her dark purple eyes ablaze with unfiltered urgency and fear. Strands of her thick red hair, dampened by the rain, clung to her forehead, adding an air of fierceness. Locking onto Lon in the corner, she approached with the intensity of an enraged lioness, closing the distance in mere strides. Lon barely had time to tuck away the letter and scrolls before being yanked up with an irresistible force. Though Kushina's actions appeared rough, her hands trembled slightly with an uncontrollable anxiety. She forcefully pulled her younger sister, who was half a head shorter, tightly into her embrace, as if trying to melt her into her very being. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs and lingering fear. "Do you have any idea that when I saw you standing at the camp's entrance, covered in blood and bandages, I thought..." The rest of her words were choked by the overwhelming emotions, leaving only fractured breaths and uncontrollable shivers. Lan's cheek pressed firmly against the damp fabric of Kushina's clothes. The coolness of the wet material unable to mask the intense warmth and rapid heartbeat emanating from her sister's embrace. It was a euphoric relief tinged with an almost drowning fear. Gradually, Lan's rigid body relaxed as she extended her own slightly cold hand to gently return the embrace of her sister, who always masked her deep-seated anxiety with a fierce demeanor. "I'm fine, Kushina," Lan murmured from within the safety of her sister's arms, attempting to convey reassurance. "Look, I'm lively and well." "Lively and well, my foot." Kushina abruptly released her, grasping Lan's shoulders and pushing her back slightly to scrutinize her from head to toe. "Your eyes are red. Your face is as pale as a sheet. The bandages are soaked with blood. Is this what you call fine?" She ground her teeth in anger, her gaze sweeping over the ninja tools Lan had carelessly laid on the ground, her tone resolute. "If you dare to do this again, I'll tie you to a pillar at home. You won't be going anywhere." As Lan opened her mouth to protest, the tent flap was gently lifted once more. A head of radiant golden hair peeked in, and Minato, with a smile as warm as the spring sun, stepped inside, holding a steaming food container. "Sorry to interrupt, Kushina." Lan, his voice was clear and gentle, instantly dispelling the tension that had filled the tent due to Kushina's agitation. His gaze fell upon Kushina's reddened eyes and Lan's pale complexion, revealing an unmistakable concern. "I brought some hot soup and military rations. Lan needs to replenish her strength." He moved naturally to the small table in the center of the tent, placing the food container down and smoothly lifting the lid, allowing the aroma of the meal to fill the air. Upon seeing Minato, Kushina's fierce expression deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving only a hint of forced stubbornness. She huffed, turning her face away, though a suspicious blush crept up her ears, her voice lowering. "Mind your own business." Minato, seemingly accustomed to her contradictory nature, merely chuckled warmly without responding, beginning to serve the soup and food. Lan observed Kushina's demeanor, which was clearly pleased yet stubbornly resistant, and then looked at Minato's gentle indulgence. An impish thought surged forth uncontrollably, and she teased. "Oh dear, Kushina, you and Minato-kun are becoming quite the perfect pair." One scolds fiercely while the other gently mends the wounds. What a seamless cooperation. It's almost like... She deliberately elongated the last word, watching as Kushina's eyes widened in shock and Minato's gentle smile turned into a blend of amusement and exasperation. Lan added with mischief. "Just like a couple who share an unspoken bond. Am I intruding as an outsider? Perhaps I'll take my leave and find Rin, that ice queen." The words couple echoed like pebbles dropped into the tent, and as soon as she uttered them, Lan froze. Why did she so casually mention seeking out that sharp-tongued, perpetually scowling Uchiha Rin? Her heart fluttered with a strange, unfamiliar sensation, a gentle thrum of anxiety and confusion. Memories of that stormy night flashed through her mind, his crimson Sharingan cutting through the downpour, promising with a weighty clarity, "As long as my Sharingan can reflect your figure, you shall never die alone." Then there were the awkwardly offered dango, his precise support in battle, and that fleeting glance directed toward her tent from across the camp, filled with warmth and an elusive turmoil, causing her cheeks to involuntarily heat up. "Foolish, foolish, foolish Lan. What are you babbling about?" Kushina's reaction was 100 times more intense, her face flushing a deep crimson, as if steam might burst forth from her head. She leapt up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, clawing at Lan in an attempt to cover her mouth. Her voice high and sharp with embarrassment and anger. Who has a bond with that little son? Who has anything of the sort?" We are merely ordinary teammates. Normal. Very normal teammates. You little rascal. Just a few days away from your sister, and you've already strayed with that blonde." As she babbled incoherently, she tried to pinch Lan's cheeks to mask her own impending explosion of embarrassment. Lan deftly ducked away from Kushina's grasp, retreating while suppressing laughter. The inexplicable unease stemming from her mention of Rin alleviated somewhat by Kushina's exaggerated reaction. "Oh dear, are you blushing because I hit the nail on the head?" Kushina's bashful demeanor was unexpectedly endearing. "Shut up. Who's blushing?" Kushina fumed. The tent was soon filled with the sounds of their playful chase, mostly Kushina's unilateral pursuit, and Lan's bright laughter, dispelling the earlier heaviness and anxiety. Standing aside, Minato watched the two red-haired sisters darting around the small table, full of life and energy. His gentle smile deepened, and his azure eyes sparkled with warmth. He shook his head in resignation, carefully placing the hot soup on the table to prevent it from being toppled by the lively duo. Just then, the tent flap was lifted again, revealing the silhouette of Uchiha Rin. He maintained his usual aloof demeanor, the dark high-collared clan attire accentuating his pale skin. His crimson Sharingan scanning the chaotic scene within the tent before finally settling on Lan, who was being tugged at by Kushina. He appeared to have just cleaned a kunai, his fingers brushing lightly over the blade, faint traces of an enemy's blood lingering. Rin's gaze lingered for a moment on Lan's slightly flushed cheeks, which were adorned with a smile, before moving to Kushina, whose face was a tempest of embarrassment and fury, resembling a frenzied lioness. A barely perceptible furrow formed on his usually expressionless face, his lips twitching as if he wished to speak. Minato happened to glance toward the entrance, meeting Rin's gaze. The two boys, equally perceptive and concerned for the raucous red-haired sisters, exchanged a brief look. No words were spoken. Minato wore an expression of gentle understanding, as if to say, "Look, they're at it again." Meanwhile, Rin's eyes reflected a mild disdain for the noise, yet beneath that, there lay a hint of unacknowledged relief at seeing her smile and laugh once more. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before each turned away. Minato continued to smile as he tidied up the food container, while Rin entered the tent, seemingly oblivious to the playful chaos. Striding directly to his designated corner of the tent, deftly placing the cleaned kunai back into his equipment pouch. As he slightly turned his face, his tightly pressed lips appeared to curve upward ever so slightly, a fleeting, almost imperceptible gesture, like a trick of the light. It was a silent understanding, a recognition that they were indeed foolish, yet accustomed to each other's quirks with a sense of resigned tenderness. In the center of the camp, within the largest command tent, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the damp chill outside, heavy and taut like a drawn bowstring. Several bright chakra lamps illuminated the interior as if it were daylight, dispelling the darkness of the rainy night, yet failing to alleviate the oppressive weight that hung in the air. The commander of the Konoha front line, Shimura Danzo, sat expressionless in the main seat. His right eye was bandaged, while his remaining left eye, sharp as a hawk's, slowly scanned the elite jonin standing within the tent. Kakashi Hitaki stood tall like a pine, his silver hair gleaming coldly under the light. Jiraiya, rarely abandoning his usual playful demeanor, crossed his arms and wore a serious expression. Orochimaru quietly lingered at the edge of the shadows, his golden snake-like eyes flickering with a hint of sadness and an elusive meaning not seen before. Tsunade sat at the edge of the gathering, her head bowed, her once vibrant golden hair now dull and disheveled, obscuring much of her face. She curled into her chair, clutching a blood-stained pendant, once a gift she had given to Rope Tree during his time in the village, now a relic of his memory. Her knuckles whitening from the tight grip, trembling ever so slightly. A profound, suffocating sadness radiated from her, enveloping the entire tent in an even heavier atmosphere. The activities of Hanzo's poison-tipped forces had once again expanded, directly targeting our supply lines. Danzo's voice, dry and hoarse, sounded like sandpaper scraping, emotionlessly detailing the grim military situation. The puppet master forces from Sunagakure were stirring at the Wind Country border, and there were also unusual movements from Iwagakure. The pressure from three fronts was unprecedented. He paused, his gaze landing heavily upon Tsunade, whose medical team's morale had been significantly impacted by Rope Tree's sacrifice. The name Rope Tree felt like an invisible needle piercing Tsunade's taut nerves. Her hands, clutching the forehead protector, trembled violently, the knuckles cracking ominously, her head lowering further. Shoulders quaking involuntarily, yet she bit her lip, suppressing any sound. The immense grief gripped her throat like an invisible hand, reducing her formidable strength to an abyss of fragility. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance at Tsunade. His lips moved, but ultimately he released a heavy sigh. Orochimaru's golden pupils flickered momentarily, revealing a trace of complex emotion. Kakashi's gaze also fell upon Tsunade, his normally gentle and calm eyes now filled with deep sympathy and gravity. He remained silent. Given the current war situation and Tsunade's state, Danzo's voice remained unwavering. As though he were merely stating an unrelated fact, the command headquarters has decided to escort Tsunade back to Konoha for recuperation. Her condition was no longer suitable for frontline duties. This decision landed like a boulder in still waters, momentarily freezing the air within the tent. What? Jiraiya was the first to voice his opposition, his tone rising in urgency. They were sending Tsunade back now? Danzo, we need her medical ninjutsu on the front lines. He cast a glance at Tsunade, who appeared on the verge of collapse, and the words caught in his throat. He understood Tsunade needed to leave, but not like this. Not at this moment. That is an order, Jiraiya. Danzo's voice turned icy, carrying an undeniable authority, his sharp gaze fixed on Jiraiya. Konoha needed to preserve its top medical force, not let her crumble under the grief and pressure of the front line, potentially making irrational decisions. His implication was clear, his cold eyes sweeping over Tsunade's trembling shoulders. Tsunade's departure would also serve to stabilize the morale of the rear. Orochimaru spoke slowly, his voice deep and soothing, yet carrying an eerie coldness. Danzo's considerations hold merit. Tsunade, perhaps returning would be better for you. His golden snake-like eyes turned to his former comrade. We all need time to process Rope Tree's passing. Tsunade remained unresponsive, as if she had isolated herself from the world. Her tight grip on the pendant the only indication she had not completely lost her consciousness. The dried, dark bloodstains on the pendant resembled an unsightly scar, branded on her palm and etched into her very soul. Jiraiya wished to argue further, but witnessing Tsunade's lifeless demeanor and then looking at Danzo's unyielding icy gaze, he ultimately ran a frustrated hand through his tousled white hair, spat in irritation, turned away, and fell silent. Anger and helplessness churned within him. Danzo's gaze shifted to the previously silent Kakashi. Kakashi, the escort mission will be assigned to your team. The objective, to safely, discreetly, and swiftly return Tsunade to Konoha. Route information will be provided shortly by the Umbu. His tone carried the usual air of unquestionable authority, emphasizing the necessity for absolute certainty. Tsunade's safety was fundamental to the foundation of Konoha's medical system. Kakashi straightened his back, his silver hair glinting under the dim light. He glanced at Tsunade, engulfed in profound grief, unresponsive to the commands from the outside world, before sweeping his gaze over the frustrated Jiraiya and the inscrutable Orochimaru, finally meeting Danzo's penetrating eyes. Yes, Danzo. Kakashi's voice, though not loud, was exceptionally steady and strong, akin to the white Fong dagger at his waist, exuding a sense of unwavering reliability. Kakashi's team will ensure the mission's completion. He nodded slightly, his movements precise and decisive. The dim yellow light within the tent cast a hard glow upon his silver hair and resolute profile, cloaking him in a veneer of cold strength. The shadows of war, the sorrow of comrades, and the machinations of the higher-ups ultimately coalesced into a heavy burden resting on the shoulders of this white fang of Konoha. Escorting a heartbroken leader through treacherous enemy territory was no simple task. Moreover, his team included a vortex named Lon, who harbored an unstable and dangerous power within. Outside the tent, the cold rain continued to fall, drumming upon every inch of the camp, resembling an endless lament. Chapter 34, What is she like? The sky above the front lines in the land of rain seemed eternally shrouded in leaden gray clouds and incessant cold rain. The damp, chilly air penetrated to the bone, carrying the heavy scent of gunpowder and earth. Inside the hastily erected command tent, the atmosphere was even more oppressive than the weather outside. Kakashi Hitaki pushed aside the thick waterproof curtain and entered, his silver hair adorned with tiny droplets of water, and his usually gentle gaze now bore an imperceptible weight. His eyes scanned the team members, Sarutobi Shinji, whose injuries were just beginning to heal, still pale, Uchiha Run, standing silently with a gaze sharp as a blade, and Uzumaki Lon, who nervously twisted her fingers, glancing towards a particular direction outside the tent. We have a new mission, Kakashi's voice was deep and clear, breaking the silence within the tent. The frontline command has issued orders for our team to escort Lady Tsunade back to Konoha for recuperation. Escort Lady Tsunade. Shinji blinked in surprise. Ren's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze instinctively falling upon Lan. As expected, upon hearing the words return to Konoha, Lan's eyes lit up momentarily, only to be quickly overshadowed by profound disappointment, as it meant parting ways with Kushina. Kakashi continued without pause. Mission rank A. Prepare immediately. Depart in 1 hour. Shinji. How are your injuries? Report. Captain, I'm fine. Ready for the mission. Shinji stood tall, his voice booming. Kakashi nodded, turning his gaze to Ren and Lan. Ren. Check the equipment. Ensure everything is in perfect order. Lan. He observed the unmistakable disappointment and worry in the girl's eyes, softening his tone. Go say goodbye to Kushina. Time is short. Yes, Captain. Lan seemed to receive a reprieve, immediately turning and darting out of the tent like a startled rabbit. In another corner of the camp, belonging to Uzumaki, Kushina, and Namikaze Minato's team, Kushina was venting her excess energy on a training post, her punches slicing through the air as wood chips flew. Minato stood nearby, organizing his ninja tools, his gentle gaze watching over her. Kushina. Breathlessly, Lan rushed over, her red hair drenched by the rain, clinging to her fair cheeks. Kushina halted her movements and turned around, immediately sensing a heaviness in her heart upon seeing Lan's expression. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? We have to leave now, Lan replied, her voice laced with reluctance. The captain said we must escort Lady Tsunade back to the village immediately. Back to the village? Kushina's brow furrowed tightly, a tumult of complex emotions swelling in her dark purple eyes. Worry, reluctance, and a hint of irritation at being left behind. Now, we have to return? The front line is so tense. It's an order. Lan lowered her head, anxiously twisting the hem of her clothes. Captain Shikaku is leading the team. Kushina fell silent, gazing at her foolish younger sister, who was always a beat behind and woefully lacking in physical prowess, yet possessed a stubborn heart for protection. A fierce desire to shield her and a pang of anxiety about their separation lodged in her chest. She stepped forward, gripping Lan's wrist roughly and forcefully shoving a paper-wrapped bundle, still warm from her touch, into Lan's palm. Take this, she snapped, her voice fierce, though her eyes betrayed genuine concern. Eat it sparingly. And, she paused, lowering her voice to an unyielding tone, take care of yourself. Don't be reckless. If I return to find you injured, I swear I'll tie you to a post for 3 days and nights. Do you hear me? Feeling the familiar outline of the bundle and the slight tremor of Kushina's fingers, Lan's nose tinged with emotion as she nodded vigorously. I will. You be careful too. Absolutely do not get hurt. Humph, as if I need you to tell me. Kushina turned her face away, concealing her slightly reddened eyes, and gave Lan a hard shove. Now go. Don't dawdle and delay the mission. Lan stumbled but did not feel anger. Instead, a tear-filled smile broke across her face as she clutched the orange-flavored candies tightly and turned to run back toward the assembly point. Kushina stood rooted in place, watching that fleeting red figure disappear into the rain, before muttering under her breath, foolish Lan. At the gathering point, Tsunade was already standing there. She had changed out of her muddy battle attire into relatively clean casual clothes, yet the vibrant spirit she usually exuded had vanished entirely. Her complexion was pale, and her vacant gaze was fixed on the overcast sky, as if part of her soul had departed along with Rope Tree, enveloping her in an inescapable shroud of sorrow and fatigue, resembling a silent, cracked statue. Konoha's Shikaku and the others were prepared for departure. Just as Shikaku was about to give the order to set off, the usually taciturn Uchiha Rin paused ever so slightly. He turned slightly, his gaze bypassing the crowd and honing in on the distant figure of Lan, who was anxiously kicking at a wooden post. He pressed his lips together, and in a flash, he activated the body flicker technique and appeared abruptly before Kushina. Startled, Kushina raised an eyebrow, a sharp tone escaping her lips. Hey, insufferable Uchiha Rin. What are you doing? We're about to leave. Rin remained expressionless, though his gaze flickered awkwardly, as if engaged in an internal struggle. Avoiding Kushina's scrutinizing eyes, he lowered his voice deliberately, sounding stiff and forced, as if squeezing the words through clenched teeth. That crybaby. What is Lan like besides daydreaming and sweets? Kushina was taken aback, observing the usually haughty and sharp-tongued prodigy who now appeared to be a clumsy spy seeking information. Her suspicion shifted into realization, and a sly smirk curled at the corners of her mouth. Huh. She elongated her tone, crossing her arms. Why do you want to know? Trying to win over our lawn? Rin's ears flushed a light red, but he quickly masked it with a colder tone. Enough with the chatter. It's just to avoid unnecessary complications during the mission. Her silly preferences can be distracting. Kushina let out a laugh, no longer pressing him, but fixed him with an understanding gaze, lowering her voice with a hint of pride. Besides sweets? Well, she enjoys watching strange bugs, though she is too scared to catch them. Collects oddly colored stones, stares at raindrops dripping from the eaves for ages, and before sleeping, she must smooth down her cowlick. Oh, and she is actually afraid of the dark, but she never admits it. Satisfied now, you insufferable Uchiha? Rin listened impassively, merely emitting a slight hum, as if to say he understood, before turning to leave with a speed that suggested he was escaping an awkward situation. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Kushina caught sight of him swiftly stuffing something small into the depths of his ninja pouch, something resembling a sweet. She rolled her eyes at his retreating figure, muttering, "Such a tsundere." The escort team set out under the relentless cold rain. Shikaku led the way, keenly alert to their surroundings. Rin and Shino flanked Tsunade, and the most concerning lawn at the center. Tsunade remained silent, her steps heavy, her gaze vacant as she stared down at the muddy path beneath her feet. The rain soaked her golden hair, clinging to her cheeks, adding to her desolation. She seemed lost in her own world, indifferent to everything around her, merely moving mechanically. However, as they traversed a forest ravaged by war, reduced to charred stumps, Tsunade's steps faltered for the briefest moment. Her gaze swept over the gruesome scars of battle, glancing at the silent yet vigilant youths beside her, especially the red-haired girl, whose eyes concealed unease yet stood with a straight back. Deep within her eyes, a flicker of darkness stirred, as if a tiny stone had been cast into still waters. A faint, nearly imperceptible wave of emotion flickered across her empty gaze. Her hand, resting at her side, unconsciously curled slightly, as if resolving an unspoken determination, not for herself, but perhaps to prevent witnessing more young lives, like Rope Tree and these children, wilting in vain sacrifice. That brief glimmer was swiftly overshadowed by deeper fatigue and numbness, and she merely pressed her pale lips tighter, continuing her silent march. Only that fleeting moment revealed that her heart was not entirely devoid of life. Chapter 35, Nevertheless. The advantage is mine. The journey was devoid of conversation, the only sounds being the rain and the rhythm of their footsteps. When the imposing gates of Konoha finally emerged through the misty rain, an indescribable complexity of emotions enveloped each heart, a relief of returning home, yet shadowed by the burdens brought from the front line. Though not as lost as in the land of rain, the usually taciturn Tsunade and Shikaku, along with the weary but varied expressions of the three genin, hurried toward the Hokage building to report. The door to the Hokage's office stood closed. Inside, a meeting of high-ranking ninjas determining the village's fate was underway. Shikaku instructed Run, Lon, and Shino to wait in the corridor while he tidied himself up, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. The atmosphere in the office was tense, smoky. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at the head of the table, brows furrowed, his pipe flickering in his fingers. On either side of him sat the elder advisors, Mito and Koharu, their expressions grave and eyes sharp. The head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Choza, occupied one corner, his demeanor amiable yet serious. Tsunade sat by the window, her complexion not as pale as it had been on the front line, yet her gaze remained vacant, staring out the window as if the meeting were unrelated to her. A handsome young jonin, Kato Dan, sat diagonally across from Tsunade, concern evident in his eyes. Shikaku's arrival drew the attention of everyone present. He succinctly and accurately reported on the escort mission, omitting the specific details of Land's internal transformation, only mentioning the encounter with a small group of Rain Nin, which had been repelled, and that Lady Tsunade had arrived safely, along with the latest developments from the front line in the Land of Rain. Upon finishing the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded gravely. "Thank you for your hard work, Shikaku. How is Tsunade's condition?" His gaze shifted towards the disciple by the window, laden with profound concern. Tsunade did not turn around. She merely allowed her shoulders to quiver imperceptibly, remaining silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, redirecting his attention to Mito Kazahana. "Kazahana, the situation on the battlefield of Sunagakure is dire. The puppetry forces of the Wind Shadow are launching a fierce offensive, putting our defenses under tremendous strain. I have decided that you shall personally head to the Sunagakure battlefield as the frontline commander, tasked with assembling an elite decapitation squad aimed directly at the command center of their puppet forces. It is imperative that we disrupt their assault rhythm to buy time for the frontline. Mito adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Understood, Hokage-sama. What about the personnel? Saratobi's eyes landed on Kakashi Hatake, imbued with unquestionable trust. Hatake, your white fang is the sharpest blade for this mission. You will lead the decapitation squad and report directly to Elder Kazuhana. Assemble the elite and depart in 3 days. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi replied resolutely, accustomed to pointing towards the most perilous direction as Konoha's blade. Saratobi's gaze swept over Kakashi, laced with subtle consideration as he continued. As for the lower Nin squad you previously led, Ran, Run, and Shin is still in need of honing their skills. Furthermore, Shin has just recovered from his injuries and is not suited for high-intensity missions at this time. The squad is temporarily disbanded, and its members will remain in the village for rest and basic training, awaiting further instructions. This was both a measure of protection and a realistic consideration. A decapitation mission was not a place for Lower Nin. Upon hearing the word disband, even from behind the door, Ren's heart sank as she instinctively glanced at Run and Shin beside her. Ren's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Shin appeared somewhat dejected, but quickly regained his composure. In the conference room, the conversation shifted towards a weightier topic. Tsunade, who had remained silent, seemed to be triggered by a particular word. Abruptly turning her head, a flicker of faint flame ignited in her hollow gaze, rapidly transforming into a resolution tinged with sorrow and indignation. Wait. Tsunade's voice, though hoarse, resonated with unusual clarity, capturing everyone's attention. Rising to her feet, she leaned against the conference table, her body trembling slightly with agitation, her penetrating gaze fixed upon Saratobi Hiruzen. Old man, rope tree and this front line. I have witnessed far too much. Too many children who should not have perished, simply because there were no medical ninjas available in time. Just from a penetrating wound, a non-fatal poison, they could have survived. Her voice bore the weight of a heart-wrenching accusation. I propose that we immediately require each ninja squad to include a rigorously trained medical ninja. We cannot allow young lives to be lost due to a lack of timely medical assistance. This is a lesson written in blood. A heavy silence enveloped the conference room. Mito Kazuhana exchanged glances with Tsunade's aide, Shizune, both furrowing their brows. Akimichi Choji's expression turned grave. Saratobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, the swirling smoke heightening the weariness and gravity etched upon his features. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with resignation. Tsunade, I understand your feelings. The loss of Rope Tree is a tremendous blow to the village. However, your proposal is, at present, unrealistic. Unrealistic? Tsunade's voice rose sharply, infused with incredulous anger. Is watching children die realistic? Tsunade. Saratobi's tone took on a note of authority, but it was underscored by helplessness. During wartime, resources are severely limited. Training a qualified medical ninja requires time, energy, and substantial resources. The number of medical ninjas we currently possess is barely sufficient to support a few major medical points on the front lines, let alone cover every squad. Imposing such a requirement would only dilute our already limited medical resources, diminishing overall efficacy and potentially resulting in even greater casualties. In wartime, we must make the most efficient choices. He yearned for every squad to have a medical ninja, yet the cogs of the war machine were already grinding under the weight of blood and resources. Efficiency? Choice. Are we to gamble with young lives for that efficiency? Tsunade slammed her fist down on the table, producing a dull thud that made the ashtray tremble. Her eyes brimmed with tears, wavering on the edge of defiance. Her voice trembling with profound disappointment and fury. Old man, tell me, are Rope Tree's life and those children's lives not worth the chance for change? Tsunade, please calm down. Shizune interjected softly, attempting to soothe the situation. The Hokage's considerations stem from a broader perspective. Broader perspective? Huh. Tsunade's cold laugh was sharp, laced with sorrow and sarcasm, just as she felt isolated, as if the entire world were cloaked in a frigid reality. A gentle, yet resolute voice emerged. Hokage-sama, Advisor-sama. Rising from his diagonal seat, Kato Den stood, his handsome visage and sincere, clear eyes exuding a compelling calmness. I support Tsunade's proposal. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, including Tsunade's, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Kato Dan inclined slightly, continuing, indeed, the scarcity of resources is a reality. Yet, the importance of medical ninjas on the battlefield is irreplaceable. A timely healing technique can save not just a ninja's life, but also the combat strength of an entire squad, even determining the success or failure of a mission. The sacrifice of Rope Tree is heart-wrenching, and it serves as a grave reminder that change is imperative. Perhaps we cannot immediately assign a medical ninja to every squad, but we can prioritize their allocation to key assault and reconnaissance teams, while simultaneously expanding the training of medical ninjas as a long-term strategic investment. This is not impractical. It is essential for the future of Konoha. His words were coherent, acknowledging the harsh realities while also providing a feasible direction and emphasizing its long-term value. His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder, shattering the heavy silence in the conference room. Tsunade stared at him, at this man who, during her most isolated moment, on the verge of being overwhelmed by immense disappointment and grief, was the first, and indeed the only one, to stand up and clearly and powerfully support her. His eyes held no calculation, no pretense, only genuine understanding and affirmation. A torrent of indescribable warmth surged through her, mingling with feelings of grievance, gratitude, and an unusual flutter of emotion, sweeping away the cold dam within her heart for the first time. Tears of defiance finally fell from her eyes, but this time, they were no longer solely tears of despair. They were tinged with a glimmer of understanding. She looked at Kato Dan, her lips moved, but ultimately, she refrained from countering Sarutobi's words, instead slumping back into her chair. Yet that lake of her heart, nearly frozen due to Rope Tree's death, finally felt an authentic warmth from the outside world. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Kato Dan, then glanced at Tsunade, who appeared lost yet seemed to have grasped a lifeline, and let out a deep sigh, the smoke obscuring his complex expression. Very well, regardless of the circumstances. In the face of war, a single misstep can lead to irrevocable consequences. We shall deliberate on this matter later and prioritize addressing the crisis at the Sunagakure battlefield. Dismissed. The meeting concluded amidst a weightier and subtler atmosphere. Kakashi departed to prepare for the decapitation mission, while Mito Kazuhana and Shizune engaged in quiet conversation as they left. Akimichi Choji patted Kato Dan on the shoulder before departing as well. Kato Dan glanced back at Tsunade, still seated and staring blankly at the rain-drenched window. Words caught in his throat, ultimately turning away in silence. In the expansive Hokage office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade remained. The third Hokage gazed at his beloved disciple's desolate silhouette, filled with a sense of powerlessness and guilt, finally exhaling a long, deep sigh as he silently puffed on his pipe. Tsunade sat quietly for a long while, long enough for the sky outside to darken completely. Raindrops tapped against the glass, producing a monotonous and chilling sound. The imprint of her furious fist on the conference table seemed to serve as a silent mockery. The words of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kato resonated hauntingly in her mind, clashing together. Ultimately, all the anger, injustice, sorrow, and the endless longing for Shoju transformed into an intense impulse to escape. She abruptly stood up, the chair legs screeching against the floor. Without a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, she uttered not a single word. Like a chilling gust of wind, she dashed out of the Hokage building, rushing into the streets of Konoha, where the lights twinkled against the backdrop of a gentle rain. The icy droplets struck her face, mingling with silent tears cascading down. She craved a sanctuary, a place where she could temporarily forget this wretched war, this frigid reality, and this heart-wrenching pain. With a clear destination in mind, she sought the secret grilled fish tavern on the mountain, where potent liquor could scorch her throat and numb her senses. As she arrived at the familiar wooden lattice door of the Uzumaki residence, a warm current, infused with the aromas of tea, incense, and faint confections, enveloped her, instantly dispelling the last remnants of the damp chill brought from the front lines. This scent, like an invisible yet gentle hand, soothed her taut nerves. "Grandma Mito, I'm back." She nearly collided with the entrance, her shoes flying in disarray, resembling a small, fiery ball of energy as she lunged toward the figure waiting at the threshold with a smile. Uzumaki Mito caught this human projectile with ease, The girl carried the dust of her long journey and a lingering scent of gunpowder. Her fiery red hair tousled against Mito's elegant attire. Yet, Mito paid no mind, tightening her embrace, securing this long-absent treasure in her warm and steadfast arms. Her ample sleeves fell like the safest of wings, enveloping Lan completely. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." Mito's voice was deep and soothing, akin to a clear spring flowing in the quiet night, possessing a magical quality that comforted the heart, gently patting Lan's back. The gentle pressure conveyed unspoken affirmation and reassurance through the thin fabric. Lan hungrily absorbed this warmth, as if she intended to rekindle every corner of the battlefield that had been invaded by fear and coldness. Nestled in Mito's embrace, she emitted a muffled sound, her voice thick with emotion. After a while, Lan lifted her head, forcing a smile that was perhaps overly radiant, attempting to dispel the heaviness she had brought back. "Grandma, let me tell you, the front lines were so interesting." She tugged at Mito's hand, pulling her into the warm tea room, her chatter regaining its liveliness. "You won't believe it. That arrogant Uchiha, guess what? He fell right into a huge mud pit without seeing it." As she animatedly recounted the tale of Ren's tumble and Shin's comical face after tasting her food pills, her tone exaggerated and her eyes sparkling. It felt as though she were narrating an amusing adventure. The harrowing ambushes, the chilling rain, Shin's muffled groans from his injuries, the terrifying strength surging within her, and Shoju's eternally youthful visage. All the dark and heavy images were forcefully buried beneath this bright and cheerful veneer. Uzumaki Mito sat quietly beside the low table, cradling a cup of warm tea. Her face was perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, her gaze as soft as the gentlest moonlight, quietly enveloping Lan. She watched as the girl endeavored to portray a carefree spirit, narrating carefully curated anecdotes devoid of pain and peril. The effort was so intense that even the signature tuft of hair atop her head appeared slightly tense. As Lan's voice gradually slowed, she picked up the other cup of tea that Mito had pushed toward her, attempting to warm her fingers, which had grown somewhat cold. The tea room fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the soft rustling of the wind passing through the courtyard. At that moment, Mito set down her teacup, the bottom making a faint yet remarkably clear sound upon the low table. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes seemingly capable of perceiving everything, penetrating the facade of joy Lan diligently maintained, reaching the trembling depths of her soul. "Little Lan," Mito's voice remained soft, yet carried an undeniable penetrating force. "Your chakra is still trembling." This statement acted as a precise key, effortlessly prying open the fortress of defenses Lan had meticulously constructed. Lan's smile instantly froze, akin to a mask forcibly adhered, revealing fine cracks. Her fingers tightened around the teacup, turning pale from the pressure. Words of defense lodged in her throat, transforming into a faint sob. She lowered her head, attempting to conceal the sudden warmth welling in her eyes, but her shoulders involuntarily trembled. The thin veneer of strength, named resilience, crumbled under Mito's gentle gaze. In the next moment, warmth enveloped her once more. Uzumaki Mito opened her arms, drawing the slightly trembling girl back into her embrace. This hug was even more forceful than before, imbued with a rock-solid determination and an all-encompassing gentleness. Mito's hand softly patted Lan's delicate back. "It's all right, Lan. It's all over," Mito whispered, her voice a calming balm, resonating with a power that could soothe tumultuous waves. "Fear and sorrow are both all right. Grandma is here. Always here." Unable to hold back any longer, Lan finally succumbed, her hot tears bursting forth and soaking Mito's shoulder. Like a little creature that had finally found its harbor, she shed all pretense and strength, burying her face in the comforting warmth, allowing herself to cry freely. All the emotions suppressed on the battlefield, aggrieved, terrified. The impact of witnessing death, the anxiety over her uncontrollable power, and the unspoken sorrow for Shoju, found their release through her tears. She clutched Mito's garment tightly, as if it were her only lifeline. "I want to be okay. I want Grandma to be okay every day." She sobbed intermittently, her words splintered by tears. "Grandma knows. Grandma misses you too, little Lan." Mito's voice carried a barely perceptible nasal quality, her arms tightening around Lan. With every pigeon that flew away, she hoped it would swiftly return with news of Lan's safety. "Seeing you stand here well, my heart can finally rest." In the tea room, only Lan's muffled cries and Mito's gentle reassurances remained. Time flowed quietly in this unreserved embrace and heartfelt exchange. Outside, dusk descended, painting the courtyard in deep blue hues, while the indoor lights grew ever warmer and brighter. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lan's sobs gradually subsided, leaving only occasional gasps. Mito then gently released her, using the warmth of her fingertips to carefully wipe away the remnants of tears from the girl's face, her movements tender as though handling a precious treasure. Crying it out is good, Mito observed, gazing at Lan's swollen eyes with a mix of compassion and understanding. Our Lan has so much in her heart. Lan sniffled, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, her cheeks still flushed from crying. Mito rose and walked to an ancient cabinet on one side of the room, opening an intricately carved wooden box. She retrieved a small, heavy parcel wrapped carefully in deep blue fabric and returned, placing it gently on the low table before Lan. This, you must keep safe. Mito's voice regained its usual warmth, carrying an undeniable undertone. Lan, perplexed, unwrapped the cloth bag, revealing a thick stack of pristine banknotes. The sheer amount made her eyes widen in astonishment, even startling the remnants of tears from her eyes. Grandma, this is far too much. Not too much, Mito replied, settling back into her seat, lifting her teacup with a calm demeanor. Lan has grown up, with her own thoughts and friends. She can decide what she wants to buy or do. Money, merely pieces of paper, becomes significant when used to protect what is truly important to you. She paused, her gaze resting on Lan's face, hinting at various intentions, whether it be gifts for others or personal plans. Holding the heavy stack of bills, Lan could feel the unique resilience and coolness of the paper beneath her fingertips. This unreserved trust and immense freedom weighed heavily yet warmly upon her heart. By the way, Mito took a sip of tea, setting the cup down with a hint of an imperceptible sigh. Grandma is aware of the situation with that child, Shosuk. Lan's heart sank sharply, the emotions she had just managed to stabilize resurfacing with a painful ripple. She nodded, recalling the reckless yet passionate boy. His proud declaration of being a ninja, Shosuk, the thousand-handed ninja. Her throat tightened once more. What a pity, Mito remarked, her gaze drifting toward the somber night outside, imbued with compassion born of experience. His sister, Tsunade, is enduring a particularly arduous time. She appears strong, yet her heart might be shattered beyond repair. Lan recalled the image of Tsunade cradling her brother's cold body amidst the torrential rain, her heart wrenching at the memory of Tsunade's soul seemingly drained, leaving her a mere shell of her former self. We, Lan, are cheerful children, Mito said, returning her gaze to Lan, her eyes soft and encouraging. If given the chance, spend more time with her, engage in conversation. She may seem fierce, but her heart is softer than anyone's, and she fears loss more than anyone. Mito reached out, gently tapping Lan's forehead. What you need now is perhaps a bit of vitality, a spark of foolishness that reminds one of the joy of living, like you, Lan. Lan nodded, somewhat understanding, carefully stowing away Mito's words and the bundle of money into her ninja tool pouch, keeping only a few larger bills for herself while sealing the rest in a scroll. Mito continued to offer numerous reminders, from eating on time to ensuring she was warm at night, covering every detail. It was only when the night deepened that Lan left the warmth of the tea room, urged by Mito to rest early. However, lying on her familiar bed, the lingering coldness of the battlefield, Shosuk's final smiling visage, Tsunade's shattered cries, and the dormant, unpredictable balm within her, known as the stinking mud, surged forth in a tumult of emotions and images, swirling endlessly in her mind. Sleep eluded her like a cunning fish, impossible to catch. After tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity, Lan finally resigned and quietly slipped out of Mito's residence. The streets of Konoha lay empty and silent under the veil of night, save for the occasional sound of patrolling ninjas echoing in the distance before vanishing around the corner. The cold moonlight cast a silvery hue upon the stone path, elongating the silhouette of the solitary girl. She wandered aimlessly, the night breeze brushing against her face, offering a chill that could not disperse the turmoil within her heart. Unbeknownst to her, her steps halted before an izakaya adorned with warm yellow lanterns. The door flap swayed gently in the night wind, and muted voices along with the scent of sake wafted from within. Just as she hesitated to enter for a warm drink, a swaying figure pushed open the door and staggered outside. It was Tsunade. Her golden hair hung disheveled, and the usually confident sparkle in her eyes was now veiled under a heavy shroud of gloom. The strong scent of alcohol enveloped her, and she clutched a nearly empty bottle, her steps unsteady as if a gust of wind might topple her. In the moonlight, her complexion appeared alarmingly pale, with only the edges of her eyes tinged with an unnatural red, as if she had been hollowed out by immense sorrow and despair, leaving behind only an instinct-driven shell. Lan's heart tightened painfully. Mito's words echoed in her ears. She may seem fierce, but her heart is softer than anyone's, and she fears loss more than anyone. Observing Tsunade swaying on the verge of collapse, Lan took a deep breath, as if resolving to take action. She stepped forward swiftly, steadying Tsunade's arm as the latter nearly stumbled into a nearby stack of wooden barrels. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade seemed to respond with a slight delay, her bleary eyes struggling to focus in the moonlight before recognizing the red-haired girl before her. Is that you, Lan from Grandma Mito's? Yes, it's me, Lan nodded, striving to infuse her voice with a light-hearted tone. Are you all right? It's quite late to be alone. All right. Huh. Tsunade forced a grim smile, one more painful than tears, laced with self-mockery. I'm doing just splendidly. She shrugged off Lan's supportive grasp, yet her body swayed again, prompting Lan to steady her once more. Shall we go inside for another drink? Tsunade mumbled, her gaze unfocused, resembling a soliloquy, or perhaps an invitation to Lan. Absolutely. Lan replied instantly, her voice bright and deliberately energetic. Supporting Tsunade, she carefully lifted the warm curtain and stepped back into the izakaya, where the aroma of alcohol and food enveloped them. The late-night izakaya was sparsely populated, lending it an air of desolation. Lan guided Tsunade to a quiet corner booth. The owner, evidently familiar with Tsunade, silently delivered warm sake and a small plate of salted edamame, his eyes betraying a hint of sympathy before retreating. Tsunade practically collapsed onto the soft cushions of the booth, leaning against the wall as she took a large gulp of sake. The fiery liquid coursed down her throat, prompting a violent cough, tears of irritation springing to her eyes. Wiping her face with her sleeve, she stared vacantly at the warm yellow lantern overhead. Across from her, Lan observed the once vibrant and audacious Sannin, now resembling a mountain on the verge of collapse, eroded by the flood of loss. Memories of Shosuke's cheerful laughter flooded her mind, alongside his promise to protect his sister. Tugging at her heartstrings, Lady Tsunade, Lan summoned her courage, breaking the stifling silence. Was the Jonin meeting today not very successful? She cautiously probed, recalling the oppressive atmosphere she had sensed outside the Hokage's building earlier that day. Tsunade's fingers tightened around her cup, turning her knuckles white. She lifted her gaze, her drunken eyes momentarily sharp before being engulfed by deeper anguish and fury. Successful? Huh, she scoffed, her voice rising with the weight of alcohol and emotion, dripping with sharp sarcasm. Those old fools only talk about insufficient wartime resources, difficult to implement. Maintain the status quo. What do they understand? How many young ninjas have bled out, simply because they couldn't receive timely medical treatment, dying in the cold mud, dying in their comrades' arms? Her voice crescendoed, filled with suppressed rage, drawing sideways glances from a few patrons nearby. Shosuke, Tsunade's throat constricted, the name burning her lips, causing them to tremble. He's just a genin. If only there had been someone nearby who understood first aid. She could not finish, abruptly tilting her head back and downing the remaining contents of her cup, as though seeking to numb the searing pain in her heart with that burn. Tears, crystalline and uncontrollable, streamed down her pale cheeks, pooling on the dark table and staining it with a small patch of deep moisture. Those tears felt like a scalding iron, searing Lan's heart. Witnessing Tsunade's collapse under the weight of alcohol and grief, Lan felt a suffocating pressure in her chest. The silhouette of Rope Tree, the anguished cries of gravely wounded comrades on the battlefield, and the pained expression of Shino as he succumbed to the corrosive miasma flashed vividly before her eyes. A powerful thought ignited within her like a torch, suddenly illuminating the dark, instantly brightening her mind. She sprang to her feet, her palms striking the table with a sharp clap, her body leaning forward as her piercing gaze locked onto Tsunade's tear-filled eyes. Please, teach me, Lady Tsunade. The girl's clear and resolute voice rang out distinctly amidst the slightly noisy tavern, infused with a boldness akin to a desperate gamble. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by the sudden noise and declaration, the haze of intoxication seeming to dissipate in an instant. She raised her tear-streaked face, staring in bewilderment at the striking red-haired girl before her, whose eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Teach you? Teach you what? Medical ninjutsu. Lan's voice was unwavering, devoid of hesitation. You are absolutely correct. The battlefield needs medical ninjas. We require more hands capable of saving lives. I wish to learn. I intend to be the one who can snatch a comrade back from the clutches of death at a critical moment. Her tone was imbued with an almost naive fervor and urgency, as if mastering this skill could prevent tragedies like rope trees from recurring. The tavern fell silent for a moment, a few patrons casting astonished glances their way. Tsunade stared dumbfoundedly at Lan. The girl's fiery red hair flickered like a dancing flame under the warm yellow light. Her wide eyes, filled with excitement, held no malice or ulterior motive, only a pure, almost reckless desire to make a difference. That brilliance reminded Tsunade of Rope Tree, who had once declared his aspiration to become Hokage to protect everyone. Impulsive, innocent, yet radiating a heat that could burn the heart. A whirlwind of complex emotions seized Tsunade, an ache of being touched, a sting from recognizing that familiar spark, and a long-lost flicker ignited by a pure belief. The silence stretched painfully long in the air, thick with the scent of alcohol. Suddenly, Tsunade raised her hand and slammed it down onto the table. The force was enough to make the bottles and dishes rattle, producing a crisp sound. "All right," she proclaimed loudly, infused with a spirit of reckless abandon, perhaps augmented by the alcohol that magnified her ignited emotions. She lifted her tear-streaked face, fixing her gaze on Lan. Her eyes, though tinged with intoxication, sparked with a flicker of determination. "I will teach you. Tomorrow, at dawn, the training ground. Be there on time, or I'll hang you up on a post to dry for a day." She pointed fiercely at Lan, her tone fierce as if issuing a battlefield command. "Dare to be even a second late, and you will face the consequences." Lan was momentarily stunned by this unexpected stroke of fortune, quickly overwhelmed by immense joy. "Yes, Lady Tsunade, I will definitely be on time," she responded enthusiastically, her posture straightening and a blush of excitement blooming on her cheeks. And Tsunade continued, grabbing the bottle to pour herself another drink, taking a hearty swig and wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "Make sure to clarify things with that Shobu. From now on, your time belongs to me. Tell him not to interfere." She waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "All right, get out of here. Don't be an eyesore." "Yes," Lan replied brightly, feeling as if she could float with joy. She bowed deeply to Tsunade, her steps light and eager as she dashed out of the tavern, her jubilant figure quickly merging into the night beyond the door. The warm curtains fell, blocking out the cold wind. The tavern resumed its previous clamor, yet in a corner booth, Tsunade sat alone. She gazed at the empty cup before her, then glanced at the spot where Lan had just occupied, her expression complex. After a long pause, she picked up the bottle, but instead of pouring another drink, her fingers absent-mindedly traced the cool surface of the glass. The faint light ignited by Lan's naive enthusiasm flickered amid the tide of alcohol and sorrow, yet it ultimately refused to extinguish completely. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Lan felt like a bird that had finally set down a heavy burden. Her steps light as she traversed the tranquil streets of Konoha. The moonlight was crisp and cold, stretching her shadow into varying lengths. The warmth of Granny Mito's care and the unexpected promise from Lady Tsunade to take her as a pupil temporarily dispelled the gloom she had brought back from the battlefield, swelling her heart with anticipation for the morrow. She even began to hum a tuneless melody, a folk song from the land of waves that Kushina had once taught her. Just as she turned into a secluded path lined with towering cherry blossom trees not far from home, a sudden gust of night wind swept through, causing the shadows of the trees to sway and rustle. The moonlight above was fragmented by the dense foliage, casting a mottled pattern of dark shadows on the ground. Lan's steps instinctively faltered. The terrifying memories of that unexpected ambush in the nameless alley of the village, the cold darkness, the stench of the cloth pressed to her face, the suffocating sensation of being dragged into a cart, rose like a coiled serpent, poised to strike at the slightest motion. A chill shot up her spine, her scalp prickling with fear. Almost simultaneously, a sharp sound cleaved through the night's silence. A flash of cold steel, like a falling ice star, zipped past Lan with an imperceptible speed, imbued with a chilling intent as it embedded itself with brutal precision into a nearby quivering tree. Thud! The kunai sank deep into the trunk, the handle trembling violently, emitting a low hum. "Who?" A voice, cold and taut like a tempered blade, echoed behind Lan, laden with a palpable murderous intent. Lan's heart seized as if gripped by an icy hand. coming to a sudden halt. She spun around, her pupils constricting in sheer terror. Moonlight outlined a tall, familiar figure standing between her and the looming shadow. Black hair, a sharply defined jawline, and those eyes suddenly glowing like blood in the night. Sharingan. The three tomo spun slowly within those crimson irises, exuding a strange and chilling light, fixating on the area where the kunai had lodged. It was Uchiha Ran. He had appeared there unbeknownst to her, like a leopard merging with the night, his body slightly leaning forward, poised to strike at any moment. His right hand still held the kunai, while his left gripped a glinting short blade, his muscles taut, emanating an unsettling aura of danger. Another Cloud Ninja's rabble? Rant's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with unmasked ferocity and a palpable urgency. Do they dare to attempt another kidnapping in my presence? The mention of the Cloud Village felt like a red-hot brand searing Lan's nerves. The chilling memories of being captured, the cold, darkness, and desperate struggles overwhelmed her senses like a tidal wave. Lan let out a sharp, startled cry, her mind blanking as her instincts took over, like a frightened deer. She completely forgot about her pride and the arrogant Uchiha, disregarding all modesty and distance, and lunged towards the crimson light that represented her only source of safety. Her movement was swift, creating a gust of wind as she nearly collided into Rant's embrace. She wrapped her arms tightly around his lean waist, burying her face in his chest, which carried the coolness of the night dew and a faint scent of soap. Her body trembled uncontrollably from overwhelming fear and relief, her grip on his shirt tightening to the point of whiteness. Ran. Her voice emerged muffled and shaky, thick with tears and quivering, fragmented into incoherence. Rant's body stiffened momentarily as Lan collided into him. He maintained a defensive stance, his crimson Sharingan vigilantly scanning the shadowy area ahead, pinned down by shuriken, as well as every potential corner hiding danger. However, seconds slipped by. The night breeze continued to rustle the leaves, and the shadow of the trees merely swayed with the wind. Apart from that, there was an eerie silence. No presence of enemies, no signs of movement. Lowering his head, he observed the trembling red-haired head nestled tightly against him, resembling a frightened rabbit. A rare, involuntary smile crept onto his lips, forming a small arc that gradually widened, culminating in a muffled chuckle, rich with sardonic undertones. That laughter shattered the night's stillness like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Lan's body stiffened abruptly. The head buried against Lien's chest slowly lifted, revealing tear-streaked cheeks and lingering traces of fear, her moist eyes gazing vacantly at him. Lien was looking down at her. His usually stern face, etched with "stay away" and "I am displeased," now bore a blatant, mischievous smile. His lips curled back, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, his eyes sparkling with unabashed mockery. "What are you laughing at?" Lan's voice was still tinged with sobs, her mind struggling to comprehend. "I'm laughing at you." Lien raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with playful teasing and delight, tinged with a hint of youthful mischief after a successful prank. "The way you were scared is just too amusing." He elongated the last word, watching as Lan's eyes widened in disbelief, finding it utterly hilarious. Buzz. Lan's mind felt as if it had been struck hard by his words, momentarily shutting down, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming wave of embarrassment and anger that burned her cheeks red. "You tricked me," she suddenly reacted, trying to break free from Lien's embrace as if jolted by electricity. All remnants of fear and anxiety were consumed by a raging fury at being toyed with. However, the arm around her waist subtly tightened as she attempted to retreat, preventing her immediate escape. The grip was not harsh, yet it bore an undeniable sense of confinement. "Who told you to wander around here alone at this hour?" Lien leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Lan's forehead. The wicked smile on his face softened slightly, his deep black eyes appearing particularly profound in the night, his tone imbued with an unexpected awkwardness and lingering fear. "Do you know?" His voice lowered, scanning the surrounding tree shadows swaying in the moonlight. "I almost thought those persistent cloud-hidden bastards were back, taking advantage of my inattention." He did not finish his sentence. Yet the remnants of fear and attention akin to a near miss were clearly conveyed to Lan. Lan's struggles ceased. She gazed at Lien's face, so close that she could see the worry that he failed to completely mask in his eyes. And the unfinished sentence that hinted at his alarm struck a peculiar warm chord in her heart, mingling with the remnants of her embarrassment, momentarily stunning her into silence. Just then, Lien seemed to remember something. releasing his grip around her waist. Yet, his other hand delved into his ninja pouch, pulling out a small package carefully wrapped in oil paper, which he somewhat brusquely stuffed into Lan's embrace. "Here, take it." He turned his face away, his gaze drifting towards a nearby tree trunk, his tone regaining its habitual impatience. "I bought too many dango. The sweet stuff is terrible. It's a waste to throw it away. Consider it a gift." The oil paper package retained a trace of youthful warmth. Through the thin layer, she could feel the soft, sticky shape of the dumplings inside. The familiar, sweet aroma belonging to the dango house wafted faintly. Looking at the unexpected dumplings in her arms, then at Lien's awkward expression of "I didn't buy it just for you. I simply had leftovers to spare." And recalling her earlier fright that had led to her instinctively seeking his embrace, a wave of immense, mixed emotions, extreme shame, embarrassment, and anger at being toyed with, overwhelmed Lan. From her cheeks, ears, and neck, heat surged to her hair roots. Even the stubborn tuft atop her head seemed to rise in indignation. She felt as though she had been tossed into a scalding steamer, her head buzzing as if it might emit actual steam. "Uchiha Lien, you big liar. Nuisance." Lan expended all her strength, emitting a furious shriek capable of startling every bird in the nearby trees. Like a cat with its tail stepped on, she forcefully shoved the dumpling package back into his hands, then stomped down hard on his foot, though he appeared to be prepared, merely letting out a vague grunt. And finally, covering her nearly flaming cheeks, she dashed away toward the Mito residence at breakneck speed. "Just you wait." The echoes of the girl's indignant tone lingered in the quiet night sky, accompanied by the sound of her hurried footsteps, swiftly vanishing at the end of the street. Left behind was only Uchiha Lien. He glanced down at his shoe, which had been stomped on by Lan, but felt no pain, and then weighed the dango that had been disdainfully returned to him. The oil paper package was pleasantly warm. Lien lifted his gaze towards the direction where Lan had disappeared. The mischievous expression that had adorned his face vanished without a trace. The moonlight fell upon his sharply defined profile, casting a clear silhouette. After a moment of silence, a faint, fleeting smile, as genuine as the first thaw of spring, silently blossomed at the corners of his lips. That smile was ephemeral, vanishing almost instantly, swift as if it were merely an illusion cast by the moonlight. He withdrew his gaze, casually stowing the dumpling package back into his ninja pouch. And with a flicker of his figure, he seamlessly merged into the deeper shadows of the night, departing silently towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Chapter 37. Silhouette under the setting sun. The morning in Konoha bore an almost stagnant chill. The mist had yet to disperse, clinging damply to the cobblestone streets, reflecting the fleeting figures of a few hurried passers-by, their footsteps nearly silent. The air was thick with a stifling weight, akin to a heavy cloth saturated with moisture, pressing down on the chest and siphoning away all vibrant energy. This was the unique stillness before the storm of war, where even the wind seemed to tread carefully. Vortex Lan strode briskly through the desolate streets, her destination clear, the home of Kiba Shikamaru. Having returned from Lady Tsunade's the previous night, her mind was filled with vague concepts about learning medical ninjutsu and an overwhelming sense of responsibility, hardly managing to catch a wink of sleep. Even the stinky mud inside her felt her exhaustion, lying unusually quiet, leaving only a hollow sense of weakness deep within her chakra. What weighed most heavily on her mind was Shikamaru's brief, yet significant pause when he departed for the Jonin meeting. She needed to clarify everything. Shikamaru's home mirrored his personality, stark and nearly austere. The gate stood ajar, and as Lan gently pushed it open, she immediately spotted that familiar figure seated on the porch. The early morning sun, cool and gentle, slanted across his silver hair, casting a sharp sheen. He slightly lowered his head, wholly engrossed in maintaining the renowned white-toothed short blade of the ninja realm. The blade, as thin as a willow leaf, was carefully polished with a finely textured whetstone, his movements steady and precise, each stroke producing a faint, grating sound that was almost painful to the ears. The cold gleam of the blade reflected off his lowered lashes, his concentrated demeanor resembling that of a sacred ritual. Lan paused in the courtyard, refraining from interrupting immediately. Shikamaru appeared to have sensed her presence long before, his hands continuing their meticulous work without a hint of pause, merely lifting his head slightly to speak. His voice calm as a serene pond. "You're here, Captain." Lan approached the corridor, bowing respectfully, her gaze irresistibly drawn to the short knife exuding a deadly aura. The cold gleam of the blade sent a shiver through her neck. Finally, Shuo Mao ceased his polishing, picking up a clean, soft cloth to meticulously wipe the blade. His movements were gentle, almost tender, creating a bizarre contrast to the knife's notorious reputation for having tasted countless blood. "Speak, what is it?" He lifted his gaze, scanning Lan's slightly pallid face with a knowing understanding. Drawing a deep breath, Lan endeavored to steady her voice. "I formally became Tsunade-sama's apprentice yesterday to learn medical ninjutsu. For the foreseeable future, I will likely be unable to accompany the team. I wanted to inform you and inquire about the subsequent arrangements." She paused, tentatively adding, "Last night. It seemed you had more to say." Shuo Mao sheathed the now spotless short knife with a soft click, the sound resonating sharply in the quiet courtyard. "Yes," he replied, his tone devoid of fluctuation, as if stating the most mundane of matters. "The situation at the front is tense, and personnel are being reassigned. Unfortunately, time has been too short to formally notify each of you." He paused, his gaze returning to Lan's face, his eyes deep and infused with a sense of inevitability. "As for me, I will soon depart for the Sand Village battlefield." Sand Village. The words struck Lan like cold stones, sending ripples of chilling apprehension through her heart. The battlefield, notorious for its puppetry and poison, was as brutal as that of the Land of Rain. Would Shuo Mao's freshly polished white fang knife soon taste blood amidst the yellow sands and poisonous mists? Lan opened her mouth, her throat dry, wanting to ask if it was dangerous, wanting to inquire when he would return, but ultimately, all her words lodged in her throat. In the presence of Shuo Mao, in the face of war, such questions felt unbearably trivial, even naive. She merely whispered the name of the Sand Village, her eyes betraying her undeniable worry. "It's just a mission." Shuo Mao's response was brief yet firm, carrying an undeniable conviction, as though he were merely stepping out to a neighboring village. He rose to his feet, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the morning light, enveloping Lan entirely. "Now that you are with Tsunade-sama, you must dedicate yourself to learning. Medical ninjutsu can save many lives on the battlefield, including your own." His gaze lingered on her left arm, which bore the remnants of a previous injury inflicted by a Rain Ninja's chain. "Take care of yourself, Lan. Do not cause those who care for you to worry." His final words struck Lan like a pebble thrown into still waters, creating a ripple of bittersweet emotion within her. She nodded vigorously. "Yes, Captain. Please take care as well." Shuo Mao did not say anything further, merely nodding slightly. Lan understood that their conversation had reached its conclusion. She bowed once more before turning to leave. As she stepped out of the courtyard, she couldn't help but glance back. Shuo Mao stood still beneath the corridor, his silhouette as upright as a pine tree, his gaze seemingly piercing through the walls of Konoha toward the distant battlefield shrouded in wind and sand. The morning breeze tousled his silver hair, imparting an air of solitude. Lan averted her gaze, quickening her pace to suppress the heavy worry weighing on her heart. She had a new battlefield to reach, the training grounds. At training ground number 3 in Konoha, Lan had previously shed countless beads of sweat and left behind numerous bruises and marks of failure. Now, the expansive area lay desolate, with only her presence. Time trickled by. The sun ascended from the treetops to directly overhead, then began its gradual descent, its scorching rays unrelentingly pouring down, heating the earth beneath her feet. Leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, Lan idly kicked at small stones scattered on the ground. 2 small stones rolled away, only to be deftly pulled back by her chakra threads, then kicked out again in a repetitive cycle. The sluggish creature within her seemed to sense her boredom and agitation, stirring slightly in the depths of her chakra, bringing a faint, hunger-like restlessness. Lan furrowed her brow, forcefully suppressing the unease. She retrieved an orange-flavored hard candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth, the familiar sweet and sour taste spreading across her tongue, offering a fleeting comfort. "Does Tsunade-sama even remember she is supposed to teach me today?" she murmured, the candy bulging in her cheek. The sun had begun to lean westward, casting an elongated shadow of her solitary figure. Just as she was on the verge of dozing against the tree, hurried, somewhat chaotic footsteps approached from afar. She abruptly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Tsunade's figure appeared at the edge of the training ground. She seemed to have come in haste, her brilliant golden hair tousled by the wind, a few strands clinging to her damp forehead. Her complexion appeared less than ideal, with dark shadows beneath her eyelids. Her gaze somewhat unfocused, exuding an air of fatigue and lingering irritation as if she were recovering from a hangover. Upon spotting Lon leaning against the tree, her steps faltered momentarily, a trace of barely perceptible embarrassment crossing her features. Lon immediately stood upright, her face breaking into an exceedingly bright smile, dazzling to the point of being almost blinding as she jogged towards her. Intentionally softening her voice, she adopted a syrupy, almost exaggeratedly obedient tone, elongating her words as she called out, "Master, you've finally arrived." Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm and peculiar address, her brows instinctively knitting together. "You." Without waiting for Tsunade to finish, Lon blinked her large eyes, quickly interjecting with sincerity laced with just the right amount of feigned grievance and tolerance. "It's all right, Master. Truly it is. I know you are busy and have so many important matters to attend to. Just the fact that you could remember me, your newly appointed, somewhat inept disciple, makes me incredibly happy." As she spoke, she slightly lowered her head, her fingers twisting her garment's hem, resembling a submissive little wife. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of mischief sparkled in her ruby-like eyes. The expression on Tsunade's face froze instantly, as if she had been choked by something. She gazed at the red-haired girl before her, her exaggeratedly understanding demeanor and the sickly sweet tone, which was more intoxicating than the strongest sake. A rush of heat surged to her cheeks, and her ears reddened visibly. Having lived for over 2 decades, commanding the battlefield and losing at every gamble, she had never been rendered speechless in such a soft, delicate manner. This sensation was more uncomfortable than being ensnared by Orochimaru's snakes. "You little brat," Tsunade snapped, her voice rising an octave, instinctively raising her fist as if to strike. "Who do you think you are? Stop with the sarcasm." Lon immediately exaggeratedly shrank her neck, covering her head with her hands, but her lips couldn't help but curl into a triumphant smile. This was precisely the effect she desired. For a moment, she could temporarily dilute the heavy emotions surrounding her brother, the battlefield, and the suffocating meetings with this irritating embarrassment and awkwardness. Tsunade gazed at Lon, whose expression conveyed a mix of fear and a reluctant understanding that she could not bear to strike her. A lump of frustration lodged in her chest, neither rising nor falling. Ultimately, she could only resentfully unclench her fist, taking several deep breaths to suppress the humiliation of being toyed with, and made an effort to adopt a stern demeanor, attempting to reclaim her authority as a master. "Enough chatter. Stand straight. Medical ninjutsu cannot be mastered through mere verbal flamboyance." Her voice retained a trace of hoarseness and anger, yet her gaze sharpened, focusing intently on Lon. "Yes, Master." Lon immediately wiped the playful smile from her face, straightening her posture and adopting a serious expression. The goal had been achieved. It was time to attend to business. Tsunade stepped into the center of the training ground, where a relatively flat patch of land lay, signaling Lon to stand opposite her. She did not immediately delve into complex theories, but instead extended her right hand. A soft green glow, vibrant with life, ignited in her palm, gentle and steady, reminiscent of new buds sprouting in early spring. "Watch closely, kid." Tsunade's voice deepened, carrying an undeniable authority. "The essence of medical ninjutsu lies in activation. Use your chakra to sense, to comprehend, to awaken the very energy of life itself. It demands utmost focus, unparalleled control over your chakra, and a genuine desire to heal." Her gaze burned into Lan's, commanding, "Reign in that chaotic chakra of yours. Envision it as a gentle stream of water, no, as a lively spring. Allow it to flow, to come alive. It must not be the stagnant water you use for sealing and isolation." "Activation, gentle flowing water," Lon murmured, her eyes fixed intently on the pulsating green light in Tsunade's palm. This sensation contrasted starkly with the tranquil waters she encountered while employing sealing techniques, which transformed chakra into absolute order, freezing and locking it away. Sealing techniques felt like ice, cold, stable, isolating, while healing chakra was fluid, warm, and invigorating like the waters of spring. Slowly, she raised her right hand, closed her eyes, and endeavored to dispel distractions, immersing her spirit within. Mobilizing chakra was not unfamiliar to her, but altering its nature? Cautiously, she attempted to emulate the warmth and vitality described by Tsunade. Initially, her chakra retained its characteristic calmness and order, resembling the still waters of an ancient well. Undisturbed and deep, she envisioned sunlight, imagined tender sprouts breaking through the soil, and pictured water flowing gently, attempting to infuse her tranquil chakra with a breath of life. Too rigid. Fool. Tsunade reprimanded mercilessly. What you possess is not water, it's a stone. Let it flow. Feel the blood coursing beneath your fingertips. Imitate it. Beads of sweat formed on Lan's forehead, her brows furrowed tightly. She attempted to relax her mind, refraining from commanding her chakra to change forcefully. Instead, focusing on the subtle pulse at her fingertips, attuning to the rhythm of life itself. Gradually, the faint chakra light she gathered in her palm began to shift. The frozen stillness yielding slightly, its glow brightening imperceptibly. Though still weak, it undeniably bore a hint of vitality, no longer stagnant. Humph, at last, there's a semblance of progress. Tsunade grunted, begrudgingly acknowledging the small improvement. She retracted her chakra and retrieved 2 items from her ninja tool pouch. A thick, roughly edged piece of ordinary cotton cloth and a slender sewing needle. Next, she tossed the cloth and needle to Lan. Lan fumbled to catch them, staring at the needle and fabric in her hands, bewildered. Master, what's this? Practice. Tsunade stated succinctly. Use your chakra to envelop the needle and thread with the same precision as you would your own fingers. The goal is to mend the torn fabric with your chakra. I'm not asking you to literally sew, you fool. Use your chakra as if it were an invisible surgical thread and adhesive to connect and repair the torn fibers. Infuse the activated chakra into it, allowing the broken area to regrow and reconnect. This is the fundamental principle of the healing technique. If you cannot achieve a perfect stitch, at least ensure that the tear is sealed. Lan gazed at the noticeable tear in the fabric, then at the slender needle in her hand, and finally at the meager trace of activated chakra she had just conjured, feeling overwhelmed. The challenge felt akin to demanding she leap from walking to running a marathon. What are you staring at? Begin. Tsunade crossed her arms, adopting a stern, supervisory demeanor. Lan sighed in resignation, focusing her mind. She carefully separated 2 fine strands of chakra, one wrapping around the sewing needle while the other reached toward the edge of the fabric's tear. The chakra encircling the needle was manageable, as it had a tangible object to anchor it. However, the strand stretching toward the fabric's fibers felt as fragile as a spider's silk in the wind, nearly invisible, let alone precise enough to adhere to the torn area. A soft ripping sound echoed. It was not the fabric that tore, but Lan, in her nervousness, had lost control. The chakra strand around the needle had inadvertently pulled too hard, creating a new, smaller tear in the intact fabric beside the original one. A vein visibly throbbed on Tsunade's forehead. Control. Control. Are you tearing the cloth or mending it? Lan's face flushed crimson, and she quickly composed herself. Taking a deep breath, she tried again. This time, she slowed her pace, pouring all her concentration into the 2 delicate strands of chakra. The chakra around the needle sought stability, while the one reaching toward the tear was as gentle as a feather brushing against it. She recalled the rhythm of the green light in Tsunade's palm, attempting to impart a hint of vitality to the probing chakra. Time passed slowly. The sun climbed higher, and the training ground fell silent, save for Lan's slightly labored breaths. Sweat trickled down her temples, dripping onto the dry earth and instantly darkening a small patch. She remained fully focused, her gaze fixed on the fabric's tear and the needle enveloped in chakra, as if engaged in a silent, intricate battle. Failure. Ripping. Chakra dissipating. Regathering. Trying again. Her fingertips trembled slightly as the delicate chakra strands clumsily explored and entangled with the rough fabric fibers. Tsunade stood nearby, arms crossed, her gaze sharp as a blade. Each time the chakra strand faltered, tearing the cotton threads at the edge of the tear or extinguishing the feeble glow of vitality. Harsh reprimands fell upon her like a torrent, too blunt. Do you think you're a blacksmith forging iron? Chakra is water, is wind. It must penetrate. Activate. Is that flicker of green light a starving firefly? Illuminate. Infuse it. Another failure. Clumsy. Perceive the fibers. Use your chakra to see, to touch, not with your eyes. Sweat trickled down Lan's forehead, pooling at her chin before dripping onto the scorching ground, evaporating into a barely visible wisp of steam. Each failure felt like a heavy blow to her heart, yet after each rebuke, she bit down on the inside of her lip, tasting a hint of iron, and then focused even more intently on mobilizing the tranquil power within her, forcing it to ignite a flicker of vitality against the backdrop of still waters. Time slipped away, and when Lan once again carefully probed the chakra strand into the slightly ragged edge of the tear, something extraordinary occurred. This time, The faint green glow of chakra did not violently crash or dissipate. It seemed to have finally found its way into the gap, gently and slowly soaking in, wrapping around the broken cotton fibers. A remarkably subtle sensation of connection resonated back through the chakra. Lon held her breath, her heart racing in her chest. She carefully maintained this fragile link, attempting to tighten the chakra strand, not through physical pulling, but using the chakra itself as an adhesive force to guide the fractured fibers back together, merging them. A faint green glow flickered at the edge of the fissure, fragile like a candle flame in the wind, yet it persisted with unwavering determination. A barely audible sound, akin to the hiss of hot iron meeting water, emerged. The jagged edges of the menacing crack, rough and frayed, began to draw closer together, enveloped in the greenish luminescence, merging at an imperceptibly slow pace. Though the signs of this fusion remained coarse, resembling an unsightly centipede scar crawling across the fabric, it was undeniable. The fissure was indeed adhered together, held by her chakra, forcibly united. Lon abruptly lifted her head, her prolonged focus giving way to a sudden relaxation that dimmed her vision momentarily, yet immense joy surged forth, overwhelming her fatigue. She excitedly turned to Tsunade, her voice trembling with exhilaration. "Master, look, it's sticking together." The corners of Tsunade's tightly drawn lips subtly curved upward, almost imperceptibly. A flicker of genuine surprise and satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Just half a day? Merely half a day? From a complete unfamiliarity with the property transformation to the preliminary grasp of activation, culminating in this fundamental chakra adhesion repair. Such speed was truly astonishing. While it was expected that this girl possessed extraordinary talent in sealing techniques, her aptitude for medical ninjutsu was equally remarkable. Tsunade's gaze fell upon Lan's vibrant red eyes, gleaming with pure excitement stemming from her newfound power. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, Tsunade endeavored to maintain her stern tone, even infusing it with a hint of feigned disdain. "It's a bit of a mess, rather hideous, akin to something a dog chewed on. You are still far from mastery." She paused, chin slightly elevated, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, her tone infused with a sense of rightful pride. "However, achieving this in half a day isn't too shabby. At least I haven't lost face." This veiled acknowledgement caused Lan's smile to broaden, akin to a sunflower in full bloom. Yet, before Tsunade's proud declaration could fully settle, the glimmer in her eyes dimmed as if extinguished by an unseen wind. She gazed at Lan's youthful, flushed face, brimming with enthusiasm, and her mind involuntarily flashed to another youthful visage, adorned with a touch of innocence. That brother, always boisterous, who would thump his chest and vow to protect her. If Roketree were here, witnessing this scene, he would undoubtedly boast even more than herself, exclaiming, "My sister is amazing." Tsunade's expression of pride swiftly receded like the tide, replaced by a profound weariness and an overwhelming sorrow. She slightly turned her face, averting Lan's joyful gaze, silently regarding the trees swaying gently in the breeze at the edge of the training ground. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon her sharply defined profile, yet it could not dissipate the gloom enveloping her. The air seemed to thicken with her silence. Lan's smile gradually faded as she observed the sudden dullness in Tsunade's eyes and the subconsciously clenched fist. A pang of concern gripped her heart. Master was reminiscing about Roketree again. The brutal realities of the battlefield, the frustrations of being dismissed in meetings, and the weight of losing loved ones bore heavily upon her shoulders. Lan lowered her gaze, contemplating the tattered cloth she had clumsily mended with her chakra, its uneven stitches both grotesque and comical. She remained silent for a few seconds, as if making a momentous decision. Then, she carefully folded the piece of fabric and tucked it into her ninja tool pouch. After completing this task, she took a deep breath, abruptly lifted her head, and donned a radiant, albeit slightly foolish, smile as she bounded over to Tsunade. "Master," she called out cheerfully, her voice ringing with a startling clarity that shattered the heavy silence. Tsunade, taken aback, furrowed her brows and turned, her eyes still reflecting lingering pain and displeasure at being interrupted. Lan, seemingly oblivious to Tsunade's somber demeanor, magically produced a blue cloud-patterned cloth bag from her bosom. With a flourish, she revealed a substantial stack of banknotes along with a few coins, presenting them as if offering a treasure. The coins glimmered faintly in the warm light of the setting sun atop the pile of bills. "Look, this is my tuition achievement for today." Lan's eyes sparkled with an almost reckless sincerity and eagerness. Although her stitching left much to be desired, it was, after all, a piece of cloth that had been healed. Let us celebrate. I'm treating you. All you can eat ramen. Until you can't move. Without waiting for a response, she seized Tsunade's sturdy wrist, which bore the marks of years of training, and began to pull her towards the exit of the training ground. Hey, you little rascal. What are you doing? Tsunade exclaimed, caught off guard and nearly stumbling as she instinctively struggled against the pull. Yet, Lan's grip tightened, her strength surprisingly formidable. While dragging Tsunade along, she proclaimed exuberantly, her tone reminiscent of announcing some grand news, "Don't worry about it. I'm treating you. All you can eat ramen. Until you can't walk anymore. Today, I, Uzumaki Lan, am picking up the tab, celebrating the emergence of another future medical sage under Master Tsunade. Ramen? All you can eat." Tsunade found herself bewildered by this sudden, utterly unconventional invitation. She regarded the spirited red-haired girl before her, with an expression of carefree exuberance and the thick wad of cash in her hands. What sort of celebration was this? It was utterly nonsensical. Yet, the phrase "all you can eat" and the bold assertion, though lacking in substance, resonated within her, unlocking a long-buried memory. The memory of a similarly boisterous boy, thumping his chest and exclaiming after she completed a challenging surgery, or, more frequently, after losing a bet, "Sister, let us go. I'm treating you to ramen. All you can eat." The image of that boy collided with the lively figure of the red-haired girl before her. So alike, yet so different. Rope tree. A wave of poignant sorrow surged to Tsunade's nose, her eyes suddenly warm with unbidden tears. She blinked forcefully, pushing back the inappropriate moisture, gazing into Lan's clear, eager eyes, and noting the substantial amount of cash in her hands, as well as the flush creeping onto her cheeks from exertion. Tsunade felt the heavy wall of grief and anger within her crack slightly, allowing a faint glimmer of warmth and resignation to seep through. Ultimately, Tsunade merely huffed through her nose, her tone still firm, yet she ceased to resist, allowing Lan to pull her hand as she stumbled slightly behind the exuberant girl towards the training ground's exit. The golden-red rays of the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two figures on the open ground, one tall, one short, one reluctantly yielding, the other energetically charging forward. "Just so you know," Tsunade's voice called out from behind, carrying a tone of regaining her authority, "with this amount, I'll only be half full at most. Don't think you can skip out on the bill. Don't worry, master. It's all on me." Lan replied confidently, her pace quickening. The sun dipped lower, painting the streets of Konoha in warm shades of orange and red. The streets remained quiet. Yet the two figures, one leading and the other being pulled, ventured towards the direction filled with the aromas of food and the sounds of laughter. Tsunade walked in silence, her gaze resting on Lan's vibrant, bouncing red hair, which seemed to truly be ablaze in the sunset. In a fleeting moment, the image of the lively girl and that boy, always racing ahead and insisting on treating her, blurred together in the interplay of light and shadow before her. She slightly turned her head, gazing at the immense sun descending towards the horizon, its golden rays stinging her eyes with a slight discomfort. Her throat tightened momentarily, yet she uttered not a word. She simply allowed the warm, slightly sweaty hand to stubbornly pull her toward the steaming bowl of noodles. A temporary balm for all her sorrows. Chapter 38, I Believe You Need It. The morning sunlight slanted through the paper sliding door, casting warm patches of light upon the tatami room of the Uzumaki family. The air was imbued with the fragrant scent of tatami and a faint, lingering intensity from the remnants of chakra colliding fiercely. Lan, with her voice still gentle and steadfast like a rock, let a thread of pale golden chakra swirl around her fingertips, intricately tracing complex sealing symbols above the low table. The essence of still waters flowing deep embodies absolute order and isolation. Your chakra naturally possesses this characteristic. It is both a gift and a responsibility. Strive to feel it, guide it, allowing it to become an extension of your will rather than being led by it. Uzumaki Lan sat cross-legged opposite her grandmother, beads of sweat forming at her brow. Her gaze was fixed on the smooth, dark surface of the low table, her entire focus concentrated beneath her palms. A cool, tranquil force circulated within her, bearing an odd weight, as she endeavored to resonate with the table before her. This sensation was enigmatic, akin to a drop of water attempting to merge into an endless, tranquil sea beneath the depths. It was Grandma. Lan's voice tightened, She inhaled deeply, attempting to dispel her distractions. Beneath her palms, that essence of still waters flowed deep was cautiously drawn from her body, like an invisible, exceedingly viscous thread, slowly reaching toward the surface of the low table. Just as the thread-like chakra was about to touch the edge of the table, a low, nearly imperceptible hum resonated. The smooth surface of the table suddenly erupted with a web of fine cracks, as if an invisible hammer had struck down with force. The once calm, flowing chakra lost control in an instant, transforming into chaotic, repulsive ripples that surged forth. Ugh! Lon let out a muffled sound, pushed back by the backlash, scrambling to regain her balance. The uncontrollable force swept across the table's surface, visibly deepening the cracks and even sending tiny splinters flying. Grandma's fingertip, adorned with a thread of golden chakra, gently brushed against the chaotic, repulsive ripples at the center. The pale golden light spread silently like mercury, enveloping, untangling, and soothing the rampaging still water chakra. The cracks on the table ceased to expand, yet those profound marks could not be erased. Lon gazed at the fresh, grotesque fissures on the table, stealing a glance at the corner of the room where similar tables, marred by battle scars, were deliberately preserved by Grandma as teaching tools. Her expression fell, wishing to bury her head in her knees. She could even feel a corner of her being, the foul mud seemingly mocking her silently, a derision stemming from the instinct of power for the distortion of order. Another failure. Lan's voice was dejected, filled with a profound sense of defeat. Grandma sighed softly, her eyes devoid of reproach, only filled with deep compassion and a barely perceptible worry. Mastery over power cannot be achieved overnight. Your chakra possesses an exceptionally unique quality, both domineering and fragile. She extended her hand, her warm, dry palm gently resting on Lan's head, imparting a comforting strength. Remember this pain of backlash. Sealing techniques, especially when that thing within you loses control, come at a cost far beyond a mere table. Take a moment to rest. After all, you have Tsunade's training this afternoon. Feeling the warmth emanating from her grandmother's palm, the sense of defeat dissipated slightly. She nodded vigorously, her eyes fixated on the fresh wounds on the table, silently noting the heart-pounding sensation that accompanied the loss of control. The power of protection is far more challenging to master than that of destruction. Behind Konoha Hospital lay a secluded training ground, encircled by towering trees. Fool, is your chakra a faucet? Open it, and close it at will. If you keep wasting it like this, next time you'll be waiting to use saliva to stop Uchiha Ren's bleeding. Tsunade's furious voice echoed through the woods, startling several resting birds into flight. With hands on her hips, her golden ponytail swayed with her hurried breaths, her fierce brows nearly knitting into a knot. Before her, Lon lay sprawled on the grass, her hands pressed against a palm-sized piece of practice cloth that had been cut. The jagged edges of the cut were menacing, while the pale blue glow of chakra she gathered in her palm resembled a deflating balloon, flickering weakly, barely clinging to the edge of the tear. The chakra strained to become lively, imitating the vitality required for the medical ninjutsu Tsunade taught. Yet the deep-seated essence within her held it back like a heavy anchor, rendering it cumbersome and sluggish. I tried. Lon bit her lip, sweat beading on her forehead, her fingertips turning slightly pale from the strain. She endeavored to concentrate, summoning the vibrant energy Tsunade demanded. Yet each time she attempted to invigorate her chakra, the still waters instinctively suppressed it, leading to a tug-of-war within her, causing her chakra output to stutter like a faulty light bulb. Effort. Are you trying to make your chakra explode like fireworks? Tsunade ruthlessly punctured her embarrassment, pointing at the torn cloth beside her, which had been perfectly healed with only faint marks left, a result of her earlier demonstration. Feel. Use your heart to sense growth, to sense connection. Your stagnant chakra must come alive. Again, Lon took a deep breath, closing her eyes, striving to block out Tsunade's roar. She recalled Grandma's words about order and attempted to envision seeds sprouting, tender shoots unfolding. The chakra's glow in her palm struggled, its hue brightening slightly, exuding a faint warmth as it cautiously reached toward the tear in the fabric. With a soft, sizzling sound, akin to droplets landing on a red-hot iron plate, the edges of the tear instantly blackened, emitting wisps of smoke. Lon recoiled in fright, staring at the newly formed scorch mark on the verge of tears. Tsunade painfully pressed her forehead, her knuckles cracking audibly. Uzumaki Lon. She nearly ground out through clenched teeth. You are a medical ninja. not a demolition expert. You are here to save lives, not to roast meat. Still waters run deep. Still waters run deep. She paced back and forth, the movement of her golden ponytail revealing her inner turmoil. Change your approach. Don't think about activation. Think about repair. Treat your orderly chakra as the most precise needle and thread. Stitch the torn order back together. Restore it to its original state. Do you understand? Lon stared blankly at the scorched fabric, then at her still tingling palm. Treat order as needle and thread? Stitch back to the original state? This metaphor shone like a faint light, piercing through the chaotic fog in her mind. The heavy, tranquil chakra within her seemed to ripple slightly. She pressed her hand back onto the fabric, this time not attempting to forcibly imbue it with vitality, but rather sinking her intention into the core of her still waters flowing deep. It ceased its attempts to become lively, instead adopting the demeanor of the most stable and meticulous craftsman, carefully examining the chaotic edges formed by the violent tearing of the fabric fibers. The glow of her chakra became exceedingly subdued, nearly invisible, with only the sensation in her fingertips conveying the presence of countless invisible threads weaving and guiding. The pale blue luminescence steadily covered the tear, no longer flickering as before. The violently torn fibers at the edges of the tear, under the influence of this orderly chakra, began to slowly, painstakingly converge towards the center. Tsunade's agitated pacing abruptly halted, her piercing gaze fixated intently on Lan's hands and the fabric they held. Despite the sluggishness of the process, akin to a snail's crawl, and the persistent tear, a chaotic, frayed sensation was gradually being smoothed and reassembled by an invisible force. This clumsy, painstaking restoration was, paradoxically, more akin to the essence of medical ninjutsu than any previous attempt she had made to revive vitality. The golden hues of the setting sun pierced through the sparse canopy of trees, casting a dappled glow upon the training ground, tinting Lan's focused profile and the slowly mending fabric in warm tones. Tsunade crossed her arms, no longer urging her on, but simply observing, her golden eyes reflecting the faint yet remarkably resilient glow of chakra. A complex array of emotions flickered in her gaze: curiosity, surprise, and a hidden ripple stirred by this awkward endeavor. As night enveloped Konoha, the daytime clamor settled, and the village ignited with scattered lights, resembling a reflection of the starry river above. Exhausted from a day of grueling training, Lon dragged her leaden legs, not heading directly back to the warm, comforting abode of Granny Mito. An indescribable mix of fatigue and confusion coiled around her heart like a vine, constricting her breath. She craved space, a moment of solitude, a departure from the ground. Her body instinctively drew her upward along the familiar mountain path, her footsteps echoing monotonously in the stillness of the night. Within her, the stench of the cursed spirit seemed to have subdued, perhaps worn out from the day's trials, or possibly influenced by the weighty longing dwelling deep within her soul, surfacing only occasionally with a chilling sensation reminiscent of the dark currents of the deep sea. At last, she reached the pinnacle of Konoha, the Hokage Rock. The massive, resolute visage of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, silently surveyed the village beneath the cold moonlight. The night breeze, carrying the crispness of early autumn, unfetteredly tousled Lan's fire-colored hair, which had grown to just below her shoulder blades. She approached the broad forehead of the statue, stepping close to the edge, and paused. From this vantage point, the entirety of Konoha lay before her. The lights of countless homes, some bright and others dim, wove together into a warm, flowing sea of light, silently narrating the tales of human existence in the depths of the night. The distant ninja academy, the brightly lit Hokage building, the shadowy memorial stone, and the even more remote forest seemed both insignificant and profoundly real. A profound sense of loneliness washed over her, akin to a chilling tide, engulfing her in an instant. Here, amidst the brilliance and warmth of countless lights, not a single one shone for her, a lost soul adrift in another world. Closing her eyes, she pressed her nails into her palms, attempting to suppress the lump in her throat with pain. What had become of her parents? Had they noticed their son was missing? Did they assume she had run away, or had they alerted the authorities? They must be frantic with worry. How much time had passed in that world? She shook her head vigorously, unwilling to ponder further. Had it not been for that accident, she would likely be starting university. Perhaps overwhelmed by final exams or laughing with friends in her dormitory, rather than struggling to coexist with an ancient curse. battling the backlash of sealing techniques and the frustrations of medical ninjutsu in this harsh ninja world, striving desperately to grow stronger to protect the family she had only just found. The weight of responsibility for the future of the ninja world. The shadows of the second great ninja war loomed over her. The horrific demise of Shoju, Tsunade's anguished cries, the acrid smoke and scent of blood permeating the frontline camp, and the ever-looming thread of the cursed spirit within her. Could she safeguard Granny Mito, Kushina, Tsunade, and the village that had clumsily begun to accept her? This heavy burden, this bond rooted in another world, was both salvation and shackles. She stood quietly, like a small statue frozen before the first Hokage, gazing down at the myriad lights below. The night wind dried the moisture at the corners of her eyes, leaving behind a parched fatigue. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Uncertain of how long had passed, perhaps only a few minutes or an eternity, an almost imperceptible sound, like a leaf brushing the ground, arose behind her. Lan's body tensed momentarily before relaxing again. She did not turn around. The only person who could approach her so silently, emanating that familiar, cold, sharp aura, was none other than Uchiha Ren. He did not break the silence with his usual jibes. Are you pretending to be profound, you weepy fool? Or careful not to catch a cold from standing here too long? Instead, he emerged from the shadows at the edge of Hokage Rock, his tall, slender figure outlined by the moonlight, his black high-collared clan attire accentuating his pale complexion, a few inky strands of hair falling across his forehead, obscuring his crimson Sharingan, which remained dormant, appearing merely deep and inscrutable in the moonlight. He stood beside Lan, maintaining a distance of about a step, mirroring her stance at the cliff's edge. Without looking at her, his gaze was directed towards the sea of lights below. The evening breeze tousled his dark hair and the edges of his clothing, bringing with it a refreshing scent akin to frosty pine needles. The two of them, one clad in red and the other in black, stood side by side atop the first Hokage's forehead, silently gazing in the same direction. Only the whispering night wind flowed between them. This sudden, illogical silence stirred a flicker of surprise within Lan. Had this arrogant boy transformed today? Was he truly devoid of his sharp tongue? However, she was too fatigued to move even a finger, let alone provoke him. Should he retort with a fool or crybaby again? She was uncertain if she could maintain her composure. Thus, she remained silent, though the weighty, stone-like figure she projected seemed to soften slightly with the presence of a silent companion beside her. The lights below remained warm yet distant, as if separated by an impenetrable frosted glass. A stronger gust of wind swept through, carrying the chill of late autumn. Instinctively, Lan hugged her arms tighter. In the midst of this suffocating silence, a sudden question slipped from her lips, akin to a stone cast into still waters. Ren. Uchiha Ren's eyelashes fluttered almost imperceptibly, yet he remained still, not turning. Lan inhaled the cold air deeply, as if summoning all her strength. Before voicing the remainder of her query, her gaze fixed intently on the distant lights below. If I am not the Lan you perceive, would you then choose to ignore me forever? This question emerged unbidden, like a riddle long buried in her heart, finally breaking free. Who was she? The lost soul adrift in another world? Or the original owner of this body? Or had the two identities become irrevocably intertwined? She did not know the answer, nor dare to delve deeper. In that moment, she faced the silent night and the equally silent boy beside her, voicing the deepest fear that had lain dormant within her heart, one she had scarcely acknowledged. If the truth were unveiled, would this hard-won, awkward yet genuine bond shatter like fragile bubbles? Ren's body seemed to stiffen for a moment. The next instant, without warning, he abruptly turned. Lan felt an irresistible force surge toward her. One hand grasped her wrist like an iron vice, while the other arm encircled her back, drawing her in forcefully. Ah! Lan gasped as the world spun around her. Everything, the cold moonlight, the howling wind, the distant lights below, blurred and faded into obscurity. The only thing that was clear and fervent was the body pressing closely against her, emanating the youthful warmth that seeped through the thin fabric of his clothing, accompanied by the crisp scent of frost-laden pine needles. She found herself ensnared in Uchiha Ren's embrace with a force that felt almost barbaric, tightly and securely. Lan's mind fell into a void, her cheeks crashing against his robust chest and the warm fabric, causing her nose to tingle. Her heart raced as if grasped by an invisible hand, suddenly weightless and wildly pounding, reverberating against her eardrums with a thunderous roar. Blood surged to her head. and every exposed inch of skin, her cheeks, ears, neck, felt as if it had been ignited, hot enough to fry an egg. It was as if there were indeed invisible steam hissing above her head, threatening to burst her apart. Fool! She finally regained her voice, sharp and high-pitched, laced with incredulous shame and anger, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She struggled with all her might, exclaiming, "Why are you holding me? Let go! Pervert! Peeping Tom!" She incoherently yelled the words she had mentally prepared to hurl at Ran, attempting to mask her overwhelming fluster with fury. Above her, a barely audible voice broke through the wind. The arm encircling her back did not loosen. Instead, it tightened further, suppressing her meager resistance with an undeniable strength. "You're so noisy," Rant's voice came from above, carrying the usual tone of detached impatience, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to lack the usual sharpness. Infused with an inexplicable awkwardness. "Who has the time to care about which lawn you are?" His chin inadvertently brushed against the top of her head. "All I know is that the person standing here, asking such a foolish question, is a troublesome straggler." He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. As if overcoming a significant psychological barrier, his tone becoming even more stiff and awkward. "As for why I'm holding you, those boring fellows from your clan mentioned that such gestures can be comforting between close friends." He quickly added, eager to distance himself from the sentiment. "Although I don't understand the significance of this action, judging by your foolish expression, you likely need it. Just trying it out. Trying it out." Lan's voice rose by several octaves as she struggled even harder, but alas, her efforts were futile against his overwhelming strength, making her flail uselessly in his arms. "What kind of twisted reasoning is that? Comforting isn't done this way. You idiot, Ran. This action is intimate. It shouldn't be done so casually." She felt her face burn as if it could fry pancakes. "It depends on the relationship. We are not that kind of relationship." The last few words nearly escaped through clenched teeth, imbued with a shyness and confusion she was unaware of. As her words fell, Rant's embrace seemed to momentarily freeze. His arms, taut with youthful resilience, displayed muscular lines starkly illuminated by the moonlight. Silence enveloped them once more, only the mountain breeze howling in their ears. Yet this silence was no longer cold and desolate. Instead, it brimmed with a heated, disconcerting tension. Lan could distinctly feel the rapid heartbeat beneath his chest, thumping in time with her own, echoing in her ears. "Oh," Rant's voice emerged again, deeper now, tinged with an unusual curiosity, right by her ear. "What kind of relationship?" His breath brushed against her earlobe, igniting a shiver through her. "Clarify it." Lan felt an even fiercer wave of heat surge to her head. How could she articulate this? She opened her mouth but could utter not a single word, only managing a futile stammer. Rand seemed to have no expectations of her providing clarity. He fell silent for a few seconds, as if seriously contemplating her earlier lecture on relationships and the inappropriateness of casual embraces. Then he spoke again, his tone unusually earnest yet laced with a Uchiha-like arrogance. "I think being embraced is quite nice." His arms tightened slightly, as if confirming a certain comfort level. "At least it's more pleasant than listening to you babble nonsense in this cold wind." He paused, a rare hint of hesitation seeping into his voice. As if unaccustomed to voicing such inquiries, "Do you dislike it?" "Dislike it." The moment those two words fell, all of Lan's struggles and protests came to a complete halt. The steam above her seemed to solidify. Her wildly beating heart felt gently restrained by a tender hand. The overwhelming shame and confusion were oddly supplanted by a softer, unfamiliar emotion, an inexplicable warmth, tinged with a bittersweet essence, surged within her, swiftly drowning her will to resist. Did she dislike being held so forcibly, unceremoniously, against his chest? Listening to his forced calmness, which could not disguise his own nervous heartbeat, the night breeze seemed to soften. The distant lights, symbolizing countless homes, felt closer, no longer as cold and blinding. Her once rigid body gradually relaxed, as if its bones had been drawn away. Her flushed cheeks remained pressed against his chest, and a muffled, almost mosquito-like voice escaped from the fabric, heavy with nasal tones and barely contained embarrassment. It's not that I dislike it." The last few words were almost scattered by the wind, yet the boy holding her stiffened momentarily. Then, those tightly encircling arms, having received some unspoken permission, tightened further. No longer the tentative and suppressive grip from before, but rather a more resolute, pure, and impenetrable embrace. Then be quiet. Rant's voice came from above, regaining its usual coldness, and even carrying a hint of unnoticeable pride. Just stay still. Lan ceased her struggles. She completely surrendered to the warmth of this embrace. Imbued with the essence of frost, and yet intensely heated. Her cheek pressed against his chest, she could distinctly hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, thumping in sync with her own chaotic pulse. The mountain winds continued to blow, intertwining their hair, red and black mingling silently under the cool moonlight. The great stone statue of the first Hokage stood guard over the slumbering village below, safeguarding these two clumsy, lonely souls drawing near to one another amidst a cold world. Seeking warmth. All the heavy nostalgia, the confusion about the future, and the lurking dangers within seemed momentarily kept at bay by this strong and warm embrace. The moonlight flowed like water, quietly enveloping them. On Hokage Rock, only the silhouettes of two figures nestled together remained, resonating in silent harmony with their heartbeats.